Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
If you remember your history of early America, the name Ponce de Leon should strike an old chord. He was the rascal who went looking for the fountain of youth somewhere in Florida. But all he could find was orange juice, which may have helped, but not enough. All of which adds up to really nothing, except that the heavy in our Let George Do It adventure is a character named Ponce the Lion. And from my vantage point, he seems to be quite a character. But suppose I let Buster here tell you all about old Ponce.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I believe that Honolulu has been called the melting pot of the Pacific. Well, our little town of Baja Junction could very likely be the boiling pot. But the weather can't prevent our maintaining a pleasant, peaceful, forward-looking town. That is, for the past 2 years. Tomorrow it will all change. Tomorrow our town will boil in quite a different way, unless someone like yourself can stop it. I was given your name by Phale Minahan, who lives here. But please report direct to me just as soon as you can. You see, Baja Junction is about to receive back its most disturbing citizen, a man named Ponce the Lion. Sincerely, J.H. Frankel, Director of the Baja Junction Trade Relations Club.
From jail?
Jail. Exactly, Miss Brooks, jail. You know, that's where criminals are occasionally sent.
Do you mind if we sit down, Mr. Franklin?
Oh, excuse me, of course. You've had a tiring trip.
Oh, it wasn't too bad, but the heat was pretty...
Yes. Well, I'm just on my way out. You see, I've asked Lawrence Pinckney to step in.
Pinckney?
A secretary of our organization, been with us for years. He's more familiar with the facts than I am.
What facts?
Oh, facts about Ponce the Lion, of course.
You wanted to see me, Mr. Franklin?
Oh, yes, Lawrence, come in. Miss Brooks, Mr. Valentine, Mr. Pinckney.
How do you do?
Hello, Mr.
Pleasure,
Pinckney.
indeed, pleasure.
I've explained things. Now you'll take over.
Of course.
Oh,
yes.
wait a minute. So far you've explained nothing.
Maybe we can have dinner together. Goodbye, Miss Brooks. If you need me, you know where to find me, Lawrence.
I don't know how he does it.
Does what?
All that energy, drive, always organizing. Listen. That's more the style of the town, I'm afraid. Street singer. That's why most people live here.
Sounds nice and sleepy, like I am in this heat.
But we must earn a living, mustn't we? The Trade Relations Club is giving a great boost to the business of
All right,
the
Mr.
town.
Pinckney, let's get back to my business.
Yes, of course. Please understand about Mr. Frankel's running off. He didn't think it would look well if he seemed too active in this, his position and all. This business of Ponce, I mean.
Ponce the Lion, somebody just out of jail, right?
Yes, Ponce is a strange fellow. Big, stupid, mean, conniving. Never did a lick of honest work in his life.
Okay, he's unpopular. Where'd he get the fancy name?
Ponce? It's his given name. Oh, you mean the Lion? He was a bouncer for years at Choli's dance hall. Been raised in the Oriental section, I guess. But he tacked that on when he tried to turn professional boxer. Town might have got rid of him then. We all hoped we did.
What happened?
Well, it was too much. He quit. Couldn't stand getting knocked out every night.
All right, he's big and he falls down, but I don't see
Mr. Valentine, I realize all this may seem unimportant to an outsider. But Ponce has been in jail for manslaughter. And now, from all we hear, his sole interest is in committing murder.
This Ponce is just full of the old Ned, isn't he? We'll see if he carried out his threat. But first, let's take a minute off for this. Now let's get back and see if Buster can throw any more light on Ponce.
Well, there isn't much more you need to...
Oh, who, what, when, where? Why? Come on.
Well, his manslaughter sentence was based on a knifing. 3 years ago. Now, it seems that Ponce has decided he should murder everyone who testified against him, who helped to put him in jail.
You mean witnesses? How many were there?
Well, now, see here. Mr. Frankel isn't crazy. Why don't you ask me the important thing? How could we possibly know that big ape's intentions? Know what Ponce is going to do?
I didn't ask that because I assume they're just guesses and rumors, easy gossip. Tough guy wants revenge. Ponce the Lion. Even the name is hardly credible.
Oh, many things are hardly credible here in Baja Junction, Mr. Valentine. Yeah. But you're quite right. Guesses and rumor. That's why you're here.
You mean to tag Ponce around and find out what he's up to?
To go at this thing sensibly. What Mr. Frankel suggested was that before you get all wound up in details of who might need protection, you should find out the truth.
Huh?
This Ponce is a menace, I suppose. So an ounce of prevention. That seems to be a good idea. That's all your job is. It's hot, isn't it? Would you like a glass of lemonade?
Oh, I don't blame you for looking me up, my lad. There's no better man on any park bench than Phil Minahan, to tell you the truth.
I looked you up, Mr. Minahan, because I'm curious. You recommended me for this job. Why? You don't know me from Adam.
And vice versa, you're thinking. Of course, lad, of course. Well, my qualifications are a copious curiosity, a world full of people to waste it on.
And a lot of words.
Yeah. I was going to say, and a life full of time. All wasted. And this is the best place in the world for wasting. And once upon a time, I saw your ad in the newspaper.
Okay. Is this the street that Choli's dance hall is on?
Avoid the chickens and follow your nose. It's around the next corner. And I wouldn't walk this far for everyone.
I'm flattered.
Mr. Valentine, when they say that Ponce is no good, it's true. He's not.
You're sure?
I watch people I know. And you do well to watch them too, all of them.
Oh, like the guys who hired me, that trade relations outfit?
Now you're warming up. They'll trade anybody's relations, I'm thinking. Oh, it's business, mind your business. But why in a town like this? Why should a lot of happy, ignorant shopkeepers of every nationality let themselves be all organized and progressive when they ought to spend their time on the beach like I do? They ought to be fanning themselves.
Hold it.
In a hand.
Here he is, my lad. This is the horror.
Always kidding, ain't you, Minahan? Well, say something. Ain't you glad to see me back?
You're Ponce, aren't you?
Beat it, tourist, beat it.
Oh, sure. Anything you say. I understand you're real tough.
What's he doing? Kidding? You're a joker, too. I might have known. Any friend of Minahan?
We're not friends. You're the guy I want to see.
Oh, look, I'm busy.
Understand you just got out of jail, Ponce. Understand you got some kind of a big plan.
Everybody talks about Ponce, don't they? I don't know what this town must have been like when I wasn't around. Well, I've changed. I'm different. Get out of the way.
Look out, George.
Never mind shoving, Buster. I'm going to stay here until you tell me.
I made a discovery, see?
Yeah, what?
Yeah, me. Big dummy. Yeah, me. Right here in the same part of town I was raised in. Can you imagine? It's not till I cool off in jail that I wake up and get it.
All right, I'll bite. Get what? You discovered the Pacific Ocean or something?
Ponce de Leon found the Fountain of Youth, George.
Huh? You're a kidder too, ain't you, baby?
Ponce, there's men in this town afraid of you. Huh? And there's gossip that's been saying that you threatened to...
Oh, no, don't what? Don't try to mix me up.
What?
Yeah. Sure, I'll tell anybody. Why not? I told everybody in town. The guys who put me in jail, I hate them, see? I like to kill them. But now I'm different. So, what's all the sweat about?
Okay, what's the big discovery? Why are you different?
I can tell you, my lad. You're on your way across the street, I suppose, Ponce.
Sure, yeah. What of it? What? I go there every day, don't I?
What's across the street?
A Joss house.
Huh?
I was raised with the Orientals, tourists. Now leave me alone, huh?
The Joss house?
Well, it's a place of worship to the ancient gods.
So I got used to being alone and thinking in prison. Is it criminal to do it now?
You think?
Pray, George, pray. To the old-fashioned heathens that know 10 times as much as us, yeah. Sure. That's the discovery of old Ponce, hey? Big dumb Ponce, smarter than all of you.
Oh, brother, what kind of a thing is
Get
this?
out of my way.
George!
And stay!
He's certainly hard to find.
At his house, they didn't know he decided to go swimming for the afternoon.
This must be the cabana over here.
Yeah, Mr. Frankel. Around this side, I guess. Wonder why he didn't tell us in his letter, Angel, that he was a witness to that manslaughter of Ponce's.
I don't know. Taxi driver who brought him here knew it. I suppose everyone knows.
Frankel. Frankel!
George, he's been stabbed. Just as Ponce threatened.
Just a moment, please. Please, no, come in, please.
I'm sorry, Grandpa. I'm looking for Ponce.
Yes, every day Ponce comes to the Joss house, but it is not a custom to disturb
I'm
anyone.
sorry, friend. Something's happened. He's the first man I got to see about it before the rest of the town comes here.
Valentine!
Mr. Minahan.
I was on my way to look for him, my lad. Did you find Frankel? Did you see him?
Yeah. We found Frankel, all right.
Well, thank heaven for that. You see, I've caught on to what that big crazy Ponce is up to. Here, this man is the bonds. He can explain.
The what?
Bonds, lady.
He's the high mogul keeper of the place. He tends to the idols in there and the shadows. He maintains the incense, joss sticks, or whatever it's called.
I would be only too glad to explain.
And there's an idol that Ponce prays to. This man here told me so. It's Yo Fei, the Lord of Sudden Death.
What? Oh, look, Minahan, I got work to do, and I want to find out what...
every day Ponce comes here to pray to Yo Fei, to the bringer of death. Don't you understand me, lad? Ponce has been here all the time, right here, praying Mr. Frankel to death.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Now, back to George Valentine. Baja Junction, the boiling pot of the Pacific, as Mr. Frankel called it. A place where almost anything can happen, as Mr. Frankel himself found out. Because now he's been murdered. But the murderer used a knife, and the man who hated Mr. Frankel, a man named Ponce, has only been praying for his death in a Joss house. Well, if your name is George Valentine, you barely know what a Joss house is.
This Tao the Just. Over there in the shadow, Liu Hai, money god. Many joss sticks are burned to Liu Hai.
That's more for the likes of us, Valentine?
Hold on, Mr. Minahan. This Yo Fei you mentioned.
It can be seen from here. There. The end of that room.
It's a big thing, isn't it?
Life-size, as it should be, as the bringer of death.
Now, isn't that a ghastly idea, black face? Look at that, would you? And a clenched black fist stretched out before him, the Lord of Sudden Death.
Please, not talk loud. Please, there are people in here.
Is that him over there in front of the idol? There on the floor? That Ponce?
It is forbidden to intrude when a man is alone with his own thoughts and prayers.
I said, is that him under the fancy silk robe lying on that prayer mat?
Sure it's him. I've seen him carrying that robe around. Born and raised in the Oriental section, I told you he was.
He's moving, George.
I'm afraid we have disturbed him.
He saw us. Here he comes.
It wasn't the bonds who told me he was here. It was a woman.
I thought I told you to leave me alone.
Like you left Frankel alone?
Frankel?
Yeah, let's get out of here, Ponce. I want to talk to you.
I will not. You interrupt me, see?
Oh, sure. Praying people to death.
He's told that to several people.
So you wouldn't know whether Frankel's dead yet or not, huh?
It works. Pretty neat, ain't it?
You mean you've been working hard to set up an alibi?
What's that crap?
Oh, I saw you come in here a couple of hours ago. Minahan came here just a few minutes before I did just now and says you've been here all the time. Still, I don't believe it.
Move away, will you, Mac? I'm busy.
And you no more believe all this idle stuff than I do. Big discovery of PONCE. How to set up an alibi, that's all. Praying a man to dead, old brother. That takes the cake.
But there is others that saw him, Valentine. They all say the same thing.
You're so smart. Sure, you're so smart. Get out of here. Leave me alone. I've got work to do.
Okay, Buster, you win. But you better hang on to that alibi when the town starts pointing its finger.
Wait a minute, George. PONCE, what work? What do you still have to do here?
Pray 'em dead. Pray every one of 'em dead. You don't believe it, huh? Your face shows me how. He's a great old piece of iron. Pray 'em dead.
Yes, I'm trying to hurry. It was Mr. Frankel who prepared the notes, you realize.
But them, Ponce said, them. And Mr. Pinckney, you mentioned before there was more than one witness to that knifing that Ponce did 2 years ago.
Well, there was Mr. Blake. He's with our organization here.
Who?
Blake testified. He helped put Ponce in jail. But if Ponce has an alibi, then I don't...
The police are working on the murder. Miss Brooks is reporting to them now, but I keep worrying about my own job here.
Well, here's the list. Frankel and Blake, they were the main ones, but there's a couple of others. It's a newspaper clipping. Yes, there were several other witnesses.
Where does Mr. Blake live?
Frankel had only told you all of this. My car's right outside. I'll show you. Only, let's see. Blake told me he was going somewhere. Oh, yes, his club, that's it. He's a member of a club here.
Maybe if we round up all these guys, then we get to work on the murder. Until now, I've been wasting my time. The one guy in this town who couldn't have murdered Frankel is Ponce the Lion.
Blake!
Now you're wasting your time, Pinckney. Mr. Blake's dead, too.
But he's been stabbed. That's what you said happened to Mr. Frankel.
Stop chattering, will you? This just happened a few minutes ago.
What?
Alone here in his room, reading. But he was facing the door, wasn't he? He's a big guy, pretty husky.
Well, there's only one entrance to the room.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Come on.
But...
See, the door has a latch. So whoever it was had to knock.
I don't understand. I'm going to call the police.
Be quiet, will you? Wait a minute. Listen. Hey, what's down this hall?
Well, the halls all lead to the back court.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Steps. There's a man out there.
The other side of the wall. We'd never catch up.
Well, that's not the way to the gate.
Wait a minute. Here's a trash can. That thing we heard first sounded metallic. Look.
What?
Sure, we were in Blake's room just a second after the murderer was. Saw us coming and ran. Here, look.
A knife.
Uh-huh. No, don't touch it. The knife that was used both times, I'd guess.
Let's get on to the police station as fast as we can.
You mean let's telephone the police? Give them those other names fast if they haven't got them already? But you and I, friend, are going to start correcting our mistakes, and I'll do the driving.
I've never been in a joss house. I've heard about this one.
Yeah. A little more deserted than it was. Old boy with the beard's out for supper, I guess.
It's so dark. With no lights, I can't...
Hey, Valentine.
Yeah. Minahan?
Right here. I've been sitting right here by the entrance. Just exactly the way you told me.
Oh, it's you. Hello, Phil.
Well?
And I tell you, my lad, everybody else seems to have left. But not him.
He's still in there, Ponce? It's too dark to see from...
Come on.
I'm telling you, my lad, that he hasn't even set foot out.
Yes. Well, why do you bother him? He couldn't have done this one either.
This one?
A man named Blake was murdered.
What?
He was big and pretty husky. And to have been stabbed the way he was, whoever did it must have been a lot bigger.
Of course, like Ponce. But if he was
We're
down
correcting
here...
mistakes. Like we're not worrying about how you shouldn't disturb a man worshipping an idol.
Well, be very careful. Here, follow me. Straight through here. Oh, these big blasts from tin gods. Don't you dare run into them.
Okay, this is it. Yo Fei. I can see that outstretched fist.
I've got a match.
You can see Ponce, too, all right. There he is, under his robe. Stretched out just like a silly frog.
Yeah. He won't be for long.
Careful, Mr. Valentine. Ponce is very rough when
I know. He took a poke at me. So let's kick that fancy silk robe of his.
Well, he knows.
He's not there.
No, just a robe. And a bunch of rags rolled up underneath.
Phil, I thought you said you were watching...
And we drove here fast, so fast he couldn't have made it, could he? Yeah, we beat him back.
But Phil
Skipper,
was...
will you? Our Irish friend here sat by the door, not by the open window.
What?
Here, look, the other side of the idol. The place he spread himself out was right next to that, at the end of the room. Sure. Don't even have to stretch to get out of here, do you?
But people saw him in here.
In a place where it's forbidden to disturb anybody in meditation. In a place where a man might lie flat on his robe and stay that way for hours. Perfect alibi. A place where nobody'd notice when you slip a few rags under your robe on the floor and then you slide out the window. And getting back in would be just as easy.
I think I just heard something.
Huh. Somebody's coming. I'm going to get out of here.
Okay, come on, quick, away from the window. Come on, back out by the entrance. Hurry.
Valentine. Look back. Look. See the shadow in the window there?
Yeah. Get through the curtains. Here, quick. This is where you were. Let's wait here until...
Minahan. Hey, you still out there watchdogging? I've seen you all along from where I've been meditating.
Pretty feeble fraud, isn't it? Back into the robe to finish his act.
Sure, I seen you, Minahan.
Yeah, me. Hello.
Oh. It's a party.
Yeah, sure. To get your fingerprints to match against those on a knife. To haul you in for 2 murders.
Not tonight.
Look out, Valentine!
Get out of my way, will you? He's running away.
Mr. Valentine?
No, I'm all right. I just hate to have it happen twice, that's all, if you hadn't gotten away.
Well, I couldn't help it. I'm not used
Skipper, will you? Did he get away?
He ran back through the Joss house. There's a million entrances to that alley through the window.
Yeah, and Minahan?
He went after him.
Oh, that'll do a lot of good. Funny you're knowing about the alley and this place, but you said you'd never been here before.
What?
Nothing. Nothing I say will do any good unless we get that big ape who committed the murders.
Well, of course. Ponce was the one
Now listen, Buster. I know he did the dirty work. He always wanted to. But he's not bright enough to plan it. Not bright enough to take over an explanation for Mr. Frankel and mix it up to me.
What?
Oh, yeah, sure. I've been kicking myself because Frankel wrote me and then was killed. Only it was his own fault for handing the job of explaining things over to you. And you told me only what I needed to know for your time schedule.
What time schedule?
The one you cooked up for Ponce. I don't know what your angle is, but both Frankel and Blake were big shots in that same big money promotion outfit you're secretary of. So I guess there is something to gain. And after all, you only had to encourage and help Ponce a little to get him dead.
No,
Now, don't argue with me, Buster, because each time Ponce went right out from here and killed his man and came straight back. Well, how did he know where to find him?
Now, see
Unless
here.
somebody told him. Like you said Blake told you he was going to be at his club. Sure. You're the only one who knew where both men were. Because I still remember the last thing I heard Frankel say. It was, you know where to find me, Lawrence.
That doesn't mean anything.
You know something? You're right. It doesn't mean a blame thing unless the police can beat the truth out of Ponce.
And you'll never find him. He'll get away.
Oh, I don't doubt it. Hey, where's Minahan? Hey, Minahan! Now get back inside the Joss house, Pinkney. I got about 1 second to keep this whole case from falling apart.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment.
Minahan! Field! Hey, Minahan.
Yes, my lad. I'm in here looking the place over. Here I am, and you know something, I'm all right.
Oh, well, don't scare me like that. Come on, let's get out of here.
Well, it was only having a little bit of a word with Teo the Just that I wanted.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Valentine, you know, it's a strange and funny thing about people. Now, for instance, you take Ponce. He thought that thing with the black fist, Yo Fei, was something. And, well, maybe he had something.
Minahan, what's happened to you? What kind of a conversation?
Yes, let's get out of here, out of the dark.
Look out. No. Look out for your step now.
Ah, what do you mean?
Incidentally, you better get hold of Mr. Pinky's arm while I explain this to you. The arm of Yo Fei is much longer. Look up there. You see it up there? With its clenched fist?
Huh? Hey, for gosh... Oh, no, you don't, Pinckney.
Aye, Mr. Pinckney. Your poor dumb Ponce is still with us to talk.
Yeah, how about that? He never got out. Lying there out colder than a mackerel. He ran right into his own idol. Right into the iron fist of Yo Fei.
You have just heard the discovery of Ponce the Lion, another Let George Do It adventure. Robert Bailey was starred as George Valentine, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. David Victor and Jackson Gillis wrote the story, and the music was by Eddie Dunstetter. Now this is yours truly inviting you to another visit with Valentine, when you will again hear what happens when you let George do it.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Say, I wonder if you like Runyon-esque characters like I do. You know, fellas like Harry the Horse, Nicely Johnson, and all the rest. But don't get me wrong. This is not a Runyon story, but a Let George Do It adventure. However, there is a character called Lou Mendel in this little tale that must have associated with the boys, because you will see that plenty of Broadway has rubbed off on Lou. On top of that, the boy has got trouble. So much so that even his trouble has trouble, which is bad. So what is to do? Get in touch with George Valentine, which he does.
My dear Mr. Valentine, my name is Lou Mendel. I own a nightclub, the Club Top Hat, which I'm sure if you've ever been there, you'll admit is a very high-class place. It's not the type place where we have any trouble, and everything is strictly above the board, which is where you fit into the picture puzzle, Mr. Valentine. There is this girl whose name is Dove. She's a new dancer on account of she can't dance, but I like to be big-hearted. But as of to date, my big heart has got me nothing but a blow on the head. This is the essence of the puzzle. Who hit me? Even more important is, what about Dove? She is somehow in the middle of the trouble. And for such a nice girl, I don't like it. Oh, yes. This is a lot more than just what you may be thinking. Because poor little Dove, you understand, looks upon me as her big brother.
And how do you look upon her, Mr. Mendel?
What's the matter with me? You think I'm inhuman?
Well, if she was the third girl from the left, I'd say...
Never mind. You'd say the wrong things anyway. To me, she's nothing except I think I should help.
You think she's in trouble?
I do not think very much, but there are some things I know. Here. Dressing rooms are down this way. We'll wait.
Suppose you start at the beginning and we'll... Huh?
Hello.
Oh, good evening, sir. I think perhaps you're in the wrong place. If you were looking for the check room
No,
or
no,
the...
he's not, Mr. Mendel. See? Oh, what beautiful flowers.
Oh, yes. Thank you. I'm sorry I was in your way. Just waiting, that's all. Well...
Not at all. Haven't I seen you someplace before?
Oh, no, sir. No, I'm quite certain. No, sir.
Stage door, Johnny.
Oh, no, sir. I just... well, good evening.
Come on, Mendel. That dance number will be over soon. I want to hear your story before...
No, wait a minute. Hey, which girl are you here to see?
Me? Oh, well, I don't think that's any of
What
your
difference
affair.
does it make? Come on.
Let go of me, Valentine. Which girl?
Now, see here.
That dumbbell, Dove. What do you think?
What?
You keep out of this. It's none of your affair.
So who else should rate my taxi around his dump, huh? In advance yet, with my meter running.
I told you to wait outside, driver.
There's got to be a light to read heavy stuff like a funny magazine, ain't there? Now shut up, Wally.
Good idea, Buster. Come on, Mendel. For the last time, will you please...
Dove? That man's going out with Dove.
No. There's nothing to get excited about. I should have explained. I'm just a friend. My name is Andrews. Oh, good heavens. Nothing to be jealous about.
Me? Jealous?
Dry up, all of you.
I mean, well, look at me. My heavens, I'm old enough to be... well, to be her big brother.
You know, this Dove gal must be a real doll. Mendel says she has no talent when it comes to hoofing, so I wonder what the gal has got. Maybe it's those black net stockings. Or maybe she was smart and listened to this. Now let's get back and see how George Valentine is doing as to finding out who gave Lou Mendel a hit in the head.
Mr. Mendel, please.
Look at this.
What happened?
Look at this. See? See here? Just where my hair is thinning?
Oh.
Yeah, you got hit all right. Must have felt nice, but when and where?
Last night, here, by the door to a dressing room.
There wasn't a convention here then, huh?
Well, after closing, I noticed a light. I'd heard a door shut, and I came to see what it was. It was a door to the street. Only then all the lights went out. I was hit.
Uh-huh. Well, go on. Where does she fit in?
Well, I'd stooped to look at an envelope lying under the door. In it was a $1,000 bill.
Wow.
Yeah, note, too. I was reading the note.
Do you remember what it said?
Yeah, it said, the picture was not even worth the price of a loge, but this is where I came in.
Oh, brother, this is where I came in.
Yeah, but it happened. So it don't make sense. So what? Is that any reason why you should turn up your nose like this?
Oh, I don't doubt your word about what happened. It's just a little too simple.
But it happened. The picture wasn't worth the price of a loge, but this is where I came in. No signature. I don't know who wrote it, but I got knocked on the head, didn't I?
And when you came to, the $1,000 was gone, I suppose.
Money, note, the works. Of course. Well, don't you believe that?
Oh, yeah, sure. I'm disgusted because the note is so simple, and the money, too, that I wonder why you need my help. Hey, what's this really about, Mendel? What kind of a dumb act are you trying to play?
Oh, no, please. Just because a man has a nightclub, does that make he's got to be suspectable? Can a man in a tuxedo be just people like anybody else? This thing I don't understand, this bump on my head,
Yes,
this what's...
George, yes. Can a man who's obviously in love be blind when it
Wait a minute,
comes to...
there she is. The dance number's over. Now, Valentine, quick, what did you mean by what you...
Miss Dove, I brought you some flowers, and I have a taxi waiting.
What?
And
I'll change in a minute. Well, hello, everybody.
Dove, my dear, I want you to
Goodbye,
meet...
Mr. Mendel.
Now, wait a minute, I want to hear what you...
See you again
Just a
sometime.
minute,
That's it. Go join the boys in the back room, huh? Goodbye.
Oh, gee, you shouldn't have done that. He's the boss.
Oh, he'll get over it. So you're, Dove, huh?
Mm-hmm. It's a family name.
Oh. And this is the face that launched 1,000 ships. Well, I think I get it now, George.
What'd I do? You mean we had lunch together or something? And I don't know any sailors.
Yeah. My name's Valentine.
Well, I'm very pleased to know you.
No, you're not. I want to know about the $1,000 you charged somebody for a picture.
What? Picture of what?
Oh, now, don't be so innocent. That's your line, isn't it? Shakedown?
Oh, well, I'm pretty new to dancing. I guess I never heard of that routine.
You never
Let
heard...
me, George. Darling, we're talking about blackmail. You don't mind, do you?
No, not at all. What is it?
Oh, now look, sister.
Oh, I mean, that thing they always do on the radio. Sure, on mystery shows. Only, gee, you're not one of those private eyes, are you? Oh, sit down, won't you? I mean, I'd sure like to hear about your work and everything.
Oh, for the love of Pete.
Now, what did I do wrong? I didn't mean to hurt anybody's feelings. You know, I'm always saying things
Well, it
that...
isn't what you say, dear. It's what you do.
But I don't have anything to do with blackmail. I don't even know
Dove, I don't believe you.
Lay off, will you? Pick on somebody your own size.
What?
Oh, Max, it's all right. They just don't understand.
What's your big idea anyway? You work for that jerk boss of hers?
Now, just take it easy, Buster.
Nobody's gonna push Dove around
I thought the other guy had a date with her, not you. You're just a taxi jockey.
I got just as much right to interfere as you got. Ain't that so, Dove? She looks on me like a big brother, see?
Oh, no, not you two.
Oh, yes. Max here's been very kind to me.
Whatever it is, she got nothing to do with it, see? That's all I'm telling you. This baby is nice, but she's just plain dumb, do you get me?
Buster, nobody could be as dumb as she's been pretending to be.
Yes, it's true, I'm afraid. I mean, I could. I can't help it. It's just the way I was born, I guess. But at school, they always told me never mind. It didn't make any difference. I had other attractions. I mean, that's what I mean.
There. You need further proof? Or do I have to knock your block off?
Hey, Buster, you want to take a trip out to the alley?
George. Oh, no.
Come on, you asked for it.
Now, look, mister, I got a wife and 3 kids.
Okay,
see?
this looks like a good place.
Now, look, it's only I can't stand people should think things about dumbness, that's all. Gets me sore. Dove is like my Myrtle. She wouldn't even know how to blackmail a butcher.
Hey, want a cigarette?
What?
Relax, will you? All I want's a little private information.
Oh. Well, now, look, don't think I was afraid of you.
Oh, no.
It's only since I get married that I figure fighting is stupid when you don't have to. I mean on the outside.
Yeah, sure. Say, how many big brothers does Dove have?
Oh, I don't know. Every guy that meets her, I guess. Sort of brings out the protective instinct, that type, don't you think?
What about that guy with the flowers, that guy Andrews?
Well, all I know is she went out with him the other night. 'Cause I rode him out to a supper place. Only don't get me wrong. Dove strictly wouldn't even hold hands with a guy like that. He's about as harmless.
What about her boss, Mendel?
Search me. I'm no detective. Well, I guess you could find out about him easy enough.
Yeah, that's just what I'm going to do.
Now, if you want, I can check with Dove's landlord. I've seen him one night. Looks like kind of a nice guy, but she says he's an awful snoop.
Uh-huh. Well, now you get the idea. Who are her friends? Who does she go out with? You're a driver. It ought to be easy. Let me know, will you?
Sure. Just so long as you don't think she's mixed up in anything.
Buster, so far there's only one person mixed up. George Valentine.
Yes? Oh, yes, he came back here to the office.
Here, let me have it, Angel. Hello?
That's me, Mr. Valentine. I thought you'd be with that Mendel.
Oh, Max. No, I left him an hour ago. He's even harder to dig information out of than you are.
But did you get anything on him? I mean, did you check his record?
Hey, hold on a minute. Why do you want to know?
Well, I'm at Dove's apartment, see? Only she's not here. And you remember that snoopy landlord I told you about?
Yeah, sure. Only look, Max, I doubt if this case is worth all the...
Well, he's here. The landlord, I mean.
What?
I guess he could give you information, all right, only he's dead. Hey, you hear me? Dead, I said, from bullets. I mean, it's a case, all right. Get here fast, will you? I got a wife and 3 kids. I'm bowing out. From now on, what Dove needs is a big brother like you.
Well, there's one thing I know for sure. This Dove gal is certainly no dove of peace. Of course, I can't feel too sorry for that landlord since I never got to meet him. But I will feel real sorry if you don't lend an attentive ear to this.
Now, back to George Valentine. Big brother. That's all that a girl named Dove wants any man to be, but somehow every man seems to want the role. And you're not surprised. Dove is something, all right. But what? Well, if your name is George Valentine, you think it's about time to find out when one of the big brothers, her landlord that you haven't even met, turns out to be dead. Murdered in Dove's apartment.
Yeah, it was a gun, all right. 4 bullets. One would have done the trick.
His pockets are practically empty, huh, Lieutenant?
Sure. What do you expect? Free cigars?
Okay. Somebody after something he had, huh?
Only what was the landlord doing in Dove's apartment?
That's what I want to know.
Max out there said he didn't touch him. He was lying in front of the desk here.
Yes, and one of the drawers has been opened.
Sure. The paper's all messed up.
Aren't there any fingerprints?
Fingerprints? My friend, there's not a single one in this entire apartment anywhere.
Ah. So whoever did it spent his time cleaning up, huh?
After rifling the desk.
No, I don't think so.
What?
Oh, you don't? Mice did it.
The landlord did it.
Yeah. Huh?
Well, look around. Isn't that what happened? The landlord was rifling the desk here when somebody came in and killed him. Looks like he even put up a little fight first. But since his pockets are empty, whatever the killer wanted was on the landlord, not in any desk.
Big deduction. Solves everything.
The picture wasn't worth the price of a loge, but this is where I came in.
What'd you say?
Double feature, Johnson. Uh-huh. Sure, I guess I was right. Look here, hole in his pocket. Yeah, it was down on the lining.
What picture?
Don't look so blank, Lieutenant. Remember that note I told you about with the alleged $1,000?
It's a picture of Dove, George.
Let me see.
Not very clear. It's taken so close up.
Enlargement of part of a picture, that's all. Only look at that. Some guy's got his arms around her. Evening clothes. Which one is it? Which guy?
It's a new one. Search me. I never saw him before.
He looks awfully respectable. There's nothing really wrong, but a picture like that would be worth something. Dove's so attractive that if any...
As a married man, I can tell you that a picture of any man within 500 miles of that babe would be worth something. Oh, but she's so innocent, so dumb.
Take it easy, Johnson. The background's blurred. The color values in the picture are all haywire.
So what? Sergeant, send that babe in here.
Yes, sir. Only she's kind of upset.
Not half as much as she's going to be when I get through with her.
Listen, Johnson, let me do it my way, will you?
I think you ought to go kind of easy with her, sir. You know, she's pretty young.
Oh, you suckers, all of you. Dove, get in here.
Yes, sir. I don't want to be any trouble. Just whatever you say.
Now listen, sister. A man was shot while rifling your apartment. Who's the most likely person to object to a trespasser? You. So you better start.
Yeah. Here, Dove, look at this. Who is it?
What?
Guy in the picture. What's his name?
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Never mind the surprise act.
Stopes. J.J. Stopes. I always called him Mister. But can you imagine his putting his arm around me like that when I never even let him hold hands? You see, I always looked upon him as sort of a big... Well, as if he was my big... What's the matter?
Say, brother, I dare you. Just say it once.
Oh, Lieutenant, you're angry about something. I don't understand any of this. Honest, I don't. You can't...
Stop acting dumb.
J.J. Stopes. Okay, Lieutenant, why don't you find him? Come on, Dove.
Oh, yes.
Valentine.
Hey, Max, where are you? Where's your taxi? Dove and I are going for a ride.
Valentine.
Let your sergeant follow me, Lieutenant, but you find Stopes.
Did you try looking in a book, Mr. Valentine?
Yeah, there were 17 Andrews. As you said, you took him home the other night.
It's around here someplace. Don't worry, I'll find it.
But I didn't go out with Mr. Andrews tonight. I changed my mind. I mean, Mr. Mendel got all upset, and that made me upset. So I went to a late movie. I mean, after you left and...
Look, will you not talk except when I ask you to? I get mixed up every time I look at you.
It's very sweet of you to say so.
Yeah, well, that wasn't exactly... Hey, take it easy, Max.
Just remember, that's all Andrews' place. I'm on the wrong street.
So am I.
What?
Hey, Dove, tell me about that landlord. He was a snoop, is that right? Curious about you, watching to see who you went out with and so on, is that right?
Shall I answer you?
Oh, now look, Dove.
Well, I mean, you mixed me up too, you know. Well, I mean, yes, sure he was. That's all I know about him. I mean, I don't go out with so many fellas, only there's no reason I shouldn't, is there, if they're nice and they ask me. And they usually do, you know. Max up there, he says I'm one of the forces of nature.
Of course he exaggerates.
Only I can't help it, can I?
Well, here we are, Chief. What are you waiting for?
Turn her over to the sergeant back there, will you, Max?
Oh, Mr. Valentine.
So long, baby. I got another date for tonight.
No, I do not know anything about $1,000.
Well, from the look of your house here, you can afford to, Mr. Andrews.
Please, don't talk so loudly. You'll wake up Mother.
Huh?
Well, this is Mother's house. In fact, it's her money, too.
Oh, yeah. I thought before that I'd seen you someplace, society stuff. Huh?
Now, Mr. Valentine, please, would you get out of here? I don't know anything that would help you.
Where did you meet Dove?
Oh, well, I saw her and wanted to meet her. Who wouldn't?
A blind man. But don't you get it? It costs money for a guy like you to be seen with her.
Oh, no.
Like maybe $1,000. And you write a big joke note to go with it, and you deliver both last night to a dressing room, but you see Mendel nosing around, so you have to tap him over the head.
No. I've never paid anyone $1,000. And besides, the murder wouldn't make sense that I would do it.
Anything could make sense, Buster, where that dame is concerned. Now look, the landlord was nosing around. He got his hands on some of the pictures. You could have killed him.
I was here at home, and you can ask Mother.
Okay, I will ask her.
Oh, no, stop, wait.
Well.
No. I didn't pay $1,000. Because I paid $2,000.
Wow. Now, I thought you'd have some answers. What for? A picture?
Yes. Oh, but it was a fraud, I assure you.
Arms around her?
Yes, but I've never even thought of Dove that way. She's just so beautiful, and she needs protection. It was some sort of process shot.
Yeah, I already thought of that, sure. 2 pictures put together, maybe. Only why so tender about a blackmailer?
Oh, no, I can't believe it. That's why I was at the club tonight. I wanted to ask her about it.
Why didn't you ask when you gave her the dough?
Well, I sent it to the post office.
You did what?
There's a box number. It wasn't to her. You see, I received the instructions by telephone, and it definitely was a man who called.
Man, huh? By telephone? Where's your phone?
Oh, there, but it's an extension, and my mother might...
Be quiet, will you? You'll wake her up. Hello, give me Lieutenant Johnson. This is George Valentine. Mr. Andrews, I think you just waked me up. This is a very simple crime. The clue has been lying right in front of me all
Valentine, where you been?
Your sergeant told you where I'd be. Now listen, Johnson.
I will not. You listen to me. I'm just on my way out. Traffic called in. That taxi driver, Max, had a wreck.
What?
That's right. All over a retaining wall at the bottom of Commercial Street Hill. You want to know who caused it? The guy who hired you. Lou Mendel.
Now let go of me. I didn't do nothing, see?
Motorcycle cop picked you up in your car, didn't he?
Yeah, well, sure, but
Johnson, Max says that Mendel here's sideswiped.
Well, he's not saying much of anything the way he's banged up over there. But yeah, Mendel followed him, then passed him on the right, so he'd have to swing out into a truck.
Well, Mendel?
No, I
Max
didn't.
gunned the cab instead and couldn't make the turn at the bottom of the hill, that's all.
It's not true. Not a word of it. And there's no way you can prove that I was even on this street.
Okay, I won't bother. I'll let Max do it.
What? Now, listen, wait a minute. I'm hiring you because a girl's in trouble, see? Now you got me in it. Now you say she's a blackmailer. Now you say...
Hey, Johnson, did you find the guy in the picture, Stopes?
Yeah. He was the one who wrote the note and sent the $1,000, all right. But he hasn't got anything to do with the murder.
Neither is Andrews. Suckers who've already paid up don't kill people. Only who asked Stopes to pay?
Well, that's a haywire part. Stopes sent the money to Dove because he just assumed she was the one behind it. A man's voice on the phone said send it to a post office box.
What is all this?
Hey, see, Mendel? We're getting the girl out of trouble, all right?
Yes, but
He's smart. Most people you get out of trouble, the fewer there are to be in it. It's who's behind the girl that
Wait a minute. Hello, Max. How do you feel?
Oh, lousy.
No bones broken, but we'll take him down to the hospital as soon as you get
A little
through.
messed up, though, huh?
Yeah.
And, Mendel here did it?
I don't know. Looked like his car, but I don't know how I could prove it.
Yeah, I understand. Messed up your cab pretty bad, too, didn't it?
Yeah, burned. I just got out in time.
Uh-huh. This time of night, nobody around to help you. Or see, either.
Yeah, that's right.
Now, will you listen to me? I tell you I'm driving my car.
Stop shaking, Mendel. Look at Max here. He scratched himself all up and wrecked this cab, too, and he's not nervous. Just scared to death, that's all.
What? Valentine, what are you talking about?
Johnson, you know a man's pretty desperate when he's committed murder. What did you do with the meter in your taxi, Max?
Me? What in the name?
That's why you wrecked the cab, isn't it? Because you knew I'd catch on in about 1 minute flat. Got rid of the meter and then wrecked the cab and burned it fast before I could tear it apart.
You're crazy. It's not enough dough in 5 weeks in that
There's
meter
a camera in it, though, isn't there?
Camera?
Hey, Valentine.
Yeah, that's right. Come to the party. Pictures were fuzzy, taken too close, color values haywire, infrared, I suppose.
You can't prove nothing about nothing. I'm hurt, see? I'm going to the hospital.
Oh, I can prove everything. For instance, trying to point a desperate finger at Mendel here. What did you do? Wait till you spotted him driving home, or was that just luck?
That's a detective for you. His best friend he'd frame in or something. His own grandmother, probably. Valentine, with my own bare hands, I ought to throttle you.
Oh, Buster, you just said it yourself. With your own bare hands.
What?
Yeah, that's how you trapped yourself. You know what I'm talking about. No fingerprints. Not a single fingerprint in that entire apartment where the landlord was killed. Not anywhere.
So it's my fault, I suppose.
You were too careful, Max. Because you reported the crime to me from that same apartment. Well, Buster, why didn't they find your fingerprints on that telephone?
I got him. Get your hand Valentine, wait.
Let go.
Hold him, Sergeant, hold him. Where you going? It's all over.
Oh, no, it's not, Johnson. You're going to look for that taxi meter, aren't you?
Why, sure.
Okay, then. Before you find it, I got about 2 seconds to find Brooksy. My explanation hasn't even started yet.
I wonder what George has up his sleeve. Seems to me this case is open and shut. But I guess we'll just have to be patient for a minute, which won't be hard because of this.
George, I understand all that. And I can read his confession in the morning.
Well, I just wanted you to get it from me first. Hey, driver, get off the main street, will you, and go a little faster?
Sure. No place faster. That makes sense. I should argue.
George, the thing I'm interested in is Dove.
Well, me too.
What man wouldn't be? But she was responsible for all this. Max couldn't have done it without her cooperation, so...
No, Angel. I think she told the truth. I think she's just dumb.
You too, huh? Not that she isn't dumb, but...
See, I wanted to demonstrate something to you. That's why we're in this cab. You see, I was in Max's cab with Dove earlier, like the other guys had been. And I saw how it could have worked.
How what could have worked?
Well, if they ever develop pictures from that meter, one of them will be me, with my arms around her.
George.
So that's why I think she's so innocent. And she couldn't understand the pictures herself, so therefore...
You mean she's a menace to...
Hey, driver, take that corner a little faster, huh?
George, what on earth are you...
See what I mean? Just accidental, that's all. The arms, that is.
Well, that's your story.
Yeah. Take another corner, will you, friend?
Sure, let's get dizzy. Hang on. Hey, you too. I ain't going around no corners no more. Oh, well. Maybe he's a brother or something.
You have just heard Big Brother, another Let George Do It adventure. Robert Bailey was starred as George Valentine with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. The story was by David Victor and Jackson Gillis, with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Now this is yours truly inviting you to another visit with Valentine, when you will again hear what happens when you let George do it.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Say, you all set for another visit with Valentine? I hope so. 'Cause as always, we have what I think is a real peachy little bit of mayhem in store for you. It's a little thing called sucker stunt, which will give you a rough idea as what is about to take place. In case you want the gaps filled in, why don't you forget about me and watch how George handles the situation on Let George Do It.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I'll be back around 10:30 and then we'll get the guy.
What? Go on.
Well, that's all it says, George. Just a note shoved under the door. I found it when I opened up. Dear Mr. Valentine, I'll be back around 10:30 and then we'll get the guy. There's no time or signature.
Hello. What's the matter? Hey, you waited for me, didn't you? Oh, I'm Tim McGee.
Is that supposed to mean something?
Well, sure, I'm the guy who...
Yeah, I know. You wrote this note.
But you didn't sign it.
I what? Why do you like that? I'm so wound up, I don't know what I'm doing. Sure, Tim McGee, that's my name.
Sit down. You look worn out. Been up all night?
Working. Here, let me unload. Huh? I'm a photographer, see?
Yeah, so I noticed.
Work up the north side of town. You know, weekly newspaper, that kind of stuff. I'm doing all right, see? I could support her myself. That's what gets me. That's what I don't understand.
Her? I thought it was a guy you were out to get.
Oh, well, sure. His name is Florio.
I think you'd better start at the beginning.
What happened? Did somebody steal your girl?
What? Oh, no. It's my kid sister, see? She's only 18, lives with an aunt, but I feel sort of responsible. But you know how girls that age are. She won't listen to anything.
She mixed up with this guy?
I'm afraid she'll marry him. His address is down
What's
here.
What's wrong with him? Why do you need me?
Look, Mr. Valentine, I'm just an ordinary dull jerk. My sister won't listen to me. But I want you to see this guy. All this romantic European stuff, there's something fishy with it.
Look, I still don't get it. What's fishy about it?
Look, he's never told her what his business is. And he won't tell her. He's a good 20 years older than her. I phoned him once, trying to meet him, have a beer or something. But you know what he said? It was none of my business. I had to stay away from him or I'd get a nosebleed.
Nice guy. Okay, Tim, you got his address. Let's go take a look at Florio's nose. Just for size.
You are listening to Let George Do It. Our adventure will continue in just a minute. Now back to George Valentine and Let George Do It.
Are you married?
I used to be, but she wasn't much. It was no good. We're sort of separated. Maybe that's it. I've been a sucker myself.
You said 412, didn't you?
Florio's. We buy and sell. It's more like a bookie joint. Jewelry, leather goods, exchange, musical instruments.
That must be him right there in the window, that dark boy with the light teeth. Busy as a beaver. Okay, I'll go inside and take a look.
Yeah, but what are you going to say? You'll spoil everything if you're telling me.
Don't worry. I'll think of something.
Look, if you can strike up a conversation, make him spend a little time, maybe you could... Wait a minute, here. Here, take this.
Huh?
Sell it to him.
Your camera?
Yeah, sure. It's got a couple scratches. Anyway, I got another. I get him holstered.
Well, from the looks of the place, you'll probably get clipped.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It'd be worth the price to even have that much on him. Here. Ask for $175. That's what it was, wholesale. Go ahead.
Well, it's another sucker stunt, but okay.
I'll wait for you.
Good morning.
Hello. You, Florio? You the boss?
Also the cook and bottle washer, yeah. You have business?
Yeah.
Of course, Mr. Valentine. It's a pleasure.
Oh, you know me?
Oh, yes. I have been in this neighborhood 15 years. What is it, the camera?
Yeah.
Sell or loan?
Well, see what it's worth.
Mm-hmm.
Don't think I've ever stopped in your shop here before. Pretty good business?
Pretty good taxes. How is your business, Mr. Valentine?
You must get a great many strange cases.
Oh, I do.
Well, a Jefferson Mini, eh? 2.9 lens.
Yeah, good condition. Practically new.
Oh, it seems a shame to sell. Do you have a little time?
Why?
Oh, not about the camera. I just thought you might have lunch. You see, if you wouldn't mind, my wife is a great admirer of yours.
Your, wife, Florio?
My boss. My better 3/4. Not beautiful, but then so am I. And such a wonderful
Florio,
cook,
let me see
huh?
that camera a second, will you?
Oh, the scratches. I didn't even notice.
No, neither did I. Nice compact camera, though. Fits in my pocket without its even being noticed.
Yes, why sell it? But if you wish, I give you a loan. But this is not important. It is lunch with me and my wife and children.
I'd love to,
and...
Florio, but some other time, okay?
Uh-huh.
Right now, I gotta straighten out a sucker.
Yeah, but what did he say? What did he
Here's the money. $25.
25?
What's the matter? Not enough?
Oh, sure, but...
All right, come on back to the office. I want you to sign a receipt.
What, Mr. Valentine? I got work to do
Look,
today.
if a guy's crooked, you want him nailed legally. Well, come on, let's get going.
Mr. Valentine, what is this? You've been driving almost 3 hours now.
Mr. Valentine doesn't like to talk while he drives.
But even when you went back up to the office, you didn't explain.
I had some phone calls to make, that's all.
I think he telephoned your sister, Tim.
Oh, is that nice, Angel? He knows he hasn't got a sister.
Now, look.
Just like he knows that the first time he saw Florio was probably when he walked by the shop this morning. Took a look at Florio so he could describe him to me.
Look, I don't understand you at all. I don't know.
Okay.
If I'd known that you weren't going to believe anything I said, I'd have gone someplace else. Holy smoke, look at the time. I got work to do. What do you think you're taking me anyway? My wife will be worried if I don't phone her.
Oh, I thought you said you were separated from your wife, that she was no good.
Well,
How
yeah.
could you phone her if she doesn't have a number?
What?
I checked that. While George was talking to the police.
To the... Well, sure. I really got a wife, but she don't live in the city. We don't even speak. What is this, Apple Junction?
Don't you know?
No. Never been out this way before.
Oh. May I read him the early morning newspaper, George? It's just a little item, not very important. Mr. Ben Roberts, a salesman for the Fruit Growers Equipment Company, said that he picked up the hitchhiker about 100 miles north of Apple Junction shortly after midnight, and that the man held him up and left him after traveling south only a few miles. The man was described as ordinary in appearance, about 35 years old, about 5 feet 9 inches in height, wearing overcoat and hat.
Well, I guess that could be almost anybody, couldn't it?
Taken from Mr. Roberts was $112 in cash, including a $50 bill, a good luck Canadian dollar, and a brand new camera, Jefferson miniature with an f2.9 lens.
Hey, that's a coincidence.
Yeah, isn't it? Doesn't say anything about scratches, does it, Angel? Where the camera serial number should have been?
No, George.
Now listen, both of you.
Oh, Tim, it's as old as the hills, that gag. You want to fence a stolen item, but you see a newspaper story about it, so you want to be careful. You get somebody like me who's known in the neighborhood to make the sale for you. After I'd handed you the money, you'd have made up another bright story and disappeared.
That's not true.
I didn't say it was. I haven't accused you of anything. But, brother, you used the word sucker a little too loosely. Oh, I know I stick my neck out putting an ad like mine in the paper. And all too often, bright boys like you try to take advantage of it.
George, turn right. There's the sheriff's office.
Yeah.
No, let me out. Please let me out. I'll explain everything.
For once, Buster, I'm going to make a sucker out of the guy who tried to make me a sucker.
No, please keep going. I didn't do it. I never even been in this town before, honest.
Well, look who's here. If it ain't Tim again. Been away?
Oh, no.
Okay, sucker. Now I start enjoying myself.
Well, Tim here's never really been in any trouble before, Mr. Valentine, but he sure fits the description.
Yeah, I'll say he does.
Oh, be quiet, will you? What are you doing here anyway, Ames? He's the hired hand out of my wife's place, Mr. Valentine. Nobody believes him.
I sent for him just a few minutes ago.
Well, day off. I guess I can do anything I want, can't I?
Ben! Oh, Ben.
Right here, Sheriff. Just admiring the calendars in your office. Better than the ones in the barber shop. Oh, excuse me, lady.
Ben Roberts, Miss Brooks.
Mr. Valentine.
Roberts, the one who was robbed at midnight last night?
First time in 17 years on this road. Let me tell you, Mac, I've picked up hitchhikers all my life, and not a single one of them has ever held me up.
Skip it. Is this the guy, Ben?
Of course not. Of course I'm not.
Is he?
Well, it was night. I don't want to just come right out.
Here's the camera. He scratched off the serial number. He hasn't been searched yet for the money, but...
I'll do it right now.
Let go. Let me get your hands off.
Here, here's his wallet. It's your pen, ain't it, Ben?
Me?
Sure, with a trick flashlight. You showed it to me once, remember?
Yeah.
Look, I found it, I tell you. I found it someplace yesterday. I
don't know.
Stop
trying so hard, Tim. There's a $50 bill in the wallet. You don't see them very often.
George, look, a Canadian dollar.
Oh, cut it out. I don't have to see all that stuff.
You don't have to be a nice guy, Mr. Roberts.
Yeah. Who's kidding who? I recognize him. Sorry, sucker.
Okay, Sheriff, that's it. So long, Tim.
I'll get even with you, Valentine.
Hold on a minute, Valentine. You're not leaving. While you were out driving with this bird, I got another case.
What do you mean?
Well, apparently sometime around midnight last night, about 50 miles south of here, that's where Tim McGeehan's wife lived. Well, that's when the doctor says she was murdered.
What's that? What'd you say? My wife? Oh, no, she can't be.
And at the same time, Tim was committing a robbery 100 miles north of town.
That's what I mean, Valentine. I really need your help. Tim's the only good suspect. But since you proved he couldn't do it, well, now you've given him a perfect alibi.
Okay, Sheriff, don't rub it in. And all I wanted was to keep from being played for a sucker. Oh, brother.
You are listening to Let George Do It. Our adventure will continue in just a minute.
And now back to George Valentine. If your name is George Valentine, you don't enjoy being played for a sucker. And so when Tim McGeehan comes into your office with a weak-kneed story, you waste no time in turning the tables on him. You take him out to Apple Junction, where you prove that he committed the hitchhike robbery of a salesman north of town. Oh, no, you're no sucker. Not much. Because now you find that at exactly the same time, Tim's wife was being murdered south of town.
Ben, you could have made a mistake, couldn't you?
Well, I might have, George. That's your name, isn't it, George? We had a sales manager once whose name
Yeah, well, I mean, when you identified that guy, he's strictly a medium-sized, medium-everything character.
You can say that again.
Well, you hesitated. Yeah, I remember you hesitated.
That's right, George. So I did. The man hates that point of finger at another man and say, put him in jail.
Yeah, I know how you feel. But, maybe you were wrong.
Well, now, a man's a fool if he don't say he's wrong once in a while. At least that's what the milkman said to the prize-fighter's wife.
Yeah, Well, it was late at night. Maybe you were out with some of the boys earlier. Don't remember too well.
Tell you a funny thing about me, George. I like a good time as well as the next fella, but not when I'm working. See that? You don't get solid gold watches in my outfit for just flirting with waitresses. No, sir. Last night I might have been tired, but I was wide awake and alert. Anyway, how do you explain all that stuff of mine? He had it, didn't he?
Okay, Ben. Okay, skip it. His wife was quite a dish, I understand.
Search me. But she owned an orchard, the sheriff says.
Yeah, that's what bothers me most. Tim McGeehan's the only one to benefit from her death. And he's got a perfect alibi.
Don't take it so hard, Valentine. We haven't even got a fingerprint crew from the city out there yet.
Apparently it wasn't just a cold-blooded murder.
No, she was strangled and slugged over the head. Crime of passion. It's all it could be where a woman like Doris McGeehan was concerned.
So if it wasn't done for a money motive, then I don't see why you think it had to be Tim McGeehan.
Angel, I'm going to throw a curve back at that guy if it's the last thing I do. Come on, let's go see where it happened.
Okay. Hey, you, Ames.
Yeah?
Come on with us.
Ames?
Yeah, McGinn's hired hand. He can show us around.
Nice orchard. Not a bad-looking little place.
Yeah, careful of the loose board there.
Hey, get off the porch. Who is it?
Hello, Joe. My deputy. Mr. Valentine, Miss Brooks.
Oh, come in, folks.
You weren't here yesterday, Mr. Ames?
Oh, no, ma'am, not me. Day off. I always go fishing on my day off. Spend the night in the hills.
Here, Mr. Valentine. Here's where the body was.
Ah, who found it?
Joe here. Come out to ask a couple questions about Tim after you phoned saying you had him.
Wow. It certainly was a fight here, wasn't there?
You'll see. Table knocked over, rug kicked up.
Yeah, and the front door was open, just the way it is now.
George, where are you going?
Back door. Through here, isn't it?
That's right, Mr. Valentine.
Yeah. Locked.
Hey, what are you doing?
I want to shut the front door, that's all. Uh-huh. Latch was on this one, too, wasn't it?
What are you driving at?
Oh, simple type crime, Sheriff. Ames, where did you say you were last night?
Well, up in the hills, I told you.
Sure, I know, but, where are the fish you caught?
Well, I only got one. I ate it. Now, looky
You
here.
notice the two glasses there on the table, Sheriff?
Yeah?
You say Mrs. McGeehan had no particular friends
Well,
or
there's
anybody?
a couple of fellas, but it only took about 2 seconds to cross them off fast. One was up in San Francisco, the other was at the party.
Never mind. I think I know how to wrap this crime up for you fast. And I'll enjoy doing it, too.
George, what are you talking about?
We're not far from the highway, Valentine. Almost any transient or bum could have wandered over
All right,
there.
look at the evidence, Sheriff. Mrs. McGeehan was alone, right?
Yeah.
Then someone came, a man, but he couldn't have just broken in because both doors were locked.
Well, that's true, but
If he'd
then...
been a stranger, there's a telephone. She could have called for help. Besides, whoever it was, she gave him a drink.
Well, you got to break Tim McGeehan's alibi. He hated her, I tell you. They fought lots of times. I've seen him.
Ames, I know it'd be nice if we could hang it onto him, but we can't. So who's left but you?
Well, now, wait a minute, Sheriff.
He paid no attention to her, only worked
I
for
told you it was a simple crime. Just because you know him, stop shutting your eyes to the obvious.
Well, let go of me. I didn't do it.
Ames, come back.
I didn't. I'm not going to get railroaded.
Look out, George!
Oh, no, you don't. Buster!
Holy smokes. He's such a nice guy.
All right, you got your murderer, Sheriff. Lock him up.
Valentine, I know you're sore at me.
All right, if I use your one chair, Tim?
Oh, sure. Not a very fancy sell, I'm afraid.
Tim, now listen to me. I was sore at you, sure. That camera deal, you played me for a sucker.
Well, I never pulled a robbery before.
For a while, I thought maybe you'd suckered me into helping you with a gratuitous alibi.
Mr. Valentine.
All right, forget it. Relax, will you? Sheriff will be here in a minute. He's got Ames, all right.
What?
Yeah, so I thought I'd better be a nice guy and warn you what the penalty is for armed holdup. Robbing a man of several $100 worth of stuff.
But what did you say about Ames?
You'd better worry about yourself for a change, Tim.
What?
Of course, first offense could be heavy. You might be out in a couple of years, but...
Look, what are you driving at? I know what a dumb thing I did.
Oh, no, maybe it was smart. This man, Ben Roberts, got held up last night up north and reported it as soon as he got into town. The early morning papers printed the story. Well, that was quite a break. Good piece of luck.
Piece of what? Look, you're getting me all mixed
You didn't
up.
come to see me until after the banks had opened, 10:30, remember? So you'd have had a chance to go get some money, pick up a Canadian dollar and a new camera. After all, the newspaper told you what kind to buy.
No, that's not true. I don't know what you're talking about. Then, what's that you said about Ames being...
Let go of me, will you? Let go of me.
Cut it out, Ames. Get in there. Go on.
Sheriff, listen, get me a lawyer.
Lawyer's not going to do you any good.
Get me a lawyer.
Well, I'll be... So that's it. He did it. Ames did it. He killed Doris.
Now you see what I mean about thinking of yourself?
The penalty for robbery, Tim, could easily be 5 years.
You sent for me, George?
Oh, yeah, Ben. Stick around. You too, Sheriff.
Can't get over it. Ames. He never even noticed Doris, just a hired hand. I ran. I didn't even think of looking for him.
What did you say?
I mean...
5 years, Tim. So how about it? I understand what kind of a spot you were in. The only big suspect for her death. She played around and you hated her, even if you didn't live there anymore.
Mr. Valentine, I don't know what...
I gave you a start a minute ago, huh? You read about Ben's robbery in the newspaper. You knew nobody'd ever believe you unless you had a foolproof alibi. You figured it was better to take a lesser rap in order to make sure of dodging the gas chamber.
Hey, what's all this, George?
Oh, well, you gave me the idea, Ben. You wouldn't have described the hitchhiker in such general terms unless you really hadn't got too good a look at him.
But he had my camera.
Oh, he was running. He was in the city. He saw a list of what was stolen in the newspaper. He realized he'd fit the vague description. So, he went around and bought the stuff, filed the serial number off the camera so you couldn't check it, and also so I'd be sure to see through his story and nail him. In fact, he hired me to nail him.
Holy smoke.
Oh, Sheriff, ask the other guy to step in here, will you please?
Sure. You, come in here. That's all right. Just stand there in the door.
Uh-huh. Medium-sized, about 35. Wearing hat and overcoat. What about it, Ben?
You mean, could that guy be the one who held me up? Oh, gosh, I don't know. Who is he?
Cop, I dressed up. Okay, thanks, Joe.
Don't that beat all? You know, I'll grant you it is pretty hard to identify a man.
Never mind. I'll tell the truth.
Well, now you're getting smart, Tim. Only what happened that made you so sure you had to pull all this?
Yes, what did you mean a second ago when you said you ran? You didn't even think of looking for Ames.
Well, I was there after it happened at Doris'.
All right, go on. They'll need your testimony.
Well, I went down to see Doris last night. I was good and sore. She'd been playing around with guys on the QT. Even if we are separated, it doesn't mean that you can... Well, anyway, my fingerprints are probably all over the house. When I got there, the door was open. She was lying there dead. I ran, hopped a truck to the city, but I had to make up something, didn't I?
And a robbery north of town was the golden opportunity, sure. Brooksy, you get all that down?
I've got it all, George.
What?
Sheriff, that does it. You can turn Ames loose now. I've broken the sucker's alibi.
Why, you dirty...
Look,
George!
Cut it out. All right, now take it easy. I didn't say you killed your wife, did I? Well, what's the matter? There's a fair chance he didn't. He just took advantage of a lucky break, that's all, the holdup.
What are you driving at, Valentine?
Hasn't it occurred to any of you that the holdup itself might be phony?
What's all this?
Yeah, that Ben here is just about the type guy who might have been mixed up with Doris McGean on the QT, the big traveling salesman.
Oh, George, you're crazy.
That last night he could have come into town from the south instead of the north after throwing away his camera and money and a Canadian dollar. Oh, Buster, it sure must have scared you today when the robber showed up. And of all people, her husband.
You're going to let him talk like that, Sheriff? I never even met this Doris.
When we searched you today, Tim, you had Ben's fountain pen, the one with the trick flashlight, remember?
What, if he took it off me last night when he held me up?
Careful, Ben, careful. Don't get tangled up now. If anybody had stolen it from you, they'd have taken it out of your pocket, right? And if so, why didn't they take that solid gold watch you're so proud of?
George, that's right.
Hey.
Of course, Tim claimed he'd found the pen someplace.
Sure, that's
so
the
it couldn't have been stolen anyway, huh?
Wait a minute. What do you think? Never occurred to me.
Found it yesterday, you said, Tim. Come on, now. I remember. Sometime yesterday, or last night.
Don't listen to him. How would he know?
I'm trying to remember. Shut up.
Where'd you find it? Where, Tim? Someplace around your wife's farm, maybe. Last night, maybe.
Wait, I got it. Yeah, sure, the pen. I picked it up. Sure. I know where. Sure. Mr. Roberts.
No. Look out. Get out of my way. I'll kill you too.
Drive him, Sheriff.
That doesn't...
George, I know Ben Roberts is the murderer, but the only trouble is, look at Tim McGean's face. Like the cat that ate the mouse. Of course, he did make a sucker out of you, but...
Brooksy, stick around. In about 2 seconds, I'll settle once and for all who's the sucker in this case.
You are listening to Let George Do It. You will hear the conclusion of our adventure in just a minute.
Mr. Valentine, he confessed, so what's the difference?
Tell me now. Where did you find his pen, Tim?
Well, you don't need it as evidence. I'll remember eventually, but last night I was so scared and upset.
That you don't remember at all.
Well, it must have been around a farm someplace.
Uh-huh. You just pretended you knew so that he'd...
Well, it did the trick. Well, that guy's a real sucker.
You're pretty good at taking people in, too.
Well...
But it's so stupid. If you'd come to George in the first place and told him the truth instead of going out to buy that camera and pretending...
Robert's phony hold-up story might never have been broken.
He's right, Angel. The way it worked out.
So, now I'm all clear. Pick up my $50 bill and camera from the sheriff and walk out. I gambled my whole savings and maybe 5 years in prison, and now I'm free and don't even cost me a cent.
Whole savings account, huh? Well, here, look at this. Camera's worth over 200 retail, isn't it?
Well, sure, I can get at least... Hey, wait a minute. No, give me that.
Oh, no. Here's the receipt you signed. I bought that camera for $25. Get the picture? So long, sucker.
You have just heard Sucker Stunt, another Let George Do It adventure. Robert Bailey is starred as George Valentine, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. David Victor and Jackson Gillis wrote the story, with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Now, this is yours truly inviting you to another visit with Valentine, when you will again hear what happens when you let George do it.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Well, it's time to batten down the hatches again, 'cause here comes George Valentine. You must know George by now. He's the fellow who makes trouble to keep you out of it. Now, perhaps that doesn't make too much sense, but after all, what does in this day and time? So I just want you to be content with the fact that this is Let George Do It, and let the chips fall where they may.
Dear Mr. Valentine, it's one thing to be the keeper of your brother, it's quite another to be the keeper of your brother-in-law. Particularly one that you haven't met, that you don't want to meet, that you wish would stay in South America where he belongs, and that shouldn't have married your sister in the first place. When my sister wrote that she was meeting her husband's ship here in town, naturally, I insisted that they be my guests. But, Mr. Valentine, the price of hospitality seems to run high. No sooner had I put the welcome mat out than the word must have got round. The X must be on my doorstep, because now my house is being watched. I am being watched. Well, Mr. Valentine, I am not an excavation, and I have no intention of letting brotherly love dig me into any sort of premature grave. Sincerely, Franklin J. Scott. Sit down, sit down.
This is a lovely place, Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Miss Brooks. It's been in the Scott family for years.
Yes, I've heard of your family.
Certainly not on the financial phase. But you know, that was the difficulty when my sister married Sid Forrest. The social thing, I mean. Now, please understand, I'm not a snob, but she certainly made a peculiar choice. You see, she was back east at the time.
Yes, I think you mentioned that. Look, I'd really rather hear about your house being watched.
No, wait. This comes first. Sid Forrest. Marion met him in Saratoga, I think. He'd won a racehorse in a poker game, and they spent their honeymoon watching it lose from then on. That will give you the general idea about him.
It will?
Oh, I've done my best to be sympathetic. Sent Marion money every once in a while. I stood up against some of the other members of the family for them, and I really had hopes of being justified when Sid went to Guiana, French Guiana, a little town called John Cush it was.
When was this? You mean he left your sister?
No such luck. He left a couple of years ago to make something of himself in mining. Well, I don't think he did so well on money, but at least it's a try, and Marion assures me he's coming back quite a different man.
Mm-hmm. But you're not so sure that he's as reformed as she claims. This house-watching before he gets here.
Exactly. Marion herself is arriving later on tonight.
And you called me instead of the police because if your brother-in-law is mixed up in something irregular again, you don't want publicity of the law around, huh?
Now I know I hired the right man.
Well, don't be too sure yet. You still haven't said a word about who's watching you, why you're so afraid.
Oh, here. That part's the easiest.
Huh?
What?
The man who watches. He's out there every night. At least the past 3 nights. Quiet now. I'll turn out the lights.
Oh, I'll get them.
Thank you. Who he is, that's your job. I tried to speak to him once, but he just walked past me.
Oh, what's this? Side porch, patio?
Shh. Out this way. No, wait. There.
Where?
Under the street light.
Oh, yeah. There is a man there, all right.
Well, he's not doing anything.
Oh, no, he never does. The first night, I'd gone out for a moment and left the house open. When I came back, I saw him running away from the porch, but not a thing been touched.
He's moving around in front. Come on.
Mr. Scott, how do you know there's any connection between that man and your brother-in-law?
Well, I know it seems far-fetched, but people in this climate don't usually wear white linen suits like that, do they? But down in French Guiana...
There, wait a minute. Coming down the walk now.
Uh-huh. Well, Mr. Valentine, what do you think?
I don't think anything. I'm stupid. I'm just a guy who likes to ask questions.
George, be careful.
Okay. Excuse me, friend. You got a light?
What?
Light. Here, have a cigarette.
Oh, no. No, thank you.
Hey, wait a minute.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Slow down, Buster.
Get away from me.
Not tonight. There. That's better.
I didn't do anything.
Did you get him? Now, hang on to him.
Take it easy now. He's not going anyplace.
Who are you?
I'm sorry.
Oh, like that, huh?
Please, let me go.
The lady asked you a question.
I'm sorry, I said.
Why? You said yourself you didn't do anything.
No, let me go.
What are you doing here, watching this house?
I don't know. I haven't been.
Oh, Buster, you're wasting our time.
No, get away from me. Oh, please don't.
Come on. Empty the pockets. Here, Scott, grab that.
I've got it.
There's nothing in his coat. Just a scrap of paper.
Uh-huh. And a calling card. An old beat-up calling card.
Yeah, the paper has your address printed on it, Mr. Scott.
Huh? Let me see.
Address, and that's all.
Oh, you're hurting my arm. I won't try to get away.
Okay, now you're getting smart. What's on the calling card, Mr. Scott?
Mr. Jack McDonald, Rue d'Alvasso, Jean Cash, French Guiana.
All right, is that you, Jack McDonald?
No, please, I don't know.
Buster, you said that once too many times.
George, wait. Look at him. He looks sick.
Okay, now for the last time, who are you?
I'm sorry, I just don't know.
Now, I wonder what's the matter with Junior. Is he scared of George, or did he take stupid pills for lunch? Well, whatever's the cause, we'll find out in just a moment. Now, let's get back to George Valentine and the boy who lost his memory.
Loss of memory? I don't believe it.
Take it easy.
I'm sorry.
Oh, any luck with the cablegram, Brooksy?
No, not yet, but a man at Western Union looked up the address for me. He says something called McDonald Brothers Limited practically owns the town of Jean Catch, so we'll get the answer all right.
Gosh, in French Guiana. Have you ever heard of it?
No, I don't think so.
Just what do you remember, friend?
That address in my pocket, it seemed to mean something.
Where did you get it?
I remember walking up here from the waterfront.
Waterfront?
I mean, 3 days ago. I remember the past 3 days, all right. There was something about a fight, I think. But I don't know.
All right, relax. We're just trying to help you. So maybe you got in a fight and got knocked on the head, huh?
Maybe, yes.
For instance, you've got a suit on, but just a T-shirt underneath.
What do you mean, Valentine?
Greasy hands, George.
Yeah, all cracked and bruised.
I'm sorry.
So maybe you work around the waterfront. Does that check?
Well, sure. Only this kind of suit.
Jean Cash, down in Guiana. The waterfront is Jean Cash. Or he works aboard a ship with a...
Yeah, hold it.
I'll get it, George. Hello?
I'm causing a lot of trouble.
Oh, yes.
Stay here, will you? Western Union, Angel? Any luck?
Huh? Wait a minute, George. All right. Thanks very much. Well, that's one lead gone down the drain.
What do you mean?
He's not the man whose card he had. the big shot down in Guyana, Jack McDonald.
Why not?
Mr. McDonald committed suicide over 6 weeks ago.
George, anything new?
Oh, I'm doing about as well as you did, Angel.
What's that?
A friend of mine on a newspaper is checking ship arrivals. Our mental lapse here says he never heard of your brother-in-law, Sid Forrest.
Well, I don't know that I haven't.
But maybe Sid'll remember him. Check.
Oh, you mean just keep this man until Sid gets here and... But wait, Valentine, I don't even know the name of Sid's ship.
I know. I just asked your sister.
Huh? Yes, Marion should be calling from the airport, but... What'd you say?
She's out in the hall right now. That's what I came to tell you. Brooksy, stay here with Mr. X, will you?
Sure, George.
Marion, here? For heaven's sakes, why didn't you call? What in the name of...
Franklin, darling.
Hello, Marion. You distinctly wrote that I should pick you up at the airport when you got in.
Don't be so stuffy. Wait till I slide out from under this hat.
There. Mr. Ambler met me and dropped me off here. Did I upset all your darling little plans?
Now stop it. Ambler? Who's Ambler?
Friend of mine. He's handled some of my business things. Can't your little sister have a few friends if she... Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Valentine. You've got somebody waiting on the phone, haven't you?
Yes, if you don't mind.
Oh, my purse. I wrote that name down somewhere. I sent Sidney your address by radio, Franklin, just a few days ago. Golden something, I know. A
Hello,
freighter.
Joe, still there? Well, try the list of freighters. Golden something or other.
I thought I had it, but Franklin, what's going on? Who's Mr. Valentine?
No. Nothing to worry about. Just checking when Sidney will be in, that's all.
Oh, they never seem to know, I guess. He warned me about freighter schedules.
Golden Drake, is that the one?
Yes, that's right, Golden Drake.
Yeah. Okay, thanks, Joe.
Why, what's the matter?
When did you hear from your husband, Mrs. Forrest?
Well, he sent me an airmail a couple of weeks ago.
What are you driving at, Valentine?
Well, that's the right ship, all right. Only one to touch a Jean Cash the past month. Only the Golden Drake is already in. It docked here 3 days ago.
What? I don't understand. Sidney wrote... Well, where is he? Franklin, hasn't Sidney gotten in touch with you?
Just a minute, please. Mr. Scott, you told me you'd never met your brother-in-law, right?
Well, yes.
Or seen him, or seen his picture?
Please, both of you.
No, I haven't. Just a moment.
What's happened?
A man in a linen suit who's been a Jean Cash, who acts as though he really does have amnesia, who's written down your address and seems to feel he should be here at this house.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, of course. It's obvious.
For the last time, what are you talking about?
Come on, Mrs. Forrest.
Isn't that ridiculous? It never even occurred to me. Sidney, of course. Right in here, Marion. Sidney's already here. He's...
Where?
Hello, ma'am.
Isn't that man...
Him? Don't be silly. I've never seen him before in my life. Mr. Valentine, where is Sidney? Will you please tell me what's happened to him?
I don't know, Mrs. Forrest. I wish I did. Your husband seems to have disappeared.
You are listening to Let George Do It. Our adventure will continue in just a minute.
Now, back to George Valentine. You're hired because Mr. Scott is worried about a man watching his house, a man who doesn't know who he is or why he is there. He's carrying the card of Jack McDonald. But Mr. McDonald committed suicide in South America nearly 2 months ago. Is he Mr. Scott's brother-in-law, Sidney Forrest? Well, now Mrs. Forrest is here, and she should know, and she says he isn't. So if your name is George Valentine, you decide the only way to solve this problem is to find Sid Forrest. And so you first try the ship that supposedly brought him in 3 days ago.
Golden Drake. It's not much, is it?
Looks more like a tin duck.
Is this where
Yeah, come on, let's go aboard.
What kind of a flag is that?
Come on, hurry up, Brooksy, before they swing that boom again.
Oh,
flag? I don't know. Panama, I think. Something like that.
Valentine.
Lieutenant Johnson.
What are you doing here?
All right. One at a time.
My friends, you stand aboard a pirate ship.
What did you say?
An illegal, irregular, should have been sunk scow.
No. Is that nice, Lieutenant?
You shut up.
Come on, Johnson. What's it all about?
My friends meet Bluebeard himself.
Captain Task, folks. Lieutenant here's a little sore, that's all. It'll wear off.
Wear off? Oh, no, it won't. Your ship's been in port 3 days, and he waits until half an hour ago to report a man overboard.
I told you I had a cargo to worry about. I've been tied up by you birds before, and when you got perishables aboard, you can't sit around waiting for red tape.
Please. What man overboard?
Oh, passenger, that's all. Had a passenger this trip.
Man named Sidney Forrest.
Sid Forrest?
Right, there's nothing to raise a blow about. Committed suicide, that's all. Overboard suicide. You see, this is my own ship. I get my cargo ashore fast enough, maybe I can barely pay off the bank. The guy's already dead. You can't help nothing by speeding up matters.
Who says you're qualified to decide his death was a suicide?
Oh, it was suicide, all right. Only now, with this stuff you tell me about an amnesia case.
Okay, then let's start from the beginning. What happened?
Task barely saw Forrest, apparently. He stayed in his cabin all the time, right?
Yeah, just about. All the way from Jean Cash. That's where he came aboard.
Yes, we know.
Well, Forrest and the ocean didn't get along too well, so he locked himself in. But he was a sick-looking guy to start out with. I wasn't really too surprised when I saw the note.
Note? What note?
Wait a minute. Don't get ahead of yourself. There was a storm a couple of nights before they hit port.
Yeah, that's right. I was on the bridge. Deck watch gave a yell, said he saw a splash. I could see a man in the water. Got the ship turned, got out the lights, but we couldn't find him again. Too rough to drop a boat, so that was it.
All right, go on.
Jose, the steward, he'd seen this thing, too. He was slipping a radiogram under Mr. Forrest's door a little later. I was down checking the crew to see who was missing. Anyway, Jose couldn't get an answer to a knock, so I broke in Forrest's cabin and found out he was missing.
Come on in here, I'll show you.
Is this his cabin?
Yeah.
I didn't touch anything. As soon as I got in port, I locked her up tight in a drum.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, this is the radiogram. His wife mentioned it, remember, Brooksy?
Yes. One giving her brother's address, Mr. Scott's.
Here. This is a note you want to see.
To whom it may concern, huh?
Sitting just like that on the desk it was. Same place. I knew better than to even open that before I got into port and had witnesses.
Oh, you're the soul of cooperation, all right.
Yeah. Typical suicide note, all right.
His health, he said. Like I told you, the guy was
Sure. Nothing wrong with the note.
Only it's 2 suicides in only a couple of months.
Yeah.
And who says Sidney Forrest wrote that note?
And, Captain, I want to know how many members of your crew are ashore and what they look like.
Huh? Well, none of them yet. Deckhands, at least.
From the engine room?
Oh, sure. Engine crew's been ashore 3 days now. Why?
Engine crew. Remember his hands, George?
Yeah, that's right. Captain, you're going with Miss Brooks to try and identify him.
Hey, wait a minute, Valentine. Where are you going?
Ambler. I think that was his name. A financial friend of Forrest's wife. Yeah, Johnson, I think it's about time we started checking everybody's story.
Well, yes, I met her at the plane. Oh, good heavens, there's nothing wrong with that, is there?
Okay, Mr. Ambler.
I've known Mrs. Forrest for some time, helped with her investments. In fact, that's what I'm doing now. She asked me to. I have to run down to that boat, too.
Uh-huh. Well, I checked with the government authorities. Forrest sent quite a bunch of stuff up here by registered mail.
Mm-hmm, that's right. Mailed things on ahead. But there are papers with his personal baggage to be gone over.
On the ship, yeah.
Yes. Well, shall we be going then? No, I'm supposed to be in Seattle. I know this is very upsetting for Mrs. Forrest, but I can't let my own business slide.
Oh, wait a minute, Mr. Ambler. These securities, bonds, property deeds. Did you know Mr. Forrest was supposed to be a failure?
Who told you that?
His brother-in-law, Mr. Scott. But Sid Forrest really did all right for himself down in Jean Cash, didn't he?
Well, I don't really know the amount. It'll take me several months to dispose of everything for his wife, but, well, yes. He apparently struck it pretty rich.
Uh-huh. Say, look, you run onto the ship by yourself, huh? I've got something else to do.
John Doe. Is that any kind of a name?
There's no law against it. I don't know. I'm sorry.
But you worked on the ship under that name.
The captain definitely identified him, George. He signed on as an oiler at the last minute at Jean Cache.
The chief engineer gave me that name. It happens all the time. Well, what's the matter with that?
Where's your amnesia, friend?
Well, I meant...
Oh, skip it. I guess we fed you that idea when all you were trying to do was clam up.
I don't know.
You don't know. First you prowl around watching a man's house. That's trespass, vagrancy, and a few other things. Then you sucker people into thinking that
Take it easy, Johnson. Take it easy.
Yeah.
You cabled a full description and query to Jean Cache, didn't you?
What?
So we wait for an answer, that's all. Only in the meantime, let's see. Sid Forrest locked himself in his cabin. Now, why lock?
I don't know what you're talking about.
To avoid somebody who was on the same ship? That'd be one obvious answer.
Of course, George.
Only maybe he didn't avoid him, huh? But the suicide note's genuine. It checks with Forrest's letters and things.
You know, I'm interested in Sid Forrest's money. Forrest wasn't a very nice guy. And as I remember it, the town of Jean Cache was supposed to be owned by the McDonald outfit.
What are you driving at, George?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure. The cable will tell us. You remember about Jack McDonald, though, Johnson? Guy who committed suicide down there?
Yeah, that's right.
Why don't you leave me alone?
Jack McDonald, who had all the money in Jean Cache. McDonald Brothers Limited. That was the name of the company, wasn't it?
I haven't done anything.
Okay, never mind. There's the answer right now.
Yeah, hello? Right, Sergeant, let's have it. Yeah.
All right. My name is McDonald, but what of it? He was my brother, Jack McDonald. Sid Forrest swindled him out of the company.
Was that why your brother committed suicide?
Because of Forrest? Of course. Why else do you think a man...
And so you came after Forrest to kill him, didn't you?
Well, how do you expect me to answer a thing like...
Okay, Sergeant, thanks.
All right, McDonald. Johnson will have the answer.
Johnson will what? That wasn't any cable. It was a sergeant down on the ship. He found $1,000.
$1,000?
What?
Underneath the rug in the captain's cabin. And incidentally, Jose, the steward, remembers not only seeing the limp form of a man hit the water, but also admits it was somebody else standing at the rail who ducked out of sight. Just in case you're interested.
So Forrest was murdered. This thing is a vicious circle.
And now, what was our friend here saying about following Forrest for the purpose of avenging his brother?
Now, wait a minute, Johnson. McDonald here was still looking for Forrest after he was dead. He couldn't have been the one. Motive or no motive. Okay, back to the ship we go.
This case is upside down, I tell you. The further we get, the more complicated it is.
I told Valentine Sid Forrest wasn't any good, Lieutenant. Doesn't surprise me that a man would be after him for the sake of revenge.
Never mind, Mr. Scott, please. Say, they got that steward in here, Johnson?
He's down below. The sergeant didn't want the captain to murder him for shooting his mouth off.
I just wondered if this cabin was empty, that's all.
Sure. Why?
Well, let's put McDonald in here.
Well, I'll do whatever you want, but...
Good idea. Go on, get in there.
Well, all right.
Okay, now, Johnson, before you go off half-cocked on this case, let's try to add it up, huh?
I didn't bring my slide rule.
Well, it's always simpler to bet on a hunch than to get wound up figuring systems, isn't it?
Only you don't win so often.
You do if you got a few clues in your pocket.
George, whoever murdered Forrest had to be someone on this ship, right? Is that what you mean by adding it up?
Of course, that's obvious. It certainly couldn't have been anybody ashore, could it?
It could have been paid for by somebody ashore.
What?
This Captain Task will do anything for money. And somebody's been paying him at least $1,000 worth.
Well, you don't even know that this steward's testimony is true.
Hold on a second, will you?
Hello there, Valentine.
Say, your name's Ambler, isn't it?
That's right.
I got a few questions about money I'd like to ask you.
Oh, wait, please, Johnson.
Well, wait, what's the matter? Something new?
Mr. Ambler, would you wait inside a minute in this cabin?
Well, yes, of course. But don't make it too long.
Well, Valentine?
I was going to say that Mr. Forrest's money gives a motive to his wife.
Now, see here.
Or to her brother, like you, Mr. Scott.
Cut it out, will you, all of you? Keep your eye on the clues, Johnson, and you don't have to get complicated at all.
What?
Yeah, listen. Don't you understand? It's all over.
Now,
And
look.
who even says there's been a murder?
George!
Look out there. Put that down.
Unless you don't get out of the way fast enough. McDonald!
Hey, what's going on in here? Put that down.
What in the name of crazy?
Stop it. Leave me alone.
Cut it out, McDonald. All right, you asked for it.
What in the name of hell is going...
That man's insane. He grabbed me and
Mr. Scott, I told you it was all over tonight. Meet Mr. Ambler. Sure, your brother-in-law. Only I guess his real name's Sidney Forrest. And he's still very much alive.
George, how can he be Mr. Forrest?
McDonald confirms it, doesn't he, Angel? So will Mrs. Forrest when we pin her down.
But there was a murder or a suicide or... Well, there were witnesses.
Not if everybody's alive and accounted for. Don't you get it, Angel? The captain was paid to help stage a man overboard disappearance, right? Sure, somebody saw something. Probably a bundle of clothes hitting the water, that's all. And who threw them? Probably Forrest himself.
Oh.
Then the captain hid him out in a different cabin and later on smuggled him ashore. All those other shenanigans have just been one frantic man's attempt to escape from another.
And complications don't worry you because you've got a crystal ball.
Oh, I told you, I've got a clue. Stick around a minute, Angel. It's simple.
Back to the conclusion of our Let George Do It adventure in just a minute.
I guess McDonald is over it now, Mr. Scott. But he probably would have killed your brother-in-law if you hadn't called George and interfered.
Wouldn't have been much loss.
Well, I guess Forrest thought he had McDonald off his trail when he staged his own disappearance from the ship. Then somehow he found out about McDonald watching your house, waiting for him.
So Forrest thought if he confirmed it as a suicide, then McDonald would believe he was dead and go back to South America.
That's the idea. That was the clue. The suicide note was in his own handwriting, but it was written after his supposed death.
How do you know that?
Well, a radiogram from your sister was delivered to Forrest's cabin afterwards, remember? It told him the address of your house. How do you think McDonald learned about you or that address unless he broke into that cabin sometime later and saw that radiogram?
Well, yes, that makes
And
sense.
yet the suicide note was supposedly found sitting in plain sight and left there until today sealed. Well, if McDonald pried into the radiogram, why didn't he open the suicide note too? See what I mean? Therefore, the note wasn't there or probably even written until later.
But, Valentine, at least you'll admit it was luck that Forrest turned out so conveniently to be posing as Mr. Ambler.
Sure, I'll grant you. But if I were going to take on another identity in order to escape someone, I think I'd pose as somebody who could legitimately handle my own money, don't you?
With your money, it wouldn't be a job worth having.
Uh-huh. All right, then, Angel, come on. You buy dinner for the three of us.
Oh.
Wait a minute. About my sister.
Well, what about her? She wasn't really in on it. Her husband gave her a phony story. Oh, after he met her at the airport, she went along with calling him Mr. Ambler once, but don't worry. When she finds out everything he did, but she'll be through with him, and this time for good.
Sure. I'll give you another reason. From now on, Sid Forrest is going to be so busy digging himself out of trouble with Johnson and the government of French Guiana and McDonald and his lawyers and all the other things.
Yes, of course. Thank you. Come on, I guess I'll buy the dinner.
You have just heard The Man from French Guiana, another Let George Do It adventure. Robert Bailey is starred as George Valentine with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. David Victor and Jackson Gillis wrote the story with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Now this is yours truly inviting you to another visit with Valentine, when you will again hear what happens when you let George do it.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Well, I see it's time for another Let George Do It adventure. Now, this story has to do with a worrywart by the name of Shorty McGowan. who runs a pub over on the east side. Shorty's the type of fella who, if he hasn't got a problem, he goes out and finds one. Right now he's just returned from a most successful hunting trip. And boy, has he got a beaut.
Dear Mr. Valentine, what's become of Terry Cable? Terrence J. Cable. Sweetest man ever blew foam across the woodwork in my place. Now I suppose you could say it's none of my business why a good customer and friend like that should just up and disappear. But then again, what kind of a human being would that make you? Yeah, suppose he's in trouble. Suppose he needs help. Well, Mr. Valentine, I found something yesterday in a hock shop that scares the daylights out of me. Oh, Terry Cable's in trouble, all right. Believe you me. So get down here, will you? Give me a hand. Everybody knows where Shorty McGowan's place is, here on East Commercial. And Shorty McGowan? Well, that's me. The guy with the towel in his hand.
Watch? Just a watch?
Yeah, Terry's watch. Here it is.
And that's what you found in the hock shop, huh?
You know those ones down by the railroad station? Well, I was coming back from Mayville yesterday. Took a couple days' rest, and walking along the street, this thing in a window just up and hit me in the eye. Terry's watch, I said. That's Terry's.
Let's see. Terrence J. Cable, first place, 100-yard dash, Tri-State Conference, 1927.
Sure, yeah, that's how I knew. He liked to show it off. Something he won in high school.
You knew him since high school?
No, just the last year or so. But he come in all the time, know what I mean? He had a philosophical turn like I do. I tell you, he's the sweetest.
Okay. But just out of curiosity, how'd you get the watch out of the hock shop without a ticket?
Well, it hadn't been claimed. That's what I mean. I just bought it.
Uh-huh. So it must have been hocked at least 30, or is it 60 days ago?
Wait a minute. Why does just finding his watch in a hock shop mean that he's in danger? I don't understand.
In the first place, young lady, he wouldn't hock that watch. He wasn't the type. In the second place, he's not the type to just walk out of here 6 months ago and never come back. Without saying goodbye, you know what I mean? And in the third place, or fourth, whichever it is, Terry Cable was expecting a check. A big check. More. 50,000, he said.
Okay, so what? Check from where?
Well, how should I know? Rich Uncle Dudley, maybe? Uncle Sam? Search me. But a man wouldn't disappear without waiting to get it, would he? Only if he got it, then why hock the watch? See what I mean?
Yeah, I see what you mean. Maybe see why you're so interested in finding him, too.
Oh, no, you don't. Not me. No, I'm more one of them ultras, you understand? Yeah, to me, he's just a fellow human being. I'm no more interested in his money than I was in his gun.
His gun?
Oh, this gets better all the time.
Oh, sure. He had a gun, all right. Yeah, I saw it once when he dropped something out of his pocket. Don't ask me why. A fella's got a gun, you don't ask questions. That's what I always figure.
Very considerate. Shorty, tell me some more about this Cable. Where he lived, his family.
Now, listen. It might be something, but it might not. Don't you understand? I tried to ask him questions like that once in a while, but he'd just laugh and go on talking about the baseball games or religious aspects, things of that type. You see, I don't even know where he lived or who his other friends were. All I know is, for a while he had a job over at Fat Williams' warehouse, a load checker.
Fat Williams?
And also, I know this is the kind of neighborhood when things happen, you don't meddle. Me, I'm staying out of it. Only, what's become of him? It's driving me nuts. What's become of Terry Cable?
You know, I think I know what's wrong with Shorty. His needle is stuck. But George will figure that out sooner or later. And while he does, let's take a minute for this. Now let's get back to the old question. What's become of Terry Cable?
Cable? Never heard of him.
They call you Fat Williams, don't they?
Call me a lot of things, so what? In the warehouse business, Sonny, not lost and found.
But we were told that
Who told you? Who sent you around here to bother me when I'm trying to take a day off for a game of golf?
Never mind who sent us. I'm just looking for Terry Cable, that's all.
He worked here as a load checker once.
Solve a couple of hundred other bums. See out that window there? Don't see any streets for 3 blocks, do you? All warehouse, all mine. Got a keg of nails, I'll store it.
Sure. Got a hot car, you'll store that.
What's that?
Oh, I've heard your name before, that's all. Just take it easy.
Sonny, I thought you wanted help, not a button through your collarbone.
Skip it, I said. Your place burned down here about a year ago, didn't it? I didn't realize you were still around, that's all.
You mean you wanted me to know you were a real hep character? So any information I got, I better give you. Oh, these eager beavers.
I can pester your employees to find out about Cable.
But it'd be so much easier to get information by just saying please. Now there. See? Terrence J. Cable. No home address, worked here 3 months, paid $52 a week.
Where did he go when he left here?
Fired for spending too much time in the gambling joints. Like Lou Sprinkle's place.
And that's all, huh? That's all you gotta say.
Well, for the love of dog food, yes. What do you think I am, Sonny, a day nursery? What do I care what happened to some jerk I never even... What's that?
His watch.
Why'd you say so in the first place? You want to find this guy and tell him what time it is? Oh, get out of here, will you? I got a game of golf.
Sprinkle. Lou Sprinkle. Well, this is about where I thought his gambling joint was, but... Huh.
Yeah. It's all new construction. Anyway, George, how would a man who earned $52 a week be able to afford such gambling?
Oh, I don't know, Angel. This Terry Cable doesn't sound like a very straight character so far, does he?
No. Carried a gun, expected some big money, fired from one job that we know of. You know, I'm not even sure why we're looking for him.
Well, we're not going to find it behind a board fence, Angel. You're just as curious as I am why Shorty thinks it's important to find this. Oh. Hello.
Admiring the building? Trying to be nice, isn't it? Good lines.
Yeah, it is. You work on it?
No, just watching. Watch every day. Going to be 115 offices in that building, mister, and all mine, every one of the mine. Yes, sir, I own it.
Oh, well, congratulations.
Wait a minute. You must know this neighborhood, huh?
Sure do. Been located here 15 years. B.B. Manx is my name, in case you're looking for a place to get situated. Good transportation here, you know. Central heating, each office.
Oh, no. I'm just looking for a joint.
A joint?
Well, Lou Sprinkle had a gambling place around here.
Oh, him, sure. He's got a new place across town. Real fancy, they tell me. He used to be here all right, but he moved out after the fire.
Well, what's the address of
Angela. What fire?
Well, the same one burned the old Manx building down, my place. It was in the newspapers 10 months ago.
George. Mr. Manx, you're giving me an idea. Did you ever happen to know a man by the name of Terrence J. Cable?
Cable? Yeah. Search me. Hey, wait a minute. They called him Terry?
Yeah, that's the one.
He was a foreman, I think. Bossed the cleanup gang after my fire here. Why?
Never mind. You don't know what's become of him, do you?
No, search me. You're looking for him, huh?
No, not anymore.
George.
I think I know all I need to know about him. Come on, Angel, let's play a fast hunch. Don't you get it? Terry Cable wasn't a crook at all. Just the opposite.
Yes, Mr. Valentine. Terrence Cable has been with us for years.
Fire insurance underwriters, George, you're right.
Yeah. Every place I looked, I seemed to run into a fire. Any guy who once in a while carried a gun and who so gratuitously could wrangle jobs in places that had burned...
He had money to spend in a third place that burned.
Had to either have an angle or an expense account, Mr. Everett. What is Terry, a fire investigator?
Yes, that's right. So if that answers your question...
Well, it solves the riddle. Yes, Mr. Everett. But what did he find? We can't help being curious. That Fat Williams warehouse had a lot of valuable furs stored in it when it burned. And...
The furs were never definitely linked with the fire.
And we looked them up in the newspapers. This B.B. Manx collected quite a bit on his fire, too. And as for Lou Sprinkle, knowing the kind of guy he's supposed to be...
We investigated the fires, naturally. That was Terry Cable's job. But now if you'll excuse me, Mr. Valentine...
But he didn't find anything wrong, is that it? He was just pulled off the case, and that's why he disappeared from that part of town.
Yes, that's the idea. So there's really no mystery now, is there? You can go home and forget about it.
Well, wait a minute, hold on.
Yes?
Why don't you tell us the rest of it? Where's Terry Cable now? What's become of him?
Are you asking for a client or for yourself?
Well, what difference would that make?
Mr. Valentine, it wouldn't make any difference one way or another. You see, Terry doesn't work for us anymore. I really haven't the slightest idea where you could find him.
Oh, you mean you won't tell me? Or you don't want me to look?
I mean those cases are closed. Besides, Cable doesn't have anything to do with investigations anymore, so what business is it of yours?
But he disappeared so quickly, we thought...
Well, I don't know what became of him. Left town, I think. Now, really, Mr. Valentine...
You're lying, friend. But okay, if that's the way you want it. But I'll be back.
What?
You don't want me nosing around because you know what's become of Terry Cable. Or maybe your closed case will be reopened as soon as I find out why my client was so anxious to reopen it.
George, I still don't understand
Brooksy,
why they...
it's simple. Look, don't you see why the insurance companies would want to protect their own good name?
But what did Terry Cable have to do with
Angel,
their...
now look, think back. It's all there. The kind of a guy Cable was, what he did, and why he disappeared. Hey, Shorty!
No customers.
I'm back, I guess. Hey, Shorty!
George.
Yeah, Brooksy. I guess the explanation of Terry Cable will have to wait a while. The guy who hired us seems to be dead.
Poor Shorty. Someone must have gotten tired of hearing him spout that same old question and shoved a bar rag down his throat. Well, maybe it wasn't quite like that, but we'll find out all the gruesome details in just a minute.
And now, back to George Valentine. The man who hired you is dead, Shorty McGowan. He's been shot. Well, if your name is George Valentine, then the mystery of what's become of Terry Cable is now more important than ever.
No, Brooksy, Lieutenant Johnson said there weren't any witnesses to our friend Shorty's death.
And it happened just a few minutes before we got here?
Yeah, that's what the doc says. Somebody stepped in from the street and shot him, and that's it.
But George, why? He was such a friendly little man.
Yeah, but it seems he's been mixed up in a few things, too.
Oh, what kind of thing?
Oh, petty theft, hold up once. But what's important? Never arson.
Arson?
Yeah, come on, Angel.
Where are we going?
To get a new client. The insurance underwriters.
All right, you're hired.
I thought I would be.
Only you understand, I'd just as soon the police...
Sure. Protect your office's reputation. I understand, Mr. Everett.
I'm rather new here. I'm only pinch hitting for the regular man who runs this office, and
But what do you have to hide?
Brooksy, Terry Cable worked for this office. He was a bonded, trusted employee.
He was in charge of investigating all those fires.
Yeah, worked hard, I guess. Got jobs with the guys whose buildings had burned.
We thought he had to do it that way. There wasn't any superficial evidence of fire setting. The companies had to pay off, but we thought in time...
You hoped he'd discover something about them anyway.
Yes, he was convinced there was something phony about the fires. Each case resulted in actual profit as far as the owners were concerned.
Okay, then let's lay the cards on the table, shall we, Mr. Everett? Terry Cable found some new evidence and then disappeared with it, right?
Yes.
He was bought off.
I'm afraid so. There was plenty of proof that he left town all right, and to show that he had destroyed his own investigation records. Some of the best men in the country have worked on it without finding
But
him.
he left of his own free will. There wasn't any force.
That's right, Miss Brooks. Here, this is the only concrete thing we turned up. B.B. Manx.
Huh?
The day before Cable disappeared, this man Manx drew $12,500 out of the bank. In cash. Nothing we can do about it because we can't prove how he spent it. But neither can he.
Cash to pay off Terry Cable. But now that there's been a murder, maybe you can legally force Mr. Manx
I called him before you came back just now. Mr. Manx seems to have disappeared, too.
Oh, yeah, sure. He looked like the type. Play it safe.
You might try looking for him.
No, skip it. I've got a different way to figure out what happened a long time ago. And maybe why Shorty was murdered today. Yeah, I'm going to throw a few dice at a gambler named Lou Sprinkle.
And what is this proposition, Mr. Valentine?
Very simple, Mr. Sprinkle. I want some money.
That make you a man from Mars? Who doesn't?
No, I come from closer home. From Terry Cable.
That's so?
Yeah, I think you've done business with Terry in the past.
Yes, I remember. But I don't think the nature of the business would concern you.
It was gambling, of course.
If you say so.
Maybe it was gambling on your part to think Terry wouldn't want to do some more business.
Merely because I don't choose to make a definite statement doesn't mean that you can.
All right, here goes. I come from Terry right now. Terry sent me. He wants some more money.
I don't think I heard you correctly, Mr. Valentine. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm a very busy...
And because you might not believe me, he gave me his watch to show you. Here, take a look.
How much does Terry want?
Oh, $10,000 to keep him quiet, I think.
That's ridiculous.
He said he still has testimony regarding a few fires, just in case you tried to rub any sticks together.
I'd have to see this man myself or through my own representative. You mind?
No. But you are willing to...
I couldn't discuss it with you at all. I'm sorry. Here.
What's this?
Present for your trouble.
$1,000 bill?
Show it to Terry. He'll understand my good faith.
So will I. Cautious, but faithful. So long, Mr. Sprinkle.
George, what did you find?
Made money in a hurry, Angel.
I know,
The
but
hock
what-
shop's at the next stop, down by the railroad station, remember? Brooksy, what I may have found is the answer to this case.
So you were going to find the answer, huh? You can't even find the hock shop.
Yeah. Looks like Shorty McGowan wasn't telling the truth even on that one, was he?
Well, there's not a single pawn shop where they remember ever having that watch of Terry's.
Uh-huh. So from here on, the answer's 1, 2, 3. What could have happened, Angel? So I'm going to try a trip to Maryville.
To where?
It's not far, and that wasn't a lie. Shorty just let that one slip. The place he'd been for a couple of days, remember? You know what I'm going to look for in Maryville? Terry Cable himself.
Hey there, Mr. Valentine.
Yeah, right here.
My name's Duncan. Chief of Police asked me to meet you. Thought you might be driving.
No. The train's a couple of hours faster. Only maybe you figure in this kind of a case, speed isn't important.
Well, I wouldn't say that. Of course, we do things a little differently out here. Let me have your bag there.
Okay, thanks. Did you get the description?
Oh, yes. We got that all right. Miss Brooks phoned it up. They sent the wire photo fingerprints and all that fancy sort of stuff, but you see, we really haven't gotten around to your case yet.
Yeah, well, as soon as you do.
We're a little understaffed here, and we've been pretty busy with something else. Here's the card of you.
Okay.
You figure this Terry Cable may be living around here.
Well, it's not such a long shot. A man named Shorty McGowan apparently came up here and then returned with Terry's watch. Of course, that doesn't mean Terry would still be using his same name.
Yes, I understand all that.
Do you? Not quite sure I do.
Well, let me tell you some of our problems, and it'll take your mind off it. You see, there's a county graveyard out here. It doesn't have a caretaker.
Yeah, well, look, Duncan, I'm only interested in...
And a couple of days ago, there's been some digging where there shouldn't have been.
What?
Don't mind if we go out and take a little look, do you? That's why I couldn't get right on your case, you see. The county inspector claims there's one too many bodies out there.
Since when?
See, I thought you might be interested. It's nothing recent. In fact, it's since maybe 6 months ago. About the time Cable disappeared. Now, I guess you don't mind a little side trip, do you? Got a man over there working on it now.
The guy with the shovel, huh?
Yes. You see, what happened was somebody noticed the earth had been turned up since the last rain. Only when we take a look, it wasn't a new body thrown in. It was just an old one. It had been put there 3 months ago.
How do you know it was originally put there about the same time Cable disappeared?
Well, that's the easiest time to do it, isn't it? Not a bad way to get rid of a body. Just add him in when the grave is fresh. I mean, the time to do it was exactly 6 months.
All right. Only let's get rid of that guy with the shovel quick, huh?
Why, it's getting dark. I want to get back to supper.
No, listen to me. The extra body, if it's Terry Cable, was put in there months ago, right? And what happened 2 or 3 days ago was just that the ground got disturbed.
Well, that's right, only...
Like disturbed by somebody looking for a watch.
Look, I got a complete file on Cable. Now, the thing for us to do, if we want to identify him once and for all, is to get him out of here.
No, get that workman of yours out of here.
I don't catch you.
Look, I told you the train's a lot faster than a car, so it's getting dark. That's all the better. The thing for us to do, friend, is miss our supper.
Why?
Because maybe I got here first. Okay, so here I'll be. Digging.
Be careful you don't strain yourself, Valentine.
Quiet, will you? You're just supposed to be watching.
You know, I watched a digging scene once in Hamlet. That's by Shakespeare.
You don't say.
The gravedigger, he worked just about as slow as you do. Come across the skull, as I remember, just when...
Hey, shh.
Automobile.
Yeah, but no headlights. What do you know?
You sure make a pretty target out there in the moonlight.
You sure make lousy jokes sitting there in that...
Oh, hold it. Automobile stuck.
Yeah, somebody's getting out. Okay, stay out of sight and wish me luck, friend.
All right.
Back to work.
Hey! Hey, you!
Yeah?
Come here.
Who is it?
Valentine, come here.
Oh, you know me, huh? Been watching me all day, I guess, the way you watch Shorty.
How'd you get out here?
Oh, don't worry, I'm alone. I saw the body, though. Yeah, it's Terry Cable, all right. Pretty neat place to get rid of him 6 months ago. So neat you didn't even have to bother to take his watch. What Shorty did, he finally figured it out, didn't he, huh? Came up here, found Terry's body and the watch. And then hired me to put a little fear into you so he could shake you down the way you shook him.
Go on, talk all you like. Only be careful coming through that fence.
Yeah, sure, I'll be careful. You don't want another body out here to explain. Because that's what happened, isn't it, mister? You guys had fraudulent fires and then bought the investigator off, huh? $12,500 each. Only Cable was expecting $50,000, as I remember. So that'd probably mean 4 of you instead of 3, wouldn't it? Fat Williams, B.B. Manx, Lou Sprinkle, and who? Shorty McGowan himself? Was he the 4th? He have a fire, too?
Put down the shovel and get into the car.
No, wait a minute. I know who you are, all right, only...
Do you?
Sure. How's your game of golf? I guess the minute I left your office, you knew who'd sent me, and you headed right over to kill Shorty. To shut him up before he could go any farther.
You've gone far enough, too.
Fat Williams, the big shot. With a big secret, right? Something that Lou Sprinkle, for instance, didn't seem to know. That Terry Cable was really dead, that you killed him.
Yeah. You're smart, too, aren't you?
Well, it's fairly simple. You didn't pay Terry off, you just killed him. In 6 months' time, Shorty finally caught on to it.
Yeah, Shorty was smart. He stole some furs. Did he tell you that?
Furs? Oh, yeah, sure, from your warehouse. So that's what tied him in, huh?
He worked with us. He was the 4th one. Look where it got him.
Buster, don't try to tie the others in with you like that. Manx and Sprinkle may have been worried about their fires, but they paid off in cash. I suppose Shorty paid off, too. Only Terry was expecting a check. 1 check. He was smart. He'd want it that way.
Yeah.
So one of you must have collected the payoff dough from the others, one like you. Only instead of a payoff, you kept the dough yourself and killed the investigator. Yeah, that's all that happened. That's all that Shorty found out.
Shut up and get in the car. By tomorrow, Sonny, nobody will even know we've been here.
Hey, what? Look out, Valentine.
You...
That's all.
Pretty fancy shooting for nighttime, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah, sure. You'll get a medal. You missed him a mile.
Hey, what?
But thanks for spoiling his aim. I hit him with a shovel.
Now there's irony for you. The great George Valentine saved by a spade. Get it? Spade? Sam Spade? Okay, sue me. But first give a listen to this.
Don't you understand, Angel? Apparently Terry Cable wasn't even crooked. 6 months ago, Fat Williams just persuaded the others that Cable was. Then he pocketed their dough and killed Cable.
The insurance people and his family and everybody will be awfully glad that you cleared his name. Only, George, I still don't understand how you knew it had to be Fat Williams.
Well, you remember, Angel, he's the only one I showed that watch to before Shorty's death. So he's the only one who could have known that Cable's body had actually been found. In other words, that Shorty's nosing around had finally made it necessary for him to be killed.
Oh, darling, you're wonderful.
Wow.
No, I mean it. Your powers of observation, your logic.
Wow.
You know, George, while you were up in Maryville, I did some shopping. I found a real bargain on kitchenware, so being a girl who plans ahead, I bought some.
Kitchenware, Angel?
Mm-hmm.
For your one-room apartment? What in heaven's name for?
Well, like I said, planning ahead. You'll find out.
You have just heard What Became of Terry Cable, another Let George Do It adventure. Robert Bailey was starred as George Valentine, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. David Victor and Jackson Gillis wrote the story, and the music was by Eddie Dunstetter. Now this is yours truly inviting you to another visit with Valentine, when you will again hear what happens when you let George do it.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
A few years ago, a new slogan or slang expression was thrust on the vocabulary of the American public. You remember it. It came in very handy when the wife wanted you to clean out the attic, or your brother-in-law put the bite on you for a 10-spot. It was, quote, drop dead, unquote. Of course, it never did you any good, but it was better than 23s could do, or go jump in the lake. If you listen carefully, you may get some tips on how to use the expression with more effective results. It all started with a phone call to George Valentine's office by a little fellow who was just full of questions. Oh, let's see if George has any of the answers.
Don't you want a story?
Hold it, will you? Who is this?
Jerry Yule, I said. I'm a writer and I have a story.
Yeah, well, this is George Valentine, and I'm not a publisher.
Please listen to me. You've got to meet me right away. Captain Charlie's Neptune Palace, the old waterfront district.
Captain's who's what?
I live here. It's an old hotel. I'm collecting material. But this particular story, I'm afraid I don't know how it ends, and that's why I need you.
Sounds to me like it goes around in a circle.
I want to be there when it ends, don't you understand? That's why I'm calling you instead of the police.
Police? What kind of a story is it?
Well, it concerns a mysterious stranger and a seaman who chews tobacco. And mostly, of course, the parrot.
The what?
The parrot, a green and orange parrot. Ordinarily, I don't like parrots myself, such mangy, squawking creatures, but Captain Charlie, of course, will...
A green and orange parrot. Now, look, friend, if you...
Meet me in 15 minutes at the foot of Tide Street, please. You don't want anyone else to get their hands on this story, do you?
Well, I don't know, Mr. Yule. It all depends whether or not this story has a happy ending. And from where I sit, I'll bet you it hasn't. However, to keep things even, here's another kind of story that I know has a happy ending. Now, let's see. George and Brooksy were supposed to meet a Mr. Yule at the foot of Tide Street. Say, that's a pretty rough part of town. You better watch it, George. You might get in over your head.
Is it always so foggy down here?
Well, only in the summer.
Captain Charlie's Neptune Palace. Quite an ornate old place, isn't it?
Oh, the rooms are empty now, or most of them, and half of it is locked off, of course. It tips like a one-legged man there where the pilings underneath are sinking. The commercial docks went away and left this district, you see, when they built the new piers farther down.
I know.
Beer and sandwiches. Step into the kitchen and make your own. Rooms 50 cents. Quite a come-down from the kind hotel it must have been once.
Oh, but there's no transient trade, you understand, Miss Brooks. Just the ones Captain Charlie asked to stay permanently.
Like writers who specialize in foggy stories.
Now, just be patient, Mr. Valentine. I want you to understand the setting, that's all. Its mood, its character. It's strange
Shut
yet...
the door.
Oh, hello.
You want some coffee? Pour your own.
Oh, don't look at me, friend. Captain Charlie, I suppose.
No, this is Mawson.
Sure,
I'm not crazy. I just look that way.
Business cards, menus, and wedding announcements. That's his line.
What?
Why, he used to do the menus on the Lusitania, no less.
Been sunk ever since.
He prints Charlie's stationery for him. Not that Charlie ever uses any, but that's how he took him in.
Where's Dad coming from? Who opened the door?
That's all right, Sadie. Go back to your knitting.
Oh, that's Sadie. She used to own the place back in the gay days when it was Sadie's Neptune Palace.
Sure, but Captain Charlie never had the heart to throw her out either. Who are your friends, Jewel?
Oh, never mind us.
Who's down there?
All we care about is a story. Not that we'll ever get it.
Well, now, Morton here, he was in it.
Oh, no, I'm not. Charlie gave me a check for the $25. Don't mix me up in your fiction. Parrots. Ha! Bird feathers.
I said, who's down there? You, Captain?
Look, Buster, for the last time, will you tell us what this is all about?
Come on. Through here. No barroom. I'll tell you all right.
Well, and who might your friends be, Mr. Yule? No matter, the welcome's always out. But you know what I've been here sitting and thinking, me and Limey here?
Right, Skipper and me been thinking.
Be quiet.
Right, Skipper.
The next thing this hotel needs is a rubber plant. I remember in Bombay once, I seen the most lovely rubber plant.
Hey, wait a minute, I wanted to tell these people about last night.
Oh, that. Well, now, I don't blame you. Last night, young lady, I bought the most lovely green parrot that any man ever saw. Do you know this morning
Captain, would you mind sticking with last night? What is it? What happened last night?
He told you, Governor, he bought a parrot.
No. But a story should begin at the beginning. And Mr. Valentine, the very first thing was $25. That's what woke me up.
What?
Right. I woke you all up to borrow it, see? Only he didn't have it. And neither did Sadie, so I had to break the lock on Morton's room and dig it out of his stuff. That's on account of the skipper there was a little short in the cash register.
Made Morton sore, too. Made all of you sore.
Oh, not me, Skipper.
Nobody appreciates a good parrot, young lady, but I do, and I bought him. Had to scrape up a whole $100. That's the story. But I made it, and I bought him. Limey, run fetch the bird. Show the people.
Right, Skipper, whatever you say.
I'll give you a hand in case he talks back.
Yule, is that all there is to it? Just that the captain bought a bird?
Mr. Valentine, the stranger. Now, let me tell you about him. The man he bought the bird from.
The mysterious stranger?
Now, don't look at me that way. He was a foreigner of some sort. He was a Hindu or Sikh or something, one of those big fellas with a beard and a turban, but a sailor. And he and Charlie gibbered away at a great rate in some heathen tongue.
Oh, now look, friend.
He wanted to get rid of that bird, the Sikh did. Act as if he was afraid of him. That's why all the fuss about the money. He was so anxious to get paid and get out. And when he left a-running.
Well?
Here, now wait.
Here he is, ain't he, you ducky low?
Careful there, Limey. Careful he don't slip off your shoulder. He's taking quite a fancy to Limey here, you know that?
So that's the parrot.
Isn't he the most lovely bird you ever saw?
Well, I wouldn't exactly say.
Oh, Limey's going to clean him up a bit. You know how it is. But here, let me show you. This is a piece of resistance. Now, come on, baby. Say it. Speak out for the people, baby.
Fine bird. He talks you.
That's a baby. That's a baby. Talk right up like you did to the heathen. Speak out, baby. Speak out.
Drop dead.
Isn't he the most lovely thing you ever heard?
Drop dead. That does it.
Valentine, wait. Wouldn't it interest you if I told you that I took a walk this morning just before I called you and that I found the Sikh, that heathen sailor who was so afraid and so anxious to get rid of the bird, and that the poor man was just lying there in an alley, dead.
Now, wait a minute. That man didn't drop dead. He was rolled. Look at his pocket. See for yourself. Slugged and rolled, that's all.
Yeah, you're right, Lieutenant. Only whoever hit him tapped him a little too hard, Chuck.
It's happened more than once down here.
Don't you think it's interesting that...
And never mind that Eye of the Idol Mystery Magazine stuff either, Mr. Yule. What I want to know is why you didn't report this to the police quicker.
But here in the alley, I knew no one would find him.
Besides which, a beard and a turban. You don't even know he's the same guy you saw last night.
I think he is.
There's a whole shipload of these birds in port. Can you tell them apart? Routine, that's all. Routine case, and you gotta clutter it up. Big mystery. Ha. Okay, boys, where's that wagon?
Well, Mr. Ewell?
I wrote a story about one of these fellas.
Hey, wait a minute. What are you doing? Johnson will cut your gizzard out if you touch that body. You're in enough trouble as it is.
Let go of me. The turban. Here, hold that flashlight.
Oh, brother.
There. You see? I told you it was the same man.
Whoever rolled the sailor just wasn't so bright about where he'd carry his money, huh?
No, 60, 70.
Here, give me that. Yeah, it's the $100, all right. No, I'll keep it. Only so what? This still doesn't mean the parrot had anything to do with it.
Hey, Mr. Valentine, look at this. Did you ever see an Oriental who chewed tobacco?
What? A plug. Okay, so there's been somebody around here lately who chews tobacco, but... Oh, yeah, I remember. You said on the phone something about a seaman who chews tobacco.
Yes, a big fellow, but an American seaman.
Well, where did he creep in? Now, look, Buster, you better spill the rest of what you know fast.
I've told you everything, honestly, I have. He was just a seaman, that's all. I didn't get much of a look at him, but this morning when I woke up, he was peering in my window. And when I shouted, he ran. I came out to look around. That's when I found the body. And then I ran.
Well, that's a good idea.
Mr. Valentine.
All right, you too, Doc.
Miss Brooks is still back in the car. You will out of the other way. Tell Johnson I went to get her, will you, or some other lie?
What? But I...
No, you stay there and hold hands with Johnson.
Hey, Valentine.
See you later. I'm going to write a story.
George, remember? He said that man in the turban seemed so anxious to get rid of the
Take
bird.
it easy, Angel. Hey, Captain. Captain Charlie.
This is a crazy, strange place, isn't it? That captain gives me the jitters.
Never mind. I don't want to see him anyway. Limey's the one who'll talk for us. A weasel if I ever saw one.
But why? What can he tell you? What is it you're trying
Here we are, through here. Just check the information we've already got, Brooksy. Yeah, I'd like to weed out some of Ewell's weird notions. He's about stupid enough to think that bird is some sort of weird super...
George.
Relax, Angel. Up at the head of the stairs, that's all. Come on.
Speak of the devil.
Yeah. Something at the bottom of the stairs, too.
Limey. It's Limey. He's dead.
You know, I've always found it pretty tough to squeeze juice from a lime. Well, that can't be true with everyone, because here's a case where somebody squeezed a limey too hard. Couldn't have been the parrot, but he might have been the inspiration. Now, if you're in need of inspiration, why don't you give this a listen?
Now, if your name is George Valentine, you don't believe in the kind of story that has a parrot in it. When the parrot says drop dead, people drop dead. The only trouble is they do. First, a foreign sailor who's the next man that the bird took a liking to, Limey. Yes, Limey is just about as dead as the sailor was.
Who's going to be murdered next, George?
Oh, Brooksy, cut it out,
But
will you?
Limey didn't just fall down the stairs.
It's a dark stairway. It could have happened.
Only you doubt it.
Yeah, I guess he was dead before he fell. But a guess isn't good enough, is it?
It's also unbelievable, all these crazy characters.
There's another explanation of some kind. You want to bet it's nice and simple?
No.
Okay, maybe not. But for instance, why is the parrot important? Why was that mangy captain so anxious to buy him in the first place?
Why is Mr. Ewell so interested?
I get the idea. So run out and get the police, will you?
Well, what are you going to do?
I want to see who's around, Angel. Mostly upstairs.
Well, the bird is, for one.
Yeah, I know. He hopped off down the hall. See you later.
All right, George.
You sure fell all right, Buster. Well, so who pushed you? Or slugged you first? Who?
Get him off me! Help!
What the? It's Sadie. Sadie.
Get him off! That off of me!
Oh, what? All right. Just a parrot, that's all.
Just of all the ugly names.
All right, take it
screeching.
easy. He's out the window now, huh? Sitting there on the kitchen roof like he was real proud of himself. Only what happened?
Hopped through here across my face. I was sound asleep. I told Captain Charlie I wouldn't stay here if he kept that bird. I never allowed parrots when it was my hotel. This was a respectable place.
Sure. But look, Sadie, did you hear any noise out by the stairs a while ago? Maybe about half an hour ago?
No. Why should I? Everybody's been out, except that awful creature. I heard them go. Why?
Skip it. Only tell me something, Sadie. How long have you lived here?
40 years now, I'd say, off and on. Barring a couple of marriages. But I always come back. Oh, my lands, I wouldn't know any other place to live. None of us would.
All been here for years with Captain Charlie, huh?
Well, of course. Except that Yule, naturally. He's recent. We're all sort of has-beens, but the captain, he keeps us all under his wing. He's a wonderful man. So generous, honest. That was what you wanted to ask about, wasn't it?
Yeah, Captain Charlie.
Ask anybody in the district about Captain Charlie. He's
Okay.
nothing bad about anybody here, except for that bird.
Yeah. Well, I better get him off that roof.
Well, don't you bring him back in here. Won't have that thing screaming at me.
Oh, be quiet, Sadie. Somebody else trying to get him off that roof, too. Very popular bird. No, stay there. I can make it around the ledge. Just stay in your room.
Easy now, boy. I'll be up there and get you in just a minute now. Keep the big crap shut, will you? Less noise now, that's the stuff.
Wouldn't you know? A seaman.
Now we got you, baby.
Would have been easier to climb up with a ladder.
What?
Bird-watching society. You always chew tobacco when you go parrot hunting?
Beat it, will you, buddy? I don't want no trouble.
I don't blame you. Not on a slippery roof.
Stay out of it, Mac.
Hey, don't reach for that bird. I want to talk to you.
I ain't the type.
Stay where you are, I said.
Hold still, you blast.
Yeah, now look what you did. That's the kitchen flue he's climbing into. Now we can all have fun getting him out.
Yeah, well, let him stay there.
Forget him. You're the one I want. There's a little matter of people dropping dead.
No, you don't, Mac. I had enough. I don't want no trouble. This is where I came in.
Don't try that. Hey, you.
So long, sucker.
Look out. You'll slip. Look out.
Drop dead. Valentine, you're the one.
Oh, stop it, Johnson. Drink your coffee.
For everybody here, folks. Help
The
yourselves.
seaman isn't dead, Lieutenant. His skull wasn't fractured.
So we gotta wait for hospital reports before we can get him to talk.
Johnson, for the 10th time, leave me alone, will you? Go solve your 2 murders. You checked all these people on when they last saw Limey?
Yeah, we checked and double-checked and still haven't found anything.
Okay, then leave me alone. I'll drink my coffee and think about it.
Sure. First, you pocket $100 and run. Then you find something but won't say what it is. Then you...
Johnson.
What kind of an idea did that seaman give you? What you got up your sleeve?
Well, break up this picnic and maybe you'll find out.
But you were... Oh, all right, everybody, get out of here. There's a genius working on a story. That's all for now. Break it up.
George.
All right, they've gone now. So come here, brace me, Angel. Then you can beat it,
Brace
too.
you? What in the name? George, get off of that stove.
It's a big one. Got a big ear, man.
What?
The flu. Hope he's all right. Yeah, now I can reach him. Oh, where are you, boy? Come on. Oh, brother, soot, grease, and cobwebs.
You mean he's been there all this time, the parrot?
I hope he's in here. Hope I can reach him. Yeah. Sure, here we go.
Oh, look at the poor thing.
Yeah. Well, I'll clean him up a little. He'll be all right.
George, what are you going to do with him? I wouldn't touch that bird if it laid golden eggs.
All right, hold still there, Abner. Now, Brooksy, listen. We got to find out once and for all if this bird really does have anything to do with all the crazy stuff going on here.
You're sure hard to convince.
Hey, get off my coffee. If you're thirsty, boy, we'll get you a drink. Now, Brooksy, you go in the bar where Johnson is. Give me 5 minutes head start, then tell people I found the parrot and took off down the alley.
Well, of all the
Well, this is the only way to find out, isn't it? To see who comes after me. The bird itself can't have any value, but maybe somebody thinks it does. Drop dead. Oh, Brooksy, now look, just because everybody who's been around this long-nosed chicken has got into trouble...
All right, I'll do it. But there must be easier ways to find the end of a story.
Okay, Bird. Let's get some of the grease off your feathers. Bird of El Omen, huh? Big mystery bird. Oh, you like that. Well, get yourself all stretched, because in about 5 minutes we'll go outside and see if anybody meets us. We'll find out just how dangerous it is to hang on to you when you're...
Drop that.
Hey, shh, cut it out, will you? That's better.
Drop that.
Huh?
Drop.
What? Hey, Bird, snap out of it. What's the matter with you? Hey, Abner, come on, boy, come on. There's nothing wrong. Oh, brother. Dropped dead, huh? Coffee. The coffee. You took a drink of my coffee. Brooksy. Johnson, what? John.
George, listen to me. Can't you hear me?
Here, slap him with the wet towel some more.
I'll do it, Captain.
That stuff can't hurt him any.
Get you and your crazy joint. Get out of here.
All right.
Oh.
You all drink that stuff, too?
Oh, George, here now, don't move. You told me 5 minutes. It was 5 minutes before anybody even started to look for you.
Sure. Just me, huh? Just my coffee. We're not all dead, huh?
Valentine, I regret to say.
Never mind, I know. I lost it up again.
An old-fashioned knockout drop. They keep them behind the bar. Naturally, they would in this kind of a place.
Wait a minute. The Bird.
He's all right, George.
And making a lot more sense than you are.
Okay, Johnson, somebody doped my coffee. Everybody had a chance. Everybody knew I was going to be here alone. But at least it proves it's somebody right here, doesn't it?
Eliminate the semen?
Yes, but why did this happen, George? We found you and the bird hadn't been touched.
Hey, did you move me?
What?
Here, I'll help you.
No,
up.
don't touch me. It wasn't the bird they were after. It was me. Only why me? What have I got that they want?
$100. Look in your pocket. See what was taken.
Yeah. I thought I had it in this pocket. Oh, the wallet's okay. Anything else? 60, 70, 80, 90. No, it's all there.
Oh, nobody'd commit crimes just for that amount of money anyway.
No, of course not. So get on your feet. We start all over at the beginning.
Johnson, I think better on the floor. You know, all this business could be awfully simple.
Sure, Hindus and parrots and sea captains.
This thing with me could be a mistake. Limey could just have fallen down the stairs. The first guy we already know was just slugged and rolled.
I think you'd better stand up, George.
Okay. Too far-fetched, huh? But a desperate man might hope that's the way it'd go down.
Like what, man? Like why? What are you talking about?
Captain Charlie's respectable, isn't he, Johnson? Honest and good with the police.
That's right, for years.
The same goes for the people he's kept under his wing. Morton, Limey, Sadie.
Sure. Charlie keeps the place clean, all right, only... What's that got to do
with...
with...
Now listen. A foreign sailor comes in with a parrot last night and all blazes breaks loose. Everybody's imagination dives off in 7 directions.
It isn't imagination that the bird was involved in every crime, though, is it? Here with you? With Limey who took care of him? With the sailor who brought him in?
Sure, and you get so wound up you don't notice something else that was involved with everyone.
What, George?
The money that paid for the parrot.
Huh? But you just said that dough in your pocket hadn't been touched.
I thought I had it in the other pocket, that's all. But suppose while I was out, suppose the reason I was doped was to get at that money and do something with it.
Now look, if it's there, it's there.
And that something was the last crime that needed to be done. From here on, the mysteries could stop.
George, for heaven's sake, tell us...
Okay, Angel, okay, words of one syllable. Suppose in this place one person isn't so respectable, fooling Charlie along with everybody else for years. And last night, Limey broke a door, a lock. Why would anybody lock a door around here, incidentally?
But who are you...
Because Charlie needed $25 more to make up the 100 the sailor wanted for his bird, remember? Well, Limey got it all right. He found it in Morton's room.
Well,
Johnson, from there on, 1, 2, 3. Morton was mad, remember? But the sailor had already gone. Then the sailor was slugged and rolled. But if it was Morton, he couldn't find the money he wanted to get back.
George, Limey didn't have any money.
Limey was a weasel. Suppose he got to asking Morton about that money he took. Suppose he caught on to what I'm catching on to. So Morton killed him, scared to death of discovery now, with one accidental murder already to his credit. All right, then came me. Do you want to bet I was doped so that 25 of that 100 could be replaced with a different 25?
Holy smoke.
Sure, that's right. Replaced with genuine money.
George, Morton's a printer, isn't he?
You got it. His press must be in the locked room. He printed menus, remember?
Green ones with pictures of Lincoln and Washington and people like that on them.
That's the idea. And it explains everything. A counterfeiter, trying to keep from being discovered.
Well, come on. Don't just stand there.
Martin. Hey, Martin.
He was here just a second ago. He ran upstairs when you came out of the kitchen.
There he goes. Martin, stop! Sergeant, get him!
Hold it, Angel. Let the police do the rest.
Hey, what's going on anyway? Look, ma'am, ain't this a lovely bird? You know, someday I'm going to get me a rubber plant and then...
But, George, even if Morton did commit those crimes, it still doesn't explain everything. There's still that tobacco-chewing seaman who fell off the roof and the parrot.
Hey, you didn't start this story. Yule did. So stick around a minute and I'll give him the rest of it.
You're right, Brooksy. There are a lot of questions that still need answering. So, while George is getting his story straight, suppose we all give this story a listen.
Yes, he was a counterfeiter, I understand. All he wanted was to get his $25 back.
But the seaman, George...
Oh, yes. The mysterious man chewing tobacco.
Well, I'll use a little logic. The sick, the foreigner who was so anxious to sell the bird in a hurry, didn't speak English.
Yes, that made it all the more...
So where did his bird learn to say drop dead?
Oh.
Yeah, and every clue Yule gave me about him suggested the obvious. The sick had stolen the bird and was trying to sell quickly before the guy he stole it from caught up with him.
You telephoned the hospital, huh?
Well, this might not be all clairvoyance, but sure. The seaman didn't want to get mixed up in any trouble, but he still wanted his bird back.
Huh. His bird. And that's all there was to it? Oh, my beautiful romantic story of the waterfront. With all those strange characters.
Watch it. Don't get carried away again.
Oh, dear. My beautiful story.
Anyway, cheer up, Mr. Yule. Maybe you could sell it to one of those mystery shows on the radio.
Sure. Call it Drop Dead.
Just in case we lost you somewhere along the way, George Valentine was played by Robert Bailey, and Brooksy, played by Virginia Gregg. David Victor and Jackson Gillis wrote the tale, and Eddie Dunstetter played the music. Now, this is yours truly inviting you to our next visit with Valentine, when you will again hear what happens when you let George do it.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Say, did you ever hear of a fearless clown? Well, just in case you haven't, that's the title of our Let George Do It adventure. Now, you're probably wondering what a clown has to fear in the first place, unless maybe it's a nasty elephant. And in the second place, how would you know when he's behind a couple of inches of grease paint? Well, all I know is that a very nervous girl is most concerned about a certain clown, and she's telling George Valentine all about it.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I'm sure you've heard of Fofo, the fearless clown. Maybe you've already seen his circus before, but it's here in town, opening tonight with an all-new show. And if he's ever scared you with a snake or made you laugh with his crazy tumbling, and I'll bet like everybody else you must have thought he's a wonderful person. But I know that he's not. In fact, if Fofo should happen to die, I am the person who killed him. What I mean is, Mr. Valentine, I've already practically confessed to his murder. It's your job to keep the most horrible man in the world alive. Sincerely, Relita. P.S. I'm the girl in the strawberry-colored tights.
Hey, there she is, riding the lead elephant.
How could you miss her?
Oh, you spotted her before, this Relita?
The tights, darling. Or didn't you notice them? Foolish question.
Opening parade. She said we could catch her after the performance.
That's a good idea. It'd take a stepladder to get down off that elephant any other way, wouldn't it?
Brooksy, I'll tell you a secret. You don't get down off an elephant. You get it off a duck.
Oh, George. George!
Oh, no, take it easy, Angel. That's the star of the piece, that's all. Fofo himself. You know, he's about the only performer who's ever worked up to owning his own circus. Must be quite
George,
a guy.
he's got a snake. It came right out of his suitcase.
Sure. It's a good act to lead the parade
But
with.
look at it. George, it's a cobra. Oh.
Take it easy. Putty nose and the calm rig is what makes it look so
He's
exciting.
jumping rope with it.
Brooksy, I'll tell you something. The fearless little man with his snakes. Hey, look, he's turning somersaults now in front of the elephant.
But he's the man you're supposed to keep alive.
Don't worry, I told you. For your information, there's not one snake in this circus that doesn't eat with false teeth.
What?
Yeah, sure. It just looks dangerous, that's all. That guy's not crazy. All his snakes are a fraud. Maybe he is, too. I don't know.
Well, I should have known, but...
Hey, the elephant. Relita's elephant. He's charging.
But Fofo's turning somersaults right in front of him. Oh, George!
Come on, get through the crowd. That John sure ended in a hurry.
That elephant just went crazy.
Fofo didn't even see him coming.
You didn't even have a chance to keep him alive.
Brooksy, what I want to find out was in the first part of Relita's letter. Maybe it was the elephant who trampled him, but remember? She said, if Fofo should happen to die, I'm the person who killed him.
Well, it looks like poor old Fofo has gone bye-bye. And you know what? They'll probably blame it all on that nice elephant. We'll find out what's going on behind the scene in just a minute. But first, let's take time out for this. Now let's get back to George and Brooksy. Right now, they're backstage at the circus.
George.
Angel, doctor says he's still alive. They got him into the ambulance as fast as possible. He's on his way to the hospital right now.
Mr. Valentine, it was an accident, wasn't it? Well?
George, you saw it yourself.
That elephant just went crazy or something, didn't you see? He charged straight ahead. If Fofo hadn't been so close to me.
Sure, I saw it all right. Relita, I think you'd better tell me about yourself in a hurry.
Yes, of course. Well, it's really quite simple. I'm new with the circus. I do a little acrobatic dancing. I used to be with an act in nightclubs. Well, it's rather hard to say this. I'm married, you see, and oh, Mr. Valentine, Fofo's death was an accident. That's all it could have been.
Relita, we do need to know your story, but maybe not all of it.
Well, Fofo is very attractive and charming, and anyway, he saw me act, and I met him. He wanted me to come to the circus. Now I have to stay with the circus.
What do you mean?
I think he must have enjoyed being endangered. I got mixed up with him. What do you think I mean?
Okay. Emotional blackmail. Does that make it simpler for you?
I wrote exactly why I was going to kill him, and, well, don't look like that. I didn't give him the letter or go out and buy a gun. In fact, I just tore it up. Or no, what I mean is I put it in my wastebasket. I'd worked off my steam, I guess. Anyway, I wrote everything to my husband instead, and I mailed that, and he understands.
Well, why were you so frightened? Why did you want me?
After the show that night, I came back to my dressing room, and the note I wrote to Fofo was gone, disappeared. Somebody taken it out of my wastebasket.
Uh-huh. You wanted me to find out who and get the letter back, huh?
Yes, whoever had that note could murder Fofo and use it to put the blame on you.
And I don't know who that could be. I don't know the people around here yet, but Fofo's so popular, I can't imagine anyone else wanting to use that letter.
I would kill him any day of the week.
What? Otto.
The show must go on, but somebody else can lead the band, eh? I wanted to find you, my child. Lolita, she will be all upset, I said to myself.
Otto, what did you mean? You said you'd killed Fofo?
Who are these people?
Oh, Miss Brooks, Mr. Valentine. He's sort of a detective.
Well, naturally, I would expect that.
Well, Ada was just telling us that she doesn't have many friends around the circus yet.
So? She has me, and my brother, too. The boy, Freddie. Have you seen where he is, Lolita?
No, I haven't, but what did you mean
Sure,
when...
come on, let's have it. Why would you kill Fofo?
Everybody knows that. My foot. You see? I didn't always toodle on an oboe and wave batons in a striped coat. I was on the wire. Otto the Magnificent. Yeah. So one day I fell and was injured. But Fofo, you think he would help pay my 2 years of hospital bills, the way the law says?
Then why did you come back to his circus?
Why not? Perhaps to kill Fofo. I don't know. But neither does Fofo. That's what makes it interesting.
Oh, Otto, stop it. You shouldn't say things like that.
You are very mixed up, my child. And very innocent.
Uh-huh. You're trying to tell her that nobody likes Fofo, check?
Liked. Past tense. He was popular because he always liked to have around him the people who hated him. If this makes no sense, why try to understand that he's dead, isn't he?
Yeah, practically. Killed by an elephant.
Otto, is that true? That there were others besides me? Then that letter I wrote isn't so important at all, is it, Mr. Valentine?
Everybody hated him. Even my little brother Freddie, the sweetest boy in the world. And a good entertainer, too, but out of a job. You think Fofo would give him work? No, Fofo laughs. He thinks it is funny I should have to support my brother.
Skip it, Otto. What about the man who was with the elephant?
What?
The one walking alongside when it happened in there. Trainer, or whatever he is.
His name is Boxer. Well, I don't know. But he probably hates Fofo, too.
Okay, thanks. You've covered up enough for a leader.
What? George, where are you going?
Well, I'll start with the snakes, I guess.
Here. Down this way, I guess.
You sure that snake is locked up tight in that box?
What, Susie here? Don't you worry about her, mister. Not a fang in the circus, didn't you know that? Harmless as a 10-foot piece of garden hose or a regatta snake.
Yeah, well, never mind showing me. Just keep the lid shut, huh, will you?
Sure, all right. Some people don't like snakes, I guess. Me, I kept him in my bathtub at home ever since I was a kid, and he hid him.
Got him over there?
Yeah, there he is. Got them all chained up separate.
Well, that's the sheriff's work.
Poor old Emir. You know that elephant's been with us almost 5 years. Oh, hello, Boxer. Me is all. It's him.
I'm George Valentine.
Oh, yeah. Sheriff sent word. Snooping, huh?
No, not exactly.
Boy, look at the chains they got on him. No, what's the matter, baby? They got you
All right. Show 'em the snakes. That's what you come down here for, ain't it?
Sure, Boxer. Take it easy. All right, there we go, Susie. Don't eat up all his hay now.
Wait a minute now. Better not let that snake get so close to his trunk, had you?
Look, Mr. Valentine, the Emir here wouldn't care if a snake crawled up his trunk.
Okay. Hey, look, get her out of here, will you? That's good, thanks.
You're welcome. All right, Susie, off we go. Back to bed.
So it wasn't the snake, huh?
Come here, Mr. Valentine. Don't be afraid. The Emir won't step on you. Now, boy. Give me your ear, boy. That's it. Here, look.
What's that? Bunch of brands?
Same idea, only you mark the ear. See? Double X, that's one circus. Triangle, that's another. Crossed lances, little crown, that's for digging trees up for some Maharaja.
Yeah, a whole string of them. In other words, the Emir's been through the wars, huh?
He's older than you or I or anybody else around here. Been everywhere and done everything. And Mr. Valentine never once has he caused a bit of trouble. A freight train couldn't make him nervous or jumpy.
Then what did?
I don't know.
Suppose somebody put a lighted cigarette to his ear.
Well...
Suppose that stick you carry just happened to poke him at the right time.
There was only me and the girl on top near him. Nobody did nothing like that.
Well, if he's such a peaceful elephant, then how do you explain his actions?
Maybe you don't explain it. Animals are funny, Mr. Valentine.
Sure, I know. An elephant never forgets. So maybe he didn't like Fofo either, huh?
Don't be ridiculous.
All right, then what happened? Something sent the Emir off.
George?
Yeah, Brooksy, out here. I'm just trying
to... Come here, quick. Over here, George.
What's happened? You here from the hospital?
Yes, but here he is.
Well, this is Mr. Valentine.
Oh, that's right. Who are you?
George, it's Fofo.
Yes, of course it's me. A quick recovery, wasn't it? I think I have 9 lives.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Fofo, what happened? What are you doing here?
Now, hello, Otto. Relita? Well, don't all stand there as though I were a ghost or something. I've been down to the hospital. I was in town. I heard on the radio what happened.
George, he died. The sheriff just called.
Wait, I don't understand.
Oh, I get it. Somebody else was doing your act for you. All that clown makeup and costume,
Yes, yes. But Otto, I'm so terribly sorry. Only you yourself kept asking me to give Freddy a chance.
Freddy!
Otto. Poor fellow. He loved his younger brother a great deal, and he wanted him to work so badly. It's really his fault, I suppose, that Freddy is dead, no? Well, it couldn't be anyone else's fault, could it?
We'll return to our adventure with George Valentine in just a moment.
Now, back to George Valentine. Fofo, the fearless clown, seems to be a man with 9 lives, because it never occurred to you or the other 1,000 people who saw an elephant suddenly run berserk and trample him that the man under all that makeup wasn't Fofo. No, it was really a boy named Freddy who only wanted a job with Fofo's circus. Well, now Freddy is dead, and if your name is George Valentine, you go down to the hospital to make sure of your facts this time.
Of course it was Freddy. Who else would it be? He spoke to them, the doctor said. Did you hear what that doctor with the glasses said?
Freddy didn't say anything, Otto. He couldn't help any.
No. How could a poor boy know who killed him?
Otto, snap out of it, will you please? I know how much you loved your brother. But what's done is done.
Yes.
Besides, what do you mean, know who killed him?
Did I say that? Well, why not? Fofo killed him.
How do you figure that?
Look, closing time. All around us, people going home. But for the circus, time off, that's all. 2 hours between afternoon and night performances. Freddy liked the night performance best.
Look, Otto, I asked you why Fofo would kill your brother.
I don't know.
You mean because Fofo so gratuitously took this afternoon off? So accidentally put your brother in his place?
It was a new performance.
Yeah, that's what the big man told Miss Brooks. New lights, new costumes, new music, the works. Fofo wanted to drag some publicity men from downtown to watch with him from out front for a change.
That's what he told Miss Brooks.
You think it's a lie?
Everything he does is a lie.
Okay, prove it.
I can't. And Mr. Valentine, you will waste your time forever if you try to. You can't always win, so...
All right, wait a minute. Come on, hop in. I'll drive you back to the grounds.
No, it is closing time for me too.
Where are you going?
I will walk back through the park, I think. Oh, I'll see you later. I'm not young enough to just walk out on a job. All I mean is for me, it is awful. I will stop trying to say Fofo is evil. I will let you waste your time.
This his dressing room?
The railroad car, George. It's the drawing room.
Oh, yeah. Nice way to live. Sure he's gone?
It's through the office part, they said.
Oh, yeah, here we are. Keep out, private, do not disturb. Nice, friendly sort of guy.
George, wait.
Well, Mr. Valentine, you're snooping, huh? Perhaps you came to steal something, huh?
Yeah, maybe I did, Fofo. A letter.
Uh-huh. A letter? Let me see. You represent Relita, don't you?
So, I guess I might as well start looking, huh? Where is it, the desk?
You know, I like you. You are very shrewd.
Now, look, Buster, she wrote a letter. It explained what kind of a guy you are.
And why she would like to kill me.
So the letter disappears. Somebody stole it. It doesn't take much shrewdness to figure you're the boy who took it.
Relita is very young. She needed to be taught a lesson.
She's already learned it. Stay away from clowns. But I suppose you got a lot of fun out of scaring her to death.
Now, here. You may have it. It has served its purpose.
Thanks a lot. Fofo, you enjoy things like this, don't you? What this guy Otto says about you is true.
I think we can skip the psychoanalysis, yeah? Otto's stupid. He would never be able to do anything about the way he feels.
I might.
Sit down, Valentine. You know, you advertise for danger. You're the kind of man I've always wanted to meet.
Oh, no thanks, Buster. My job's finished.
What?
Yeah, the reason I was hired, at least. So now the coast's clear to solve a murder, isn't it? And right now, I'd rather hear what Boxer has to say.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing now. Here, hold the flashlight a minute.
Well, maybe Fofo let it slip, but he mentioned you were claiming the aimer wasn't to blame today.
I know. And earlier I said I couldn't see how anybody could have made the aimer do it. I still don't.
But you say one of the men heard someone out here.
That's right, Miss Brooks. 2 nights ago. Roustabout says the aimer was snorting around. Sure. Of course, I told Fofo. But you think he'd be interested if it was murder? You think he'd do anything but laugh over it?
All right, skip it, Boxer. Just what happened 2 nights ago?
Well, this roustabout was waked up by the aimer. Came over to see what was the matter. Sure, there was a man here. But he disappeared before he could get a look. Didn't report it. Didn't think it was important until today.
George, look. It's a sliver. Thin little sliver of wood.
What?
Looks like a chip from the sawdust. Let's see what it looks like.
No, wait a minute. Look out. It's broken already. Polished white wood. That's not sawdust.
Well, maybe it's sharp. But that's nothing you're going to hurt an elephant with either. Here, I'll show you how tough the aimer's skin is.
Don't poke him.
If you thinks that was what was riling him up, when you got another thing coming.
Hold it. Now, you listen to me. Boxer, what would happen if you took the elephant here back into the main tent? The way he was when he tore loose this afternoon when the accident happened.
I don't get you.
But you guaranteed to the sheriff to have enough chains or enough men to keep him under control?
Sure.
All right, the tent's empty now. It's between shows. Everybody's available.
George, what do you want to do?
Little reconstruction, Brooksy. It just occurred to me that the only one who can solve this crime in a hurry is the aimer himself. You all set, Otto?
You want everything the same. All right. Start your silliness.
Old Sourpuss himself, where have you been?
I'm back, aren't I? I guess, Mr. Valentine, I've been thinking about what Fofo should think about. How you can't always win. That you will never teach him.
What do you mean?
All right, let's get this parade going.
Come on, you know the Sourpuss, he plays bad music anyway.
Why aren't you ready to walk through this thing, Fofo? Haven't even brought your snake box in yet. Haven't even started a somersault.
Oh, I will do my part. Don't worry, I'm not afraid.
Oh, skip it. It's because you know I don't need to go through with it, isn't it?
Is it?
Sure. It's because you know I've already got the answer.
Have you?
Yeah. On the way back from the hospital, I stopped to pick up a book on elephants. Take the aimer here. He's been through the wars, hasn't he?
No, that band is making so much noise.
Oh, you're with me, all right. But here, look. The brand marks on the aimer's ear.
Boxer, give me the stick there.
Well, don't you want me to lead him around like I did?
No, I take him. I can handle him. Well, give it to me, I said.
Well, sure, boss.
Never mind. Here, take a look. 3 X's. That's a circus. A crown. Boxer says he must have pulled up trees for a Maharaja once. Cross lances. Well, in India, that was the best job an elephant could get, wasn't it? Only goes to the biggest and finest. Battle elephant.
You are the expert, not me. I suppose the lances might mean that. What are you driving at?
The aimer's memory. Something way back in his training. Something he'd do on the right command, automatically, fast as lightning. Practically a reflex action.
Yeah, well, go on.
What's up, Valentine?
Oh, let's get this over with, Sheriff. I don't like it. Otto, stop that music. Hey, Otto, stop it.
What's the matter?
Okay, now. Play the same tune you played this afternoon.
What? But I have told you, everything is the same as
Opening
it was.
performance of the new show was this afternoon. Sure, that's right. Everything was new, even costumes and music. So play that same march.
Sure, I told you it was different, Otto.
Yes, go on, Otto. You write the music, play it. Mr. Valentine wants everything the same. Unless you are afraid to.
Be quiet, will you? Otto, your instrument, I remember, is an oboe, a reed instrument. Well, is this white sliver of wood yours? It's a broken reed.
What?
Somebody dropped it the other night, doing something that made the aimer get all excited. Playing softly in his ear, maybe. Testing a composition, maybe.
I don't understand at all.
Yes, you do. You're wasting time. Come on, boys. You don't need a leader. Play Otto's same arrangement you did this afternoon.
Wait!
Let her go. Here we are, Valentine. The Emir and I.
What's the matter, Otto? The aimer here is really harmless. But if a man were turning somersaults in front of him and suddenly some horns started blaring out...
Wait! No, Mr. Valentine. Wait, boys!
I don't know the notes, but something deep in the elephant's memory, maybe. Battle elephant. And I suppose there must be a call for charge. At least that's what they use battle elephants for.
Stop it! Stop that music! Stop it! Stop it! All right. I am the one you want.
Imagine trying to kill me? He's tried it before. But that's what his scheme was.
Oh, he had good enough reason, I guess.
No, but the irony of it, Mr. Valentine, he worked up such a beautiful way to kill me. I always told him he was never smart enough. And then his plan backfired so tragically. No wonder he fainted when I told him his brother had taken my place.
Uh-huh. Well, I just talked to Otto back there. He won't say anything. But how can he? Because he can't really prove that you'd caught on to what his plan was. That you had his brother take your place on purpose.
Well, and can you prove it? No, of course not. So why talk about then, huh?
Yeah, that's right. Why talk about it?
George, let's get out of here.
Oh, leave me alone for a minute, will you, Angel? Don't you see? Fofo's right. I can't prove it.
We will return to our adventure with George Valentine in just a moment.
Well, the aimer won't have to be shot now. That's one good thing come out of it.
Oh, sure, Boxer. And you can go right on having trouble with your boss, and Relita can still be practically blackmailed by the guy who's still got his eye on her.
Oh, George, stop beating yourself. There's nothing you can do about it. You said so yourself.
Yeah, sure. In fact, Otto told me that earlier, before he stumbled off to walk in the park. Said I'd waste my time forever if I tried to get back at Fofo. You can't always win, he said.
Yeah, poor Otto wasn't bright enough to get rid of Fofo.
And I came along, so he never got another chance at him. Maybe I don't mean that, I don't know. Well, on with the show.
Sure. Listen to them in there. In a couple of minutes, the fearless fraud will come galloping in with his little suitcase, opening the parade. And the people will scream and clap their hands for him and the snake with false teeth and his somersaults in front of the Emir.
So we don't like the way it ends, Brooksy. Hey, there's a police car come back to meet us, I guess. Come on, let's go. Only...
What's the matter?
Otto said a couple of funny things. And it was odd his not being willing to talk about anything after he confessed.
What?
In fact, it was funny he didn't confess earlier. The shock of finding he'd been responsible for killing his brother and all.
What are you talking about?
That policeman getting out of the car is a funny cap. Made me remember Otto's wanting to go to the park, that's all, then showing up later.
Mr. Valentine, this guy's from the park.
Yeah, so I noticed. City Park Zoo.
We need help fast. Along about closing time, somebody broke into the snake house at the zoo. And, buddy, our snakes aren't amateurs. Our biggest cobra is missing.
You have just heard The Fearless Clown, another Let George Do It adventure. Robert Bailey was starred as George Valentine, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. David Victor and Jackson Gillis wrote the story, and the music was by Eddie Dunstetter. Now, this is yours truly inviting you to another visit with Valentine, when you will again hear what happens when you let George do it.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
You've all heard the expression, beware of Greeks bearing gifts. In case it slipped your mind, a fellow by the name of Virgil said that some 2,000 years ago. But as far as George Valentine is concerned, he could just as well said it today. Want to know why? Well, suppose you listen to our Let George Do It adventure entitled Deal Me Out, and I'll deal you in.
Dear Mr. Valentines, now's your chance to be rich. I'm a stranger in town and you should take me. Percentage, cost plus, straight commission of the goods. I will pay whatever you like, whatever. And why? Because 5 private detectives I am hiring. With what? No satisfactions. Mr. Valentines, a young friend of mine is having a most desperate situation. And if you can give satisfactions, then I deal you in. The riches are yours. Knowing you like that sort of thing, I remain as ever yours, Ambrose Acropolis.
Knowing you like that sort of thing?
For the young lady, yes. Money will mean something beautiful. For a man, it is different. To him, it is only like bread and butter, or blood, maybe.
Okay, philosopher, but you still haven't told me what kind of trouble this friend of yours is in.
Now, isn't that foolish? Would I need you if I knew?
Yeah, but
I am in town to visit. I am a happy man. I like other people to be happy. How should I know? He won't see me. He is afraid. He avoids his friends. He runs around in alleys with his coat pulled up and his mouth full of mumbling.
It sounds a little peculiar.
Oh, no. Do not misconceive. A nicer, sweeter, more innocent boy could not be imagined. In other places, we have spent many happy evenings together. But something has happened to suddenly change him. Why? What? I would not be a friend if I did not cock my ear to the ground and scratch my head, would I?
Contortionist, huh? Okay, what's his name?
I have his picture here. And the name is like a haircut. Bob. Sprague. Sprague is his last name. And you can remember that by a sprig of parsley.
Never mind, I got it. Bob Sprague. Now, where do I find this poor man in trouble?
Oh, no, he's not poor. Oh, my, no, indeed.
Oh, rich, like you are?
I'll bet he doesn't wear such pretty spats or striped pants.
You like them, eh? So do I. I always wear... You are laughing at me.
Oh, no, really.
No, not you, lady. You, sport. You think I'm lying, perhaps, eh? You think I would not know a trouble what I saw?
Take it easy. I didn't say anything.
Ambrose Acropolis will show you what he means. When in doubt, deal a hand of jacks or bet.
Hey, let go. What is...
Come on. Goodbye, young lady.
But Mr. Acropolis...
So me, I will deal you in with Jackson, Higby, and whoever. Let a whole quartet of lawyers convince you.
But, Mr. Jackson, the name Bob Sprague means something to you, doesn't it?
Oh, just the nephew of a friend of mine, that's all. Why?
Why? I will take over here the explanations how it began. There is something wrong about this boy, and it is only my desire to contact him.
Yes, of course. But Bob is out of town just now, I think. In fact, I'm quite sure he is.
Out of town? But his friends did not
And
say...
there's certainly nothing wrong with him. However, I'll tell you what I'll do. If you want to send him a note or a letter, you may drop it off here, and I'll see that it gets forwarded to the right place. Be glad to.
Uh-huh. Why not just give us his address?
Well,
I don't know it, naturally. Just that he's away somewhere, that's all. Now, really, gentlemen, I'm very busy.
Mr. Jackson, permit me to tell you that a young friend of Bobby's has made from you a liar. To me, he is swearing poor Bob Sprague, with his coat turned up, sneaks into the Afton Hotel here in town every morning.
Oh, get out of here.
Well, how could that be? What is going on here?
Go someplace else. Call other people liars. Get out of here.
You are listening to Let George Do It. Our adventure will continue in just a moment. Now back to Let George Do It and George Valentine.
Well, Valentine's?
Okay, sport, I'm in. What's the name of that hotel again? Wow. Flow gently, sweet after.
What? What's the matter with you?
Oh, nothing. I just say that to myself every time I have a glass of beer here at the hotel this time of night.
Oh. I'm not insulted. Just sitting here, waiting for the first race at Hialeah.
Uh-huh. Who's the bookie, bartender?
Didn't you know?
Well, I'm a little new here. Say, your name's Bob Sprague, isn't it? Hey, wait a minute. I just asked, that's all.
Look, what do you want?
Now, listen, I never heard of you until 1 second ago. I asked you the same question a guy down the bar asked me about you, that's all.
What?
Sit down. He's looking at us. Oh. What's the matter, anyway? You must be popular or something. No sooner had I walked in this place than this guy walked up and asked if I knew you. Then he asked the bartender. The bartender looked at you, but then looked away quick and said no.
Bartender's a nice guy.
Well, I thought maybe I could help or something, you see.
Wait a minute.
Well, hello, fellas. You mind if I join you?
Sorry, private club.
Well, that's the way it goes, doesn't it? Man doesn't make new friends without getting blackballed once or twice.
What's your problem?
There's what's wrong with the world. People don't say what's your happiness, they say what's the matter. Here, you're gonna have one with me now, both of you. Hey, bartender, say, either one of you fellas just happen to know a fella named Bob Sprague?
Now, what's going on in this town? You asked me that just about 2 minutes ago.
Oh, so I did. My mistake. But that's the way it goes, isn't it? No, it's on me, bartender.
Here, kid. What? My key. I got a room upstairs. Hey, you, whatever your name is.
Al. Name's Al. Didn't I tell you?
No. You didn't ask me if I was Bob Sprague either.
Look, I'm getting out of here. Thanks, man.
Sure, see you later.
Hey, now, wait a minute, both of you. You mean you're old Bob?
Sure, why not? Me, not him. But my mother called me Robert.
Well, holy smoke. Think of that.
Uh-huh. So what do you want with me?
Just get out of my way, that's all, buddy.
But I thought you wanted to see me.
It's too early for games. Where's that guy going?
Oh, I don't see anybody.
You're no more Sprague than I am. Get off my toes.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean
Get out of my way.
Hey, wait a minute. No offense. You want to know where the kid's going? Just ask.
What?
Sure. I don't mind telling you. I got a room upstairs. Kid's meeting me there, 612. I just slipped him the key.
What kind of a sucker do you think I am? So he's headed for the street, huh? Thanks for nothing.
Don't mention it, sucker. Hey, kid. Bob.
Oh, hi. Get rid of him?
Yeah, push over.
Thanks a lot.
Who is he? Called himself Al, but he didn't...
I don't know. I've never even seen him before. Just another strong man, I suppose.
Brother, you're sure popular. Now, look, let's have it. What are you afraid of? What are you hiding from?
$40,000.
What? Hey, look, I don't get it. Well, come on. You're in trouble. Dodging somebody like mad. Your friends all covering up for you.
Ah, sure. Don't know why I shouldn't tell you. You see, it's like this.
Well, go on. Somebody outside.
Well, hello, everybody.
What in the name of...
So you have got him at last. George Valentine's, you are a genius.
I might have known. There was no baggage in the room or anything. Look, get out of my way.
Bob, wait.
Bobby, my boy, my old
so
friend.
Long, fatso.
Kid, wait. What's the idea?
You lousy double-crosser.
Wait. Stop him, Valentine.
No, let him go.
He's in trouble. He will get away. Get him.
Yeah. There we are. That's better.
Valentine's, what has come over you? Why did you hurt me?
Oh, shut up, Acropolis. Find Bob Sprague. He's in danger. He's hiding from someone. Oh, brother, what a sap I am. The guy he's hiding from is you.
Please, don't look at me like that. I am an innocent man.
Sure. Hiring people right and left to go after the poor guy.
But I promised you with God, didn't I?
Oh, yeah, sure. Percentage, cost plus, straight commission of the goods. Why didn't I catch on earlier? $40,000. What is it you're trying to do? Shake him down?
No, please. I am honest. We are friends, Bobby and me. We spend many happy evenings together at poker. He lost.
Ah, so that's it. Nice kid, welching on a gambling debt, and you're the gambler.
Valentine's, once in a while to be a gambler is a tragic thing. The government says you must pay income tax, but the laws will not let you collect your debts. And when your debtors run away from you...
Oh, my heart's bleeding for you.
But, no, wait, this boy is good for it. His uncle is rich.
So you wanted me to strong-arm for you, huh?
What, only for a cut?
Okay, so here goes.
No, yeah.
I guess that deals me out, doesn't it?
George, where on earth have you been?
Getting a bad taste out of my mouth.
What?
Yeah. There was a movie on down the
And
street.
what did you do with Mr. Acropolis? It's been hours since you two left.
Oh, skip it. I'm all through with that. What's the matter?
The police just phoned. I've been trying to reach you.
Police?
They want you out at the house of Bob Sprague's uncle. That's where the other phone call came.
Which phone call?
The one from the man who said he'd kidnapped Bob Sprague.
What?
And unless his uncle paid $40,000, Bob would be murdered.
Oh, that does it. Do I care? Angel, I dealt myself out of that three-ring circus once.
George, listen. The butler who took the call said the man tried to disguise his voice, but he did give his name.
Ambrose Acropolis?
No. George Valentine.
You are listening to Let George Do It. Our adventure will continue in just a moment.
And now, back to George Valentine. Deal me out. Only if your name is George Valentine, you always seem to get dealt right back in. A man named Ambrose Acropolis asked you to help him find a friend named Bob Sprague. And it wasn't until after you found him that you realized why. Acropolis is a gambler trying to collect what he calls an honest debt. The only trouble is now someone has collected Sprague himself. Yes, he's been kidnapped. By whom? Someone calling himself George Valentine.
Ambrose Acropolis. He's using my name, and he's the one you want.
No, we just put out an alarm and find him, and it's all over. Simple like that.
Well, why not, Johnson? What's wrong with that?
You haven't met the uncle yet. Here, in here.
Bob Sprague's uncle, the guy with the dough?
He certainly has a fancy house.
What's wrong with him?
You'll see. Mind if we come in?
Lieutenant Johnson, come around here. Come around here.
Well, I noticed you there on the patio.
Wait. How do you like this, eh? Butler just brought in the package. First one I ever owned in my life.
Well, where's the yacht? Mr. Dougal, this is Miss Brooks, Mr. Valentine.
Hello.
Pleasure indeed.
Hi.
Can't own the costume without the yacht, eh?
It's a very becoming cap.
Oh, now you know it isn't, but thanks. That's what I'm hoping my wife will say.
Your wife?
Wife-to-be. Getting married in a few days. Why not? You think I'm too old, I suppose. Well, of course I am. But there's no
Oh,
fool
wait a
like-
minute, Mr. Dougal. What is all this? You're Bob Sprague's uncle, aren't you?
Huh? Not my fault.
Well, aren't we here to find out about this kidnapping message you received?
I'm afraid that's a problem for the police, not for me.
What's that?
See what I told you, Valentine?
Now, why don't we all sit down and have a drink?
In other words, you're not even worried? Is that right? Only, what kind of a message did they give you?
My butler took it over the phone. The voice said somebody had better show up at a certain address with $40,000 in cash. The lieutenant's got all that.
Well?
Otherwise, they'd kill Bob.
Yes, that's right. Now sit down. We'll all have that drink.
Well, what's so funny?
Oh, Bob's been in scrapes all his life, just like his father. And I've been silly enough to keep hauling him out. Keep pulling him off the railroad tracks before the trains cut him in two.
Uh-huh. Obviously, you don't like your nephew very much.
Don't like him? I hate him. He's a blasted nuisance. Gambling all the time. And I've finally grown up enough to realize that I owe him nothing. Peace, it's wonderful.
And so you won't pay the $40,000 that they asked?
Look, I'm going to be married. I'm going to have a wife. I'm going to buy a yacht. And as far as I'm concerned, Bob can save himself from the buzzsaw. I'm not going to.
Okay, then. Neither am I.
But you will, won't you, Lieutenant? That's your job.
Play it safe. We'll need money. Acropolis isn't going to sucker for any cut-up newspaper.
Well, then take up a collection. Pass the hat. Or maybe you should just sit out this hand. They won't kill him. What good would it do them? See what I mean? Forget it. Have a good time. Let's everybody just deal ourselves out.
Valentine Dougal's right. I've got a job to do.
Oh, his uncle can't mean those things he said, Lieutenant.
I don't care if he does, Angel. It's Acropolis I want to find.
Sure. Who likes to be made a sucker? Think how this is going to look in the newspaper. George Valentine's. Kidnapper or patsy?
Yeah, sure. Sergeant, have any luck tracing our fat friend?
Says they picked up about 10 trails on Acropolis, but none of them... No, I'll get that. Oh, no? Yeah, that's right. What? You did?
Who did what?
Yeah, I got it. Sure, right away. He's dead.
Huh?
Bob Sprague? Oh, no.
Wrong guess.
Acropolis. Where'd they find him?
No. That was the lawyer Jackson just called. Well, don't just stand there. Dougal's dead.
Two shots, huh?
Yeah. After Dougal put up a pretty good fight.
Somebody came in through the patio just the same way we did, I guess.
And all this poor guy could think of was about getting married and buying a yacht. Yeah. Makes no sense.
Johnson. There's a perfectly simple reason for this guy being killed, and it ties right in with the rest of it, too. Mr. Jackson. Oh, Sergeant, has the lawyer...
Yes, right here.
May I see you a second, please?
Well, it isn't the inquisitive young man.
Sure, we've met before. Now, I want $40,000.
I beg your pardon.
Well, Dougal's dead, so his money can't be his anymore. And if he wasn't married yet, I suppose his nephew still gets it, check?
Well, yes, Bob Sprague inherits, but
and
I don't
Bob
see
is being held prisoner somewhere for $40,000.
But it's ridiculous to pay that. Dougal called me earlier and asked my opinion. I told him the same thing. That's what I was coming out here to talk about when I found him. Bob has been in these scrapes too often before.
You also think we ought to just let Bob be killed?
Well, but they wouldn't do that. It's ridiculous. They wouldn't dare to. Well.
Yeah, somebody killed Dougal fast enough. Now, look, there's no time to waste. I want $40,000 in cash. Just give me those instructions on how and where I pay the money, Johnson.
You, George?
Sure. Here I go again, drawing another hand. Because you see, Mr. Jackson, this is the only way we can find out who's holding the kid. It's also the only way we can find out who murdered his uncle.
George, that's the address, but the place looks so empty.
Just stay out of sight, Angel, and see if I bounce out. If I do, then you'll know it's not.
But you don't expect to see anyone. You're just supposed to leave the money here.
Yeah, well, I don't know what's going to happen, but it won't work with a lot of police watching. I know that.
Oh, George, wait
So long, Angel. Anybody home? All right, where do you want the money? What do I do? Just drop it on the floor and then... No, you don't. Your aim's bad, Busted. Drop that blackjack. Yeah, that's better. You think I'd walk in here without a gun?
Don't shoot again. You hurt me and Bob Sprague will be killed.
Hey, where have I heard you before? Let's get a little light in this mausoleum. Well, the laughing boy at the Afton Bar. Al, isn't it?
Now, don't that beat all. It's a small world, ain't it?
Who are you working for?
You got the gun, but I got the boy. Let's not waste time.
All right. Want to count the cash?
Oh, me? Oh, no. Who wants to count money?
Oh, it's all there, all right.
Oh, boy. Why work for a living, huh, pal? 5, 6, 7, 30, 35, 40. Now, there's a head of letters. I didn't even know they made 'em that big.
Not so fast, Buster. It goes back in the envelope and I keep it.
Well, now, look, we got to go through that again.
I keep it until you show me the kid. Unharmed.
Can't be done. Put up an awful fight. He's got an awful black eye. All right. Don't get anxious. But you know what'll happen if you try anything fancy.
Sure. You'll get shot.
Now, don't be like that. After all, this isn't a regular kidnapping. A debt's a debt, that's all. Come on, my car's outside. After you.
No, thanks.
Have it your own way. But I told you I'd bring you down here. There's nothing to be suspicious about.
Drop the gun.
Okay. Regular parade, isn't it?
Sure. You're gonna play bass horn.
Take it easy.
Or should we see if he makes noises like a cymbal?
Cut it out.
No, leave him alone. I'll take the gun. Thanks.
Where'd you get the gorilla boy, Al?
Relax, I tell you. You're among friends.
Then stop picking my pocket.
Debt's a debt, that's all. There we are, 40 G.
Okay, where's the kid? I suppose he's no more here than he
That's
was
the trouble with everybody nowadays. No good faith. You see what I mean? Let him out, Louis.
What?
Oh, boss, he's a good boy. Ain't caused no trouble. Sure plays lousy poker, though. All right, Dopey, wake up. What do you want? Oh, that's you again.
Hello, kid. I wasn't sure I'd find you.
Play hearts and flowers.
Now, look, this time I'm legitimate. I'm from your uncle.
Oh, try again. Will you? I'd rather be locked up.
We're going to turn you loose, playboy. Matinee's over.
Wait a minute. You mean that old skinflint threw away his fancy blonde, his yachting cap long enough to cough up? I don't believe it.
Here's the dough.
I still don't believe it.
It's your dough, not your uncle's.
What?
Yeah. Mr. Dougal's dead.
He's dead. Oh, now, look, he was...
Come on, Louis. So long, son.
Hey, come on back here.
Stop it. Look out, kid. All right, let them go. They got their money. They're just hired hands.
Look, what's it all about? What's been happening? Who hired them?
Same guy who murdered your uncle.
Valentine's, tell Lieutenant Johnson how harmless I am.
All right, I'll let go of you, but just be quiet.
For Acropolis, I doubt if it's possible.
But you are my friend. Valentine's, you are my friend.
Did you check his voice on the telephone?
Sure, I checked it.
What's the matter, Johnson? Not him, huh?
Me? Why should I phone to anybody? Why should I be involved with kidnappers?
Shut up. So it wasn't him on the phone. What difference does it make? One of his hired hands spoke the piece, that's all.
Okay. I left Brooksy out here with Bob.
Valentine's, come back here. Don't leave me in this pickle of stew, Valentine's!
Why not? It's all over. It's finished.
What's that?
Well, all except the hard work. But you've already got the lead, Lieutenant.
Yeah, what's that? What lead? What are you talking about?
Oh, hello, Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Valentine Jackson here seems to think that
Oh,
Acropolis...
sure. Everybody's thinking, but skip it, will you? Now, why would Acropolis want my name used? Why would he hire me in the first place if he intended to stage a kidnapping? As I remember, he even tried to get a few other detectives to help him chase down Bob here.
I'm a lawyer. I prefer to think logically, if you don't mind. Acropolis is the one the debt was owed to, isn't he?
Sure, and that's how the murder ties in.
Why, of course. He discovered that Dougal wasn't going to pay up, so he killed Dougal in order to make the boy able to pay. You went through it yourself. It worked. That's what happened.
Are y'all through? Okay, listen. Acropolis here is all noise. He blunders around so much he couldn't even collect his own debt.
Be careful of the words, please.
Sport, you hired me to find Bob Sprague. All right, I did. But all the fuss certainly provided a good opportunity for somebody else to blame this all on you. And that's why my name was used, to link it to you, Acropolis.
Now, see here, that doesn't make any sense.
But for some reason, I was called Valentine's.
Yes, but that's the way he pronounced it.
Yeah, and the simplest explanation for that extra S is that certain people today must have actually thought that was my name. Well, on the phone, it could have been Al or Louis or the person who hired them. But it was the latter who only heard my name once, and in Acropolis's lovely voice.
I don't get you.
Oh, yes, you do, Bob. Up in that hotel room. He walked in and called me George Valentine's, and you must have thought that was my name.
Now, see here.
What's the matter, Mr. Jackson? Don't you think it makes sense that Bob here should have taken advantage of his own predicament to get his uncle's money before the old boy was married and cut him off?
Look, I was a prisoner at the time of the murder.
Oh, no, you weren't. Sure, Al put on a show for everybody in the hotel this morning. Who's Bob Sprague? Didn't know you. Big menace chasing you.
You're crazy.
And he carried through the act just fine. After all, why not? I suppose his cut is the $40,000 he walked off with.
That's not true. He had me locked in a room. I don't know what he said,
They didn't make the mistake you did. And I don't just mean that Valentine's business either. Because I don't wear a yachting cap.
What?
Yeah. And neither did your uncle until the day he told us. Package just came before we saw him. After you'd been, quote, kidnapped, unquote. Okay, Johnson, it's all yours. Just get him to explain how he could mention that yachting cap to me when he'd never even seen it. Except, of course, while he was killing his uncle.
Why, you dirty meddler.
Sing it sweet, Buster. Sing it sweet. Come on, Brooksy.
But, George, Mr. Acropolis
No,
here...
we're not leaving him. Come on, gambler. Let's see what kind of cards we can deal.
Back to the conclusion of our Let George Do It adventure in just a moment.
But 40,000. Now I will never get my $40,000.
Of course you won't. You can't collect it legally, and I certainly don't know how else you could get it from a man who's being tried for murder.
You sound so sorry for me.
There is an understatement.
How many times must I explain to you my honesty?
Oh, cut it out, sport. You're not bright, that's all. Maybe you beat Bob Sprague at cards, but he almost got even by hanging this whole mess on you.
Valentine's, we will not speak of it anymore. The pleasure of this meeting has been yours.
And for the last time, my name is not Valentine.
I'm sorry. Forgive me. Please? Now we are friends. Of course. I will call you Georges.
Why, that's stupid.
Oh, George, let him go. I think it's kind of cute. George is George.
You have just heard Deal Me Out, another Let George Do It adventure. Robert Bailey was starred as George Valentine, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. David Victor and Jackson Gillis wrote the story, with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Now this is yours truly inviting you to another visit with Valentine, when you will again hear what happens when you let George do it.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Well, you all set for another visit with Valentine? Ready or not, here he comes. And is he loaded. Now, don't get me wrong. I don't mean in the true sense of the vernacular, nor is he toting a Tommy gun. He's just up to his chin in bliss. You know why? He's going on a vacation. Now, whether you think this is the proper time of year to take a vacation, or whether you think he deserves one, is of no consequence to George. He just got tired of letting George do it. Packed Brooksy and his bags into the car and took off for his favorite seaside spot. Now, at first glance, this may look a little on the dull side, but stick around. It's only the beginning.
Fish stew. George, are you sure this is the right road? It's so dark, all I can see is fog and sand.
Yeah, I know, and they're both the same color. Now, don't worry, I can tell them apart. I tell you, Brooksy, the Italians call it Giuppino, and the French call it Bouillabaisse. But this stuff here tastes so much better than what they...
I know, and Miss Gallagher just calls it fish stew. You've only told me about it 10 times.
Well, now look, everybody else in the world gets a vacation. Why can't I? At least once a year, can't we go off somewhere
George,
and have some
I'm not
fun?
complaining about a vacation. I think it's wonderful. No mysteries, no letters from people getting murdered. But I mean, it's so silly just picking up and going someplace you happen to be once where they have fish stew.
Oh, but Angel, you haven't tasted it yet. Besides, I wrote to her, didn't I? Still like to know why she didn't answer.
Miss Gallagher? Well, that's right. Why look on the gloomy side? Maybe she's been poisoned on her own cooking. Darling, if I sound like a gloomy... What's the matter?
Road sign.
Oh, I guess I'd better powder my nose, hadn't I? Sandy Spit, 1 mile.
Yep, almost there. Fog's clearing a little, too.
Here comes the moon. Looks cold, doesn't it?
Sandy Spit, I don't blame you. Even the name of the place is crazy. But it's quiet. Nothing ever happens here. Nobody ever comes here.
Aren't there any tourists or summer visitors?
Not many. You've seen the roads. Just sand fleas and seagulls, mostly. Oh, a few artists or hermits, maybe. But I think most people are afraid of this kind of country. Too lonely. Just miles and miles of sand dunes and
Yes. George, I take it all back. I think I'd like something warm and friendly, like a fish stew.
Place looks totally different, you know, in the daytime. I mean, when the sun's out.
Well?
Oh, well, hello. I was looking
She's not in.
Yeah, I was going to say Miss Gallagher.
Well, obviously I'm not her, am I? My name's Dr. Crowell, and you can take my word for it, she's not in. Good night.
Well, you see, we're down to visit. She might not remember, but Mr. Valentine here wrote for reservations, only she didn't answer, so
I'm not surprised. Probably wouldn't answer if you were standing in the same room.
What?
She don't take in guests anymore. I'm the only one left. And the way things are going, I won't last much longer.
Well, what's happened that
Or
changed?
am I wrong? Sure, you're not here for hospitality, are you? Wasting my time, aren't I?
What on earth are you talking
Like all the rest, just nosing around. Well, I'm not going to show you no gold cup.
Gold cup?
For my money, it ought to have stayed buried another 300 years. And Gallagher along with it. Her and her big secrets and mysteries. Yes, and you too. You should all be dead.
Now, that's what I call a fine example of seaside hospitality. I think George better give up the idea of fish stew, or he'll end up dead as a mackerel. All of which makes me think that I'd better clam up and let you hear something that's not a fish story. Now, let's see how George and Brooksy are making out. I don't think this little safari to the sea is going to turn out to be much of a vacation. And neither does Brooksy.
Nothing ever happens in Sandy Spit.
The guy's nutty.
Just
Come on.
warm fires and good food. What I want is a vacation. You know, once a year, get away from all the puzzles and excitement and mysteries.
Cut it out, Angel. It doesn't mean anything. Only what did he say about a gold cup?
George.
Hey, wait a minute. Never mind. Listen.
What?
Yeah, party going on down the street.
I thought everybody was a hermit in this town, like Dr. Crowell.
Great party. For the little woman and I, we sure appreciate it.
Sure do, Mr. Lewis. Likewise in spades. Come along, Clyde.
Well, at least nothing so very wrong can be going on here with people that happy.
Anytime, you two, anytime. But it's your house tomorrow night, eh?
Oh, no, it's my house.
Oh.
It's such fun to get together, isn't it?
Yeah, night, Miss Gallagher.
Sure is. Good night, Miss Gallagher. Come on,
George,
Clyde. Hold my
at
hand.
least there's our Miss Gallagher.
Yeah, come on, let's... Hey, where is she?
Well, she lives back this way, so she must be coming... No, she's disappeared.
Another couple, the big blonde and her husband. Where are they now?
Well, you might have noticed where she went. An item like that is...
come on. People don't just get swallowed up in the night. There aren't any cabins or houses out this other way, but... Miss Gallagher!
Nobody here but us vacationers.
Now, wait here, Angel. She must have gone this way. I'll catch up with her. Oh, Miss Gallagher! Miss Gallagher!
Hey, what do you think you're... Oh, excuse me, Mac. Sorry.
No, my fault. I didn't see you, hiding there.
What? I don't get you. Me? Just tying a shoe, that's all. Who are you?
Well, now, take it easy. I'm just a visitor, that's all.
Yeah, let's not kid each other, Mac. My name's Mercy, see? Clyde Mercy. Mercy Carnivals. Have you heard the name in better days? I even used to do a muscle act myself, see? So don't bother with no double talk.
Hey, what makes you so anxious? My name's George Valentine. Just going through town, that's all.
Oh. Sure, yeah. That's the way with me, too. Yeah. Just visiting, that's all. The little wife's in training here. The long-distance swimmer, you know. That's a dead little place. Nothing ever happens. You won't have much fun. Yeah, I was just on my way for a little stroll on the beach before I turn in, you know. It was a silly idea anyway, I guess. Mm-hmm. Huh? Oh, yes, dear. Right here. I was just...
Did you see her?
Baby.
Did you see where she went?
Please.
Or did you pull another stupid
Baby.
thing? Oh. Hello.
Hi.
Well, let's get home, baby. Time for us to be in bed. Well, good night, Valentine. Nice to meet you.
Nothing ever happens here.
Come on, Angel, down the beach.
Yes, I'm Liza Gallagher. That's right.
Well, we didn't mean to scare you.
Hey, you know, the climate must make people jumpy around here. Miss Gallagher, don't you remember my name?
I was just going for a walk on the beach, but you didn't see anyone else, did you? Clyde Mercy
Look,
or...
Miss Gallagher, what's happened to this place? In the old days, people didn't go in for parties. And afterwards, they didn't go sneaking off at this time of night to go in for... Huh?
Oh, I'm sorry, but I thought I heard... Oh, what do you know about the old days? What do you mean?
Well, I was here last year, don't you remember?
George, wait. There is somebody.
Stand still. Please don't move. Mr. Lewis. It's Todd Lewis. Don't let him see us.
The man who gave the party.
Yes, he's a sculptor. There. Now it's gone.
Uh-huh. Does he always go walking up the beach with a clam shovel at this time of night? Is that the secret? You all sneak off to dig clams?
He pretended he was going to bed. That's what he told everybody at the party.
Well, he could be going to that other house out there, that big, empty, lonesome place at the end of the point.
Oh, no, that's rented by somebody named Brown from the city. But he's only here weekends for his health. He has a bad heart, Mr. Brown does. Besides, he wouldn't notice if anybody came walking past his place up the beach.
Notice what, Miss Gallagher?
George Valentine.
What?
That's who you are. I remember now. You're the one who was sort of a detective.
Well, yes, but...
The post office sent you, didn't they? It was because I didn't report the fire.
Hey,
What's
wait
all
a minute.
This? Fire?
And now you've come to arrest me.
Miss Gallagher.
She's fainted.
Miss Gallagher, please, start at the beginning, will you? If you feel all right and I've convinced you I'm not a post office inspector.
Yes, I'll show you. The gold cup. It's a relief to tell somebody.
About a fire in the post office?
Yes, because I'm the postmistress, too, in this town. Use the back of the grocery store.
Oh, so that's it.
And there was a fire, just a little tiny one. No one else ever knew about it. But that's when I found the cup.
Go on.
I keep a sack out for people to mail things, and everybody sends packages, sends shells or paintings, or even once that Mr. Lewis sent a whole bust of General Grant, in concrete, too.
You must sell a lot of stamps.
Oh, I didn't do anything dishonest. It's just that somebody dropped a match or a cigarette, I guess, and this one package got burned, and I couldn't tell who was sending it. You know, the return address. It was all charred. But it was going to a jewelry buyer in the city. I know that because I rewrapped it and sent it on. Only pull down the blind first, will you?
Oh, here.
Now, look, if this cup was in that package you sent on, then how can you show it to us now?
Wait. There, you see? I made a cast out of it with some of Mr. Lewis's clay.
It's sort of a funny shaped cup.
It was found someplace here on Sandy Spit. It must have been, because someone was sending it. Found it buried in the sand. They must have.
Mm-hmm. This is just like the original?
Oh, yes. You can even see the markings.
Oh, well, that's what I meant. I don't read Latin so well, but it's a good 300 years old, I guess.
Spanish. It's Spanish. I looked in a book. I mean the design and everything. And made out of hand-carved solid gold like that. You know how much it weighed, Mr. Valentine.
Never mind. I get the idea. Thing that size. Somebody went digging for clams or fishing for a stew and made a fortune on the haul.
And this is a vacation, George?
Oh, Brooksy, who wants to just eat on a vacation? Who knows? In the morning, you and I might do a little digging for buried treasure ourselves. Who really found that cup, Mr. Lewis?
The $64 question. Me, I'm about as subtle as a hammer. I just ask people.
And somebody's a liar?
Well, would you tell? Or would you tell where? Or would you let people follow you to the right place? Nah. You were a boy once yourself.
Okay. Some rich guy named Brown from the city owns this property. And
Oh,
therefore...
that bird was never out here? No. Property lines don't mean anything where treasure's concerned. Finders, keepers. No, there, see? A guy like that. Yeah, he's my choice.
Huh, what?
Well, look, over there in the sand, taking a nap, see? Hey, come on. Let's give him a thrill.
It's that carnival guy, isn't it? Clyde Mercy?
Right.
The one with the blonde wife?
Yeah, don't talk so loud. Wind's behind us. Yeah, get around to the other side of this dune. Carnival. Clyde's a big-time failure. I don't know how he ever snagged a babe like her, but shh, easy.
Oh, brother. Not enough we got a treasure hunt. We have to play games, too.
Well, what'd you come to the beach for if it's not to have a little fun? Come on. These people all take it so seriously. Here, now wait, this'll wake him up. Put it, hands up, Clyde. We want the gold in your teeth. And don't pretend you haven't found something.
Yeah. Clyde's not laughing. You didn't scare him at all. He's too dead.
Say, I wonder what inside information Clyde had on that buried treasure. Must have been pretty good to have someone rub him out for it. Or is that the way it happened? Well, let's give a listen to this first, and then maybe we'll find out.
Back to George Valentine. Sandy Spit, a place for fleas and seagulls. But if your name is George Valentine and it's your vacation, you want to go there because of Miss Gallagher's fabulous fish stew. And then, like everybody else, you get curious about the treasure, an old Spanish gold cup that someone found buried in the sand. Only now you've found something else in the sand. The body of a man, Clyde Mercy.
Murdered.
Sure. You don't need a diagram for that. Look, clam shovel.
Hey, don't touch that.
All right. But it's what somebody used to smash his head with.
Yeah. Put up a little fight, though. Must have hit him several times.
I told you people took this treasure stuff too seriously.
Did Clyde hear?
Huh? Oh, sure. Worse than anybody else. Yeah, you see his wife, the blonde, she's in training for long-distance swimming or something. She'd go trotting off in a white bathing suit every morning, and the minute she was gone, this little guy would sneak out into the dunes and start his daily prospecting. Get rich quick. Hope springs eternal.
I wouldn't be so sure. Clyde here found some gold.
What?
Yeah, his hand here, look.
Holy smoke. Hanging on to it for dear life.
That's right. Gold coin, Spanish. About the same date as that cup.
Clyde. It's such a silly name. I always yelled at him so.
Yeah, we understand, Mrs. Mercy.
No, you don't. How could you? People like us. My third husband, you know that? And when I met him, I thought he was such a silly-looking ape, gawking at me in a bathing suit.
Here, have a drink. It'll make you feel better.
I married him for his money. Do you know that? That's the funniest part. He used to own a carnival, see, and I
thought your husband was broke.
Well, he lost it, naturally. No, it wasn't any good. Me and my big mouth, of course, I told him so and yelled at him, and he just got broker and broker.
Until all he could think about was digging for buried treasure, huh?
Sure, you got the idea. Saps. We're all just saps going around. Oh, I'm sorry. What did the sheriff say, Mr. Valentine?
Oh, nothing yet. Just that this forsaken place has a population of 73.
73, the sheriff says.
75, counting us.
You want to bet the sheriff will be a lot more interested in finding out about the treasure than who killed Clyde?
Look, Mrs. Mercy, why don't you go on home and stop?
I know. Stop crying. Clyde's dead.
If there's anything more I can do, I'd be
Of course there isn't. I'll go swimming, that's what I'll do. What do you think I am, a baby?
Oh, come on, Angel. Let's go back in and talk to Mrs. Gallagher.
Now, how do I know who it is? Who cares?
There, out in the back.
Dr. Cole, wait.
Don't get in such a lather about these.
Hello, Miss Gallagher.
Oh, Mr. Valentine, he's gone. He took his bag and just ran out. I told him to wait for you.
What are you talking about?
A phone just came from Mr. Brown's house.
Brown?
Rich guy out at the point, Angel. He's sick, remember?
Oh, no, that's not what I mean. Dr. Crowell couldn't tell who the voice was, but of course that doesn't mean anything to him. He doesn't believe in mysteries and
Never
treasures.
mind, I get it. Brown's only home on the weekends. Yeah, I remember. So then who called the doctor and why?
The house is just up around to the right there, overlooking the beach.
Yeah, sure. Just wait a minute, will you?
What is it, George?
Hurry up, please, Mr. Valentine.
I was just looking at a piece of paper. Taxi slip, see?
Oh.
Somebody's been here, all right. Been here pretty often, too. Look, another one over here. Here's still another one.
Those little slips they tear out of the meter.
That's right. And one of them's so fresh it isn't even damp from the salt air. Come on, step on it.
Mr. Brown doesn't put the shutters up, but the place is always locked up tight.
This path here?
Most of the time he uses the door back here by the shed.
Wait a minute.
Mr. Lewis!
Hey, what are you doing out here?
Well, now that's a question I was going to ask you.
Eh? Well, I'm trespassing, naturally. No, I just saw a man hurrying in here from across the dunes carrying a bag and wondered what was up.
That was Dr. Crowell.
Sure, but Miss Gallagher, you wait here with Miss Brooks, will you? Come on, Lewis.
There's
All
your-
right, George.
Hey, what's she so upset about this time?
I don't know. Hey, the door's open.
Uh-huh. Back way goes to the tool shed, I guess. Front doors just let sand in this country.
Yeah. Oh, but that's not all.
Yeah. Lying on the floor by the hall. Come on. Yeah, look. Doctor's kit beside him.
Oh, brother. Now, wait, don't touch him. He's not dead.
I don't see any marks on him.
Don't touch him.
Huh? Who's that?
It's Dr. Crow.
Let him lie just the way he
Wait a
is.
minute, doctor, but this guy on the floor, who's...
It's Mr. Brown's house, so I guess it wouldn't be too far-fetched if this guy were Mr. Brown.
Boy, genius. I don't need your help, gentlemen. The ambulance is on its way. Just telephone.
Yeah, but who hit him? Who slugged him?
Be quiet, will you? What happened, Doctor?
Heart attack.
Yeah, I was...
He'll be all right. Just needed a little shot, that's all.
Well, is it all right if I ask him a couple of questions?
No. I'm no specialist, but he's sick. Now go play your Captain Kidd game someplace else.
Okay. I guess he wouldn't answer the questions anyway. You know, Mr. Lewis, you seem to be around every time something happens. And you're the one that I saw out walking last night with a clam shovel.
Everybody here's got one. There's 100 of them. Several in some homes. Any one of them could have been used as the murder weapon.
Oh, sure. And they all look the same.
Only, there's none here. I can't find Mr. Brown's clam shovel.
And yet there are clam buckets, the rest of the stuff. Uh-huh. There ought to be one, shouldn't there? Wait, I'll take a look at the outside lock.
Yeah. Hasn't been touched. Ones in front of the house haven't been either.
Okay. So if there was a clam shovel in there and somebody wanted to use it, they'd have to have a key.
So you eliminate the mystery, don't you? It's the person with the key who used the shovel that's missing. In other words, Brown himself.
Hold it, will you? Yeah, here, Angel. Did you get hold of that taxi driver?
Yes, the driver remembered all right.
Now, what's this?
Go on, Brooksy.
He says he drove Mr. Brown out just half an hour before we came.
Yoo-hoo! What did she tell you, Mr. Valentine? It's Mr. Brown who found the treasure, all right.
Mr. Brown even paid the driver not to tell anyone he was coming out here. I mean, during the times when he was supposed to be in the city. Today, George, the driver told Mr. Brown all about the excitement here. Over the murder and the treasure and everything.
Oh, simply everybody knows now.
And he said Mr. Brown suddenly looked very ill. He didn't want to talk about it. He seemed frightened.
Then he went in and had a heart attack. Well, that's it. What more do you need?
It's been him all along. Yoo-hoo! Mrs. Mercy! She's out there swimming.
Yeah. So Brown found the treasure. Poor little Clyde stumbled into what he was doing and...
Come here, Mrs. Mercy! Come here, quick! Mr. Brown will have to tell where the treasure is, naturally. They'll make him, and I guess all the rest of us can
Okay. We'll all be rich. It's all over with the shouting. Come on, Angel.
Yeah, George.
What did I say?
Oh, I wouldn't worry.
What's the matter?
Gold makes people do funny things. But I guess there's more than one kind of gold, isn't there?
What?
She has beautiful hair, doesn't she, Lucy?
Oh, that Mrs. Mercy.
Yeah, that's one kind of gold, white bathing suit and all.
George, I don't understand.
And then there's another kind of gold, like Mr. Brown has, the kind in the bank.
Oh. Are you trying to say a rich man wouldn't be likely to commit crimes and then be so surreptitious if he'd found a buried treasure?
Mm-hmm. But he might be surreptitious about something else.
Mr. Valentine. Hello. Oh, there, I feel lots better. Water's wonderful.
Hello, Mrs. Mason.
This is the only good place around here to swim, I guess, isn't it? Down here by Mr. Brown's diving platform.
Oh, sure. Do it all the time. I'm in training.
Uh-huh. Well, when a man is struck several times, when he's fighting for his life, do you think he could be greedy enough to still hang on to a piece of gold?
What's that? Oh, please don't talk about Clyde.
Why not? Your third husband, who was getting broker and broker. You left him every day, didn't you? To parade in front of the window of the man who would often leave his job to be here.
What? Say, what's eating you?
The gold coin. Clyde fought for his life. His hand would have been open. The coin would have dropped out. So somebody put it there after he was dead. And certainly that wasn't the one who found the treasure. Why put the finger on himself? So there must have been another motive.
I don't get you.
All right, take a package being burned in a post office sack. Somebody could drop a cigarette or match, and it might burn just the right part of the package. But it would be a lot easier to do the burning first, and then put it there for Miss Gallagher to find and be curious about. Again, there must be a motive.
I'm going up to the house. I think you're crazy.
Mrs. Mercy, you should have put another shovel in there, so that Mr. Brown wouldn't see his was gone and catch on to what you'd done.
Mr. Brown's not here. He's in town.
So Mr. Brown wouldn't realize what you were really like. Realize you'd murdered your husband and have a heart attack because of it.
No, I didn't. Heart attack? No, he didn't. It's not true.
Oh, lady, you give yourself away every minute, don't you? Yeah, the lady who killed her husband so she could hook a man with gold. Only, ironically enough, Mr. Brown had a heart attack.
Oh, no.
Oh, don't worry. He can still marry somebody, but it won't be you. Sure, that's right. He's not dead. You are, sister.
But the gold, George, that cup and the coin, the treasure.
Oh, there isn't any, Angel, don't you see? Mrs. Mercy just used it to set up a perfect murder. This is Sandy Spit, remember? Just a place for fleas and seagulls. Stick around, I'll prove it.
Well, now that we know who bumped off Clyde and why, I still have a question. When is George going to get around to having some of that fish stew he's been yapping about? This I gotta see. Just like this, you've got to hear.
More, Miss Brooks?
Doctor, don't interrupt.
Yeah. Well, anyway, Mr. Brown wasn't mixed up in it at all. It was just Mrs. Mercy. He confirmed that finally when he got over the shock of finding out what she was like. You see...
Well, go on, George.
Oh, lobster. Look at that. Pieces of lobster.
Right, young man. Whitefish, too. Oh, love whitefish.
Yeah, man. But she started the whole treasure fever with an old gold cup and a coin. Mailed the cup. Made sure Miss Gallagher would see it and spread the excitement.
Oh, dear.
Oh, Gallagher's all right. She's back on the job now. Pass the bread.
Yeah, sure. Hey, you know, the idea was a good one. With evidence of Clyde having been killed by the person who found the treasure, the police would never think of his wife as the murderess.
73 suspects. A crime blamed on greed. Sure good idea, but it didn't work.
Yeah, women should stay where they belong. Isn't that so, Liza?
Oh, now, Doctor, stop it.
At home, you mean? Yes, I think so, too. I couldn't help noticing you and Miss Gallagher, Doctor. You seem so happy now, so different from when you...
What's that? Me and who? Now, don't get any wrong notions, young lady. Valentine here, he understands. Woman's place is in the kitchen.
Sure. That's all the doc wants, Angel. You see, I do understand. I'm a fish stew man myself.
You have just heard Murder on Vacation, another Let George Do It adventure. Robert Bailey was starred as George Valentine, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Our story was by David Victor and Jackson Gillis, with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Now, this is yours truly inviting you to another visit with Valentine, when you will again hear what happens when you let George do it.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Greetings as always, mystery lover. Time for another visit with Valentine. I think our menu for mayhem is particularly enticing this adventure. It's called the Blue Plate Special, and it was created especially for those of you who are trying to lose a few pounds. You see, it doesn't contain a single protein or calorie, or even a vitamin for that matter, just a couple of fat heads, which you should be able to digest very easily. Now, if you'll take your elbows off the table, I'll tell the chef to commence serving.
How much did you say?
What's that, Josh?
I said, how much did you say?
Oh, well, $1.75 is what I said, but you know me.
Yes, Sam, I know you.
Been in the family a long time, I suppose. Must have meant a good deal to your dear old mother, rest her soul.
How much, I ask you?
Of course, with you boys, it's a little different, but I want you to understand nothing would make me prouder than to do business with the Higbee family.
Never mind that old maid business of yours.
But I mean, well, what did I say? $2.50? Wasn't that what I said? Oh, sure, Josh. I'd be glad to pay you $3.
$3 you pay me for that plate.
Oh, Josh, no.
Well, for $3, I'd break it over your head. Do you hear me?
Let me go, Josh. Please look out.
You little chip artist trying to take me for a dodo. Well, I'll break every plate in the house before you get it. And I'll break you, too.
Dear Mr. Valentine, you've got to come to Hickory Corners before something terrible happens, before I'm ruined. Mr. Valentine, I want you to steal a plate. Yours truly, Sam Ferris.
You are listening to Let George Do It. Our adventure will continue in just a moment. Now back to Let George Do It and George Valentine.
Here we are, that big place with the iron deers.
Way out in the country, isn't it, Mr. Ferris?
What up here, next door?
Some of these iron deers always turn out to be live dogs.
What?
Oh, but don't you worry none. They won't bother us if we walk on the gravel and make a lot of noise. That's what I always do.
Now, wait a minute, not so fast. From what you've said and from the looks of their house, these Higbee brothers practically own this part of the country, right?
Josh thinks they do. Well, they have got a pile of money, I guess.
And yet you told us he wanted to sell you a plate, of all things, to raise cash.
Oh, well, it's a farm, you see. Josh wants a new tractor, that's all. And it makes sense. That house of theirs full of heirlooms they never even look at.
But what kind of a plate?
Early to bed, early to rise. That's what it said.
What?
Well, you see, I run a furniture store here in the corners.
Yes, we know that much.
Well, in this part of the country, a man gets to have a nose and reputation for antiques. Know what I mean? Well, some of them early chinaware, hand-painted, mottos and things on, you know the type. My gosh, they can get me $200 apiece sometimes in the city.
Only this one you looked at wasn't any good, huh?
This one I looked at was a fake. Cheap imitation you could buy for $1. But out of the kindness of my heart, I offered more than that.
You mean out of the fact you're scared to death of Josh Higby, right?
Well, Mr. Valentine, I've been in business around here for 27 years. I got a standing, know what I mean? Well, so's Josh Higby, but he's mean and vindictive, too. And once he starts after you, you might as well move out of here. He thinks that plate's worth $100 or more. I know it's not. But he's already telling people I'm a liar and not to be trusted, and they should take their antique business to somebody honest.
And I suppose you want me to steal that plate so you can prove to people that it is a fake, right?
You, won't do it, huh?
What do you think?
Well, of course, I didn't exactly mean steal like an ordinary thief.
I know, but it seems to me that this whole thing is nothing but a tempest in a teapot anyway, so why don't...
George, wait. Somebody's coming.
Oh, well, now, careful what you say. People can get killed in tempests, you know, and when Josh gets all riled up...
Well, for the land's sake, Sam, what are you doing out here?
Oh, it's you.
You think it'd be anyone else? Saw you standing out here in my front lawn, finally thought I'd better either chase you away or ask you in. Just baking some cakes, and they're not all on order, so why don't you and your friends come in for a piece, huh?
No. This is Miss Brooks, Mr. Valentine, Widow Parsons.
Hello, Mrs. Parsons.
Yes, cottage in the trees there, that's hers. But if you'll excuse us, Widow...
I know. You think you're going next door, don't you? Well, there's no one home.
Well, isn't Josh or Amos?
I heard both their cars drive out hours ago.
Oh, well, if they're gone, we'll just...
And I suppose that makes you prick up your ears, 'cause that makes you think the coast is clear. Oh, look at him blush.
Oh, no, don't be shifty.
Coast clear for what, Mrs. Parsons?
Well, to steal behind their backs. Oh, Sam, I know you're all right. But the way those two Higbees look after her, you'd have a chance. Not that I blame you any. I guess every man in the country has eyes on her, and after all, the way she primps for them.
Her?
Oh.
Whom are you talking about?
Why, that little secretary, that Doris Drury. She's spending the summer there. Didn't you know? And those two Higbees acting like 17-year-olds, and Sam here. Oh, look at him blush.
No, stop it. She don't mean anything to me.
Oh, dear. Well, I got bad news for you anyhow. She's not home either, making her weekly trip to the city, and she's not back yet. So there. Sam, you little conniver. Oh, you come all the way out here and brought your friends on a false alarm.
Oh, that blasted nosy nuisance.
No, Sam, no. I'm still interested. In fact, in the morning, I'd be only too glad to investigate this case of the plate. Yeah, there might be more to it than I thought. Well, the dog makes a lot of noise, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Hello there. Good morning.
What?
You Mr. Higby?
What? Oh, yes. What do you want?
Well, this may sound a little silly, but I want to talk about a plate.
Huh? Oh, from Sam. Oh, no. It's Josh you want. I am Amos Higby.
Oh.
I don't know where my brother is. Now, please don't bother us now. I'm sorry.
Oh, hey, wait a minute.
My brother Josh is a fine man. A fine man, you hear me? No. Go away, I'm sorry.
What's the matter with him?
Oh, I don't know, Brooksy. But if Josh isn't here, it isn't him I want to see anyway. Come on.
But if there's nobody here, why go in?
That girl, Angel. She's supposed to be back from the city by now, isn't she? Well, maybe she can tell us why people get so excited about Chinaware.
The plate. It's broken. And in the hall there are others broken.
Yeah. The plate can be a pretty good murder weapon, can't it? I guess that's the secretary. And she's dead.
Now, take it easy, all of you.
Nobody's upset but you, Sheriff.
All right, hang it, I am upset. Why shouldn't I be? You, Pete.
Yeah?
Get those men out finding Josh Higby.
Okay,
What about Amos Higby? He was the one we saw coming out of the house, and the doctor says it didn't happen over an hour or two ago.
Yes, sure. But he wouldn't hurt anybody, not Amos.
Well, it was quite a fight, no matter how it happened.
Yeah, hair and curlers, bathrobe. I guess she must have come down for breakfast.
Come on, I have an idea, Sheriff.
Where are we going?
Well, it was light when this happened, wasn't it? Said so yourself, around breakfast time. Well, if there was a real fight here, what about that next-door neighbor? Isn't she supposed to be a snoop?
No, I didn't hear anything.
But, Mrs. Parsons, are you sure?
Honestly, it's too far to hear anything.
She's right, Valentine. It is.
Skip it for a second, will you? Mrs. Parsons, those two Higbee brothers both have been making eyes at their secretary, isn't that right?
No. They're really nice. It wasn't that way at all.
Of course they made eyes at her. They couldn't help it. No more than any other men around. She was somebody sent to them by their lawyers in town to help out with the books. But she didn't want to be a working girl all her life.
She was a nice girl. I talked to her several times.
Oh, Mrs. Parsons, you've sure changed your tune.
Well, what's that?
Well, I don't mean you really were critical of anybody last night. But now there's been a murder, so everybody's perfect.
Oh, I didn't mean that. But it doesn't do any good to...
It might do some good if I pointed out your kitchen window has a nice clear view of their front door. And their front hall where the murder took place has glass across the front.
No. It won't do any good.
What won't do any good?
Mrs. Parsons, who are you afraid of?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, oh, please.
You saw it, didn't you? You saw who was in there with that girl.
Leave me alone. I've been their neighbor for 12 years. You can't make me say things.
I'm sorry, but who was it, Mrs. Parsons?
I saw him come out. I saw her. I was going to you. It's such a lovely morning.
Did you see the murder?
I heard her scream. They were alone, because I saw him leave earlier for the field.
Wait a minute. Who? Which is the him that left?
It won't do any good, I tell you. You can't hear anything but a loud noise like a scream, and then I saw her fall, and then he slammed the door shut.
You've just been sitting here ever since, scared to death.
No, we'll take care of you. Don't worry. And it's good enough eyewitness for a jury, all right. Only in the circumstances.
Yes, Mrs. Parsons. You still haven't told us who it was.
It's no good, I tell you. I don't know. I couldn't hear, but I could see him.
Hey.
Wow. Hello, Higbee.
Oh, no. No.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mrs. Parsons. I guess this is the one, huh? Amos Higbee.
What's all this? My name is Josh Higbee, stranger. Heard you wanted me, Sheriff, and I thought I'd better...
Wait, hold it, will you? You're the same guy we talked to out in front of your place only an hour ago. You're Amos. Yeah, you were scared and you ran away.
I'm sorry. It won't do any good.
Are you trying to make a liar out of me, stranger?
Oh, shut up, Josh. Valentine, you don't understand the circumstances, that's all. But you realize Josh and Amos are identical twins.
You are listening to Let George Do It. Our adventure will continue in just a moment.
Now back to George Valentine. It all started over a plate. Or did it? Apparently, a visiting secretary from the city, the girl named Doris Drury, was quite a dish herself. Or at least both of the Higbee brothers and every other middle-aged man in the vicinity thought so. But now Doris is dead, struck down by one of those same heavy plates. Well, for a moment, the crime looked simple. They were practically an eyewitness, and it was obviously a Higbee who did it. All right, but which one? Because if your name is George Valentine, you've just learned that the Higbees are identical twins.
At least it was one of you twins. That's something.
Sure, that's something, all right, Sheriff.
Well, now, is that all you're going to say, Josh?
Don't know yet. Haven't talked to my lawyer.
All right. But in the meantime, I got to lock you up. You know that.
Well, don't apologize for it.
Mrs. Parsons says it was one of you. You heard her say that, didn't you? There on the farm, you're both dressed about the same.
I heard. Oh, laughing blabbermouth. She can't help it. Should have sicked the dogs on her the first time she borrowed a cup of sugar.
Oh, get in there.
Don't see Amos anywhere.
We'll get him, don't worry. Now listen, Josh. I'll get your lawyer, but he's going to advise you the same as I am, that you should tell everything you remember about what happened.
So. Be glad to.
Well?
Well?
Well, pretty sore at this furniture guy, this Sam. About one of your family's heirlooms. A plate, I think he said.
Sam's a liar. I'm no authority, but those plates, everything in the house is as good as... What's that got to do with it?
Well, you see, Josh...
Hold it, Sheriff. Will you? Oh, nothing, Josh. But that girl, Doris, was certainly pretty.
What?
In love with Amos, I understand.
What are you trying to do? Leave her out of it.
Well, that's a little hard to do in the present situation.
This is our town, not yours, mister.
Because you'd been putting on the dog for her, too, isn't that right?
Get him out of here before...
In fact, you murdered her, didn't you?
Why, you meddling, Josh.
Well, quite a temper. Did you kill her, Josh?
You still haven't told us anything. What time did you get up this morning, Josh? Usually out in the fields early, both of you. But which one was first?
Oh, come on, Sheriff. Let him wait for his lawyer.
Can't make a man talk, you know.
No, but you can trip him up. We better work fast before you get a permanent puzzle thrown in your lap.
Hey, where are you going?
To start at the beginning, where I came in. On a plate. Okay, Sam, how many items have we found now that are fake?
Well, now, let me see. There's the Dresden doll. That's strictly Detroit. And 3 plates out of the 10 there on the wall.
I'll go take a look through the other rooms, George.
Okay. Now, let's stick to just the stuff we saw so far, Sam.
That's all of it, I think, plus the early to bed, early to rise, and that pair over there.
What's the total value, I mean?
Of the fakes? Well, I don't get you.
Oh, yes, you do, because each one called for an imitation, right?
Well, sure, to match out the sets and
so what's
on.
the total value of the fakes if they were real?
Oh, yeah. Well, say 150 times 3, and Dresden, of course, is higher prices.
Oh, just in rough figures, please.
$1,000? All told, 1,200 maybe.
Uh-huh.
But that's not enough to go killing people over. I don't get what you're driving at.
Don't you? Sam, maybe the reason Josh was mad at you the other day was because he really had no idea there were imitations in here.
Look at this.
Yeah, Brooksy?
How much do you suppose this one's worth?
What's that, a package?
Yeah, all neatly wrapped up.
It's almost ashamed to open it.
Let me see. Where'd you find it?
It was in this suitcase under the stairs.
Wait a minute. Take a look at this, Sam.
Another plate. It's a real one, all right.
It is, huh? And the initials on the suitcase are D.D.
George. Doris Drury.
Well, say, she used to make trips every week to the city for the Higbees.
Yeah, I know. All begins to fall into place, doesn't it?
Of course. She took things back and forth all the time.
Well, her trips were for business.
I mean, the Higbees wouldn't have known the difference. And she could have picked up imitations to replace things with.
That's the idea.
She was killed, but it was a crime of passion, a fight. Sam here started the ball rolling. He got Josh all upset. Josh told Amos. And if one of them found out what Doris was doing...
Yeah, that's right. It'd be a pretty big blow. Especially to a middle-aged guy who thought he was the reason for lowered eyelashes from a good-looking young woman.
And then he finds out she was stealing, and not even large amounts. It would... George, are the police all through here?
What do you mean?
They were out of the house even before we came back, but just now I felt a draft behind me.
Must be from the back hall.
I'm getting out of here.
Somebody's back there.
I don't want any part of this.
Listen.
Come on.
Be careful, Valentine.
Why? There's only one person it can be. All right, Amos, come on.
Get out of my way.
Oh, no, you don't, Buster.
Look out.
Amos the gentle one, huh? Well, maybe this'll work.
No, I don't know.
Don't know what? Come on, what's your story gonna be?
No, I won't tell you anything.
But you were hiding here, and earlier you ran away.
Your brother's already accused you of the murder, you know.
What? What did you say?
Sure, he said you were the one.
No. I don't want to hear it. I won't tell you anything.
Very good. Very fine. At least we got both of them, haven't we?
Well, Sheriff, I tried one bluff on Amos, but it didn't work.
Don't worry. I'll keep them separate, all right. And I suppose sooner or later we can cross-check and break down their stories.
We hope.
The attorney's going to kill me if I hand it to him this way. It's going to be one for King Solomon.
Mm-hmm. Twins are identical in appearance. One of them committed murder. The other one is keeping quiet to protect him.
And keeping quiet so neither one can be tried for first-degree murder. Holy smoke, you can't hang two men when only one did it. What's the court going to do? End up by saying they both aided and abetted a criminal? Lawyers could argue till doomsday.
Uh-huh. Hey, Sheriff, will you trust me?
No. Oh, I don't know. What do you mean?
I always wanted to play King Solomon.
Why? Because he had 1,000 wives?
No, never mind. Just give me those keys, will you?
Give you what?
Your cell keys. Then meet me back out at the Higbees. Don't worry, your Deputy Pete can tag me.
Now, look, I want those guys kept apart. The only way we're ever going to saw this twin act in half is...
You want the murder solved, don't you? Okay, let's throw a little party. Sit here, Josh. I'll be right back.
Why not? My own driveway, isn't it?
Yeah, sure. Come on, Brooksy.
George, are you sure you know what you're doing?
I want to get Mrs. Parsons.
I'll get her. You stay there and watch.
Just a second. Hey, Pete.
Yeah, right behind you, Mr. Valentine.
Come on over here, please, will you?
What about Amos here? I can't leave him alone.
Come on, I said. Step on it.
Okay. Just the sheriff's in the house already, but... Hey, that's Sam over there.
Yeah, both of you. Come on, step on it.
George, you can't even see the cars from here, let alone the Higbees.
Hey, listen. There was a car door. They're getting together. Say, look, I better...
Still, will you? I know this is all against police practice, but there's a reason.
Mr. Valentine?
Yeah, Mrs. Parsons. Over here. Come on out. I want you to take a look at something.
I'm sorry. I got a job. Those two backstabbers there, my supposed to take...
Hey, wait. They're handcuffed, aren't they? Oh, for the love of... Bring her over, Brooksy.
George, no, look. The Higbees aren't in the car. Where are they?
Hey, stop you guys!
Sam. There's one of them after Sam.
Oh, get away from me! Sheriff!
George, help him!
Hey, you!
See how Josh came at me, Mr. Valentine?
You put Mrs. Parsons up to it, you sniveling little wars.
Both of you, will you?
What is all this?
Mrs. Parsons, can you tell these two men apart?
Oh, I'm so sorry, Amos. Of course I can. Josh, I didn't mean to.
All right, now take it easy, please. I can tell them apart myself now. But you couldn't at a distance, I know that.
Well, it's true. Josh may be a bit more aggressive than I am.
Sure, Amos. And Josh jumped for Sam because Sam put Mrs. Parsons up to something.
He what?
Hey, now, looky here.
But I think the boys will talk now, Sheriff. How about it, Josh?
Did you mean, did I kill her? No, I didn't.
I don't believe that.
See what I mean, Sheriff? Easy way out of a riddle. How about you, Amos?
She was a very sweet girl. Why would I kill her?
Oh, I'm so glad. I told you I didn't want to say anything, but... No, I still saw what I did.
Sure. We're just as bad off as we were, Mrs. Parsons. But at least we know now that the Higbees kept quiet because they hadn't checked with each other yet.
Now, wait a minute.
Sam, get over there and stand beside them.
Huh?
You heard me.
Well, he's about our size. Now, Dolly, I know you've known us for years, but you could have been mistaken about us.
Hold it, all of you, please. I'm afraid this is pretty simple. There were a couple of tip-offs. I didn't think they were strong enough, but I guess they are. Josh, your secretary made weekly trips to the city, didn't she?
Huh? Oh, that's right. See, we got a lot of holdings and investments.
But last night she came back from the city. So if she were stealing some of that authentic china, she'd scarcely wrap one up and leave it in her suitcase until next week's trip.
Hey, that's right.
In other words, somebody planted that there after the police left the house. So we'd think Doris was a thief. So we get the wrong idea about motive.
What's all this? Stealing plates? I don't even know what you're talking about.
Take it easy, Josh. Take it easy. You couldn't have done it anyway. You were in jail. Besides, it was too neatly wrapped.
What's that?
Well, I couldn't wrap a plate that neatly. I doubt if any man could.
Mr. Valentine,
Except a dealer in those things?
Now, wait a minute.
I know, Amos. I thought of that. But there's another clue. Same type. Mrs. Parsons, you bake cakes on order, don't you? So, I guess you haven't too much money.
She's all right, Mr. Valentine.
And you've lived here for years, been in and out of the Higbees' house. You could have stolen a few things, couldn't you? Not much, but enough to help out.
I saw somebody out the window. I was at my kitchen window.
Nobody else out here but you and the Higbee brothers. So you grabbed at the straw of being a witness.
I was.
And it might have worked, too. Only this was a real crime of passion, wasn't it? The pretty young thing from the city, sure, primping and getting all the eyes.
She was awful.
Oh, no, she wasn't. But the Higbees have a lot of money. And I guess she might have had her cap set for one of them. Anyway, she'd be rough competition for a middle-aged widow.
No.
Well, what happened? She decide you were a nuisance? She find out about the plates and threatened to tell the Higbees?
No, she didn't. And she wasn't any good for them.
Oh, cut it out, lady. The girl had come downstairs to talk to somebody. Josh and Amos always went out to work early. She came down in a bathrobe with curlers in her hair. Well, did you ever see a woman who was trying to make an impression come downstairs with curlers in her hair, looking like a mop, to meet a man?
Oh, George, that poor Mrs. Parsons.
Well, she committed murder, didn't she, Angel? So come on, let's get out of here. We can figure the rest on the way home.
Back to the conclusion of our Let George Do It adventure in just a moment.
Pretty easy to see how it happened, I guess.
Yeah, sure. Living next door for years and years. Probably considered the Higbee brothers her private property. Hoped to marry one of them. Then along came Alana Turner.
The only thing I don't understand is why Mrs. Parsons would steal from them.
Considered their property hers, too, I guess. Jumping on a gun on what she hoped for the future, maybe. Wasn't much through the years, but she probably...
She must have been panic-stricken when the girl found out about it. You know, George, sometimes you're very brilliant. All those feminine-type clues, wrapping packages, curlers and hair.
That surprise you? Tell you a secret, Angel. I spent a good many years observing women.
Imagine.
Oh, but you should have caught on to that business.
No, not I. I'd spend all my time observing men.
Oh. We ought to get together sometime.
Now there's an observation.
You have just heard Blue Plate Special, another Let George Do It adventure. Robert Bailey was starred as George Valentine, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. David Victor and Jackson Gillis wrote the story, with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Now this is yours truly inviting you to another visit with Valentine, when you will again hear what happens when you let George do it.
Right, full detail.
Standard Oil Company of California invites you to Let George Do It. Before we begin tonight's adventure of George Valentine, here's a reminder about motor oil. Compared with premium-type oils, as designated by the American Petroleum Institute, new RPM motor oil doubles engine life between major overhauls due to lubrication. And it doubles protection against gum, acid, and corrosion. For longer and better engine performance, change over to new RPM motor oil at independent Chevron gas stations or standard stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. Framed for Hanging, another adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, my name is A.W. Ankers. The card I'm enclosing will introduce you as my representative.
Ankers? Surely you realize the importance of that name? Of course, the initial A is for Andrews and all the money of his mother's family.
Never heard of him.
Well, let me read the rest of it.
He's from Detroit. And when he asked me this afternoon to deliver this message...
Oh, hold it, will you please?
Well, I only...
You're just delivering this note, check? Mr., whatever your name is?
Frame. Gerald Frame.
Yeah.
But of course, everyone calls me Jerry. You see, I'm in the downtown office of Mr. Anker's local administrative branch. He's only in town once every 6 months or so.
Okay, Frame. I get the picture.
Everyone makes his little joke.
Yeah. So, Mr. Frame, tell me what's in this note from this big shot boss of yours, Ankers.
Well, of course, I don't know exactly what.
Well, if you don't know, tell me why you should know. You delivered it like the man said. Thanks very much. Goodbye.
No, he asked me to find a messenger, but naturally I assumed he didn't want to trouble me. I don't mind, though. Certainly if Mr. Ankers needs assistance, we should all do what we can.
Curiosity killed a cat. Doesn't that worry an office boy?
What? I beg your pardon. I'll have you know I'm in a position of some trust in the organization.
Take your Frame out of here.
Now, see here, Mr. Valentine.
Eager beaver.
Yeah, go on with the letter, Brooksy.
Oh, dear Mr. Valentine, my name is A.W. Ankers. The card I'm enclosing will introduce you as my representative. I expect you to meet me at the office of the Dewey Company, one of my local holdings, promptly at 5:30.
Uh-huh. As Nibs has spoken. Well, it's almost 5:30 now. Think I'm supposed to tremble?
George, listen. My local inspection tour suggests that I have one problem of personnel to clean up.
Oh, personnel. So that's it. Name of Frame, you want to bet? Yeah. The office nuisance. Big case.
Yeah, he's certain.
What's the matter?
Well, maybe this isn't quite as routine as it looks, George.
Huh?
Mr. Ankers says, I normally don't interfere in these matters of local personnel, but I need your advice, since I certainly don't want to be the employer of anyone who might commit murder. We're only a few minutes late, George.
Oh, I don't see anybody waiting in the reception room.
I'm dreadfully sorry, but we are closed now.
Well, this is the office of the Dewey Company, isn't it?
Administrative section, but I'm dreadfully sorry. I'm just locking up.
We were supposed to meet someone here.
Please leave your name on the pad. Stop. I have a date myself. I'm sure you understand.
Supposed to meet Mr. Ankers. Dreadfully sorry.
Who?
A.W. Ankers. I have a card he wrote to introduce me.
Oh, no, that's not necessary. I'm so sorry. Yes, of course, you're his personal representative. I mean, I had no idea. It's just that I had a date and I was trying to get away. Oh, please excuse me.
Oh, sure, but where is he?
Well, he was in and left. I don't know, but he'll be back if he said he'd meet you. Why don't you just sit down and wait? I mean, here, you take the keys. That's it. And for heaven's sakes, don't tell him I treated you like a salesman.
Oh, hey, wait a minute.
I've got to get my coat. You just lock up when you leave. Leave the keys here tomorrow.
Well, the little card seems to work wonders. Imagine knowing a man who knows A.W. Ankers.
Oh, sure. Big man except in words. If he'd only told me what it was he wants me to do, I'd probably...
Your name isn't George Valentine, is it?
Oh, back again. That's right. What's yours?
Angela Barclay. There's an envelope out there on the table. It's in Mr. Ankers' handwriting.
For me? Yeah, let me see it.
Well, he must have left it when he was here.
Yeah, thanks. Well, what are you waiting for?
Mr. Valentine, what exactly are you doing for Mr. Ankers?
You expect me to answer that?
Well, I don't want to be personal quite so quickly.
No, of course you don't, darling. Mr. Valentine is nothing but a personnel man.
Oh, well, I might be personnel, mightn't I?
Yeah, I guess you could be a problem.
Oh, why, thank you. But that wasn't
George,
quite what
Miss Barclay seems to have a date with Jerry Frame tonight.
Oh.
I'm sure she's in a hurry.
What? Well, how did you know?
Guessed. He's a man we met once.
Oh.
I noticed Mr. Frame's picture on your desk, that's all. He looks much better without his glasses.
Oh, well, he doesn't mean anything. He's just the pursuing type. You know how it is. And when your job throws you together with someone who's ambitious...
Sure. You're curious.
What? Oh, but I'll stay here if you like. I meant I could break the date or...
I know. That's what I mean. You and Frame have one thing in common. You'd like to know what's in this letter.
Well, good Good night, Mr. Valentine.
Well, if looks could kill George, she might be the type any employer would worry about.
You know, this case is crazy. More orders from the big man.
Oh, what does Mr. Ankers say?
Sorry, but I see no reason for waiting. Besides, the person I want you to meet and give me your opinion on is right there anyway.
What? Well, then it is her. Wait, I'll call her.
His name is Joseph Portland.
Huh?
Oh, that does it. Somebody we haven't even met yet.
Joseph Portland.
Yeah.
He's right here. Yeah. In the woodwork, I suppose.
For all the silly, crazy things.
George, where are you going?
To give Ankers the benefit of the doubt for about one quick look, then we go home.
But that's the wrong door.
Oh, where are the lights back here anyway?
This might lead to another office, but from the street it just looked like warehouses in the back.
I know.
Oh! Ouch! Oh.
He's right here. Sure, investigate the little man who wasn't there. Yeah. Well, that's no employee. Somebody snooping around. Stand still, Angel. There's a side window here. I can see the street light. I want to take a look at it.
Oh,
George! I'm all right.
Hold still there. I see you.
It's crazy.
There he comes.
Don't move, I said. I got the drop on you.
The heck with him, trigger-happy fool.
Be careful.
Thought you'd get me, did you? Well, this'll... Hey, where did you...
I mean, that gun was...
Okay. Think you're smart, do you? Creeping in here...
George, where are you? George, what happened?
Oh. Relax, Brooksy. I can't even see where I am.
No, you don't. I'll get those lights. Well, two of you. Guess I better get the police.
Night watchman.
Oh, brother.
Nobody's gonna creep up on me, I'm telling you.
Watchman. And I suppose your name is Joseph Portland.
Stand there, you. You bet it is. I'm no Hank Wales. I'm no sucker.
Stop waving that thing.
You stand over there too, sister.
Now, Portland, wait. I didn't know who you were, that's all.
So now you're educated. Operator, give me the police.
Now listen, I don't blame you for jumping us, Portland. Hey, Portland, look, I work for your boss for Ankers.
Huh?
Yeah, sure, here, look, I got a card, says I do.
Careful there. This is the Dewey Company, Mac. Dewey's my boss.
But Mr. Ankers owns the company, doesn't he?
Yeah, I take my orders from Dewey, see?
Sure, I understand that. But you're a sick man. You've got palsy of the trigger finger.
Hey!
There. Now shoot somebody.
George, he can reach the gun.
No, he can't. Come on, Brooksy, let's get out of here fast. I don't have to dislike this case anymore because now it's all over.
But what business has Ankers got meddling with my personnel problem?
Mr. Dewey, I don't know and I don't care.
No, I'm not blaming you understand.
Well, we are. It took too long to find you.
But it'd take a lot more than 2 hours to find the mighty Ankers. So I'm telling you to get a new watchman down there and fast. Thanks and good night.
Portland's all right. Ankers is crazy. I'll phone his hotel. Just because he buys me out is no reason for...
Mr. Dewey, whom do I sue for being shot at?
What?
Yeah.
But Joe is a watchman, and you...
He didn't even call out to us or ask what we were doing.
Oh, you don't understand. His relief has been sick.
I understand you got a nervous Nellie down there who's got to be replaced. That's all I care about.
Mr. Valentine, I know what Joe Portland's like. He's been with me for a long time. So had Hank Wales.
Who? George, that's the same name the watchman mentioned.
Yeah.
And Ankers ought to understand. He was in town when it happened. What kind of a bloodless machine is he? Maybe Portland hasn't gotten over it. Maybe he does need another vacation.
Now, wait a minute. Who's Hank Wales? What happened?
Well, I thought you knew. Hank was a buddy of Portland's before he was killed.
Killed?
Sure, last year. Oh, hello. Give me room 1610, please. Yes, Portland got shot in the leg, but Hank let them get the drop on him. Just from being such a polite watchman.
Who got the drop on Wales? Who killed him?
The same whoever it was who got away with the payroll and the rest of it. Didn't you ever hear of the amalgamated robbery? That was us. $350,000.
Oh, I see.
No wonder Portland's still a bit nervous. Oh, hello, Mr. Ankers?
Here, give me that. Hello?
Hello. Who is this? Hello?
Mr. Ankers, this is that sucker named George Valentine you sent down to get shot at.
What's that? What are you
talking about?
I'm sorry to wake you up like this in the middle of the night, but I wanted to give you a report. That's more than you gave me before I started.
What? No. I gave you his name, Joseph Portland. I wanted your opinion, having such a nervous watchman. But you didn't wake me up. The police did. They're standing here right now.
What?
I just hired you too late, that's all. Joe has murdered a man, just as I was afraid he might.
Joe has...
Yes. Killed a prowler not over half an hour ago. Prowler. I knew that man should be fired.
Okay, Buster, let's have it.
Fine watchman. Portland shot one of my own men, that's what he did. Some worthless young eager beaver from the office uptown. He killed a fellow named Gerald Frame.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. You don't have to be a musician to know that you can't play a melody with just one note. And trying to make your car give all-around performance with just one gasoline quality is equally impractical. Refinery engineers can make a gasoline that will stress one performance quality above all others. A gasoline can be produced that gives you quick starting, but very little mileage. Another may give you lots of power, but lack other necessary performance qualities. The makers of Chevron Supreme take into account the fact that a gasoline must have many different qualities in order to give all-around performance. Chevron Supreme gasoline gives you not one, not two, but all 8 high-performance qualities in correct balance. They are power, mileage, anti-knock, vapor lock prevention, starting, warm-up, acceleration, and area blending, qualities that are right for the kind of driving you do where you do it. Be sure your tank is filled with not one, not two, but all 8 high-performance qualities. Qualities you get in every gallon of Chevron Supreme at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. The mighty Mr. Ankers has hired you. A nervous night watchman at the plant of one of his local companies needed to be replaced. The only trouble is he wasn't replaced soon enough. He's killed a man, the eager beaver named Jerry Frame. Well, if your name is George Valentine, it's a little hard for you to believe that this is anything but murder.
He was crawling along there, I tell you. I thought he was trying to get in where the files are kept.
But couldn't you recognize him? Worked for the same outfit as you do?
I'm a night watchman. I never seen him before.
It's true Frame had no business coming down here, Lieutenant Johnson, except in the daytime.
Just a minute, Mr. Ankers, please. Joe, didn't you challenge him or anything?
You think I'm doing guard duty?
So you shot first and asked questions afterwards.
Oh, leave me alone.
You should have been fired months ago.
Yeah, you can say that again.
I'm not going to end up dead like Hank Wales. You cops ought to know what it's like to be all alone and responsible when people are snooping around.
He's right about one thing. This Frame guy was snooping, all right. Came in through a side door to the plant entrance.
Well, I'll grant you the young man was apparently the type who nosed into everything he could.
What was worth snooping for? I understand you don't keep oversized payrolls around anymore, Mr. Ankers.
Of course not. Not since the robbery last year. Insurance company won't allow it.
Oh. You're insured now.
Why? Wasn't he before?
Not completely. That robbery where the other watchman was killed and Joe here wounded cost me the tidy sum of $75,000. So if you think this was none of my business, if you think I can sit around and be kind-hearted like Dewey has been doing...
Okay, I get the idea. Thanks very much.
Of course. Whatever you wish.
He's sure the high and mighty, ain't he?
Hey, Joe, what did you mean people have been snooping around? Huh? What you said a minute ago. I don't mean Jerry Frame because I'll believe it about him.
I don't know. Sure, there's been something going on, but I don't know what. Past week or two since my relief's been sick, 2 or 3 times somebody's broken in, but I couldn't catch him.
Better be more specific than that, Portland.
Nobody's going to get the drop on me like they did on Wales. I got a gun, I use it. This plant was robbed once, mister. Sure, Wales, he yelled to see what the noise was, like a sucker. They slugged him, then they killed him with his own gun. Same one got me in the leg. Sure, me, I come running like a sucker too, but not anymore, I'm telling you.
Joe,
I'm the
stop
watchman.
it, Joe.
I know. Jitters. That's what's wrong with me, ain't it? Maybe Ankers is right. Maybe I ain't got no business working here. Sorry I shot that man tonight.
Okay, come on, Portland. We got some records.
Hey, wait a minute, Lieutenant.
Yeah?
Hello, Sergeant.
Listen, we got the gun, huh? What gun? You're way behind times. Portland here's going to sign a statement he killed a man. What are you talking about?
No, here, look. Let me see that. Property of J.F. Dewey Company, police special.
Hank Wales' gun.
What?
I worked on the other case last year, Lieutenant. So did one of the ballistics men. He thinks it'll check out.
The gun that killed Hank Wales a year ago. The one that was taken away from him at the time of the payroll robbery.
That's it, sir.
Holy shit.
Might explain why that jail frame was snooping again. We found this gun in the top drawer of the desk in Frame's apartment.
First lead we've had in a year.
I know, but wait, Johnson. All I want to know is whether that old robbery and murder was committed by one man or by a gang.
One man, and I bet it was an inside job. Maybe it was Frame himself. He was snooping again tonight, wasn't he? He had the gun, didn't he? Hey, wait a minute. Where are you going?
Your figuring's a little wrong, Johnson, but straighten it out for yourself. Meantime, I'm going to see a girl about a date.
You already knew I had a date with Jerry Frame.
Sure, Miss Barkley, and you probably kept it, too.
No, I didn't. Honestly.
You saw him tonight before he was shot, didn't you?
No. After I left you at the office, after I went home, I was dressing. He phoned.
Where from?
Well, how should I know? He just said something awfully important came up. Something he'd been working on and he'd be delayed, that's all. Except...
All right, except what?
Well, he did say he was going to buy me a mink coat.
Ah.
I thought he'd been drinking or was trying to be funny or
Miss
something.
Barkley, do you think Jerry Frame killed that watchman and stole that payroll last year?
What? Oh, of course not.
I agree with you. A man who's committed a perfect crime doesn't keep the murder gun around for a year in practically plain sight for people to find.
Oh, then what are you driving at?
But a guy who's nosy and ambitious and tripping onto old evidence might have such a gun in his desk.
You mean Jerry knew who the robber was?
Well, how else can you explain it? Who do you know that calls at this time of night?
Well, nobody.
Yeah. You want me to be your last caller? Come on, get in there.
What? Mr. Valentine.
Go on. Where's a piece of paper and a pencil? Never mind, I say something. Just stay in there and be quiet, will you?
Miss Barkley?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear... Oh, hello, Mr. Dewey.
Valentine.
Yeah, me. Your receptionist doesn't seem to be here.
Well, I thought she might be upset, that's all. She knew this boy who got killed.
Yeah, I know.
What are you doing here?
Same thing you are.
You knew she had a date with him tonight?
No, I just thought she might be able to tell us what Frame was up to. But if she was actually planning to be with him, was actually in on whatever he was...
I don't really know that. I just thought... There's a note here.
Oh, I didn't pay any attention, just sitting here waiting for her to show up.
Lane 62, 1:15 a.m.
Well, yeah, but it's not her handwriting.
It might be his, mightn't it? See here, Valentine, she's not mixed up in any of this.
I'm waiting to find out.
I mean, well, it's Anker's company now. He's the one responsible. But I know my personnel. This is all up to the police, not us anyway.
Sure. Run along if you want.
Yes, I guess I might as well.
Sure, you do that.
Mr. Valentine! Valentine! What do you think you're doing in there?
Be quiet, lady. I'm thinking.
Let me out of here. I heard those things you said. There isn't any note in there.
Be quiet, I said. You're running away. You've already left for the airport.
What? You're crazy. Get that key and let me out of here.
Have a nice time in the waiting room. Happy landing. See you later.
Mr. Valentine, how could I recognize anybody? When that stick-up happened last year, I didn't see anybody to shoot at. Wasn't even a shadow like there was tonight. Just gun flashes and noise.
Joe, I got you out of jail, didn't I? So trust me. Brooksy, you sure Mr. Anker's got that message all right?
He's convinced that Angela's running away, if that's what you mean.
That's what I mean. Well, here we are. Here's the airport.
Big, dumb, trigger-happy. That's what those cops call
Oh,
me.
Joe, don't.
Hey, Valentine.
Hey, you got men watching outside,
Oh,
Johnson?
sure. I'll play ball with anybody.
Angela's supposed to be running away on the 1:15 plane. It's still half hour or so.
From what, may I ask, Miss Brooks?
For you to figure out the obvious, Lieutenant. Joe here is nervous. He's trigger-happy.
You should hear what the police doctor had to say about him.
Come on. Let's move out of the light.
Sure, call me anything you
Oh, wait,
like.
Joe. I meant that somebody took advantage of you. Don't you understand?
Sure. I can figure that
If
far,
last
but...
year's robbery was an inside job, then whoever did it must have been scared to death of what Gerald Frame was finding out.
And what nicer way to handle Frame than to trick him into going down to the plant at night? Like throwing him in a buzzsaw. Only how was he tricked into getting killed as a prowler?
What difference does that make?
The important thing is that everyone knew that Jerry Frame was going around with Angela Barkley. The one who committed last year's crime and who sent Jerry to be killed tonight must think that Angela knows who he is. Well, now that's the trap. That's what we're doing.
I hope for your sake it pays off.
But you know yourself, Frame was the kind of nosy, ingratiating man who could have been tricked into using his nose once too often. Anybody, Mr. Ankers or Mr. Dewey.
Mr. Dewey's an awful nice man. He couldn't have had anything to do with robbing his own plan.
Sure. Skip it, Joe. Come on, we better stay out of sight. Let's go over there by that hangar and wait.
The police didn't do a thing. They didn't stop anybody. The plane's leaving.
Yeah, sure. Good bear trap. It just didn't work.
Not a smell of anybody. Ankers is still at his hotel.
But didn't anybody try to send Miss Barkley a message or a telegram to the plane?
25 men checked every taxi, every family waving goodbye, everything.
So she really could have left on that plane and no one would have tried to stop her.
Yeah, we're right back where we were a year ago, trying to solve that original robbery.
Okay, Johnson. So if you haven't got evidence, you make up some.
Huh? Oh, there's a bright idea.
I just did. Don't you get it?
What are you talking about, George?
Well, if it was either Ankers or Dewey, this stunt tonight would have scared the daylights out of them. Okay? So it's not either one of them.
Oh, that's just peachy.
Now, I was hired to solve a personnel problem. Okay, here I go. If you've been so trigger-happy, Joe, ever since last year, Dewey would have had to fire you no matter how nice a guy he is.
What do you mean?
So, all right, you haven't been. You just got nervous recently.
I don't get you, Valentine.
Wild man with a gun. It's an easy enough act to put on.
What?
Sure. Joe, who could get Gerald Frame down to the plant easier than yourself? Just phone up and ask him to come down for a talk. And who else knew that I'd already tangled with you? That you'd be jerked off that job fast, that there wouldn't be any more golden opportunity to get rid of nosy Frame.
You're crazy. You don't know what you're talking about.
When you pulled the original crime, when you shot the other night watchman last year and even shot yourself in the leg to make it look good, you slipped up, didn't you? You lost the gun or it disappeared. So you had to stay on, had to keep your job. It was the best cover anyway. And then finally you discovered who had the gun. It was Frame. And he was breathing close to figuring it all out, so you got rid of him. Well?
I'll kill you for saying that.
Yeah, sure. Shoot first, ask questions afterwards. But who else could have staged both jobs so they looked right? Oh, never mind. I know we had to prove the other guy's innocent to make you guilty. Only you did it yourself, too, you know. The gun.
What's that?
Yeah.
What about what gun?
In the original holdup, you said you didn't see anybody. And they slugged the other watchman and took his gun and shot him with it. And shot you in the leg with it.
Well, so what?
Well, in the dark, all those flashes you chatter about that makes you so nervous. How could you tell which gun did the shooting? Unless you were pulling the trigger.
Why you...
That's all, Buster. Sorry, but sometimes it is better to shoot first and ask questions afterwards. He's all yours, Johnson.
George, aren't you even going to wait to see what he says?
Not me, Brooksy. I've still got a girl locked up in a closet, remember?
You know, every evening it gets dark a little earlier, and you're probably doing more driving during the twilight hours, the time when most accidents occur. So don't take chances with a dirty windshield. Clear visibility means extra safety. Next time you're out driving, stop in and let our car savers clean your windshield quickly and expertly. It's just one of the many extra services at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car.
George, you mean Angela didn't have anything to do with it?
That's right, Angel. Joe Portland ran strictly a one-man crime. That was all there was to it.
I wonder if Mr. Anchors guessed. Wonder if that's why he hired you.
I doubt it. Yeah, this is the street she lives on. No, Brooksy, Anchors might be a little high-handed, but I got over being sore at him a long time ago. Just like Dewey. Perfectly nice guy who hates to fire people, that's all.
It was a pretty neat stunt of Joe's, wasn't it? Pretending to be nervous. He could shoot anybody, and it'd be called justifiable manslaughter.
Sure, he even built up the legend by trying it out on me. Wait a minute, here we are.
Oh, George, it's so late. Why don't you just give that key to the doorman there and ask him to go up and unlock the door?
Oh, I don't know. Personnel problem. For Anchors, of course, Angel.
Her name's Angela, isn't it?
Yeah, but she can scarcely fly out. No wings that I noticed.
You call me Angel sometimes. You did just now.
Sure did. What's the matter? She's not that good looking.
George, I don't have any wings either.
Hey, you doorman, catch. Go upstairs and open the door, will you? I'm busy here. I got a little personnel problem.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It was written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Ken Christie was heard as Lieutenant Johnson, Louise Arthur as Angela, Clayton Post as Joe, Pat McGeehan as Dewey, Byron Kane as Anchors, and George Neese as Frame. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. Let George Do It is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. At this very moment, in another part of the world, people are listening to their radios. But these people must first draw the blinds and keep the volume turned low. They are the people who live in Soviet-dominated countries, and they are listening to Radio Free Europe as it keeps alive their hope for freedom. Now, Radio Free Europe needs your dollars to help truth fight communism. Send your contribution to Crusade for Freedom, Empire State Building, New York 1, New York. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you've got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California invites you to Let George Do It. For the kind of driving you do, where you do it, your engine needs a gasoline with many different performance qualities. That's why Chevron Supreme gasoline was designed to give you not one, not two, but all 8 high-performance qualities. Starting, warm-up, acceleration, anti-knock, vapor lock prevention, mileage, power, and area blending. They're all yours in every gallon of Chevron Supreme gasoline at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. No Way Out, another adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I guess I need your help as much as anybody ever did. I'm scared. I'm in something up to my neck and I want to get out of it. But if I do, I'll be killed. And if I don't, I'll probably be arrested. I live at 1003 Ransom Place, but don't come there. Please meet me in Morgan Park tomorrow noon. I'll be sitting on the third bench inside the Rand Street entrance. And please don't act as though you knew me, or something bad might happen to both of us. Yours truly, Larry Baker.
Third bench. Oh, there he is, George.
Yeah, must be our boy, all right, Brooksy. Let's park on the other end of the bench.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi.
Mind if we sit down here?
Oh, help yourself.
Thanks. Larry.
That's all right. Oh. You're George Valentine?
Yeah, that's right. This is Miss Brooks.
Don't look like you're talking to me. Act like you're talking to her.
Brother, you are scared. Okay. Brooksy, I'd just like to know what this is all about.
I think Larry's going to tell us, George.
Yeah, but I got to make it fast.
All right, make it fast, but start from the beginning.
I will. I was working in a lunchroom, short order cook, making $42.50 a week.
Yeah, go on.
A man who'd been coming in once in a while talked to me one day. Said he was opening up a dry cleaning place. Now, how would I like to manage it?
That sounds like a good break, doesn't it, George?
At $200 a week.
Wow, I'll say it's a good break.
Keep looking at your girl. I don't know who's watching. If they knew I told anybody, they'd kill me.
Okay. Brooksy, I wonder why they'd want to kill Larry.
I'll tell you. A couple of weeks after I took the job, a fella came in. He said that every few days a man would leave a package at the shop. I was to hide it overnight. And the next day, another man would be in to pick it up.
George, that store must be a front of some kind.
That's what I mean. And the man told me if I said anything to anybody about it, the boss would see to it that I'd be bumped off so fast I wouldn't know what... Wait a minute.
What's the trouble?
That guy walking up this way. Hold it. Make love to your girl. Act like you're engaged or something.
Well, this is an opportunity I didn't expect. Put your arms around me, George, darling.
Okay. Look, Angel, what's wrong with Santa Barbara for our honeymoon? I know a nice little place.
All right, Bunny. I'll go anywhere you want to go. Because any place would be wonderful for a honeymoon as long as I'm with you, Bunny.
Gosh, that's swell of you, Angel. You're wonderful. Bunny yet. Could you think of any other name to call
We'll
me?
talk about the honeymoon later. He's gone, Larry.
Yeah, I know.
All right, then let's have the rest of it. Have you been getting these packages?
Not yet, Mr. Valentine. Another man came in yesterday and said the first one would be delivered to me this afternoon at 4 o'clock. That's why I wrote to you.
Uh-huh. Well, we'd better be there to see what your man looks like. What's the address of your shop, Larry?
It's 119 Murray Street. But look, you can't be in the shop. They'd suspect something.
We won't come in. We'll look on from across the street.
Mr. Valentine, I know this is something crooked. And if the police get onto it, I'll be arrested. I tried to quit, but they wouldn't let me. There's no way out. This man said I'd have to do what they tell me to, or...
Just take it easy, Larry. We'll try and find your way out.
Larry, I'm sorry I'm late for your sandwiches, darling.
That's all right, baby. I got another half hour before I have to go back and open up the shop. Sit down.
Okay, darling. Oh, Larry, what's the matter?
Don't look now, baby. But the people on the other end of the bench are Mr. Valentine and Miss Brooks.
Oh, you've told them?
Yeah. I guess they're going to try to help us.
Oh.
Don't you look either, Mr. Valentine. This is my wife, Sally.
I saw her coming up the path, George. She's sweet.
He's okay himself, Angel. Yeah, I think we'd better be across the street from Larry's shop at 4 o'clock.
George,
Yeah, Brooksy.
just how long do you think we can sit here in your car in a loading zone without getting a ticket?
Just where do you think is a better place to watch what goes on over there in Larry's cleaning shop? Besides, if we get a ticket, Johnson will fix it.
What's Lieutenant Johnson got to do with this case?
Nothing yet. But I've got a notion that if we can't find some way to help Larry out of his mess, Johnson will have something to do with it.
Oh, Larry seems like such a nice boy. I hope not. What?
A big black sedan that just pulled up in front of the shop.
Oh. Man getting out with some suits to be cleaned. Oh, but that wouldn't be a package. Larry's...
Angel, does anyone have to carry a package in plain sight to prove he's got one?
Oh, I see what you mean. He's gone in.
Yeah, what time is it?
It's, 5 after 4. George, what are you writing?
License number of that car. I suspect anyone who goes in there.
But, darling, it's a big car. The man's wearing a chauffeur's uniform. Probably someone just sending man
with some suits to be cleaned, yeah. That could be a good cover-up if this is a hot racket.
What could it be? Narcotics?
Narcotics, smuggled stuff. Plain payoff, who knows?
He's coming out again, George.
Yeah. That didn't take long.
Well, he's certainly in a hurry.
That's right. Come on, let's get across the shop.
George, the suit you brought.
Oh, yeah. We've got our cover-up, too, haven't we? Let's go.
There's Larry behind the counter.
Looking just as if he'd seen a ghost. That must have been our man, all right. Hello.
Oh, hello.
Got a suit here to be cleaned. Was that it, Larry?
Yeah.
Did he bring the package?
Yeah.
Oh, come on, let's see it.
No. Look, Mr. Valentine, I know you're trying to help me, but I got to think about Sally. If anything goes wrong...
All right. What kind of a package was it?
A big envelope. I don't know what's in it. I'm going to do just like they said, because if anything happens...
I know what you mean. So we'll try it the hard way. What about this man who hired you to run the place?
I don't know anything about him.
Well, he must come in and give you your salary, doesn't he?
No. He sends it to me in the mail.
What's his name, Larry?
It's Hilton. Sam Hilton. That's what he told me.
Where does he live?
Haven't you got one of the envelopes your pay came in?
Yeah. I got one in my pocket.
Well, come on, let's see it.
Oh, I hope nobody catches me showing it to you.
Nobody will. Let's have it.
Well, okay. Here.
Here's a return address, George. Number 6, Berwick Towers.
Swanky address, all right. Put that down someplace, Angel.
Yeah, I'll get it.
Mr. Valentine, what are you going to do?
Drop in at Berwick Towers?
Well, don't tell him I said anything.
All right, Larry. Go ahead and do just what you were told to do, and I'll see you tomorrow. Tonight, I'm going to pay a little visit to your boss.
George, Mr. Hilton isn't home, and I'm glad.
Yeah, Angel? Why?
Because I don't know what you could say to him if he were in. Anyway, why did we have to come tonight?
Oh, I don't know. Just a social call.
George!
Yeah. A man who doesn't lock his door deserves visitors. And with my curiosity...
George, we're not going in there.
No, we're not. You're going to stay out here in the hall and stand watch for me.
Darling, sometimes I think your curiosity...
Call out if the enemy approaches, sentry.
Please be careful.
Now, where's the light switch? Right there. Here we are. Wow. Nice room. And a nice big desk. Might be just full of information. Memo. The boss says to stay out of sight until... Hey, Brooksy. Why'd you turn off that light? I can't see...
I didn't turn it off, George. I'm out here in the hall the way you told me.
Hey!
Oh.
George! Darling, it's me.
Oh. That sounds just like the girl that called me Bunny this afternoon.
Oh, stop. That was because...
And according to the grammar I studied, you don't say it's me, you say it's I.
George, at a time like this. Are you all right, darling?
Oh, sure, Dandy, just fine. Both of my heads are just fine. What happened?
I don't know. I heard you ask me if I turned the lights off, and I said I didn't. Then I heard a kind of a hollow thud.
Yeah, that was on the one head I had then, Angel. Didn't you see anybody?
No, but I heard somebody. It was dark when I came in the room, but I heard somebody running, and a window slammed,
Window?
and then
Yeah, window. That one. Probably leads out to the fire escape.
You think Hilton was here all the time, George?
I don't think your hootie hit me. And I also think the man who hired Larry Baker isn't just playing good stuff.
So?
So? I'm going to get back to Larry and Sally. Tell them what they're up against.
Of course, that's a good idea. Tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow morning?
Yes, darling. Or rather, this morning. It's after 1 o'clock now, and the Bakers would be asleep. And besides, I'm a little tired of holding this handkerchief on your head. He'll only need about 4 stitches.
Okay, you win, Angel. But first thing in the morning, I've got to see the Bakers. Because whoever Larry's mixed up with is playing for keeps.
Yes? Yes, just a minute. What do you... Oh, Mr. Valentine. Miss Brooks.
Hello, Sally. May we come in?
Wait, yes, but I...
Don't mind the bandage on Mr. Valentine's head, Sally. Last night he got into a little accident.
Oh.
Has Larry left for work yet?
Sally, what's the matter? What's happened?
Larry's in jail.
In jail? Why?
The police just called me a few minutes ago. A man was shot in the store, and they say Larry did it. Oh, please, Mr. Valentine, can't you help us? I don't know what to do.
All right, Sally, all right. At this point, I don't quite know what to do either. But I told you both yesterday that I'd help you, and I will. Come on, Brooksy, we got to get down to police headquarters.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. When you're driving out on the highways this month, you're likely to see an outdoor poster that says, "Battery down? We charge 'em up." And that's Car Saver's way of reminding you during the month of October that for fast, efficient battery service, your independent Chevron gas station or standard station is the place to go. If your battery needs a boost, Car Savers are the people to see. Or if your battery has seen better days and just won't take a charge anymore, then Car Savers are the people to see about a brand new Atlas battery. Atlas is the battery that's packed with power to give you good, fast starting and also supply power for your radio, heater, or other accessories. Atlas batteries are backed by a written warranty that's honored by 38,000 Atlas dealers from coast to coast. And if you're budget-minded like most of us, you'll be glad to know that you can take several months to pay. So next time you're out on the highways, enjoying a ride in the country, or just taking a short trip in your own neighborhood, look for the Car Saver sign that says, "Battery down? We charge 'em up." That's your reminder that for all types of battery service, whether your battery needs a drink of water, a speedy recharge, or even if you need a brand new Atlas battery, the place to go is your independent Chevron gas station or standard station. The people you'll see are Car Savers, the folks who say and mean we take better care of your car. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. A very frightened young man sends for you because he suddenly found himself right in the middle of some kind of racket. With almost nothing to go on, you set out to help him. And just when you found out that the people he's mixed up with are really playing a rough game, the young man himself is taken to jail for shooting. But if your name is George Valentine, you'd like to talk to your client and find out just what he has to say about it.
I didn't shoot him, Mr. Valentine. You got to believe that.
I didn't say you did, Larry. But if I'm going to help you, I've got to know what you know. Now, who did shoot him?
How can I tell you that? I wasn't there.
All right, now just calm down and tell me what happened.
Well, I went in to open up the shop at 8 o'clock like I was supposed to. When I opened the door, there he was, lying on the floor, groaning and mumbling something about getting a doctor.
What did you do?
I knew he must be hurt bad. And I knew the fastest way to get an ambulance was to call the police, so that's what I did.
I see. Did you know who this man was, Larry?
No. Well, I don't even know what he looked like. He was lying face down on the floor. There was blood all around him. I don't think you're supposed to touch anybody like that until the police come.
The police will find out who he is anyway. Oh, by the way, what about the package you got from that chauffeur yesterday? Was that gone when you got to the shop?
I had it.
You... What?
I was so scared. I thought if I left it in the shop, it might be stolen. I'd be blamed. So I took it home last night and kept it under my pillow. I had it with me when I went in this morning.
Yeah? Where is it now?
Well, it's...
Look, Larry, I know you're frightened about everything. You thought the police might tie you up with that, too. But you'd better tell me.
Well, before the police came, I hid the envelope under the rug in the shop near the big chair.
Uh-huh. Okay, good. First thing I'll do is try to get you out of here. Just take it easy.
I don't want to get out now, Mr. Valentine.
Why not?
Well, I'm pretty safe here. But if I get out, they'll be after me. I know they will, and I...
Valentine.
Huh? Oh, Lieutenant Johnson.
You've had time enough for the kid. Come on out. I want to talk to you.
Okay. Take it easy, Larry. I'll be back.
Thanks, Mr. Valentine.
All right, Valentine, come on. The kid confess?
Confess? To what?
Oh, look, Valentine, I've got a job to do.
So have I. Did you locate this Sam Hilton that Baker was working for?
No, disappeared. No trace of him.
Find the gun that shot was fired from?
No, but we will. This Baker had plenty of time to hide it someplace before our men got there.
This Baker didn't hide it any place, Johnson, because he didn't do the shooting.
Oh, no?
Oh, no. Got an ident on the guy who was shot yet?
Sure, from his fingerprints. Joe McMath, small town hood around town. Couple of arrests.
Yeah, that makes sense. You don't mind if we stop in the receiving hospital and have a look at him, do you?
For what? Look, Valentine. You know something you're not telling.
Sure I do, Johnson. I know a kid is being framed and you're helping to do it. Now wait till I pick up Brooksy and then we'll get over to the hospital and have a look at your victim.
Oh, nurse.
Yes? Oh, Lieutenant Johnson.
This is the room you've got McMath in?
Yes, that's right.
He conscious yet?
Not yet, sir. He's had a sedative.
What'd the doc say? Will he live?
Oh, yes, he's going to be all right. Bad wound in the shoulder, but he's out of danger.
Thanks. Well, you two wanted to see the victim step in. Though I can't for the life of me see why.
Thanks, Lieutenant. You're so obliging. Come on in, Brooksy.
But, George, I don't...
I don't care for hospitals either, Angel.
Just wanted to prove the man your client shot's still alive, I suppose. Valentine,
Brooksy.
Yes. I know what you mean, George.
Hey, wait a minute. What?
That Hospital 90 isn't quite like a chauffeur's uniform. But you couldn't mistake that face. Hey, Johnson.
Look, what are you getting at?
Oh, somehow we connect that face with a big black sedan. Wait a minute. Yeah, here it is. Would you mind finding out the registration on this license number?
Huh? No, look, I'm not the Motor Vehicle Bureau.
No, but you might possibly get to be an inspector before you retire for having a wonderful brain. Just check with me at the office when you get the information.
Oh, that must... I'll get it, George.
Okay, Angel.
Hello, George Valentine's office. If the job's tough for you to handle...
Oh, Miss Brooks, will you stop that foolish chatter?
Lieutenant Johnson.
Yeah, let me talk to Valentine.
He's busy right now. May I take the message?
All right, that license number your boss wanted traced.
Yes?
The cops registered to Mike Lazzetti.
Mike Lazzetti?
Big Mike Lazzetti? Hey, Angel, give me that phone. Hello, Johnson.
Yeah? I thought you were busy.
I'm going to be in just a few minutes. And, Lieutenant, maybe you will get to be an inspector.
George, Mike Lazzetti, the big gangster. He owns the car that brought the package to Larry's shop.
That's right, Angel.
So it is a racket.
Right, a big racket. And you can cross off the narcotics and smuggling. That character is strictly a numbers racket, man.
George, where are you going?
Brooksy, I got an idea. I've just discovered that Larry's boss isn't this Sam Hilton at all. So, I'm going to a little office back of a large pool room and see his real boss, Big Mike Lazzetti.
Yeah, come in.
Thanks.
Yeah? Who are you? What do you want?
Well, you see, I'm new in town, Mike. I just come in from Detroit a couple of weeks ago. Name's Gray.
So?
Well, just trying to make a few connections out here, Mike. All of a sudden, I find I'm in a position to do you a little favor. I hope you'll remember me for it.
Anybody does Big Mike a favor gets remembered. What is it?
Well, I guess you heard about a friend of yours getting plugged this morning, Mike. Guy named Joe McMath.
Yeah, I heard about it. Too bad. Good guy.
Oh, no, never met him. But I guess you know the cops are holding a young guy named Larry Baker for the shooting.
Yeah? What's it got to do with me? Say, who are you, anyway?
I happen to know one of your boys, Sam Hilton.
Yeah?
Yeah. I figured I'd tell Sam about this first, but I couldn't locate him. So I thought I'd better get to you fast.
Well, come on, what is it?
I, still get that favor?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. The Baker kid says he didn't shoot McMath, and the cops can't prove it he did. But he claims something was dropped in the store this morning that'll prove who did.
Huh? Look, friend. You say you want a favor from Big Mike, but you tell me nothing. What you say is nothing.
Yeah? Suppose this Baker punk says one of your boys did it.
Then he's crazy.
Sure. He's crazy as long as he's in jail. But suppose he wasn't in jail.
Wasn't he? You mean he's out?
Not yet, Mike, not yet. But the cops can't get anything on him. They're letting him go. I listen around. I hear stuff, see? I understand he told the cops he'll bring him something that'll pin the rap on somebody.
Yeah? He's not out yet, huh?
Not yet. The way I get it, they're springing him at 2 o'clock this afternoon. I kind of got an idea he might go back to the shop to get that, evidence.
Yeah, he might do that.
Yeah. Well, I just thought you might like to know, Mike. I'll, come back later for that favor. And don't forget, boss, the name's Gray.
Yeah, fella. Come back in a couple of days. I'll do you a favor.
Thanks.
George, you're all right.
Step on it, Brooksy. Get down to headquarters as fast as you can. I've got to make a deal with Lieutenant Johnson.
Valentine, you're mad, and I'm mad to even consider it.
All right, Johnson, all right. Now let me ask you this. Have you got any evidence that Larry Baker shot McMahon?
Well, no, not yet. But we will. We can hold him for 72 hours on suspicion.
Of assault with intent to... Yeah, I know. But how'd you like to get the guy who really did the shooting, Johnson, and clean out a big racket at the same time?
Well, sure, How? You think it'll work?
I don't know, Inspector.
Lieutenant.
Oh, sorry. Just looking in my crystal ball, boy. You see, I'm going on the theory that a big crook can't afford to leave himself in a bad spot. How about it, huh?
Oh, I suppose so. Here's Baker's cell.
Good. Hi, Larry.
Hi, Mr. Valentine.
Come on, they're letting you out of here.
That's right. Come on, son.
But look, Mr. Valentine, I don't want to get out now. I told you.
I know what you told me, Larry. But you're getting out anyway. You're going to leave here at just 2 o'clock. And at 2:15, you're going to be back in your shop.
I don't want to go out. Please, can't you understand? I know what they'll do to me.
Just a minute. Valentine, you've been hiding something. Who are they?
I didn't have any idea until a few minutes ago, Johnson, but I think I do now. And you can't play it any other way. Now, look, Larry, you asked me to help you out of a spot.
Yes, sure I did, but
You won't get hurt. Nothing will happen to you. Just go back to your shop.
Okay, Mr. Valentine. I'll go back to the shop if you say so. But I'm just hoping I'll be around to tell about it tomorrow. Hello? Yeah, that's right. Well, no, I'm sorry. We're not open today. No, I don't know if we'll be open tomorrow either. No. I'm sorry.
Who are you talking to? Hang up that phone.
Yes, sir.
All right. Give it to me.
Give you what? I don't know what you mean. We're not open. There isn't any money.
I don't mean money. You know what I mean. Listen, punk. You came back here to get something you were going to turn over to the cops. I want it. And don't forget you're talking to the boss.
Boss? I don't understand.
Look, don't play dumb because you ain't. Hilton said you was a smart kid. You know what happened to McMath, don't you?
Yeah, but...
Sure you do. I took care of him because he was holding out on me. I brought him in here this morning before you opened the shop so as I could get the payoff, though, but it wasn't here. He didn't leave it like he said he did. He double-crossed me. You see what happens to people that cross Big Mike?
You mean you're the...
Shut up. Now, what did I drop in here this morning? What did you find? Give it to me.
But I haven't got anything I can...
Oh, yeah? Well, maybe this'll convince you. Now, come on, hand it over.
Suppose you hand over that gun, Mike.
Huh?
No tricks, you're covered. What? This is a trap.
You're right, Mike. It is a trap. And you've already done me that little favor. I'll take the gun.
You said you was from Detroit.
Yeah, I know. A little white lie. And the name's Valentine, not Gray. Here you are, Johnson. One shot fired from his gun. And I think the boys in ballistics can tie it up with a bullet that came out of McMath, don't you?
All right. So a guy attacked me and I winged him. Self-defense. They can't send me up for that.
Oh, yes, they can, Mike, when McMath talks. Thing called assault with intent to commit murder.
Oh, and that payoff envelope you thought McMath stole, Mike. Young Larry here hid it under a rug. It's full of names, including yours.
So you see, Busty, you don't have to do me a favor. You're going to do everybody a favor by going up for a good long stretch.
Mr. Valentine, you mean I'm out of this?
That's right, Larry.
Oh, that's great. Except I'm also out of a job. I don't know how to tell Sally.
Well, don't tell her yet. I've got an idea kicking around in the back of my head that, Well, look, Larry, meet me tomorrow noon on that same bench in Morgan Park, huh?
Sure. Okay, Mr. Valentine. I'll be there.
Compared with premium-type motor oils, as designated by the American Petroleum Institute, new RPM motor oil doubles engine life between major overhauls due to lubrication. Your car needs that kind of protection, for new RPM cuts in half the wear rate of critical engine parts. Get new RPM for your car at independent Chevron gas stations or standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car.
Mr. Valentine, you mean I'm going to get to be a cop?
That's right, Larry. At least Lieutenant Johnson has made arrangements for you to go to police school, start out as a rookie. The rest is up to you.
Oh, boy, you don't have to worry about the rest, Mr. Valentine.
I know I don't. Now, suppose you're going home and tell Sally.
I sure will. And thanks for everything. Bye, Miss Brooks.
Bye, Larry. Good luck. George,
Yeah, Angel.
do you realize this is the same park bench we were sitting on when we first talked to Larry Baker?
Hmm? Oh, yeah, sure.
George,
What?
here comes that same man.
Where? Oh, no. Look, that's not the same
It is
guy.
too, George. Quick, put your arms around me.
Oh, all right, but it's so silly.
Oh, Bunny. I thought we'd have to wait until next year to go on our honeymoon. But I think this is wonderful. Yes, Bunny. I will marry you tomorrow.
Oh, brother, how crafty can you get? Come on, Angel. Let's go get some lunch.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It was written by Don Clark and directed by Kenneth Webb. Ken Christie was heard as Lieutenant Johnson, Jonathan Holt as Larry, Louise Arthur as Sally, and Ted DeCorsia as Mike. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. Let George Do It is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California invites you to Let George Do It. Before we join George Valentine, here's some good advice for car owners. New RPM motor oil doubles engine life between major overhauls due to lubrication. Compared with premium type oils, as designated by the American Petroleum Institute, new RPM actually cuts in half the wear rate of critical engine parts. Good reason why you should get new RPM for your car at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now, tonight's story, A Crime Too Simple, another adventure of George Valentine.
Man, look at that fog. Great night to play post office.
Shut up.
Least you can see the next pier. That's more than you could last night.
Shut up.
Oh, look, you gotta keep talking to keep 'em going to sleep on this watch.
Join the Coast Guard. See the world.
I tell you. Who's your favorite movie actor?
Oh, shut up.
Can't you never say anything but shut up? Huh?
That's the end of the pier for the fence.
Yeah, I see him. Carrying a rolled-up sail or something.
No, it's not. It's something on a light overcoat. All right, you, what are you doing out there?
Well, he threw it in.
Stop! Hey, you!
Oh, he told you! Well, you asked for it, brother. Got him all right. He's dead.
Give me a hand down here.
Sure. Hey, what was in the overcoat?
Yeah, also dead.
Huh?
Another man. This guy was tossing in a body, all right. Shot, too. Only, sailor, we didn't do this one.
Well, what am I supposed to do about it, Lieutenant Johnson?
Be patient, my friend. You like riddles, don't you? Like puzzles?
Well, not always in the middle of the night.
Miss Brooks, pity those poor newspaper men over there. They have to do this every night.
Man throws a body off the end of a pier, then shoots it out with a couple of sentries.
Yeah, that was his mistake. Picked a spot too close to the Coast Guard section base, that's all.
Sure, and it may be a story, all right, but it's nothing that exciting.
Color, my boy, the feature story, romance, the thrill, the mystery.
You sound disenchanted, too, Lieutenant.
The body in the water corpse, say, was somebody named Coroni. He was a cook on the boat.
Well, sounds ordinary enough so far.
Oh, the whole thing is. Just so happens Coroni only got in a few days ago. He was working on the tug that brought back the Apperson expedition.
The what?
I don't know. Some bunch of characters just came back from Venezuela. But that's all the newspapers need to climb up on their Sunday supplements.
What was the other corpse, Johnson?
Now we get warmer. Come here. You ever hear the rumors about a guy in town called $3 grand?
You mean that's a name?
Yeah, I have, vaguely. Don't really know anything about him, though, do you?
I don't need to, my friend. That's him. Corpse 2.
Oh, but George, $3 grand.
His price for murder, Miss Brooks, a hired killer.
Nice guy. Maybe those sentries deserve a medal.
Sure, it wasn't their fault. I can't blame them.
Well, what's wrong, then?
Here, look. Found this letter with the killer's identification. Read it.
Thank you for getting in touch with me. From your reputation, I know you're the man to handle my job.
Fan letter to a killer.
I have recently involved myself in a partnership where there's plenty of money to be made if I play it smart in dealing with my partners. I have a plan, but there's a man named Ferroni, a cook, who knows about it. He wants me to pay him to keep quiet. I guess you understand how to earn your $3 grand. Ferroni is coming to my place tonight. Instead of me, you'll meet him. That's all.
Type note, naturally. No signature. Man's not crazy.
And bullet from the killer's gun there killed the cook.
Yeah, one shot. Neat and efficient. Toss him in the bay and forget him.
Certainly simple enough. For once, you have all the facts.
Of course it's simple. 1, 2, 3. But Valentine, don't you catch on why I thought you'd be interested?
Yeah, Johnson, yeah. I'm beginning to get the idea.
Hey, you officer. Your name Johnson?
Huh?
My name's Apperson.
Apperson? Well. And I suppose they woke you out of a sound sleep.
Out of a mug of beer, you mean? All right, so you need Apperson to work out your little problems. Dead people or typhoons, all the same to me.
Hold on, will you, please?
You mean you're the head of that Apperson expedition, whatever it was?
Expedition. Just some guys I brought back from the jungle on my boat, that's all. Never met each other until then. I work for a living, Mac.
But what kind of an expedition was it?
I just own the boat, ma'am. Don't ask me nothing. You got the wrong man.
Uh-huh. You just owned the boat and employed the cook.
Yeah. He couldn't fry good hotcakes anyway.
Death makes you real sad, huh? Come here. How about this guy? He work for you, too?
Never saw him. Who is he?
Captain Apperson, whom do we ask about this so-called partnership, this expedition that, of course, you don't have anything to do with?
Well, try Boyle, Frank Boyle. He was along. Big shot lawyer, I think. He's a handy man with words.
I can imagine. Who else?
Well, that boat of mine's only a tub, you know, Chief. Only 3 of us come back together besides the cook and a couple of deckhands. So what's all the fire? Your problem ought to be simple. Whatever it is.
Okay. Get back there with the sergeant and wait.
Oh, sure, mate.
Now, look, Valentine.
Skip it, Johnson. He won't tell you anything. Let me see that note that was on the killer's body again.
Yeah, here it is.
Yeah. The note implies whoever wrote it was working on something against his partners, all right? That's what you want to know, isn't it?
Oh, even I'm beginning to get it. A crime that's too simple.
And that you can't solve. Sure, I know who murdered the cook, all right, and who shot down the killer.
But the riddle is, who hired the killer?
Some man has a secret. He's double-crossing his partners, maybe. But the only one who knew the secret was the cook.
Check. So he hires the killer to kill the cook.
Now the killer's dead, so we can never tell who hired him.
I guess now you won't blame me for getting you down here, huh? Ever hear of one like that before?
No, Johnson. From here on, there won't be a single clue, will there? This is the overcoat that the cook had on, the light one, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right, but...
Let me see that gun. You still got it in your pocket, the killer's gun?
Sure, Oh, no, you don't need to worry about fingerprints.
Uh-huh. And he killed the cook with one shot, and I guess squeezed off another at the sentries.
What are you driving at?
Those newspaper men inside. Why not let them help you solve your crime for a change?
George, what are you doing with that gun?
Nothing.
Valentine, what
Take it easy, Johnson. Take it easy. Now you can show the gun around to people. Let them draw their own conclusions.
George,
come on, Angel.
Valentine, come back here.
You got me into this, friend. Okay, that's my answer. When a crime's too simple, mix it up. Make it complicated.
And what's your conception of a big shot lawyer, Mr. Valentine?
Well, it's generally not of a man who hangs his shingle outside of his own
Captain
house.
Apperson's a fool. So am I, probably, for talking so much. But at least it's nice to pretend you're a big success once in a while.
Mr. Boyle, this isn't exactly what I wanted to talk about. And since my time's a little short...
All right, then, killers. Let's talk about killers. Do you think I'd have enough money to hire one, let alone the good sense not to?
Well, why is it called the Apperson Expedition? What sort of a partnership is it that ties you with a man like Apperson and this third party, whoever he is?
Oh, that? Mr. Eilers. He's the third one. Lived down in Venezuela. Several years, I believe. Rather a sleazy character, too, in case you're interested.
We will be, but right now it's you.
Well, what about it? They don't have a legal partnership or anything. They're just 2 people I happened to meet down there. Went up country together and came back home together. That's all.
What were you doing in South America, Mr. Boyle?
My health. And I'm the kind in physiology books, not mystery stories. You can ask my doctor if I'm
All right. Take it easy. Found something together, isn't that it?
What?
Down there, the 3 of you. Word expedition means you plan to go back there together, isn't that it?
Such a brain. You're doing very well.
That's pretty obvious. What is it, a mine? Steel? Oil? Gold? Or maybe some kind of a land swindle that you plan to
That's enough,
exploit.
young man. I'm quite familiar with the law, remember? And you're only to inquire about murder. Any business plans I have for the future are quite out of your...
Time's up, Valentine. Mr. Boyle, if you don't mind, we'd like to take you down to headquarters for a few questions.
I know. I'm familiar with the procedure. But don't worry, Valentine. They have no right to find out any more than you have.
Oh, I'm happy.
Oh, is that so? Well, come on. You won't be happy when I get through with you.
Johnson, why don't you let your driver take Mr. Boyle down? You come with us, huh?
Oh, so nobody likes to ride with a lawyer.
All right, sure. Go on. Do you mind?
It might be mutual. I'll see you there.
Well, Lieutenant?
Oh, Valentine, look what you've done to me. You and your tricks. Newspaper says mystery bullet. Oh, sure. Somebody noticed the extra bullet missing from the gun, all right, Valentine.
Come on. They're around the corner now.
Huh?
Yeah, come on. Window in the hall looked like it wasn't locked. Yeah, here we are.
You're going back inside, George?
Sure.
There we are.
Come on, look. Give me your hand. Okay, Johnson, let's go.
So now we're housebreaking, huh? That does it. Valentine, for the love of Pete, you're not going to find anything here. This bird's a lawyer. What kind of clues do you expect to find laying around?
Give me your gun this time.
Hey. Now, wait
Will you
a
do as I
minute.
tell you, please? Of course there aren't any clues in this case. That's the trouble with it. Too simple.
Simple, he says. All right. There you are.
Now, Johnson, listen. This would be a good place to shoot a man, wouldn't it?
What?
Hallway? Sure. The caliber's near enough the same. Can't tell anyway from the slug.
Now, look out.
Hold your ears.
Oh, am I crazy? You just shot a hole in the wall.
Sure, that's number one. What's the matter? Haven't you figured what I'm doing yet? I'm just fixing it so that you, for once, will have a crime solved by itself.
In just a moment, we'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. But right now, I'd like to talk about memory. You know, lots of us have a difficult time remembering things like the number on our license plate, our social security number. Even anniversaries and other important occasions have a way of slipping by forgotten. I'll bet you'd be surprised at the number of people who forget their own birthdays. And I'll bet you'd be just as surprised at the number of people who forget when the oil in their cars is due for changing. The best way for anyone to solve that problem of remembering is to have the oil checked every time you buy gas. The car savers at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations check not only the amount of oil in your crankcase, but they'll remind you about oil changes and oil filter service, too. To keep your car running longer, be sure that your oil is checked and changed at regular intervals. There's no finer engine protection than the new RPM motor oil and new oil filter replacement element that you can get at any independent Chevron gas station or standard station, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Someone hired a killer, one of 3 men. Well, the killer did his job all right and disposed of the only person who might have known whatever secrets there are. But unfortunately, the killer, a mysterious man known as 3 Grand, is dead too. So who hired him? And what are the secrets? Well, if your name is George Valentine, you know that when a crime is too simple, the only way to get clues is to make your own.
George, someone's coming.
Yeah.
A man just got off the streetcar.
Probably this Eilers himself. He's been down to police headquarters this morning.
Did you check the other cabins in the motel?
Yeah, nobody in. Wouldn't make any difference anyway. Cabins are so spread out.
Hurry up,
Take
Ken.
it easy, will you? Take it easy. There we are.
Any place will do. It doesn't make any difference.
Here, strike a match, will you?
No, you might see it. Hurry up. There's enough light. He'll be here. He'll hear you.
All right. Here goes.
George, listen, what's that?
Little piano over there. Hit the side of it, that's all. Now, come on. Bullet number 2 is taken care of. Get back outside. Hello.
Oh, I didn't see you there.
Are you Mr. Eilers?
Yes, that's right.
Frank Boyle gave us your name. I'm George Valentine.
Oh, well, I guess I might have known. That police lieutenant told me about you. I suppose you'd like to come inside.
No, this is all right. You've lived in the jungle country for some time, I understand.
Little trip to Bogota down the river for shopping once in a while was about my limit. Oh, but I'm an American, all right. See here, I really answered everything I can think of for that policeman fellow.
Well, I was just curious what you were doing here. You're apparently not visiting friends.
I guess I don't really have...
You know what I want, that expedition stuff.
I don't have to tell you that.
Some way or other you guys struck it rich, came up here to organize or sell stock or get equipment.
I don't have to tell you that. I worked hard for a living all my life, mister. Don't you understand?
We understand there must be something a little crooked about this whole thing, or you'd be willing to tell us.
No. Look, I'm not the lawyer. Don't talk to me. Sure, there's lots at stake, but I
Why
can't...
do you band together with a bunch of guys when maybe one of them hired a killer?
What?
Why stick together? What are you afraid of?
I don't know anything about that murder. I don't know anything about those things. I'm just a planter. I've worked hard all my life.
All right, skip it. By the way, I noticed a piano in there through the window. That yours?
What? Oh, no. No, belongs to the man who owns this place. I wouldn't know one note from an... Why?
Good night, Mr. Riley's.
I could tell you stories by the hour, lady.
I can imagine, Captain.
Yeah, but you wouldn't believe them, huh? All right, now how about a glass of beer?
No, thank you, Captain Apperson. Besides, Mr. Valentine will be back in just a moment.
Oh, sure, the snoop. Now, there's an unpleasant job. What are you bothering me for? I got an alibi.
I imagine everybody has an alibi.
Okay, Angel, let's go.
No. Sit down. Sit down, Valentine. How'd you like my ship? That's where you've been snooping.
Oh, it's a tub, all right.
Of course it is. But you didn't find anything, did you? Yeah, dirty dishes in the galley, that's all. Nothing to find. Now get off your horse and act like a human.
Not tonight, Sailing.
Huh? All work and no play.
And don't get me wrong, either. I'm all through work.
What?
Yeah, you heard me. For further details, read the newspapers. You're one of the reporters who saw that gun the killer used, aren't you? Noticed that an extra shot had been fired.
Yeah, that's right. My paper had a story on it. Mystery bullet stuff. Only we don't like to draw conclusions.
Sure, mister. Here we are. Locker 317.
How come they give you the run of the morgue like this?
So you'll draw the right conclusions. Police had made themselves at home.
Friendly thought.
What's the matter? Nothing but clothes, that's all.
Oh, sure. Stuff that cook Ferroni was wearing, huh?
Yeah. Something occurred to me I wanted to check.
Hey, wait a minute. There's a hole in that light overcoat.
Yeah. Yeah, there is, isn't there?
Well, that'd explain the extra bullet. Killer took a shot at him, missed, then hit him with the second one.
Try again.
Huh?
Well, from the location, the bullet would either have been found in him or at least poke a hole in his shirt underneath, wouldn't it?
Yeah. No hole in his shirt, is there?
Not excepting the one that really killed him.
Wait a minute.
Light beginning to dawn?
Just means the overcoat wasn't on him when it got that extra hole.
Well, that's what I want to make sure of. Looks that way.
But then it means... Listen to this. Killer murdered the cook at a place unknown. But it had to be a place where he wasn't wearing his overcoat.
Uh-huh. Gives us a new lead, doesn't it? Killer put the guy's overcoat on him afterwards, when he carried him out to toss him in the water.
But inside, don't you see? Indoors. Someplace where his coat could be hit separately by a first wild shot.
Proves the cook was murdered indoors, huh?
Well, it was a cold, foggy night. What else?
A note was found on the killer's body. I think the police will give you the exact text of it now.
They will, eh? Well, that's great. Only, that wasn't quite what I meant.
Huh?
How come you're handing me all this on a platter? Or is it on a slab?
But look at these stories. Where did the murder take place? In whose home or boat or motel was the little blackmailing cook met and surprised with the gun of the mysterious $3,000?
Oh, it's all there, all right, Johnson. Hook, line, and sinker.
But, Valentine, if anybody ever finds out that you fired that extra bullet through the coat, I'm liable to be... Oh, I don't know.
Promoted, maybe?
It's neat, all right. The guy hires the killer to take his place when the cook shows up to be paid off. Well, it's where the guy lives, naturally. Or the guy doesn't know where the actual murder happens. Why would he? He's out setting himself up an alibi.
All three at least pretend to have alibis.
So now, he starts getting panicky. The murder was indoors. He must have done it right here in my house where he met him, he says.
How to make a crime solve itself.
Valentine, maybe I love you after all. Come on, what are we waiting for?
Think they've all had a chance to read the newspapers?
Sure, my friend. One of those three men has had a chance to try to cover up what he thinks was the killer's work.
That is the idea, Johnson. One of them has covered up a bullet hole.
I don't understand. What are you doing there? I told you I don't play the piano.
There it is, all right. I'm not surprised.
What? Where'd that come from?
Bullet, Mr. Eiler. Splintered the finish, too.
Well, I don't know how it got there. I've never noticed it. I've only been in from Venezuela a couple of days. I don't even understand
Take it
what's
easy,
going on.
Alice. Relax. You just got crossed off the list.
You monkeys, you've got no right aboard this boat. What you'll think? Oh, that's
All right, cut it out. Stop it, will you? 2 down, Johnson. Bullet hasn't even been touched. And it was there where Apperson would have found it, all right.
What bullets? What kind of a frame are you guys trying to...
It's a nice black one, friend, only apparently it's going to fit a lawyer instead. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Boyle!
Don't waste your lungs, Johnson. Come here.
Find the bullet?
No. He's puttied up the hole where it was.
Well, that's it. Simple crime, and we finally got a simple answer. Only what do you suppose he could have...
Hello? Hello there.
All right, Boyle, put him up.
Oh, I thought I heard someone. I was out back in the garage getting my car.
You won't need it. You'll ride in ours.
What? See here. Put that gun down.
No, you don't. Mr. Boyle, it gives me great pleasure to tell you that you're under arrest for...
What? Now, stop it. I was just on my way to see you.
Huh?
Yes. Look there. On the wall. You see that putty?
Yeah.
I just put it in. I think someone must be trying to kill me. Here, look at this. I found a bullet in my wall.
Valentine, I'll murder you. Make a crime simple, huh? Now look what you've done.
Johnson, I know, but don't blow your top.
Shenanigans all over the place, and now what happens? Not one of them suckers. Not one of them tries to cover up for what he thinks is the work of his killer. Oh, Valentine, for
Would it
2
change
cents,
your opinion if I told you our stunt really worked?
Huh?
Yeah, sure. Get them together. I'll show you. So now you all understand that this whole bullet business was really just a phony.
I've never heard anything so irregular in all my life.
Oh, now don't get righteous, Mr. Boyle. We had to pull it to make sure one of you didn't try to cover up.
All right, so we didn't. So what?
Well, we're firmly convinced that in the circumstances, if one of you hired the killer, he would have covered up. So it's quite simple, isn't it? None of you hired $3,000.
Valentine, for the love of...
Take it easy, everybody. One of you is going to go to jail, all right, for murder. But you see, something else has been bothering me. That's why you've all kept quiet. 1 man out of 3 was a double-crosser. So why won't the innocent ones help us?
But we don't know anything about that.
Oh, there's a good reason, all right.
I can tell you, that expedition scheme they've got must be as crooked as a corkscrew.
Oh, it is not. Oh, a little irregular, perhaps.
But will you? Sure, I thought of that, Johnson, and apparently a lot of money's at stake, too. Those reasons help, but they're not the big one.
And what might that one be?
Fear. Well, from now on, 2 of you have nothing to be afraid of. The killer's going to hang.
Killer, what are you talking about?
Captain Apperson, as I said, 1 man was a double-crosser. He hired $3,000 to kill that cook. But of course, it's none of these men, because the man who did the hiring is now dead. Yeah, that's right. Shot down by a couple of sentries. Little identification job for you, Johnson. So, anybody ready to talk now?
Well,
no, wait.
Right. What else, Valentine?
Okay, point 1. 2 of you are afraid of the 3rd because he's the professional killer. He's the mysterious $3,000 who decided this looked like a good little group to join, I guess.
How about the murder?
Probably killed the cook, all right, then waited for his employer to show. Said, here's a body, you get rid of it. Poor guy had to. But a professional wouldn't choose a place like the pier next to the Coast Guard base, would he? Unless he sort of hoped his employer might get shot down.
But how would he know that? How would he know the guy would...
Johnson, he wouldn't, but it was worth a try. Slip his identification and stuff into the guy's pocket. Well, it paid off, that's all. If it hadn't, he probably wouldn't have taken the next step. Wouldn't have slipped into the personality of the man who hired him.
Okay, Valentine.
Shut up, Apperson.
Pretty bright.
You want point 2, Mr. Eilers? How difficult it would be to assume the role of a lawyer? Or a sea captain? But on the other hand...
Oh, thank heaven. He said he'd shoot like that if we told. He said he'd do the same to my family. He said...
Now, take it easy, take it easy. It's all over. Nobody's hurt except him. I lose $3,000 or whatever you want to call him, but... Oh, Valentine, are you lucky? Pulling that one out of a hat.
Why, Johnson, you mean you still don't know what the clue was?
Huh?
Let's see if Brooksy got it. She went to grammar school.
Next time you need gasoline, remember this fact. Chevron Supreme gives you all 8 necessary high-performance qualities in correct balance. Power, mileage, starting, warm-up, anti-knock, vapor lock prevention, acceleration, and area blending. Not 1, not 2, but all 8. Yes, for the kind of driving you do, where you do it, fill up with Chevron Supreme gasoline at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car.
Well, of course, George. I knew there was something wrong about that man when we first talked to him.
Well, he had kind of a wild plan, but it might have worked, you know. Once the real Eilers was dead, the other 2 guys went too hard to keep quiet.
I wonder if they'd ever really let him be a partner in that expedition, whatever it is.
Maybe. There was plenty at stake.
Now, look, I don't care about that expedition stuff. What it is or why. How did you guess?
Well, Johnson, the explanation had to be something like what it was. Once I realized the man who lived in the jungle was a fraud.
Yes, the real Eilers lived in Venezuela for years, remember?
And yet that guy told us he did his shopping down the river at Bogota.
Well?
Oh, Lieutenant, really? Anybody knows that Bogota is clear across the mountains. It's the capital of Peru.
Oh, Brooksy.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It was written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Kenneth Webb. Ken Christie was heard as Lieutenant Johnson, Kenny Ray as Apperson, Stephen Chase as Boyle, Parley Bear as Eilers, and Forrest Lewis as the reporter. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. In 1 minute, a child will be born who needs a community chest home. In 1 minute, you can help. It's easy. Pledge a minute out of every working day for a full year. Support your community chest with one gift for many services. Let George Do It is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California invites you to Let George Do It. Before we join George Valentine, here's something to remember when you buy gasoline. Any gasoline can be made to stress one performance quality at the expense of others. But Chevron Supreme is balance blended to give you all 8 necessary high-performance qualities. Power, mileage, starting, warm-up, anti-lock, vapor lock prevention, acceleration, and area blending. For the kind of driving you do, where you do it, your engine needs Chevron Supreme gasoline. Get a tank full tomorrow at your independent Chevron gas station or standard station, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now, tonight's story, The Woman in Black, another adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I need your help. And coming from little Gladys, that's quite an admission. I suppose you've heard about Pygmalion, who barked his shins on his own statue. Well, I seem to be the same thing, girl type. You see, Mr. Valentine, in my vast wisdom and vaster love of money, I have created a monster. And since the monster is a good foot taller than I am, I'm sure you'll appreciate how much I mean when I say, get here quick. The monster is slipping out of my control. Sincerely, Gladys Jenkins.
Well, this is the address, all right, George.
Yeah, but nobody's lived here for years.
They can't have. All those weeds and the paint coming off. It looks like a castle.
It was. Yeah, that's right. Been deserted since about 1932, as I recall.
How do you know?
Ever since the bunco squad or some jealous movie queen took care of him, whatever it was.
George, what are you talking about?
Angel, didn't you ever hear about Gregory?
Oh!
Yeah, sure. Gregory the Great. Gregory the Mighty Soothsayer. Gregory the Widow's Wailing Wall.
Yeah, of course, the greatest crystal ball man.
Yeah, that's the one. Gregory the...
What's the matter? George, I don't...
Gregory the Ghost.
What? You mean that old man with the white hair that
Not
just...
so old, I guess. Dyed his hair white when he was 20, they claimed. Increased his powers over women.
Well, he was certainly attractive, if that was really the...
No, it can't be. It can't be. I thought he was dead, burned himself out. He drank too much.
Well, who do you think it was, Julius Caesar? Now, go on. Get out of here. This is private property.
Well, not the sidewalk.
Yes, I know. Forgive me, lady, I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but this is no tourist center. I get second tired of people standing there saying the same thing, that's all.
Well, now, that's really too bad.
And no smart cracks out of you either. This is my property here, all of it. J.J. Cleary, Realtors. If you don't believe me, my house is just down the block.
No, of course we believe you, Mr. Cleary, but you mean you own his house, too, Mr. Gregory?
Where do you get that mister stuff? Don't insult the mighty G. No, I got an option on it, though. It'll be mine soon enough, don't you worry. And when it is, you can bet your bottom dollar there's nobody like that coming back to this neighborhood.
Okay, but when did he come back?
A couple of weeks ago. Visions of opening up his old temple. The master will once more comfort a long line of rich women.
You sound a little bitter.
Well, why not? He's a fraud. He always was. Ought to be locked up. Between you and me, I've just had a few words with Gregory. He clearly understands that when I get back from meeting with my lawyer tonight, I'll have the legal ammunition to do it.
You mean you've got a big real estate deal on, and a crackpot in the middle of it doesn't help the desirability of property around here very much?
Well, all right. I'm not ashamed of trying to clean this city up, and I'm going to. You can remember that.
Sure. Come on, Brooksy.
And when you see him, you can tell him I said so. Tell him I'll sing at his funeral.
Wow. Be a good place for a funeral, all right, wouldn't it? I wonder... Excuse me, lady. Could you tell me where...
Oh, I didn't see you.
Well, it's a little dark in here, even without a veil. I was only going to ask if you...
Who are you? What do you want with him? Are you a believer? Gregory never sees callers and... Excuse me.
Well, now, look, you... How do you like that?
George, there's somebody else behind you.
Look at him jump. It's got him already.
What good are you going to be, Mr. Valentine? Come on in and relax, suckers. Just me.
Who's the woman in black, Miss Jenkins?
How should I know? Sit down. This is the boss's old stomping ground, not mine. Ask Joe Brady. He's up on his ectoplasm, if he's out of the hospital.
Who? Now look, start at the beginning, will you?
Yes, we didn't even know that Gregory was still alive.
Neither did anybody else until I resurrected him. Hit me with the tombstone, will you? Oh, yes, he's back in business, all right. Been making a fortune with his comeback in the East. Want a drink?
No, thanks. Things are muddy enough now as it is.
Look, I'm a press agent who should have stayed with her typewriter, that's all.
Oh, I understand. You mean this comeback of the great Gregory was your idea?
It was my mistake. Oh, I've made a lot of money. Quite all that I want, in fact. And you've got to understand there isn't anything to all those mutterings and predictions and things of his. There isn't. There can't be. It's just a lot of hokum. Dribble.
Well?
Oh, Mr. Valentine, I found him. Just a burned-out bum last year. I built him up. Did the whole thing. Little Gladys pulled the genie out of the bottle.
Well, go on.
Well, don't you see? Now I can't get him back in.
Which way do you mean that?
I mean, I don't want to go to prison.
Oh, I see. Party to a fraud, huh? Debunking his sentimental old clients of their dead husbands' estates.
No. He never does anything like that. Or I don't think he does. I just don't know anymore. That's the trouble. I don't even know why we came running out to this city.
Oh, come on, lady. Try again. What is it you're afraid of?
Him. I don't scare very easy, Mr. Valentine. But he used to take everything lying down. Now he just smiles to himself.
Well, that still doesn't explain.
He had a cook and she talked back to him and he just smiled. He started laughing and she had a heart attack right then and there.
What?
I know. You think I'm stupid. Now he's feeling his oats. He's beginning to make plans. He says nobody's going to stop him. Well, I don't know what sort of thing he really used to do in the old days. Maybe he does have some sort of power.
Oh, now,
well,
look,
he has
lady,
disciples that come to him. Like that woman in black out there. Who saw her? She sneaked in here to see him 5 times since he's been back. I don't know what he does to people, but they get a funny, fanatic gleam in their eyes. Oh, all right, wise man. Joe Brady's a skeptic, too. He writes bifocal articles exposing psychic frauds.
The man in the hospital?
Yes, he threatened to make Gregory look silly in a magazine article, to expose him.
And the master laughed, I suppose.
He said a man should never act like a cat. That night, Joe Brady, out walking across the lawn here, heard this awful screech. And that's all he remembers. When he came to, his face had been clawed.
Okay, Gladys. I begin to get the idea.
Mr. Valentine, I want to quit my job. But when I speak of it, he says, no, I'll never leave him. Well, what do you expect me to do? Spit in his eye?
And life goes on like a spinning top.
Yeah, sure, you said that before. Now let's clear some things up, huh?
No, young man. No, don't turn on the lights.
Well, what I have to say, Mr. Gregory, we don't need dim lights, nor incense, so we'll open the windows, too.
No. Many people before thought I was a fraud. And they were experts in expressing themselves.
Now, look, I want to talk to you about Miss Jenkins.
Life goes on like a spinning top.
She seems to be afraid of you.
No beginning. No end.
Hey, just what are you up to?
I see what the future holds. I tell it to him who listens.
Uh-huh. What have you been doing lately that has brought you so much money?
Truth.
The cook who died of a heart attack.
Truth.
Now, don't go into a trance. I want to talk to you.
Truth.
The writer, Joe Brady, he had an accident.
I don't know anything about that.
What about the woman in black, your disciple? What kind of nonsense did you fill her with?
Like a spinning top. No beginning. No end.
Oh, come on. Snap out of it, will you?
No beginning. No end.
Okay. Now get this. Miss Jenkins is going to leave here, Gregory, and I wouldn't try to stop her.
No beginning. Gladys? Leave me? Oh, no.
You heard me, Buster.
Oh, she mustn't. I won't let her. Never.
You have nothing to say about it.
I would not meddle in things that don't concern me.
Why not?
Sometimes we're stricken down for meddling in things we don't understand.
Now, what's that supposed to mean?
Truth.
I was talking to you, Buster, about...
Truth. I see it. I tell it.
Oh, Gladys, I didn't get very far with him either. Gregory the Vague.
Just as I expected.
He's made a lot of money in the last few years, George. Couldn't you find out how?
No, Brooksy, I couldn't. And frankly, I think a lot of this is just so much malarkey.
You're an optimist, my friend. All right, so you're no use.
A temple like something out of India. A woman in black. Life is a spinning top. All the trimmings. Enough to make anybody imagine things.
But I know that, and I still don't know what to do.
Well, now, did I say I wouldn't take your case? All I want is a fresh air viewpoint on this whole thing. Now, Gladys, the woman in black, you say you don't know who she is?
No one does.
All right. Maybe I'll find out. And there's this Joe Brady, see, and a side trip to police headquarters to find out what they have on our boy. Yeah, I got work to do, ladies.
Oh, George,
you stay here with Gladys. Now, even though I have a hunch there isn't much to worry about, someone just might get hurt. Life is like a spinning top. A temple overgrown with weeds. No moon. Oh, this is just fine. What? Who's that?
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. But right now, I'd like to remind you about something you may have forgotten. Something that is mighty important to your safety on the highway. Something that can save you money. I mean the tire switching service that is available at all standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations. Nowadays, it's important that you take care of your tires. Proper switching can mean longer life and more mileage. Car savers know how to take care of your tires. They know that rear wheels work harder than front wheels and right harder than left. So they recommend a scientific pattern of switching the tires, all fore and the spare, at regular intervals. This distributes the wear evenly and keeps the rubber in the spare flexed and lively. Car savers will check your tires for cuts and bruises when they switch them, and they'll keep them properly inflated, too. So the next time you're at your favorite standard station or independent Chevron gas station, ask the car saver about tire switching. It's just one of the many services available to Western motorists at the stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Gregory the Enigma, a fabulous crystal ball man who, after 20 years of oblivion, is back in his weird temple, resurrected by a hard-boiled publicity gal. But now Gladys is afraid of him, doesn't understand what he's up to, and so she hires you. Well, if your name is George Valentine, you don't believe in all the trappings you find, except for one real, very real fact.
Oh. It's all right, darling. Please don't move.
I never thought I'd say it, but where am I?
Right out on the lawn. I thought I heard you cry out.
Oh. Did you see anybody, Brooksy?
No, just a vague shadow disappearing behind those trees.
Yeah, well, there's nothing very vague about this lump on top of my head.
Oh, George, let's get out of here. Let me get you to a doctor.
Whoever had this grudge against me sure used the strength of the right goodwill. To paraphrase our good friend Lieutenant Johnson, this was done with a blunt instrument with intent of maim.
That's scared to death. I told her to lock herself in her room.
George, you know, sometimes we're stricken down.
What are you talking about, George?
Nothing. Come on, Brooksy.
Come on, where?
Back to the house. I want to have some very definite words with the vague Mr. Gregory.
This looks more like a museum than a library, George.
Wait, I'll find the light. Hey, the windows.
George, look, out there, the lady in black.
Huh? Hey, you, wait!
She was peering in on us.
Yeah. Maybe she was looking for Gregory the elusive, too.
She found him.
Huh? Yeah, in the chair.
Is he? I mean, just sitting there.
Wait a minute now. Hey, Gregory. Gregory!
George!
Wait a minute. Gregory!
Oh, he's alive.
You ain't dead to the world.
He's been drinking, that's all.
Uh-huh. The genie is back in his bottle.
So that was the reason for his vagueness before.
Oh, brother, he must have been working on this bun for hours.
And he didn't do it.
Maybe there is something more than we know going on. Brooksy, you can tell Gladys, the Pygmalion, that her statue is ossified.
Aren't you staying here?
No, I'm off again on my rudely interrupted journey. I want to talk to Brady.
It was very nice to inquire about me, Mr. Valentine.
Well, Mr. Brady, I was under the impression you'd been in the hospital. I'm surprised to find you here at home.
People underestimate the strength of little men. Gregory always did.
Oh. I suppose you can't wait to get even with our mysterious friend.
Oh, no, on the contrary, I have nothing against him. I wish him the best.
Huh?
Don't you see? His is the most interesting case I've ever run up against. I'm not going to stop until I understand it and explain it away. I don't want anything to interfere with that.
Well, tell me, Mr. Brady, just what do you know about Gregory's recent activities?
Frankly, Mr. Valentine, I thought Gregory was quite through before his retirement 20 years ago.
Oh, you knew him even then?
Oh, yes, indeed. And he was very excellent in his field. Quite good, really.
Well, what does he do now?
I'm sure I don't know. But it has come to me that he's made a lot of money. Yes, a lot of money since his, shall we say, rebirth. The ladies still find Gregory quite irresistible.
Yes, I saw one of the ladies back there at the temple.
A lady dressed in black.
Yeah. You know who she is?
A very interesting phenomenon. A true disciple, I believe. Even when Gregory wasn't there, she would come to the temple, walk through the empty rooms, a sort of one-woman pilgrimage.
Yeah. She'd do anything for him, I suppose.
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if she already did.
What was that supposed to mean?
My accident, Mr. Valentine. The doctor who took a few stitches on my face was quite a joker. He made a number of facetious remarks about my wife scratching my face and already fancying herself a widow.
A widow?
Yes, wearing black. There was some black lint in one of the scratches.
So that's the way it is.
Of course, I hold no grudges. Each of us fights any way he can. I am Gregory's worst enemy, and I shall solve his mystery. Oh, yes, indeed. In 2 or 3 weeks of investigation, Mr. Valentine...
Sorry to walk out on your friend, but you're not Gregory's worst enemy.
What?
And it's just occurred to me you don't have 2 or 3 weeks. Neither do I. And what's most important, neither does Gregory.
George, where were you? Where have you been?
What are you doing out here, Brooks?
I phoned you at Brady's from the phone booth.
Huh? Why?
Gregory, I'm afraid your diagnosis wasn't quite right. I mean about him being out for hours.
What?
Well, I was upstairs for a minute, and I looked out of the window, and I saw him talking to the lady in black.
Where was that?
Out on the lawn, where we found you knocked out.
Come on.
They separated. I wanted to try to talk to the woman, so I called out to her from the balcony, but she pulled a gun on me.
Say that again.
A gun from her pocketbook. She waved it at me and then ran out across the back lawn.
Well, did you see what happened to Gregory?
Oh, he's somewhere in the house. But Gladys was in the kitchen. She saw her, too. George, aren't you going inside?
No, that real estate man, that Cleary, he lives out across the back, doesn't he?
Well, yes. I was going to phone from there, but his house was dark, so I ran down to the drugstore.
Oh, come on, Angel, step on it. Don't you realize? Maybe Cleary is what this is all about. He's the one who said he was out to get Gregory if it's the last thing he ever did.
Well, I told you I didn't see any lights in his house.
Well, I may be wrong. I hope so.
Oh, no. We're too late.
The woman in black.
Dad, you're sure she's dead? She can't be. I could barely see her.
But who are you?
Yeah, your concern is a thing of beauty, Buster, whoever you are.
Look, the gun is still in her hand.
Who do you think I am? I'm the one who shot her.
What?
There was somebody at the door, her. She didn't say anything. She was like in a sort of trance, and the minute I opened the door, she started shooting. Well, what would you do?
Well, what are you doing in Mr. Cleary's house? What are you doing with a gun?
I got a license. I work for him. Private investigator.
Oh.
Sure. To see what I could get on that Gregory guy. That's what Cleary hired me for.
Oh, poor crazy woman. She came here to kill Mr. Cleary, didn't she?
Thought I was him, I guess.
Well, that's it. Where's the phone here, Buster?
Dan Ritchie. It's over there in the corner.
Thanks, Miss Cleary. That clears up matters fine for the police.
Yeah, I guess so, Sergeant. You have any more questions, Valentine?
No, Cleary. Since you hired Ritchie, and he very obviously shot our mysterious lady in black in self-defense, there isn't very much left to do.
Yeah, it's all pretty clear. I did a fine job, all right.
No doubt about that gun, is there, Sergeant?
None whatsoever, Miss Brooks. As a matter of fact, I think we'll find it was the gun that was used to slug Mr. Valentine, too.
I knew that Gregory guy was no good. I said so all along, you remember? Using a half-crazy woman to do his dirty work.
We found out who she is. Lord Terrell. Used to be Greg's secretary before he retired.
First she assaulted Brady, and then you, George, when she thought you were crossing Gregory. And then she was going to eliminate the biggest enemy Gregory had.
With her dead, it's not going to be easy to prove enough against this Gregory character to put him where he belongs.
Gregory's still in the house, Sergeant?
Yes. And I have some men around, so he'll stay there.
Good. While you straighten things out here, Sergeant, I think that if I can get Mr. Cleary to help me, I can straighten out Cleary.
No doubt now about Gregory being no use to anybody until morning.
Sleep of the innocent.
He must be insane to do anything like that. He must be. And he'll get away with it. You want to bet?
No, Gladys. Because he should get away with it.
What? It's supposed to be a joke, Valentine?
A very grim joke. Everything that happened here tonight would work just as well if someone wanted to get rid of the little lady in black instead of you. Maybe because she knew too much.
Why, what could she know, George?
Well, surely she couldn't know anything so important that she'd be killed for it.
All right. Let's take a look at a couple of things that don't seem to jibe. Mr. Cleary, Gregory knew that you wouldn't be home tonight. You told us yourself that you warned him you were going to your attorney's house.
Yes, that's right. I remember.
Well, would Gregory then send his disciple to kill you tonight when he knew you weren't home?
Hey, he wouldn't at that, would he?
All right. Suppose then that the lady in black was sent to your house by someone who didn't know that. Suppose that was the one fatal mistake you made in an airtight case, Miss Jenkins.
Oh, you're crazy.
Am I? I'm pretty tall for a boy my age, and I was hit on the top of my head. So it was not by a woman, but by a man.
A man?
Yeah, a tall man. Not you, Clary, because you were at your lawyer's. And not Gregory, who was out on his feet. No, a tall, husky man like Ritchie.
But what could Ritchie
Yeah, Miss Jenkins' partner. Who made sure you hired him, Clary. He came to you and sold himself on the job, I'll bet, didn't he?
Well, yeah.
It's a lie. I don't know it.
But if he was the one who sapped me, how did the gun get into Miss Terrell's hand? Only one way. Ritchie put it there, after firing a shot or two from it. And you, Gladys, played the part of the woman in black, not only when Brady got scratched, but tonight to make sure Miss Brooks saw you carrying a gun and headed for Cleary's.
That's right. Gladys wasn't with me at the time. She could have done it.
It's a lie. You'll never prove it.
Sure of that? The only reason I can see for killing Gregory's former secretary is that she knew he wasn't in any shape to do anything, let alone anything crooked. That if he made money on this last year's comeback of his, Gladys, it was because you're a fraud.
No, stop it.
He only did what you told him to do, said what you told him to say, as long as you kept the genie and his bottle together. Yeah, there's your Gregory the Great. Look at him. Miss Terrell was going to expose you, Gladys, and you had her killed, presumably in self-defense. Probably held a prisoner over there by Richie until the act was all set up, with me as witness number one. Well, the police will find all that money you made out of Gregory somewhere, Gladys. Trace it to you, and then...
I'll kill you. I'll scratch your eyes out.
No, sister. You'll just come quietly and see the sergeant.
But, George, it was such a silly, dangerous thing for Gladys to do.
She thought she was smart enough, and she and her strong boy almost got away with it. Pygmalion. I only wonder what the statue will have to say once he comes back to life again.
Several leading automobile manufacturers now recommend a heavy-duty motor oil to give top protection and lubrication for today's engines. New RPM motor oil is the answer. It not only exceeds the requirements of those manufacturers, but compared with premium-type motor oils, new RPM doubles engine life between major overhauls due to lubrication. For better protection for your engine, get new RPM motor oil at independent Chevron gas stations or standard stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car.
I'm sorry. Ashamed and sorry.
Yeah, well, it's lucky for you that the police did find enough proof to clear you. Richie worked for Gladys, all right.
You didn't know any of those things you told the susceptible rich lady. Gladys was smart enough to hire a private detective to dig up facts.
I don't remember a thing. All these months. They mean nothing. Oh, but I lived well. She kept me living well.
Oh, now look, Gregory, maybe this time you should sort of retire for good, huh?
Life is like a spinning top. No beginning, no end.
And cut that out.
I need some money, though. I have an idea.
Huh?
I can still use my occult powers to sell a story to Mr. Brady. How could I never tell the future? By Gregory, the fraud.
Oh, brother, that does it. Let's get out of here, Angel.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It was written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Kenneth Webb. Lee Patrick was heard as Gladys, Theodore Van Eltz as Gregory, Forrest Lewis as Cleary, Ted Osborne as Brady, and Herb Vigran as Richie. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. 4 out of every 10 families directly benefit from community chest hospitals, clinics, orphanages, and youth services. It's your community chest. Support it. Pledge a minute, only 1 minute out of every working day for a full year. Let George Do It is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California invites you to Let George Do It. As a motorist, you know that the job of a motor oil is to lubricate and protect your car's engine, so you'll be interested in this. New RPM doubles engine life. Yes, compared with premium-type motor oils, as designated by the American Petroleum Institute, new RPM motor oil doubles engine life between major overhauls due to lubrication. More than meets heavy-duty requirements of all car manufacturers. Get new RPM at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Destination Danger, another adventure of George Valentine.
Senor Valentine, you ask for danger, I have it for you. If you succeed in my assignment, you will be doing a service to many people. If you do not, it is quite possible that your services will be at an end permanently. In the briefcase that was delivered with this note, you will find sufficient cash to cover your fee and expenses, tickets for yourself and your assistant on a Pan American clipper leaving for Panama at 11 o'clock tonight, and some unimportant papers.
When you arrive in Panama, you will find that rooms have been reserved for you at the Hotel Tivoli in Ancon. And, George, we're going to Panama.
Wait a minute, Brooksy. Wait a minute. This sounds like a gag. Let's see what's in this briefcase.
I suppose you didn't notice your initials are on it in gold. GV.
Yeah, sure. I noticed that. It's a practical joke. Oh.
Well, darling, what is it?
Oh, with all this cash, it'd be an expensive practical joke. Ought to take care of Ali Khan's traveling expenses for a week.
And here are the tickets. To Cuman Airport, Panama, via Mexico City.
Yeah.
A letter of introduction to a Captain Santos Silvera. No address.
Wait a minute. Another note. Senor Valentine. The papers you will carry in this case mean nothing. They are only to make you appear as a traveling businessman from the States. Please destroy both this note and the first. A young man at the Tivoli will give you complete instructions. Hasta la vista.
Hasta la vista. Until we meet again.
Yeah, bad choice of words. Up to now, my so-called client and I haven't met.
George, you mean you're not going to do it?
Well, now, did I say that? Sure I am. We gotta find some way to spend all this moolah. Yeah, you better run home and get packed, Angel. I'll pick you up on the way to the airport.
George.
Yeah, Brooksy.
You don't even know what we're supposed to do in Panama, do you?
Just relax. We need a vacation anyway.
Where'd you put the briefcase?
The fancy prop under the seat. Letter of introduction's in my pocket.
Oh. Darling, when the man wrote about danger...
Senorita.
Yes?
Pardon for the intrusion, but do you play canasta?
Canasta? Well, of course.
Well, then, would you care to join two others and me in a game? Unless, of course, you wish to rest.
Well, no, I'm not sleepy, but I think...
Go ahead, Angel. Have some fun. She's quite a canasta player, young lady. You better watch it.
Oh, that is fine. Come, it is a few seats ahead.
All right. I'll be back in a little while, George.
Okay. I'll read the paper and get a fresh cup of coffee from the stewardess. Good luck.
Thanks.
Senor?
Huh? Oh, hello.
I hear you say you like another cup of coffee. The stewardess brings some to me. I do not wish it. May I offer it to you?
Oh, sure. Thanks.
Oh, not at all. Here you are.
Okay, thanks. Oh, won't you sit down over here?
Gracias. Permit me to introduce myself. I am Manuel Perez. And you?
Valentine, George Valentine.
This is your first trip in the Clipper, senor, eh?
Yeah, that's right.
You're bound for South America?
No, just Panama.
Traveling for pleasure, sir?
Yeah. Well, no, not exactly. Pleasure and business.
Oh, that is nice. Together, business and pleasure. You are not drinking your coffee, senor?
Oh, yeah. It's good coffee on these plains, don't
Muy bueno, muy. I've traveled this land many times. I always have found the food excellent. Oh, but perhaps you wish to read your paper, senor.
No, rather chat. Good coffee. You're going to South America?
No, I too am going to Panama.
Oh? But, when the stewardess took the information, I thought you said...
South America eventually. But I'm making a short stop in Panama also.
Oh.
Like yourself, I am a businessman. I have many interests.
Yeah, I see. That's funny. I didn't think I was sleepy.
It's the steady drone of the plane, senor.
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, take a little sleep. We'll continue our talk later.
Yeah. That's right. Thanks for the coffee. Thanks for that.
George, wake up.
What? Oh, it's yours.
We're almost in Mexico City, darling. That's where we make connections for Panama.
Oh, yeah. I guess I fell asleep.
You weren't sleeping.
I was, but... Hey, wait a minute.
George, what's the matter?
The letter of introduction I had in my pocket is gone.
Oh, how could it be?
Hey, the briefcase still down there under the seat?
Well, wait a minute now, look. Yeah, George, it's right where you put it.
Hey, I didn't just fall asleep. I was drugged. Yeah, it was in the coffee, that guy across the island. Where is he?
George, you're not even awake yet.
Oh, yes, I am. Somebody took that letter out of my pocket while I was asleep.
You must have put it somewhere else, darling. Why would anybody want
It was in this pocket, and it's gone. It was that character across the aisle. I'll call the stewardess and have her report it before we land in Mexico City.
Well, she's up ahead. I'll call her.
Senor Valentine, you are awake now, eh? You had a long sleep.
Oh, there you are, Perez. Yeah, I did. And maybe it was somebody else's idea.
What? What do you mean, senor? Something is wrong?
Something is missing. Stewardess?
Well, perhaps I may help you to find it. What is lost?
In case you didn't know, a letter from the inside pocket of my jacket.
Oh, senor, it must have fallen out of the pocket when you were sleeping, you know? Would you mind to stand up?
Oh, no. That won't do any good.
There you see. Is this the letter, senor?
George, that's it.
Yeah, that's it, all right. But how did it get stuffed down beside the cushion?
Strange things happen when one is asleep, senor. You must have done it in a dream. Well, I'm so glad you have lost nothing. We will meet again, no doubt, in Panama.
Yes. Thank you, senor.
Thank you for nothing. I think he took that letter out of my pocket, looked at it while I was out, and stuffed it down there.
But, George, he's so nice, so polite.
Yeah, sure. So's Joe Starling, probably. Now, listen, Angel. Somebody knows more about why we're going to Panama than we do. And when we get there, we'd better have eyes in the back of our heads.
Seatbelts, please. Everybody fasten your seatbelts.
No, Brooksy, I don't get it.
Don't get what, George?
Well, looks like a typical mañana routine. Our plane got in at 9 last night.
That's right.
The letter from our unknown client seemed urgent enough. We've been hanging around this hotel all day and still no young man to give us instructions.
Por favor, Senor Valentine.
Yeah?
I hear what you're saying, and I do not blame you for being impatient. But the time is not yet ready.
Oh, who are you?
I am the young man who is to direct you. My name is Carlos, senor.
Well, it's about time you showed up, Carlos. Now, would you mind telling me what this is all about?
I'm so sorry, senor. At this moment, I cannot tell you. But soon you will know everything.
But, Carlos, can't you tell us what we're supposed to do? We've been here almost 24 hours.
As I said, senorita, the time is just not yet. Tomorrow, I think I can take you to the man.
Man? Would his name happen to be Captain Santos Silvera?
Senor, again, you ask a question which I cannot answer. Believe me, I will have word to you as soon as possible.
And we're to stay around the Tivoli here until you have it, huh?
Oh, no, senor, no. Tonight you are free. You may do just as you like. You would perhaps like to see the nightlife in Panama City?
Oh, well, that'll be fun.
Well, then I would suggest the Ritz. There is entertainment, music, fine tropical...
Yeah, sure. Okay, Carlos.
Tomorrow I will see you again.
You mean here in the lobby?
No, senor. I will know where you are. Your rooms are 212 and 213.
Wow. You just know everything, don't you, Buster?
It was I who made the reservation. Please, senor, to be patient. Tomorrow I think your job can be done, and
Then you may go back to the States as soon as you wish. Hasta mañana.
Well, we're still in the dark.
Yeah. But we know our services aren't needed tonight, at least. So, let's go to our rooms and change, and then see a little of Panama. $212. There's your room, Brooksy. Don't be too long putting on your face.
No, I won't. Knock when you're ready.
Yeah, sure. Okay, Angel. A lot of rat races, but... Well, what are you doing here?
Oh, senor.
Also, what are you doing with my briefcase? I don't quite remember inviting you to my room.
It's all a mistake, senor. I can explain to you everything.
Wait a minute. Aren't you the girl who asked Brooks to play canasta on the plane last night?
Si, senor Valentine.
Looks like I'm getting famous. Everybody knows my name.
But Senorita Brooks has told it to me last night.
Oh, I see. Well, that explains one thing. But not why you're here in my room.
Well, I've told you, senor, it is a mistake. I think I'm coming to my own room, but when I come in, I find the man's clothes. I think maybe they make a mistake.
Uh-huh. Well, they didn't. Just what is the number of your room?
Well, it is 214, this room.
214. You got a near miss, sister. This is 213. That would make you my next-door neighbor, that way.
I am so sorry.
Yeah, sure. And would you mind handing over that briefcase before you go?
See, I was only trying to find out who they had put in my room.
Yeah, I understand.
I am sorry, senor. Please forgive me.
Yeah, sure. That character dreams up a good story. I better get Brooksy.
Yes, George?
Yeah, Angel.
Come on in. I'm almost ready.
Hey, look, Brooksy, I'm going to take this briefcase down and leave it at the desk for safekeeping while we're out. Meet you in the lobby.
That briefcase? Why? George, there's nothing in it but those catalogs. They don't mean anything.
Yeah, that's what the man wrote, all right. But I wonder if he was telling the truth.
But we looked at the stuff. Just brochures.
Angel, on this trip, I've decided that anything can mean something, and I'm just going to play it safe. Come on down when you're ready, and we'll have a look at this place called the Ritz.
Oh, gee, I think this place is cute, George.
Yeah, it is, Angel.
Darling.
Yeah, Brooksy.
You're not even here. You're still thinking about that girl in your briefcase.
Oh, yes, all right.
Why? She made a perfectly understandable mistake getting in the wrong room. I'd have picked up the briefcase myself just to see.
Sure, I know. What bothers me is that it all fits into a pattern.
Oh, what kind of a pattern?
Well, don't you get it, Angel? On the plane, this gal asks you to play canasta. Get you out of the way. The guy across the aisle gives me some dope coffee. Picks my pocket for a letter.
Oh, don't you think you're dreaming a little, darling?
I'm afraid I don't.
But it could have been just a coincidence. I don't think the girl and the man had anything to do with each other. And that letter could have dropped out of your pocket, and the girl of your...
Take it easy, Angel. There's one of those Panama policemen over there in the door. It's all over now, I guess.
Oh, were they shooting at, George?
Can't say for sure, but look at my drink.
Your glass, darling, it's broken.
Yeah, somebody was a pretty good shot, but not good enough.
Somebody was trying to shoot you.
Looks that way.
Senor, I saw what happened to your glass. That was very close.
Ah, Senor Perez. Coincidence that you're here, huh? Came in to offer me another cup of coffee, I suppose.
Those shots, they must have been aimed at you.
I got that idea myself.
Well, if there is anything I can do, perhaps see you to your hotel.
Oh, no, thanks, just the same. You see, my friend, I've been doing a little adding up. And I can't seem to get you out of the total.
George, let's go back to the hotel.
Sure. Only I think we'll get that cop over there for an escort. Somebody's looking for my hide, Brooksy. And I'd like to know who it is.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Last Saturday afternoon, my neighbor Whitey and I were driving home from a football game. Whitey'd been rooting for one team, and I was sort of cheering for the other. So as we drove along, we were arguing the game and the talents of some of the players. But you know, the thing that impressed me most was the teamwork. It reminded me of the way that car savers work as a team to take better care of your car. For instance, When it comes to lubrication service, Car Savers are a smoothly balanced combination. Car Savers know where and how much to lubricate. They have factory-approved specifications to guide them, and they have a complete line of the very best petroleum products with which to do the job. And when they're through, Car Savers sweep out your car and shine up the windows till they sparkle like an all-American. Even Whitey had to agree with me that a team like Car Saver Service and Standard Oil Products is a tough one to beat. No matter where you drive in the West, you'll find the Car Saver team ready and waiting to serve you. Once you get a sample of real Car Saver service, you'll know why so many Western motorists root for the folks at Standard stations or independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. You're sent off to Panama on a mysterious errand by an equally mysterious client who indicates that the job may have its dangers. Now, after being apparently drugged on the plane and definitely shot at in a nightclub, you're inclined to believe he was right. And still you've had no further instructions. Well, if your name is George Valentine, you decide to play it safe by staying close to your room until someone makes the next move. So, back at Tivoli.
Well, Angel, try and get some sleep, huh? See you in the morning.
I'll try. George, let me take the briefcase tonight.
This? Why?
Because somebody apparently wants it. They'd naturally expect you to have it.
Well, so?
It may be more important than we think, darling. So if you don't have it in your room, they can't get it, can they?
Oh, no.
All right, then. Give it to me. I'll hide it in my room until we know what to do with it.
Yeah, okay. But be sure and lock your door tonight, huh, Angel? I don't want you in any danger. Here you are.
I'll be careful. Lock your door, too.
Sure. Night, Brooksy. Well.
Oh, Senor Valentine.
I see I'm holding open house again.
Oh, I'm glad that you come back.
Yeah? What are you doing here in my room at this time of night, Carlos?
Well, you see, I had to see you quickly, senor. The plans have changed. I told you the man could not see you until tomorrow.
Sure, I know.
But now he wished to see you right away, tonight.
Uh-huh. Well, have him come out to my room.
Oh, no, sir. He cannot be seen on the streets of Panama. You must go to him. Now, do you know the waterfront?
No, but I guess I can find it with your help.
Oh, but I cannot go with you. You are to be alone, so there will be no suspicion.
Yeah? Sounds fascinating. Where do I go?
Now, look, senor. There is a freight ship, the Cortez. It's docked at the foot of Calle Ruiz. Now, you are to go aboard and meet the captain.
Calle Ruiz, huh? And that would be Captain Silvera.
Si, senor. Be sure that you take the credentials that you have brought with you. That is all you need to know.
Uh-huh. All right, Carlos. I'll get right down there.
See, I will be down in the lobby to see you when you come back, I hope that you have no trouble on the way there, Senor Valentine.
Yeah, I hope so myself. I've had enough for one night.
Adios.
I'd rather say hasta la vista. This is Cortez. Here she is. It's dark aboard. I wonder if... Huh? Where are you? I can't see in the dark.
Call out your name?
The name's Valentine. Are you Captain Silvera?
Well, Senor Valentine, we'll meet again.
Oh, hey, now, wait a minute. You're that guy from the plane. You're Perez.
That's right, senor.
Now, what are you doing here?
You asked for Captain Silvera. I am his friend. Very old friend. I came aboard to stay with you tonight.
Oh, yeah?
See, the captain is not feeling well. He asked me to get from you some papers he is expecting.
Uh-huh. Now, look, Perez, I wouldn't trust you as far as I could throw you. On the plane, you tried to pick my pocket after you drug my coffee.
Now, senor, please, that is all in your imagination. I put nothing in your coffee. All I did not search your pocket. I am your friend, and the friend of the captain.
They make it sound all very simple.
But it is. Now, where is the briefcase?
I didn't bring it.
Oh, you didn't bring it?
No, I left it at the hotel for safekeeping. All I brought was a letter of introduction to the captain.
It was quite as I said. But he will be very, very upset if he knows you did not bring the case.
Well, now, that's just too bad. Look, Perez, I'll talk this over with Captain Silvera myself. Where's his cabin?
I have told you he really does not wish to see you. So you will do as I say.
I will, huh?
See. You will return to your hotel and get the case and bring it back here immediately.
Uh-huh.
If you do not, you are quite apt to cause trouble. It must be here tonight.
Yeah, I see. Okay, Perez. I'll have the briefcase back here in half an hour. Brooksy. Hey, Brooksy, wake up. Come on, put on a robe. Get up.
George, you're all right. You're safe.
Oh, sure, I'm all right, but... Hey, you're all dressed. What's the idea?
I had a visitor, Maria, the girl in the room next to yours.
The one I found snooping in my room? What'd she want?
Well, she was worried about you. She knocked on your door, and when there wasn't any answer, she came to mine.
Oh, I'm sure she was worried about me.
Oh, we had her figured wrong, darling. She's our friend.
Oh, yeah? She didn't happen to get out with that briefcase, did she?
Of course not. It's under my other pillow.
Good. All right, let's see it. There's something darned important about that case. And it isn't just the brochures and catalogs that are in it.
Well, what else could there be? Here.
Good, thanks. Have a look. Maybe we can find out.
You've looked through it before, George, and you couldn't find anything then.
Well, maybe I didn't look very well. Nothing on that side. Nothing at the bottom. Yeah.
What?
Hidden flap down here at the bottom of this section, Brooksy.
Darling, there's some papers in there.
We'll see. Now maybe we'll find out what all those...
Oh, George, what is it?
Wow. No wonder a lot of people wanted to get their hands on this thing.
You still haven't told me.
Angel, right here is a very neat blueprint for a revolution, complete with details.
You mean we've been mixed up with somebody who's trying to overthrow the government?
Not here in Panama, Brooksy, a little South American country that... Hey, here, look at that.
Hadn't we better just destroy it, George?
These are plans for revolution, all right. But we're delivering them for the other side. Our mysterious client found out what they were up to in detail, and he wants...
All this is to warn the government of his country.
Yeah, sure. Captain Silvera is to take this plan back to South America and nip a revolution in the bud.
Well, then we better find him right away.
Well, it's going to take a little doing. But I think I know how to manage it. Might put you in a little danger for a few minutes, but it's the only way.
Well, that's all right. What are you going to do, George?
Now, we're going to go down to the lobby and pick up Carlos. He said he'd be waiting there. Then he's going to drive us down to the waterfront, and you can get to work. Tell you how on the way down.
This is as far as we should go, Senor Valentine.
All right. Now, there's the Cortez, Brooksy, right over there.
Yes, I see it, George.
Do you know exactly what you're to do?
Go aboard and meet this Perez character. Tell him that your life has been threatened and you don't dare leave the hotel.
That I have the briefcase in your room, and you'll bring him to me. You got it?
I've got it.
Good luck, Angel. See you back at the hotel in just a few minutes.
Right. Don't waste any time.
Caray, the señorita is brave, senor.
Oh, brother, she's scared stiff, and I don't blame her. But I couldn't figure any other way to get Perez off that ship.
She's gone on the gangway now.
Yeah, things ought to start happening.
Valentine? Is that you?
Senor Perez?
Huh?
Is Senor Perez there?
Well, what are you doing here?
Oh, Senor Perez. Mr. Valentine.
Cross your fingers, Carlos.
Cross my... What's that?
Oh, nothing. Let's just hope Miss Brooks makes her story stick.
Yes, see. Very quiet up there in the day.
Yeah, no. Oh, come on, Brooksy, come on. Sell him a bill of goods. Get him to go.
Senor, there they are now. They're coming down the gangway, both of them.
Yeah. Hey, it worked all right. Yeah, they're heading for that car parked over there.
See, it's probably the car of this Perez.
Yeah, it's his car, all right. Hey, there, they're in. Now get ready to run on that ship with me as soon as they're out of sight.
See.
Now, Carlos, run for it.
Senor, what do we do when we get on the ship?
Find Captain Silvera if he's still alive.
You think maybe they have killed?
I hope not, but I don't think he's just plain sick. Here we are. Sign on the door, El Capitan. Captain. Here we are. Captain Silvera.
See, who are you? What you are going to do with me?
Nothing, except get you out of here. My name is Valentine.
Valentine. You're the man from the States. You are to bring...
Some papers in a briefcase, yeah. But I'll have to turn them over to you without the case. Here. This is what you want.
Gracias. I was afraid you might not get through with that.
So was I for a while.
There we are. The ropes are all loose now.
Okay, good. Come on, quickly now. You'd better go with us, Captain. It'll be safer that way.
Where we are going, Senor Valentine?
I gotta catch up with a goon by the name of Perez before he starts to get rough.
It is quite plain, Miss Brooks, that you and your friend have attempted to play a trick on me.
But I can't see why. George isn't here, but the briefcase you wanted is. You have it.
I have it, see. But without everything it contained when you brought it to Panama.
I don't know what you mean.
I think you do. The flap in this secret compartment was not tucked in again after the papers were removed. Where are they?
Papers? What papers?
Oh, you do not wish to tell me, huh? Very well. There are other ways. When the young man returns and finds that you are gone, he will no doubt wish that he...
George!
Easy, Brooksy. Take it easy. All right, Perez. Now it's my turn.
What? What do you mean? Why do you...
You put me to sleep once. I'll return the favor. Yeah, like this.
Darling, you didn't have to...
Oh, yes, I did. I aim to keep this guy out of Silvera's way until the ship has sailed. Hello, front desk. I want you to call the police and send them up to room 212. I just caught a man up here trying to kidnap one of the guests. Yeah, that ought to do it.
George, what happened to you after I came back here?
Tell you later, Angel. Right now, I want to make plane reservations back to the good old USA.
If you happen to know a motorist who wants to get better performance out of his car, tell him to fill the tank with Chevron Supreme gasoline, the gas that gives all 8 necessary high-performance qualities. Power, mileage, starting, warm-up, anti-knock, vapor lock prevention, acceleration, and area blending. You'll be doing that motorist a favor, especially if that motorist is you, by recommending Chevron Supreme gasoline at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car.
Well, Angel, that's the story. All wrapped up. And a nice piece of cash left over for the fee.
You were wonderful, darling. Figuring out that Perez wasn't the captain's friend at all.
Well, the way he talked to me on the ship did that. If he'd been on the right side of the fence, he would have taken me to Silvera.
Well, it was exciting.
Oh, Senor Valentine.
Well, our friend Maria.
Senor, before we left Panama, I have talked to my employer on the telephone. He is very happy that you have completed your assignment so well.
Your employer? Who's he?
The senor who sent you on this case. You see, I came along too, just for the trip.
I can imagine. Well, I take back all my bad thoughts about you, Maria.
Gracias. Miss Brooks, would you care to play a little game of canasta?
Well,
Oh, go ahead, Brooksy. Have fun. Me?
I will catch up on a little sleep.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It was written by Lloyd London and directed by Kenneth Webb. Gene Bates was heard as Maria, Larry Dobkin as Manuel, Tony Barrett as Carlos, and Ted DeCorsia as the captain. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter, your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. Let George Do It is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Oil Company of California invites you to Let George Do It. Before we join George Valentine, here's a tip for car owners. You may be wasting 1 out of every 10 gallons of gasoline you buy due to worn spark plugs. They can also rob your engine of power and pickup. To avoid this waste, let Car Savers check your spark plugs soon. They'll clean them and reset the gap, or if necessary, they'll be glad to install new plugs. It takes just a few minutes to check the condition of the spark plugs in your car. So stop in tomorrow for a Car Saver spark plug checkup at your independent Chevron gas station or standard station, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Now for tonight's story, The Meddler, another adventure of George Valentine.
Hey, Angel, how do you spell inaccessible?
Inaccessible, I think.
What? Who it?
There was no one in the outer office, and I saw the door open, so I walked in.
Oh. Well, you might as well put those suitcases down. They must be heavy.
Thank you. I wish a person could put other burdens down as easily, don't you, Mr. Valentine?
I'll be coming up, Master. Oh, maybe I should have brought another container.
Mr. Valentine, my name is Sally Riker, and I'm supposed to be on a bus going back to college. I'm a freshman at Laurentine. But I just had to see you.
Why?
Because I feel as though I'm living under a dark, heavy cloud, just before the storm breaks.
Oh, did you have breakfast, Sally?
No, I could hardly think about food under the circumstances.
Okay, here.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, this is Claire Brooks, my assistant.
Hello.
Hello.
All right, now, Sally, what's this about living under a storm cloud?
Well, last night I heard a shot. There was no mistaking it. But when I asked about it, everyone in the house just simply clammed up, said I'd imagined things. Even after I saw the broken glass in the French doors where the bullet hit.
You mean this happened in your parents' home?
Oh, no, my father's been dead ever since I was a little girl. My mother works for Mr. Mayhew. She's a secretary. And since it's such a great big house on Fairway Terrace, we all live there, too. Except now that I've grown up, Mother doesn't like me to be around there, and so she sent me to college out of town.
Mayhew on Fairway Terrace. You don't mean Henry Mayhew.
Of course.
No wonder your mother isn't too anxious to have you live there.
Yeah.
Oh, you're wrong about Mr. Mayhew. I know he has a rather romantic reputation, but after all, an actor...
Romantic reputation? He's a middle-aged chaser. As I get it, even his wife is finally fed up with him, going to divorce him.
He's a sensitive man, and people don't understand him, not even Mother. All she thinks of is business. And Mrs. Mayhew...
Yeah, well, never mind, please. What happened last night? Why did you come to me?
Well, I couldn't go to the police. The publicity and all.
Why don't you start at the beginning?
Well, I heard a shot. It sounded as though it came from Mr. Mayhew's study. I ran there, and he was just coming out. He was pale and shaken. But he said there wasn't any shot.
And the broken glass?
His study faces the garden. They're big French doors. One of the panes was broken.
Didn't you talk to your mother?
Well, that's just it. She was very upset, too, but she bawled me out for making such a fuss and said I was to go back to college immediately.
So was Mrs. Mayhew there?
She was somewhere in the house, but I didn't speak to her. And another thing. Earlier in the evening, I saw a man sneak away from the garden. I couldn't see him clearly, but he was a very tall man. Mr. Valentine, something, sinister is going on. And you must find out what it is.
Hey, Sally, you're not worried about your mother being mixed up in all this, are you?
Oh, no, of course not. She's wonderful. She couldn't do anything wrong in her life. But she was so happy to see me when I came home for the weekend. Happier than she's ever been. And she laughed and said maybe next summer we'd go to South America. And then after that shot, she wasn't the same person somehow.
Well, now look, apparently no one was hurt. And it's not a good idea to go meddling into other people's lives.
But I won't go back to school until I know I can't. Mr. Valentine, you don't have to let them know who you are.
George, maybe you could.
Okay. You stay here with Sally, Angel. You say there's a pane of broken glass in Mr. Mayhew's study, huh?
Yes.
Well, I fixed a broken window once. Maybe I could fix another one. Oh, look out below, Mr. Mayhew.
What? Oh, yes.
Yeah. Sure funny how high up this glass was broken. Good 9, 10 feet. Kids broke it with a baseball, maybe, huh?
That's right. Kids.
Oh, sure. Do it every time. Now, I'll get down and tackle this thing from the terrace side again. My. Sure a beautiful place you have here.
Beautiful place. A home where love dwells.
Yeah. Well, I'd better sweep some of the glass away. Don't want to hurt this rug.
Yes, of course.
Gee, I hate to see nice things spoiled. Like this chair near the desk, Mr. Mayhew. That burn along the back. Must have been a little careless with the cigarette, eh, Mr. Mayhew?
What? Oh, yes. Yes, that's what it must have been, a cigarette.
Yeah. Oh, gosh, wait till I tell people where I've been today. I know a girl says you're the most romantic man on the stage.
Oh, I am a great lover. I understand women perfectly.
Wish I could.
Here you are, Mr. Mayhew. I'm sorry, but I had to wait a few minutes for the druggist to make them up.
Thank you, Mrs. Riker.
Henry,
Oh, that's all right, my dear. The man to fix the broken glass.
I see.
Oh, good afternoon, ma'am.
I'll just put these in the bathroom. Don't want to risk having a sleepless night.
Gosh, lady, you don't know what it means for me to be in Mr. Mayhew's house. You work for him, huh? Secretary? Say, is it true that his missus is going to divorce him? Guess she found out something she shouldn't have, huh?
She's not so pure herself. But suppose you do a little more work and a little less talking.
Oh, well, I'm not butting in now, lady. Just curious, you understand. And, say, when I was out in the garden, right there on the terrace, I found this little gold thing.
Phi Beta Kappa key.
Belong to somebody in this house?
Honorary Scholastic Society? Hardly.
Oh. Well, I'll find out who it belongs to and see if I can return it.
Mrs. Riker?
Yes, sir?
If Mrs. Mayhew condescends to leave her room, tell her I want to talk to her about her favorite subject, honor. Honor is like that glossy bubble that finds philosophers such trouble, whose least part cracked, the whole doth fly, and wits are cracked to find out why.
Stop it! Stop it! Stop it!
Wait.
Who understands women?
I told you before, I do. That's why I'm the happiest man in the world.
My, sure drove off in a temper.
Young man, how did you know about the broken glass here? Who called you? Not that it makes any difference.
Well, if it doesn't make any difference, why answer? Who knows about men, either?
That was very nice of you, Mr. Valentine, to go to all the trouble to return this key to me.
Oh, I knew it must have meant a great deal to you, Mr. Dwight. People say someday soon you'll be giving up your law practice and running for Congress. I'll finally have a friend in high places.
Well, thanks again.
Yeah. That's funny the way I found this thing. I just happened to be visiting the Henry Mayhew home, and the key was in their garden.
Who? Oh, you must be mistaken where you found it, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, no. That's where it was, Mr. Dwight.
I tell you it's impossible. I don't know the Mayhews and never met them.
Besides, someone saw a tall man, as tall as you, out there only last night.
Get out of my office.
Okay, friend. Take it easy.
You're not just someone who happened to find this. How did you trace this key to me anyway?
Saw your name on it? Check with the Alumni Association?
No, spoken like a detective. Well, go back to whoever hired you.
Hired me?
Tell him you were as unsuccessful as the others have been. Because there's nothing to find out. Now, I said get out.
Oh, easy. I said relax. I know. You're a lawyer. You'll sue me. So long, Buster.
Mr. Valentine, I told you I don't know this Mr. Dwight. And as long as no one was hurt by what you say happened here last night, I see no reason for you to go on meddling.
No, neither do I, Mrs. Mayhew, but I think it's your business to listen to what I have to say first.
Really? Well, I'm sorry Sally Riker went to you. She's too imaginative. She romanticizes things.
Maybe. But if you want to hear my opinion, I think your husband tried to kill himself last night.
Oh.
I say the most comical
Yes.
things.
You don't know how comical. You forget I've been married to Henry for a long, long time.
And?
And I know he would never hurt a hair on his head. He loves himself too much. He's too vain. He's too selfish.
Well, he seems to be taking your leaving him very hard.
Mr. Valentine, I know he has a fatal charm for women, but not for me any longer. There. Simple enough?
In other words, you don't care.
Come on, he's in his study. Let's ask him.
Well, I don't think putting it to him as bluntly as this...
My husband is a very strong person, really. Henry?
Yes? What are you doing back here, young man?
He's sort of a private detective, Henry.
What?
You've had dealings with private detectives before. Don't be shocked.
But why would a private detective...
His name is George Valentine. And he thinks you tried to kill yourself last night.
Oh, now, that's silly. It's not true at all.
Mr. Valentine says he has some proof for his statement. What is that proof, Mr. Valentine?
Well, where the bullet hit, so high up. If anyone shot at you or if you shot at anyone else, it would never be that high. Not even an amateur would have such bad aim.
Well, that doesn't prove anything.
Well, as that chair. You were sitting in it. The bullet from the gun you held left that burn. You lost your nerve at the last minute. I even think I could find the gun somewhere in this house.
Of course there's a gun. I was cleaning it last night and held it just the way you described. And accidentally it went off.
That explanation seems logical, Mr. Valentine. The whole matter can be considered quite closed now, can't it?
Yeah, I guess so. Okay, I'm a meddler and I'll get out. But if you don't mind, I'm going to check with Mrs. Riker on who to believe and what to believe in this thing.
Excuse me. Yes, hello. Yes, this is Mr. Mayhew. State police? What? No. Oh, no. All right.
What is it, Henry? What happened?
Lillian Riker. She's had an accident. A car swerved off the road and crashed into a ravine. She's dead.
In just a moment, we'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. With colder weather here, you've probably already taken steps to protect your car during the frosty days ahead. But did you know that you can buy a gasoline that is also designed for winter driving? One of Chevron Supreme's all 8 high-performance qualities is area blending, which means that Chevron Supreme is specially blended for every climate and area. The Chevron Supreme you buy in Los Angeles, for instance, is refined differently from that which you buy in the Rocky Mountain area or the San Francisco Bay region. For Chevron Supreme, gasoline is always right for the kind of driving you do where you do it. And that's just one of the all 8 necessary high-performance qualities in every gallon. In addition, you get mileage, power, anti-knock, vapor lock prevention, starting, warm-up, and acceleration. So for top, all-round driving pleasure, wherever you drive in the West, just remember to fill her up with the gasoline that gives you all 8 Chevron Supreme gasoline at standard stations or independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. Now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. A highly excited 17-year-old girl bursts into your office.
I feel as though I'm living under a dark, heavy cloud just before the storm breaks. I know my mother isn't mixed up in any of this because she's wonderful. She couldn't do anything wrong in her life. But you must help me.
Well, you've just about convinced yourself that all there is behind the storm cloud is the attempted suicide of a man who also likes to dramatize himself. The aging matinee idol Henry Mayhew, whose cynical wife is finally leaving him. Of course, the girl's mother could help to explain all this, but now she's been killed in an automobile accident. Well, if your name is George Valentine, you know there's need for more meddling in this case.
I went down to identify her. It was Lillian, all right. And she's gone.
Well, what sent her out of here like a bolt anyway, Mr. Mayhew?
She was my strong right arm. Took care of me all these years. Helped me out of scrapes so my wife wouldn't know.
You didn't answer my question.
Huh? Oh, I don't know. I suppose she was upset over the way I've been acting. She told me to snap out of it, that I had to snap out of it. I guess she was impatient with me. But I never
I see. What do you intend to do now, Mr. Mayhew?
What can I do? Maybe it's some sort of poetic justice. I haven't been exactly a model man or husband, Mr. Valentine. Besides, a man can only fight up to a certain point.
You don't still have any fancy ideas left, do you, Mr. Mayhew?
I don't know what you're talking about. By the by, I've invited Philip Dwight to come over here this afternoon.
Dwight? Do you know him?
Not exactly, but I think I should. Yes, I think I should meet him once.
You know, there's something that's been bothering me, Mr. Mayhew.
Yes?
Both Philip Dwight and Mrs. Mayhew have made some cracks about private detectives. Now, what were they driving at?
I don't know. Anyway, all that is unimportant now. That's all in the past. Oh, stay where you are, Mr. Valentine. I'll see who it is.
Honor is like that glossy bubble that finds philosophers such trouble.
Oh, George.
Yeah, Brooksy.
I came out as fast as I could.
Where's Sally? The poor kid must be half crazy after she learned about her mother.
She's a pretty, wonderful girl and brave. I left her with a state police lieutenant.
Well, what about that accident?
Not a single thing to show that it wasn't just that. Apparently Mrs. Riker was driving too fast and lost control of her car.
She sure took off here in a great big hurry.
Hey, what's going on out here? I came in with a tall, distinguished-looking
You
gentleman.
did? That'll be Mr. Dwight. Come on, Brooksy. Let's find him before Mr. Mayhew gets cute again.
There, in there. That's Mr. Dwight. And that's Mrs. Mayhew, isn't it?
Yeah, just the two of them. I thought there might have been some bloodshed.
Well, they're doing some pretty fast talking for two people who are not supposed to know each other.
Watch this. See what I mean? Come on. Well, we meet again, Mr. Dwight.
Yeah.
Mrs. Mayhew, this is my assistant, Miss Brooks.
Mrs. Mayhew?
I had the slight feeling that this was supposed to be some sort of showdown or noble renunciation or something. Where's Mr. Mayhew?
I don't know.
He told me to come in here, that he'd be back in a few minutes. Why?
I think we'd better find him.
Henry? I don't know where he could have gone. And I certainly don't see the need for all the excitement.
It's a big house, Mrs. Mayhew. We'd better keep looking.
Look, George, on the night table, a note.
Let me have it, please. Dear Rhoda, forgive me for all the heartache I have caused you in the past. But I still can't let you go unless I go first. This time, I won't miss. Love, Henry.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Oh, he'd never kill himself, I tell you. He wouldn't.
Come on. Hey, this box almost empty. What is this? You take medicine or something?
Sleeping pills. Take only as directed.
What's beyond this bathroom?
Oh, just a little dressing room. It leads nowhere. Henry!
Don't come near any of you.
Don't be a fool, mate. You put that gun down.
Maxwell. Yes, this is the gun you were looking for, Mr. Valentine. I didn't have the courage to shoot myself last night at the last minute. But this way is simpler.
I'll phone for Dr. George.
Stay where you are. I don't want to be rescued. It'll all be over in a minute. There were 10 pills in that pack.
Henry, please.
No, it's too late.
Better this way.
You must listen to me. I want to explain something to you.
Better this way.
Philip.
Rhoda, darling, please.
Brooksy, get that doctor. Hurry.
Yes, doctor. Sleeping tablets. Please, as soon as you can.
Oh, that's a fine thing.
Oh, I can't help crying, Philip. I know we shouldn't have met the way we did, secretly and stealthily.
Now, don't blame yourself, please.
But I knew what he would have done with his love for scandal. And I didn't want you to get hurt. Your career.
Oh, we didn't do anything wrong.
I've had enough of that. So you finally succeeded, you poor sap. The stupid way out. Big romance. Only this was a pretty fancy death, even for a character like you. Too fancy. And why you did it before me, a stranger. Unless you wanted a witness. Do you hear me, Mayhew?
Of course I hear you. But let them go on. Listen, let them dig their own graves. Let them keep talking. Detectives could never find out anything like that.
Get up off that bed, you overriding phony.
Throw them out.
Get up here.
What's going on in there?
What's the matter?
Welcome, mourners. Come in, join the party.
Yeah, it's him, all right. Back from the dead.
Even the devil won't take me. You were always so right, Rhoda. It took quite a build-up to make you believe in my death, didn't it?
What is that?
George, what's going on?
That suicide note. Those pills.
Harmless, bad-tasting imitations, Counselor. I'm afraid they only look like my regular sleeping tablets. The druggist did a good job, didn't he? Now, shall we talk about the divorce?
You mean all this was just...
You two have been so discreet, my dear. And with my reputation, it isn't easy for me to plead injury, for me to be the aggrieved party.
I'll show you what a plead
Watch
injury
it,
is.
I don't let him go. Give the witnesses even more to testify about. You two just don't seem to understand yet, that's all. Rhoda, I'm going to divorce you. And, of course, if the word alimony is mentioned even once...
George, if you don't kill that man, I'm going to.
You staged all this just to save yourself some money.
I'll see. A ticket to South America. A delightful blonde showgirl waiting for me there who would be much too expensive for me to afford otherwise, don't you think?
Oh, Buster.
You don't think I would use my talent as an actor just for love, do you? Do you?
What's the matter? You want an answer to that?
No. I mean, of course it's money. To save money. To get my grounds for divorce on that ridiculous wife. Money.
George?
Now leave me alone, all of you. What more do you... What more? Mr. Valentine, come here. I said leave me. Dead? Of course he's dead.
Casey, that's not what I asked you.
Well, poison. What do you think?
But he said those pills of his were harmless. They wouldn't hurt a fly.
Look, Valentine, I'm not a doctor. I'm not a magician. I don't know who switched his medicine around. I don't know who took advantage of a silly suicide to make a perfect murder.
George, then the secretary's death must have been murder, too.
Skipper, will you? I'm calling from the office, and I got some visitors coming in.
But what did Lieutenant Johnson say? If somebody switched Mayhew's pills on him so he took real ones...
Brooksy, please, wait. We've already got all the facts we need.
Yeah.
Now, just do what I say and take Sally back to your place fast. And don't let her talk to anybody either. See you later, Angel.
Hello, Mr. Valentine.
Yes, we got your message. We got here as soon as we could.
Yeah, hello. Well, sit down. Make yourselves comfortable.
Mr. Valentine, please. You told me on the phone you knew who killed my husband.
Don't you?
Well, I don't...
Mr. Dwight, you're an attorney. You have a clear, logical mind. Examine the evidence.
Well, I'm afraid I don't quite understand.
Well, the date on that box he took the pills from was today.
Well?
We checked up and found that nobody else had delivered any packages to the house.
I don't understand.
Well, I was out there when his secretary, Mrs. Riker, brought in a package for him. From the drugstore, too. That must have been the pills.
You mean she was in on it with him?
I mean more than that. I mean she murdered him.
What?
Yes. It's quite a mess, isn't it?
Oh, the police checked up on the drugstore. They confirmed it, too. And nobody ever bought any phony pills.
She always did everything he told her to.
Yeah, and there's her fingerprints on them and everything else. It ties in with what both of them said. He sent her to get some phonies for his little act. And then she brought him real ones instead. Not that I blame her.
But why? Why would
Sally told me her mother was so businesslike, so calm and reserved.
Oh.
Yeah. In love with him, wasn't she? Just like every other woman he ever met.
He treated her miserably.
Did he? When Sally even told me your mother thought she was going to South America, and the police said she told several other people too?
She thought Mayhew was going to take her with him?
Well, she agreed to help your husband with this lousy act of his, just so he could marry her.
And then she found he had only one ticket to South America. I remember she was all upset last night.
But do you really think her accident was an accident?
All I know is she just left the house after handing the man the stuff to really kill himself with. Her perfect way of getting even.
And so, that's it.
Oh, no, it's not. Sit down, please.
What?
Well, I just finished a selling job on Lieutenant Johnson. Now I'm going to do one on you. I don't think it'll be too difficult. But this time, I'm really going to meddle for good.
If you aren't already using new RPM, the motor oil that was developed through atomic energy, then you're not using the oil that doubles engine life. Yes, compared with premium-type motor oils, as designated by the American Petroleum Institute, new RPM motor oil doubles engine life between major overhauls due to lubrication, more than meets the heavy-duty requirements of all car manufacturers. Get new RPM for your car at independent Chevron gas stations or standard stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car.
It's horrible, isn't it? My mother's accident. But it's one of those things you can't help, can you?
No, that's right, Sally.
I can only hope that I can go on and someday make her as proud of me as I've been proud of her.
Your dinner's ready, Sally. Do you want to run downstairs?
Oh, all right, yes, thanks. You've both been so nice to me. Mr. Mayhew used to be very nice to me, too. I told you he was a fine, sensitive man. But he just couldn't stand living alone and unwanted, could he?
Well, Mayhew was just weak, I guess. That's why he killed himself.
Are you coming down, Miss Brooks?
In just a minute, dear. Accident. Suicide. So that's what you've been up to.
Well, why not? He left a note, didn't he? Now, does that kid have to know her mother was...
No. Of course, I understand.
Everybody else bought it. They're all with us.
With Sally, you mean? Oh, George. Sometimes I wish you could know how I really feel about you.
Oh, now take it easy, Angel. I don't want to meddle.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It was written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Kenneth Webb. Larry Dobkin was heard as Mayhew, Frank Hale as Mrs. Mayhew, Stephen Chase as Dwight, and Gene Bates as Sally. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. Let George Do It is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Inches my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Oil Company of California invites you to Let George Do It. In just a moment, we'll begin tonight's adventure of George Valentine. If you've had trouble starting your car on frosty mornings, remember this. You get all 8 high-performance qualities in every gallon of Chevron Supreme gasoline. Yes, there's starting, warm-up, acceleration, vapor lock prevention, anti-knock, mileage, power, and area blending. So for smoother, all-round top performance, fill up with Chevron Supreme gasoline at standard stations or independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Stolen Goods, another adventure of George Valentine.
George, darling, what's happened to you today? And just when I need you so badly. You're always in the office by 10 o'clock. I waited as long as I dared. Even called you at home, but there wasn't any answer. When you do come in, no matter what time it is, get over to my apartment as soon as you can. Don't call me. I can't tell you about it on the phone. But please, darling, hurry. This is one time
that I need help. And don't spare the horses. Brooksy needs help. Probably wants me to fix a broken zipper. Okay, Angel, at your service. Morning, Brooksy.
George, you finally got here.
Yeah, okay, let's see the problem. I'll fix it for you.
It isn't quite as easy as that, darling.
No? What do you mean?
George, you know I went shopping at Coverley Saturday.
Yeah, missed you, too.
Oh, please be serious. The things I bought came this morning.
Good service.
The things I bought and something else.
Yeah, what?
I went over the packages, and there was one I knew I didn't buy. It wasn't the right size or shape, so I opened it to see.
Wrong size? Send it back.
It was this, George.
Wow. Diamond and emerald necklace. Or a reasonable facsimile thereof. Well, probably a trinket you bought for Aunt Minnie or somebody and forgot about it.
I didn't buy it, darling. And it isn't a reasonable facsimile. It's real.
Oh? You sure could fool me. How do you know?
That it's real? Because there was a note wrapped up with it. Here, read it.
Miss Brooks, the little item enclosed is a bit too hot for me to handle just at the moment. So I'm taking the liberty of smuggling it in with the purchases you're having delivered. I happen to remember that you're assistant to George Valentine, so I know I can trust you. Just hide it away somewhere, and I'll come to your address and pick it up on Monday. And, of course, there'll be a fee. No signature.
No signature. Don't you see, George? Somebody stole this thing, found a way to get it in with my packages, and now I'm in possession of stolen goods.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Angel.
Suppose the police are following this, whoever it is, and they trace him here.
Oh, look, Brooksy, stop dramatizing. Can't you see somebody's just playing a gag on you? This thing isn't real. It's only paste. It's a practical joke.
I don't think so. I still think it's real.
Want me to prove I'm right?
Well, certainly,
Okay. Moe's pawn shop is just around the corner. I'll go down and have him give me an appraisal. That suit you?
Well, yes.
Give me them gems, lady. I'll have Moe look at them, and then let's go back to the office and get to work, huh?
Yes, sir, good morning. Is there something Georgie Valentine. How are you, my friend?
Fine, Mo, fine. I stopped in to get a little expert advice.
Of course. Always glad to be of service to you, Georgie. And no expense, you understand?
Yeah, I understand.
So, like they say on the radio, what's your problem?
Well, it's like this, pal. You know Miss Brooks.
Sure.
Well, I'm thinking of getting her a necklace, a gift for a special occasion.
So that's it. And I can help you, Georgie. It so happens I have several very fine pieces in right now. And I could give you a special price.
Oh, not so fast, old boy. Just what I want. I have a sample in my pocket.
Well, I can have one made up for you and save you some money.
Here, this is what I have in mind.
Very pretty, Georgie.
Now, how much would it cost me to have one like that made up in diamonds and emeralds?
You kid me, my friend. I apologize, of course, but you could not afford such a necklace, Georgie.
No? Well,
Just roughly how much?
I don't know. With real diamonds and real emeralds, I would say about...
Well, what's the matter?
Wait. I'll put my glass on these stones. You understand, I might be wrong, Georgie, but... Ooh, huh?
Look, Mo, what's the gag? You've seen paste before. You don't need a glass to look at it.
Georgie, you're a good boy. I don't know where you got this necklace, and I'm not asking any questions.
What? What do you mean by that?
My friend, for this I would give you today $15,000, and I could sell it for 20.
You could?
If I had the $15,000, which I ain't. You could leave it on consignment with me, Georgie. When I sell it, I'll just take 10%.
Now, let me get this straight, Mo. You mean this thing is real?
Now, Georgie, you know it's real. Just making fun with me. Where did you get it?
Well, it's you see, Mo, a friend of mine bought it, and he was afraid he'd been chipped.
Ah, that's it. I knew you were fooling. How much did you pay for it?
$20,000, I think.
That would be right. You could tell your friend he was not cheated.
Yeah. Thanks, Mo. Be seeing you.
Hey, Georgie, what's the hurry?
I gotta get back with this necklace. My friend will be in to pick it up any minute. Hey, Brooksy, Mo says... What in the dickens? Hey, Brooksy. Brooksy! Good Lord. Hello. Give me Lieutenant Johnson.
That's right.
Valentine Johnson.
Yeah. I thought I recognized his voice.
No, look, I'm up in Brooksy's apartment.
Well, it's nice. Give my regards.
Johnson, something's happened to her. I left her here just a few minutes ago. When I came back, the whole place had been turned upside down. She's gone.
What do you mean upside down?
Turned over, doors pulled out. Looks like a struggle. Now, listen, I'll probably need your help.
Well, it's a novelty for you. I thought you always
Wait a minute, Johnson. Somebody's here. Wow. Who are you?
What's it to you, Bud?
Where's Miss Brooks?
Miss who?
You know who I mean, the girl who lives here.
Sorry, Bud. Don't know who lives here. Just come in to fix the plumbing.
Oh, yeah? Well, now you listen, Buster. You're no plumber, and you're going to tell me what happened here.
I don't get excited, mister. I finished my job, and I'm getting out.
That's what you think. First, you're going to tell me what went on in this apartment and what you're doing here.
I got news for you, Bud. I said I'm going, and I am.
Oh, no, you're not.
Oh, you want to play it the hard way, Okay, you asked.
Oh, what?
Valentine, what's going on up there?
All right, Valentine, I follow you so far. Somebody managed to get a necklace in with Miss Brooks's shop. Oh, I thought it was a gag, Johnson, a fake. But when Mo told me it was real, I came right back up here to her apartment. She was gone. You can see for yourself how the place looks. Yeah, somebody made a shambles of it, all right. Now, look, Johnson, the way I figure, whoever put that thing in with her packages came here for it. She told them she didn't have it, but she didn't. I did. They didn't believe her. So one of them dragged her out while the other one combed the apartment for it. Oh, you think there might have been two of them? Naturally, somebody had to grab Miss Brooks. Somebody else had to tap you in the head. Well, he didn't have to, but he did, Johnson. Now, I gotta find Brooksy, and I don't know where to begin. I could make a suggestion. Come on, what's stopping you? You might start by getting a line on who put the necklace in with her packages. Must tie up some way. Oh, yeah, that sounds easy. How? Where'd she buy this stuff? How do I know? Hey, wait a minute. Coverly, she said. Coverly's department store. All right, they've got a jewelry department, a good one. Yeah, I see what you mean. By the way, I suppose this mug got the necklace. Yeah, wait a minute. I had it in his pocket. Yeah, here it is. Guess he didn't think I'd have anything to do with it. Okay, then. Straighten your tie and get down to Coverly. See what you can find out. Can't you come along? Valentine, it happens I'm in homicide, not the robbery detail. I gotta get back to work. If you need any help, give me a call. Good luck. Mr. DeSalle?
Oh, yes, sir. May I help you?
You're in charge of the jewelry department here?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, now tell me. Do you have a diamond and emerald necklace in stock with 5 emeralds worth around $20,000?
Yes, we did have a necklace such as you described until yesterday.
That's what I thought. It was stolen, huh?
Stolen? But of course not, sir.
Look, DeSalle, you don't have to be cagey with me. My name's Valentine. I'm working with the police.
Oh, I'm happy to know you, Mr. Valentine, but
I know you're covered by insurance, but what was it, a holdup? Got a description of the man who took it?
Of course we have a description of the man who took it. You see, the necklace you have in mind was not stolen. It was sold yesterday.
Sold?
That's right.
Oh. Well, is this it?
Let me see. Mr. Valentine, where did you get this necklace?
It's the same one.
It is? But you haven't told me.
Where I got it? I found it.
Oh? And what made you think it came from Coverley's?
Because there was a Coverley's label on the box. At least I'm glad it wasn't stolen. That's a help.
I should think it would be.
Oh, Skip it. You don't understand. Now, what I want to do is find the owner. Who bought it?
Perhaps we could return it.
Yeah, and perhaps you could. And all because of this thing, a girl. Who bought it?
A gentleman by the name of Guy Farrell.
You mean Slick Farrell, the big gambler?
I believe he is known as a gambling operator, yes.
Well, that puts a different light on the whole thing.
Oh, it does?
Yeah, it does. Now maybe I can find a missing girl and clear up this whole mess. Thanks to Sal.
Just a moment, Jack.
Call Farrell on the phone in half an hour. He'll tell you he's got his necklace.
Yes?
Oh, hello. This is Mr. Farrell's residence?
That's right.
I'd like to see him, please.
Well, I'm afraid Mr. Farrell's busy.
I see. Well, if you don't mind, I'll wait. My name is Valentine.
How do you do, Mr. Valentine? I'm Mrs. Farrell.
Oh. Your husband is busy, you say?
Well, I'm not sure, but I think so. A man came to see him, and they went into his study. I've been upstairs, so I don't know whether he left or not.
Mm-hmm. Well, would you mind finding out?
Not at all. That is, what was it you wanted to see my husband about?
Well, I have something for him, that's all. Something that he lost, I believe.
And your name is Valentine?
Yeah, that's right. But he wouldn't know the name. I just found this thing and traced it to him. I'm sure he'd like to have it back.
Oh. Well, all right, Mr. Valentine. I'll see if his caller is still with him. His study's right here.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Guy, you still busy, dear? There's a man here. Guy.
Mrs. Farrell, what's the matter? What's the trouble, Mrs. Farrell?
Hey, look.
Is that your husband?
Yes, it is.
Oh, wait a minute. Easy, I'll see. Mrs. Farrell.
Yes,
I think you'd better go out for now.
Oh, no, you mean it?
Yes, I'll have to use the phone.
Oh, no.
Hello. Lieutenant Johnson speaking.
Johnson, this is George Valentine.
Yeah, Valentine. Any luck?
No, but you told me to call you if I needed help. I'm out at Guy Farrell's place. You better get here right away.
Guy Farrell's? What's up?
I got a job for you now, Johnson. Farrell's been murdered.
In just a moment, we'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. I don't have to tell you that the holidays are almost here. If you're like most of us, you're scurrying around all over the town doing the 101 things that need to be done in getting ready for Christmas and New Year's. What's that got to do with automobiles? Well, I'll tell you. The kind of driving you do when you're Christmas shopping is the kind of driving you do all year round. Stop and go. Stop and go. Technically, it's called cold operation. And scientists know it's the hardest kind of driving for a car. New RPM motor oil solves this problem for hundreds of thousands of Western motorists because it more than meets the heavy-duty motor oil requirements of all automobile manufacturers. In fact, new RPM doubles engine life between major overhauls due to lubrication. Compared with premium-type oils, as designated by the American Petroleum Institute, new RPM cuts in half the wear rate of critical engine parts. Yes, new RPM motor oil, the oil developed through atomic energy, protects your car during stop-and-go cold operation, the time when your car needs protection most. Be sure you get new RPM motor oil for your car at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. You're sent for, not by a prospective client, but by your own secretary. She has a problem, which you laugh off for the moment. But you can't laugh off the fact that she was sent a valuable necklace along with her shopping, or that the man who bought it and smuggled it in with her order was a big-time gambler who is now dead, or that Brooksy herself is missing. If your name is George Valentine, you know that finding Farrell's murderer will mean finding Brooksy, or vice versa. With Lieutenant Johnson at the Farrell home.
Miss Farrell, you say you haven't the least idea who your husband's caller was?
Not the slightest, Lieutenant Johnson.
What, you showed the man in. Her husband apparently knew him.
Yes, he knew him, Mr. Valentine. I'm sure of that. Because when he saw him, he called him by name.
Oh, it's something. What name?
It was Gus. He called him Gus.
Uh-huh. No last name, of course.
No, that's all he said. Just, hello, Gus.
Well, did your husband seem glad to see this, Gus?
Well, now that you mention it, I don't believe he did. He seemed a little upset.
You know the man if you saw him again, of course?
Yes, certainly. He was short and stocky, very dark hair, black, I believe, and he had a mole or something on his left cheek.
Hey, Johnson, that's my man.
That's my man, Valentine. Only I don't happen to know who he is.
No, I mean, that's the mug who knocked me over the head in Brooksy's apartment. Answers the description perfectly.
Yeah, that's great. Only you don't happen to know who he is either. Miss Farrell.
Yes, Lieutenant.
Suppose you go on about whatever you have to do, Mr. Valentine, and I'll look around here a bit before we go.
Oh, yes, of course. Please call me if I could be of any help.
We'll speak to you on the way out, Miss Farrell.
Johnson, don't you see this all ties up?
Yeah? How?
The necklace, Brooksy, Farrell's murder, everything.
All right. What's your theory?
All right. Farrell bought the necklace, probably as a present for his wife. That we know.
Sure. Go ahead.
As he took it away, he saw a mug named Gus watching him. He knew the guy. Knew that if he tried to take it home with him, he'd be held up and robbed. So he quick figured out something. He went back to the shipping room and had someone put it in with Brooksy's order.
That makes sense, Richard.
But this Gus followed him and saw what he was doing. All he had to do was get to Brooksy first.
Which he apparently did.
Yeah. When she told him she didn't have it, he didn't believe her. So he had an accomplice take her away and scour the apartment for it. When he didn't find it, he came here. Figured Farrell had already picked it up.
Look, Valentine, I believe all you say, but we still got a couple of question marks. This mug Gus and his pal.
Yeah, well, don't forget, I got a big question mark, too. Brooksy.
Yeah, I know. Well, all I can do is go back to headquarters and pull out the pictures of every mug named Gus. You and Mrs. Farrell can look at them.
Johnson, I gotta cancel out those question marks faster. And I got a way to do it.
Yeah, how?
Farrell obviously knew who Brooksy was. He said in his note he knew she worked with me.
So
he knew, but 9 chances in 10, Gus and his friends didn't. Still don't. George Valentine wouldn't mean a thing to them.
That's getting us somewhere?
I think it will. Suppose they find out that a certain diamond and emerald necklace was lost, found by George Valentine, and he's trying to locate the owner.
Yeah, it's good. But how'd you go about fixing it so they don't?
That's the easy part. Johnson, I gotta get Brooksy back, and you gotta get a murderer. I think we can do both at the same time.
But, Chief, that was just a plain accident. I'm a reporter. I don't miss stuff. I checked on it, I tell you. Yeah, I know. Huh? Okay, Chief, I'll cover it. That guy's off his rocker. Well, George, what's on your mind, if any?
Look, Hank, I found a diamond and emerald necklace.
Oh, great. I never have that kind of luck.
It's worth $20,000.
Better still. Tell you what to do. Turn it over to the police. Nobody claims it in 30 days. It's yours.
Will you settle down for a minute? Just because of this necklace, my girl's disappeared and a man has been murdered.
Well, that makes quite a... Huh?
Yeah. Now listen. I want you to do something for me.
Sure, George. Glad to. Find the murderer or your girl?
I'll find both of them and give you the exclusive story, but you got to do something first.
Okay, such as...
I didn't find the necklace, Hank. But the guys I'm after don't know it. I want them to think I did.
And how do you do that?
Well, that's where you come in. I want you to write a story for your paper about how a George Valentine found a valuable diamond and emerald necklace. Get him to stick it on the front page. You've got influence.
Sure, but...
I'll give you a description of the necklace and my telephone number. Now, remember, your story says that I want a way to return it to the owner. Now, sit down at that typewriter and get to work.
Fortune and jewels. Get your paper. Clarence, man finds diamond necklace. Read all about it.
Hey, boy.
Yes, sir. Paper.
What's that headline you were calling? What do you mean, Mitchie? That diamond necklace thing. What is it?
Yeah, ain't that something, boss? Guy found a diamond and emerald necklace worth $20,000, it says.
Yeah? What do
do you know about that? What's his name?
Fellow by the name. Hey, what are you, a cheapskate? You want to read about it? You buy a paper. See, I got to make a living, you know.
All right, okay, sure. How much?
7 cents, Mr.
Yeah, here's a dime. Keep the change.
Well, thanks. Fellow by the name of Valentine found it. Story even gives his telephone number. Valentine. Sounds like a phony name to me.
Valentine.
Okay, Johnson, you wanted to see me. Why?
Well, I see by the paper you found a necklace.
Look, Johnson, is that the reason you got me down to headquarters? You could have told me that on the phone.
No. Keep your shirt on. I know that was a gag to smoke out the guys that ran off with Miss Brooks.
And a gag to get your murderer.
Maybe we've got a little bit ahead of you, Valentine. I got you in to show you a picture.
Yeah?
Yeah. Wasn't exactly necessary. I showed it to Mrs. Farrell, and she'd made the identification all right. Just wanted a double check.
Okay, where's the picture?
Here. Recognize the character?
Yeah. That's the guy that comped me in Brooksy's apartment. Who is he?
Mug by the name of Gus Scully, Carmen Hoodlum, second-story man, 2-bit gambler, long record.
You got him?
Well, no. No, he doesn't seem to be sticking around his regular haunts. But we'll catch up with him. Don't worry.
Oh, yeah, sure. I suppose you will. But if my hunch is any good, I'll catch up with him first.
Yeah? How?
Because of that story you saw in the paper, that's how. And right now you're keeping me away from the phone. And by the way, Johnson...
Well?
Don't get me down here again unless you've got something. I'm going to be busy finding my girl.
All right, sister, you know what to do. Tell this Valentine just what I said, and you won't get in any trouble.
Yes, I know.
Okay, go ahead, call the number.
Now?
Yeah, now. Don't try any funny business, sister. Tell him just what I said and nothing more.
Then, will you let me go?
When I get the necklace, sure, why not?
Oh, hello. Is this Mr. Valentine? The Mr. Valentine who found a necklace?
That's her. Brooksy, where are you? Are you all right?
Is that the right guy?
Yes, he's the one. Oh, thank heaven I got you, Mr. Valentine. I'm the one who lost the necklace. I bought it at Coverly's. The label was on the box.
Brooksy, tell me, can't you talk? Is somebody with you?
Oh, yes, sir. That's right.
Can't you tell me something, Angel?
Yes. A diamond necklace with emeralds. That's right. Do you have it with you now?
Sure, right here in my pocket. Now look, Brooksy, I'll give anybody the necklace to get you back.
Oh, that's very thoughtful of you. I appreciate it.
Look, what does he say?
Just a minute, Mr. Valentine. He says he didn't want to leave it around his house, so he put it in a safety deposit box. You did say it's in your safety deposit box, didn't you, Mr. Valentine?
Get it, sure. But Brooksy, watch your step. That guy with you isn't just a mug, he's a murderer, too.
Oh. Well, where can I come and get it, and when?
I got a paper. I'll put down the address.
Right now, Angel. Any time, just so I get you back, that's all.
Oh, I see. Just a moment, Mr. Valentine. He says he absolutely won't let me come and get it. He insists on bringing it to me. He likes my voice and he wants to meet me.
Oh, nuts. Well, all right. Tell him to meet you, wait a minute, say, in Grinnell Park, a quarter of a mile inside the Durand Street entrance at 10 o'clock tonight.
If I do, will you let me go?
Sure. Tell him.
Mr. Valentine.
Yeah, Brooksy.
You sound very nice to me, too. I'll meet you in Grinnell Park at 10 tonight. I'll park my car about a quarter of a mile inside the Durand Street entrance.
Good. Will they bring you?
Oh, yes. I'm sure of it. And you can't miss my car. It's a...
light blue convertible.
Light blue convertible.
I'll be there, Angel.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Valentine. Well, I'd be glad to see you.
Okay, mister, stop right there.
What? Who's that?
Me, bud. Give me that necklace.
What necklace?
You know what I'm talking about, bud. Your name's Valentine, ain't it?
Why, yes, that's my name,
Okay, hand over the necklace.
But it's so dark here, I can't see you. Who are you?
None of your business. Give me that necklace.
Oh, no, indeed. No, I won't. I'm delivering the necklace to a very nice young lady who called me on the phone. Where is she?
Up there in that car. She didn't want to get out on such a dark night, see, so she asked me to get it for her.
Then I'll go to her. She had a very nice voice. She was a lady, I'm sure. And I'm also sure that you're no gentleman.
Oh, you think so, huh? Well, suppose I ain't. You got a necklace on you and I want it, see?
Well, you're not going to get it. No, indeed. The lady
Give
said...
it to me.
Huh? What are you doing? What's that?
That jerko is a gun right in your ribs, a gun that shoots bullets. Now get it.
A gun? Oh, well, good heavens. I wouldn't want you to shoot me.
Let go, man. Let go.
Drop that gun.
What's the idea? Stop tripping my arm.
Drop that gun. That's better, friend.
Yeah, that's what you think.
Oh, you're not... Oh. Stay where you are, Angel.
Did a double cross.
Oh, yeah, right.
Her name was crooked.
You're gonna be crooked, too, as soon as I find your feet. Oh.
George! Are you all right?
Yeah, Brooksy. Be right there. Oh, Johnson.
George! He almost killed you.
Or vice versa. Johnson.
Okay, Valentine. You waited long enough to call. What are you trying to do, run a one-man war?
It worked, didn't it? There's your killer, Johnson. He'll tell you about his accomplice.
Yeah.
And you better pick up his gun, too. The boys might need it to hang that murder on him.
George, how did you ever know he was a murderer?
I'll explain the whole thing in a few minutes, Brooksy. Oh, let's get out of here and have a cup of coffee.
If you're planning to drive home for the holidays, then here's an important reminder. You'll find independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West ready and waiting to serve you with friendly, courteous service, top-quality products, and spotless restrooms. Car savers are particularly proud of their spanking-clean restrooms and make it their business to keep them well scrubbed. Stop in during your holiday trip at any standard station or independent Chevron gas station where they say and mean, we take better care of your car.
George,
Angel.
I think you're terrific.
Good coffee. You do? Why?
Well, because you caught a murderer all by yourself with no help at all from Lieutenant Johnson.
No, that was nothing.
Nothing.
No, it just happened that way. I wasn't really interested in catching a murderer. All I wanted to do was to get you back.
Oh, darling, you did?
Naturally.
George, you're sweet.
I had to get you back, Angel.
You did?
Sure, all those letters I dictated have to go out by tomorrow.
Oh.
And I can't read your shorthand.
Oh, George!
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It was written by Lloyd London and directed by Kenneth Webb. Ken Christie was heard as Lieutenant Johnson, Joe Forte as Moe, Ted DeCorsia as Scully, Lois Corbett as Mrs. Farrell, and Parley Bear as DeSalle. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter, your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. Let George Do It is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Dangers by stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you've got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full detail.
Standard Oil Company of California invites you to Let George Do It. In just a moment, we'll begin tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Sometimes you drive in the country, sometimes in town. Shift to the gas with all 8 for top all-around performance wherever you drive. Yes, Chevron Supreme gasoline gives you all 8 high-performance qualities in correct balance. Mileage, acceleration, power, anti-knock, vapor lock prevention, starting, warm-up, and area blending. So for top all-around performance, fill up with Chevron Supreme gasoline at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now, tonight's story, A School of Sharks, another adventure of George Valentine.
Hi, Dad. Have dinner for you in a... Dad? Oh, funny. Well, at least he was here. If he went out to play pinochle again tonight, I'll... Oh. Dearest Mary, a man can be foolish and a man can be weak. You know I've been both in my time. But a man can only be a coward up to a certain point. Mary, darling, I'm trapped. Trapped by many things. Maybe mostly by myself. Maybe you can never find it in your heart to forgive me. But remember, I love you. Don't go into the bedroom, darling. But call the police. Dad? Dad? Dad! Oh, no! Yes, the funeral was yesterday, Mr. Valentine. And the boys who worked with Dad on the newspaper sent him a nice wreath. The case is very much closed.
Yeah. Well, after I got your letter, Miss Haggerty, I checked with the police. There's no question about your father's death being a suicide.
No. No question at all.
Well, there doesn't seem to be very much Mr. Valentine can do, does there, dear?
Loan sharks. Did you ever hear of loan sharks, Mr. Valentine?
Yeah, I heard your father was in a little financial trouble.
But why did he have to borrow so much money? Money wasn't too much of a problem with us.
No?
Father's worked on the Clarion for years in the composing room. He made a nice salary. And when I got out of high school, I went to work there, too. I'm now secretary to the managing editor.
Mr. Wells?
You know him?
Well, just slightly.
But don't you see? We had friends. We had people he could turn to.
Well, he might have owed us some he felt he couldn't raise.
Well, he liked to gamble. That was his one weakness. But he never gambled for large amounts, and he played cards mostly with his friends.
Gambled, huh? Well, that could be one darn good reason why he had to borrow money. And from people who are easy about lending it and tough about getting it back. Well, that might have started the ball rolling downhill for him.
I don't know any specific facts, Mr. Valentine, but I have an idea Dad wasn't the only one on the paper who was mixed up with loan sharks.
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, there are hundreds of people working for the Clarion. I heard Oscar Strike, he's the foreman of the composing room, talk to Mr. Wells about that. But, of course, there wasn't very much they knew. People just don't talk about things like that. So there wasn't very much they could do.
Which is pretty much my position, too, Mary. It's a job for the police to try to get evidence on these tough boys, break up that racket.
But that's what I'm driving at. In a way, my father was killed by them.
Mary, please.
I know Dad pulled the trigger. But who made him do it? Maybe there's no murder in the strict legal sense. There is a murderer who must be punished. Mr. Valentine, I know the police will try and break up the loan shark racket. But I want you to help. I want you to find my father's murderer.
I'll do what I can, Mary.
Got a little cubbyhole over there where we can talk better.
I'll be fine, Mr. Strike.
They sure turned out a lot of papers.
When we print the big Sunday edition, that's when this place really hums.
I can imagine. About the boys here, Mr. Strike.
Oh, they're human. Some of them get into a mess, and then they grab at anything. Borrow money from anybody to get out of it.
Well, they get good pay. Any reason this loan shark business should be more of a problem here than any place else?
Maybe.
Why?
I keep my eyes open. I sort of have an idea somebody makes things easier for the boys to get into trouble.
In what way?
Easier to get involved in gambling in the back room of some saloon around here. You lose a good chunk of dough, mister, and you can't take it out of your paycheck. Your wife expects that to keep the family going. So you grab at a chance to borrow some.
No matter what interest you have to pay.
No matter. You figure maybe you can win next time, and then maybe you don't. And in any case, there's a gorilla boy to make sure you don't fall behind in your payments.
Do you think something like that happened to Mr. Haggerty?
Joe was a friend of mine, a good man to work with. You find out who got him on the road to where he killed himself, and you'll have lots of friends down here.
You know who some of the boys are who got themselves in trouble with these loans?
Oh, I could make a few guesses, but that wouldn't do anybody any good. They'd be too scared to talk. Everybody's always too scared to talk. In fact, I just as soon you forgot that I shut my mouth off, Mr. Valentine.
Jake Pagano and Stan Ringler. They're the sharks the boys in the racket squad suspect.
Then why aren't they behind bars, Lieutenant?
Because I said suspect, Valentine.
But there should be some proof by now.
Not with those two. Oh, plenty of small fish have been caught. But Pagano and Ringler can't be tied in with them. Too many people
are afraid to talk, I know.
You wouldn't be so cynical, my friend, if you saw the artistic job of mayhem those thugs are capable of.
So we just let things go on their merry way. That's great.
The police are checking every lead they get.
Well, that'll be a lot of comfort to Mary Haggerty, I'm sure.
And they will welcome any inspired, sensational ideas anybody will come up with.
And furthermore, they could use them.
Okay. Round's over.
I'm sorry, Lieutenant Johnson.
Yeah. Valentine, guys like Pagano and Ringler make any honest cop see red. So we have them tailed, and we look in their bank accounts, and when we catch one of their strong-arm boys, we try to persuade them to put the finger on the bosses. No dice on any count.
Yeah, I know. Johnson, do you personally have any ideas on the subject?
I had one, but I doubt if it'd work.
What kind of an idea?
Well, we have enough on both of them to be able to pick them up and keep them in jail for a while, away from each other. Then we could tell either one of them that the other finally cracked up and confessed.
Yeah, so to protect himself, our boy would sing. Sometimes that does work.
Not with those two. They'd spot the whole deal for a phony, and we'd get exactly no place.
Now, wait a minute. Unless the stunt were pulled not by the police, but by somebody they'd never suspect.
What?
What are you talking about, George?
I've got an idea about what to do with your idea, Johnson. Come on. Mr. Wells, the Clarion's got to help.
But, Mr. Valentine, you don't realize what you're asking us to do.
Dad always called it his paper. With pride in his voice. He'd do anything for it. The Clarion owes him this.
Do you think such a stunt would even work, Lieutenant Johnson?
It might. It's cockeyed enough.
It isn't cockeyed at all. It makes perfect sense.
Now, look, just a couple of special issues of the Clarion with a front-page story about something that never happened.
Well...
Fine, good. I knew you'd do it. Now, I don't know how long it's been since you personally wrote a story, Mr. Wells, but you're going to write one now. Get your boss a typewriter and plenty of paper, Mary.
Yes, sir.
You have a lot of work to do, Johnson, and very little time.
You bet your sweet
And
life.
you, Brooksy,
Yeah.
I need the shabbiest-looking suit you can find. Yep, everybody get to work, except me. I'll be very busy keeping my fingers crossed.
Well, here it is, complete with headlines.
Good.
Ringler confesses part in loan shark racket. Implicates Pagano as real boss.
Oh, wait till Pagano sees it. He won't have a reason in a million to suspect that this isn't anything but absolute truth. He'll think it's splashed all over every paper in town.
And do some fancy singing on his own against Ringler, I know. Well, I'm still worried about the Clarion's part in all this.
Is Oscar Strike down in the composing room waiting for this?
Yes, we'll run it in a couple of hours as part of the afternoon edition. Strike knows about a hot story coming through, and he's to handle it himself. And we've run off a couple of copies. I'll personally give him the order to stop the presses and destroy the type.
I've located a couple of pictures of Pagano and Ringler.
I'll take them. I just hope everything works out, Valentine.
He's a nice guy, Wells.
Dad always used to say he was tough but a square shooter.
Mr. Valentine, you would have liked Dad. He wasn't really weak or cowardly.
Oh, there. You want to bet Johnson has rounded up Pagano and Ringler already?
Mr. Wells' office.
Miss Haggerty,
What? Will you speak a little louder?
straighten your ears a little, sister. What I got to say is important to you.
Who are you?
Stop playing around with the cops and guys like Valentine, and they'll be picking you up in an alley. If you're lucky, you'll just have your legs and arms busted.
Are you sure you have the right party?
What's the matter, Mary?
Don't stall for time, sister. That's all the message I got. Better remember every word of it.
Hello? Hello, wait. He hung up.
Who was it?
Nobody.
Oh, somebody from our friends, the Easy Lenders?
No.
Now, look, kid, this is no time to play coy. They told you what they'd do if you kept hollering copper, didn't they? And we know they're not kidding. Okay, I vote we forget all the fancy plays.
What?
Why, those characters will trip up some other time, and the police will nail them then, but you'll be out of it.
Mr. Valentine, please. Please listen to me. I want to go right ahead with what you've planned. I'm afraid, but I want you to go on.
But Mary, listen, there's
I'll
danger.
never stop looking for Dad's murder. This way I'll have someone to help me. The other way I'll be all alone. Am I all alone, Mr. Valentine?
Let's get going, Mary. We're going to be very busy.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. You know the old saying, a friend in need is a friend indeed. Well, one of the best friends you can have is a set of tough, rugged Atlas tires on your car. For Atlas tires are really dependable. They're made to last and last, to give you safety and security on the highways. In winter weather especially, you need the kind of protection you get from Atlas tires. You'll find wide, flat treads on Atlas tires. Treads that put more rubber on the road, give you better traction. They're thick treads with good, deep grooves and hundreds of tough anti-skid edges for greater safety. And here's another important point. When you buy Atlas tires, you get a written warranty, 12 months protection against tire damage from any road hazard, a warranty that is honored by more than 38,000 Atlas dealers from coast to coast in the United States and in Canada, too. Convenient monthly budget terms are available. Whenever and wherever you're driving, remember that you get top performance from Atlas tires. No wonder folks say you're money ahead and miles ahead. You buy Atlas. Stop in tomorrow and get the facts about safe, sure Atlas tires at any independent Chevron gas station or standard station where they say and mean we take better care of your car. If your name is George Valentine, you get a bright idea how to trap the two leading suspects in a vicious loan racket. You carefully make all the preparations, but then you find yourself squarely on the spot. Mary Haggerty has just been warned that if she doesn't drop you like a hot potato, she will be found dead. But she insists that you go right ahead as planned.
You sure you have the girl under protection, Johnson?
Yeah, Valentine, I told you I have. She doesn't know it, but Davis and Malloy are down at the Clarion, and they won't even let her out of their sight.
Good.
You sure are a thing of beauty, my friend.
Oh, thank you.
What the well-dressed man won't be found dead in.
Well, if I'm going to be thrown into Pagano's cell as a common drunk, I should look as though I've slept in at least a couple of gutters. Everything work out okay so far?
Like a charm. We picked up Pagano and Ringler separately, booked them separately, and put them in different cells.
Oh, what a horrible fate for the Bobbsey twins.
We also made sure that Pagano took a good look at Ringler being marched out of his cell later.
With a couple of photographers snapping his picture?
With all the trimmings. Pagano's eyes nearly bugged out. He tried to find out from the guard what was going on, but of course nobody told our friend anything.
Well, I shall now try to satisfy Mr. Pagano's curiosity.
It's, quite a story Wells wrote about Ringler's confession.
Yeah.
Too bad it never happened.
First copy off the press. And it'll be the smallest circulation any newspaper in the world ever had.
Here you are.
Okay. I'll just tuck it carelessly in my pocket like this. And any time you get one of our politest guards, he can show me to Mr. Pagano's cell.
Good luck, Valentine. I hope it works.
Okay, thanks, Jansen. With any luck, he'll be bellowing for you like an outraged bull.
Guard! Come in here, guard!
And if he bellows like that, it won't be bad either.
And don't make too much noise in there. Happy, boys?
Oh, thanks for the hospitality, officer. Every officer in our penal institute, jail is a perfect gentleman. And every guest in our penal jail is a perfect gentleman. In fact, the whole world is a perfect gentleman. Oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, what a beautiful... Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize I wasn't alone, sir. I do hope I have not disturbed you.
Just shut up, Mac, and everybody will be happy.
Happy? You're happy too, huh? Oh, that's nice. That's real nice. It's like I always tell an old woman, if I ever take a teeny-weeny drop to celebrate my being the happiest man in the world. I'm happy when you're happy.
Just pass out quietly, Mac, or I'll do the passing for you.
Yeah, but I was just... Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'll just fix the cot so I don't dirty it with my shoes, and I'll be as quiet as old mouse.
Wait a minute. Give me that.
No, wait, that's my paper. Hey.
Shut up. Let me see something. Well, what do you know?
Hey, now, look, monsieur, I just bought that paper, and I haven't read it. I really think...
So that's what happened.
Sure, that's exactly what happened.
Nobody's talking to you, lunkhead. I'm talking about a friend of mine. A friend of mine who got out of here because he's smart. A very smart boy.
Smarter than me? Smarter than you?
No, pal, not smarter than me. Oh, guard! Guard! I'm here with you. I want to talk to you.
Oh, that's it, baby. Tell him you want out so you can talk to the district attorney, too.
All right. What's on your mind, Pagano?
Nothing. Just throw this screwball out of my cell, will you? I want to take a nap.
Oh, that worked out fine. Just fine, Valentine.
Yeah, great.
Not a peep out of Pagano. He apparently doesn't want to talk to anybody. Doesn't want to deny what Ringler is supposed to have said.
Johnson, something's phony about all this.
Why? He couldn't suspect the newspaper story. And I know as sure as I'm alive that he and Ringler are mixed up in that smelly racket.
Hey, Johnson, wait.
Huh?
Did Pagano speak to anyone at all before I was thrown in there? Did he have any visitors?
No, he didn't. He had a phone call from his lawyer.
His lawyer? How do you know?
Well, that's what the man said.
Oh, of course, sure, of course, that's it.
That's what?
That must be the answer. Come on, he was tipped off.
Mr. Wells!
Hey, Mary, where are you? Mr. Wells.
All right.
We called a doctor, Mr. Valentine. He should be here any minute.
George, they found Mr. Wells down on the back stairway. He was slugged from behind.
Who found him and when?
I did. About 10 minutes ago.
Anybody know how long he was laying there?
I was going to the composing room.
To the composing room?
Yes.
To make sure that the type for the phony front page was destroyed?
That's right. Mr. Valentine, that means the newspaper's on the street by now.
Oh, no.
I'm afraid it's so, yes. I only hope we're not too late. Mr. Strike! Mr. Strike!
There he is, George, out on the loading platform.
I see a couple of trucks pulling away now.
Mr. Strike, wait! Stop those trucks! The paper. Let me see the paper that's going out.
Oh, sure. Oh, here's a broken bundle of white.
Ringler confesses.
All these papers, all the same.
Sure, they're all the same. What's this? Some sort of joke?
How many trucks left already?
Oh, half a dozen.
Headed for where?
All over town.
Well, don't let another paper get out of here no matter what you have to do.
Yeah,
It's an order from the police.
The police? Say, look, what is this? Mr. Wells told me he'd be downstairs about something, but
He never showed up.
Never mind. George, those other trucks, the ones that already left, how can we stop them?
We've got to stop them before a single copy of the paper gets into a customer's hands.
I'll get the police cars after them.
Tell them to stop at nothing to get every copy off the streets.
Good work, Sergeant. Okay, boys. Turn the truck around and get back. But don't be like me. You drive 25 miles an hour and no more.
Don't cut open that bundle of clarions.
What's the matter with you, old lady? You crazy?
Yes, crazy as a loon, but you sell those papers over my dead body.
Pretty good hunting, eh, Oscar?
You can say that again, young fella.
Does that account for all the trucks that went out to this side of town?
Yeah, all of them. What? Aren't we going back to the Clarion?
No, I remembered something. I'm not a newspaper man, but doesn't the truck that delivers the papers to the railroad station leave as soon as it's ready?
Sure, that's right.
Well, the station's down this way. We better keep going as fast as we can. Oh, brother, that's great. Now we're in the midst of traffic.
We'll never catch that truck, never.
Ride a couple of 100 feet and stop. Oh, this is fine.
It's Sandy Krause on that truck, a good man.
Can you still see it?
Yeah, way up ahead there, but it might as well be miles away. When Sandy gets the truck to the station, they'll have papers selling over the counters in a matter of seconds.
Oh, sure. And the Clarion will really be in a mess.
Yeah, one of Pagano and Wrangler's boys must have knocked Mr. Wells out to keep him from stopping the phony paper, huh?
Sure. It'd be worth a lot to the loan sharks to get the Clarion way behind the 8-ball. And, brother, they're so near to it with that truck just out of our reach.
Yeah.
Of course, there's one chance I could still take.
What's that?
Up there, where the other street joins this one. I could turn off, go back half a mile, then take up Dempster Street to the station.
Oh, you'd never make it in time.
I think I could, just in time, just by a matter of minutes.
No.
Oh, wouldn't it really be something if the racket boys missed out, so near and yet so far? Hold on, Oscar. Here's where we turn off.
No. I said no.
What? Oh, nice heavy wrench. Is that the one you slugged Mr. Wells with, Oscar? I'll bet the police could prove that it is.
Keep driving, Valentine, and straight ahead.
Sorry, I can't. I had an idea you were in on this, Oscar, when you conveniently forgot about this truck still being out. But I had to have some proof.
Those papers are going to be sold. You're not going to spoil it.
What are you going to do, Oscar?
If you drive anywhere near that truck, I'll kill you. Be smart and don't stop.
All right. Don't wave that thing. Thanks for it, Oscar. Give me that wrench. What's the matter? Dashboard hurt your face? Sorry I'm such a bad driver, Oscar, but I gotta catch that truck. Okay, Oscar. Tell the nice lieutenant you're ready to dictate a confession.
That's right. I'll tell everything. But you've got to get the court to give me a break. I'll turn state's evidence.
Now, that's real decent of you.
And you'll protect me from Pagano and Wrangler, won't you?
Yeah. They'll be kind of busy protecting themselves. Come on, get started.
Yeah, sure. I got involved the same way most of them.
They put the last batch of those clarions into the furnace a few minutes ago.
Beautiful sight, beautiful.
Not a single copy got out on the street. And Mr. Wells is downstairs personally destroying the type.
George, I understand about Oscar Strike being a sort of inside man here for Pagano or Wrangler or whichever one.
Oh, wait a minute, Joe. He had to be. He was on the hook just like Mary's father. Only he wasn't quite so honest.
Well, was he the one who tipped off Pagano so he wouldn't do any talking?
Sure, why not? With the papers out on the street, Wrangler would have a perfect case of libel against the Clarion. He didn't really confess, of course, so he'd claim his reputation was damaged beyond repair.
Yeah, and the crazy part of it is he could have collected almost at any amount he wanted.
That's right. I guess poor Strike figured in return he'd be let off the hook. His own debts would be canceled.
But what did he say? What did he tell the police?
Pagano? Oh, the loan racket was his.
But Wrangler.
Hazel, is a funny thing about singing. When one person starts, everybody joins the chorus. Now, Pagano is so sore, he's telling everything he knows about Wrangler's racket.
But if you hadn't done what you did, the racket would still be going right on, destroying more and more lives, like my father's.
But it is over, dear, all of it.
No, it's not. Come on, I got a surprise for Mary.
What?
Something to show you where you're wrong.
Many car manufacturers now recommend a heavy-duty motor oil to give modern engines maximum protection under all driving conditions. New RPM motor oil exceeds the requirements of all manufacturers for this type of oil. Whichever weight you use, 10, 20, 30, or 40, remember that new RPM doubles engine life, the time between major overhauls due to lubrication. Be sure you get new RPM motor oil for your car at independent Chevron gas stations or standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car.
There go the trucks again, to every part of the city.
Nobody has to stop them now.
Printing shop foreman exposes loan shark racket. Here it is. And isn't it beautiful?
Yeah. There's something else on the front page. A little box at the bottom there.
The editorial?
Uh-huh.
As long as there are vicious, greedy men, there will be rackets of all sorts. And these rackets will thrive and grow fat as long as they have for their ally the fear of its victim. Mary Haggerty is a soft-spoken young girl, as anxious to stay away from violence as you and I. But she knew that sometimes fear can be a crime as bad as any racket. And Mary Haggerty conquered fear. The news columns carry the story of what she accomplished. Here is an example to men of goodwill. A sure weapon against men of evil. Signed G.V.
There isn't anyone on our editorial staff with those initials.
No, but there was. For one day only. And he meant every word of what he wrote.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It was written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Kenneth Webb. Ken Christie was heard as Lieutenant Johnson, Virginia Eiler as Mary, Griff Barnett as Strike, Joe Vitale as Pagano, Stephen Chase as Wells, and James Nusser as the guard. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. Let George Do It is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you've got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California invites you to Let George Do It. In just a moment, we'll begin tonight's adventure of George Valentine. You know you are right with new RPM motor oil in your car because new RPM doubles engine life, the time between major overhauls due to lubrication. Yes, compared with premium-type motor oils, as designated by the American Petroleum Institute, new RPM motor oil doubles engine life. So get new RPM for your car at independent Chevron gas stations or standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. The Bad Little God, another adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, last week I acquired for my Oriental art collection an object of quite some value. This week it appears that the item is bringing me nothing but unpleasantness. From several anonymous sources, I've received mysterious messages, running all the way from offers to threats. I feel that if I'm to cope with this situation, I'll need your help. To put it bluntly, Mr. Valentine, I wish to continue ownership of this objet d'art and at the same time continue to live. I would appreciate it if you would call on me at the above address at your earliest convenience. Signed, Cornelius Latham.
Sorry we couldn't get here until evening, Mr. Latham. Hope we're not too late.
Not at all. I never retire early. Drink, either of you?
No, thanks. I'd rather hear more about this art object that seems to be causing the trouble.
What sort of thing is it, Mr. Latham?
I'll get to that in a minute, Miss Brooks. To start at the beginning, last week, a young ex-GI came to me, lad who spent a good many months in Korea. Brought the item along. Wanted to sell it to me.
Oh, it's something from Korea, then.
From North Korea or North China. It's hard to say until I give it more study. One thing I do know, it's a valuable piece. And the price the young man asked was extremely low. Naturally, I bought it.
And that's when your bad luck began, huh?
But not at once. Not until I made the mistake of announcing to the world that I had it.
Announcing to the world?
Well, practically that. I have a good friend who is art editor of one of the newspapers. Whenever I get an interesting new item, I send for him, and he runs a story and pictures on it in his column.
And that's what happened with this, whatever it is.
Exactly. You may have seen it in last Sunday's editions.
Well, no, I'm afraid I don't follow the art department.
Mm-hmm. Well, in that case, I'd better show you the object in question. I've been keeping it in this strong teakwood box. Not that would prevent anyone from stealing it. There we are. This is it.
Oh, what a hideous thing. What is it?
It, Miss Brooks, is an Oriental idol. One of the minor deities. In this form, it's usually called the god of evil, or some such name.
Well, it certainly looks evil enough.
That's for a purpose. You see, it's not supposed to attract evil, but to drive it away.
Which it doesn't seem to have done in your case, Mr. Latham. What about these offers and threats you wrote about? Know who they were from?
Only one. The others, a woman who demanded that I give it to her. A man who sounded like a thug said if I didn't give it to him, he'd stop at nothing short of murder.
And the one you can identify?
A man who gave his name as Radnick. Represented himself as an art dealer. Well, I've never heard of him.
Same story from him, huh?
Not quite. He merely insisted that I sell it to him. When I refused, he said he had positive information that the idol was smuggled into this country, and if I didn't sell it to him, he'd report me to the authorities.
Mm-hmm. Then I gather what you want me to do is track down this man who says he's an art dealer, find out if he's right about the smuggling, and if the others are in cahoots with him, right?
Partly that, Mr. Valentine. I also want you to take the idol, find a safe place for it, until you get the necessary information. If it is smuggled, I'll be happy to make it right with customs. If not...
Yeah, I see your point. All right, Mr. Latham. Give me the idol and the address of your art dealer, and I'll report back to you as soon as possible.
Good. I hoped you'd do it.
George, you mean we have to take that hideous thing with us?
Yeah, that's right, Angel. Don't worry. This little fellow is supposed to drive away evil. Yeah, Angel.
This whole thing absolutely gives me the creeps.
It does? Why?
Well, carrying that ghastly thing around with us, and it's so dark out here on the street. If anybody wanted to do anything to us...
Car's right here. Nothing's going to happen. Say, you're not superstitious, are you, Brooksy?
I'm beginning to think I am.
Well, don't let it get you, Angel. I'll just put his nibs in the back seat. There we are. Climb in and we'll get going.
Yes, all right.
Phew. He's a heavy little guy. Must be made of solid lead. I'll come around...
Just a minute there, Valentine.
What's that?
George, what's the matter?
It's all right, Brooksy. Okay, what do you want?
That box you just brought out of the house. Pass it over.
Oh, no, Buster. Afraid I can't accommodate you. Now, just clear out, because that's what I'm going to do.
Not yet. Or maybe you need a little persuasion.
Get away from that car. You'll get nothing.
That's what you think.
You dirty. You're down.
George, be careful.
Shut up, you. Get away from that door.
You big enough to make me get away?
Why, you're playing with dynamite.
Yeah?
Yeah, like Oh. You had enough?
No, I haven't.
Oh, you gotta be convinced, huh?
That's right.
Okay.
He'll kill you, George!
Hey, wait a minute. What happened?
The attack on you is over, Mr. Valentine. You may easily get away now.
Well, now look. Who are you? Where did you come from?
Name is Ling, manservant to Mr. Latham.
Oh. But how did you manage to knock out that big oaf?
Oh, simple matter of judo, Mr. Valentine. Followed by a small blow on head.
Are you all right, darling?
Yeah, sure, Angel, sure.
Ling had thought you might meet with trouble when trying to carry away the buck.
Oh, yeah, I met with trouble, all right. If it hadn't been for you, I'd have lost that round.
Yes. Now, suggest you drive away on mission before large men on sidewalk wake up and start more trouble.
Yeah, Ling, that's a good idea. And, thanks.
We'll advise employer you are quite safe now, Mr. Valentine. Good night.
Yeah, good night.
George, I knew something bad would happen.
Well, it didn't, Angel, thanks to that houseboy.
Now what are you going to do? Certainly we're not going to drive around with that awful thing in the back of the car all night.
Just long enough to get down to the Union Station.
Station? Why in the world are we going there?
To deposit our precious cargo in one of those lockers they have there. 2 bits for a day's storage and take the key.
Oh, well, at least I'll be glad to get rid of that thing.
Then I'll drop you off at your apartment. Go home to mine. And we'll take up where we left off later. I gotta get some sleep here.
Mr. Valentine,
Oh, go away. Well, where did you pop from?
I have to talk to you, Mr. Valentine. It's very important.
Now, that would be very pleasant, but I have an office, you know. Keep pretty regular
May I
hours.
come in, please? I don't want to talk here in the hallway.
Well, I guess we can skip the proprieties for once. Just a second, I'll get the light. There we are. Step in, Miss...
Bartlett. Joan Bartlett.
Mm-hmm. Nice knowing you. What's on your mind?
Mr. Valentine, I know you took an idol from Mr. Latham's apartment.
Idol? What idol?
Don't be funny. You know what I mean.
Suppose I do.
I want it. I have to have it, Mr. Valentine.
My, for a wry-faced little god, he seems to be getting a lot of attention tonight. Just, why do you want it?
I can't tell you.
Not that that makes much difference. You wouldn't get it anyway, because you see, I don't have it.
You're lying.
No, it happens to be the truth.
I don't believe you. You have the idol. And you're going to give it to me.
The lady even has a gun, huh? Very interesting.
I wouldn't be afraid to use it either, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, yes, you would, Miss Bartlett. Except I don't like that nervous trigger finger. Tell me, do you happen to know an art dealer by the name of Radnick?
A what?
You heard me. Radnick, a friend of yours?
I never heard of him. Why?
Oh, he seems very interested in a certain Oriental idol, too. And then there's a big fellow who shall be nameless. He'd also like to have
You're
it.
trying to waste time, Mr. Valentine. I'll give you just 10 seconds.
Saved by the bell.
What's that?
Just somebody at the door.
Who is it?
Your guess is as good as mine. Hello, who is it?
Open up, Valentine. It's Johnson.
A midnight visit from the police.
Police?
Yeah, a friend of mine, Lieutenant Johnson of Homicide. Better see what he wants.
Wait a minute.
Don't get excited. He probably just wants a little advice on one of his cases. Come on in, Johnson. You're just in time to join the party.
I'll come in all right, Valentine, but... Party? What party?
Well, a little rude of you to bust right in when I'm entertaining this young lady. She was just saying that... Huh?
Yeah. What young lady? Listen, are you nuts?
But she was right here a minute ago. Wait a minute. Hey, that window to the fire escape, it's open. She must have gone out that way. Yeah, come on.
Oh, you'll come on, Valentine, but not after some young lady you dreamed up. You're going down to headquarters with me.
I am. Why?
Because a rich guy by the name of Latham's been murdered. Stabbed to death with an Oriental dagger from his own collection. That's why. You happen to be the last person who paid him a visit.
So, there you are, Johnson. That's the whole story.
Yeah, and what a story.
Well, now, look, you certainly don't think I killed Latham, do you?
I don't want to think so, Valentine, but the facts don't look too good, do they?
What do you mean by that?
You're the last person who was known to have visited Latham. You admit being in possession of some kind of an idol that belonged to him?
Now, wait a minute. There's somebody who can swear I didn't kill him.
Yeah, who?
Latham's houseboy, an Oriental by the name of Ling. I told you to save me from that thug.
I know. They're questioning Ling down the hall right now.
Well, don't you see, Johnson? Ling knew I was taking the idol with me. Now, he wouldn't have killed his master for it. He followed me down to the street and fought off the guy who was trying to get it.
Well?
Well, he knows that Latham was all right when we left him. He came outside to protect his master's property and when...
Wait a minute. Hello, Johnson. Oh, yes, Sergeant. Anything up? Oh, he does, huh? Yeah, okay, thanks. Let him go and come on in here. Well, Valentine, that takes care of you, all right.
Takes care of me? What do you mean?
The Oriental Ling checks your story. He's given you an alibi.
Oh, yeah, that's good. Hey, Johnson, you didn't really think I had anything to do with it, did you?
Of course not. Go on home and get some sleep while I spend the rest of the night trying to start on a new tack.
Oh, no. No, what do you want? Who's that? Wait a minute. Yeah, what do you...
Mr. Valentine.
Ling, what the devil are you doing up at this time of night?
You will ask me to come in, please?
Huh? Oh, well, yeah, sure. I just got home.
I know. I was waiting for you.
Oh, brother, I'm beginning to think I'd better transact all my business from my apartment here. What's on your mind?
It is about the idol.
Oh, yeah? Say, I forgot to thank you for giving me an alibi in Mr. Latham's murder.
I did not come for thanks, Mr. Valentine. Only for the idol.
The idol? But, I don't have it here, Ling.
There is no need to hide the fact from Ling, sir. I must have the idol.
You too, huh? Why?
I cannot say.
Well, look, Buster, you'd better say, or I'll begin to think you killed Latham yourself.
I did not kill him, no. Where is the idol, Mr. Valentine?
Oh, now look, it isn't here, I tell you. Now, come on, get out of my apartment before I call the police and have you thrown out.
Thrown out? Oh, I do not think so. You remember the big man who attacked you?
Yeah, sure. Now, would you please...
He was much larger than you. So what must happen to you will be quite easy.
Hey, what's the idea?
One should always know how to defend himself against judo. Sleep well, Mr. Valentine.
In just a moment, we'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Cold weather makes most car owners battery conscious. That's why I'd like to pass along a few tips on battery care at this time. Battery terminal cables should be kept clean and tight, and worn defective cables replaced. Be sure the battery is bolted securely in its carrier. Water should be added as required. It stands to reason that good care means better service from your battery, old or new. So why not let the car saver at your standard station or independent Chevron gas station take over? He'll give your battery a cell-by-cell checkup, add water if needed, clean the terminals, and coat them with a corrosion resistant. And he'll test your battery to be sure it's capable of delivering dependable starting. And say, if a new battery is what you need, be sure to ask your car saver about the many exclusive features of the Atlas battery. Atlas batteries are built for rugged power, and they're backed by a written warranty that's honored by more than 38,000 Atlas dealers in the United States and Canada. So for complete car saver battery care or a new dependable Atlas battery, be sure to stop in soon at your independent Chevron gas station or standard station, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. You're hired by a wealthy art collector whose recent purchase of a gruesome Oriental idol has brought him a series of mysterious and threatening messages. You agree to keep the idol and track the threats back to their source. So far, you've found at least 3 people who are trying to get possession of it, and you wound up a hard night unconscious on the floor of your own apartment. So if your name is George Valentine, you're still sleeping off the experience at 9:30 in the morning when...
George! George!
George! That's me.
George Valentine, why are you sleeping on the floor with all your clothes on?
I guess I like it that way. Easier to get to the office in the morning.
George, something's happened. You were going right home after you left me last night, but you didn't do it, did you?
Oh, yeah, sure I did. But you see, after that I met a lady with a gun and Lieutenant Johnson with a suspicion and a little Oriental judo. And... Hey, that's why I'm sleeping on the floor with my clothes on.
Oh, darling, you've been dreaming.
Yeah, but it all happened, Roxy. No, I'm not kidding.
Well, something happened to me this morning, too.
Yeah, what?
Get up, darling. Come on over here to the window.
Yeah, okay. What do you got? Beautiful sunrise or something?
Look down there. See him?
That guy standing across the street? Sure.
He followed me all the way here from the office.
Well, can't say I blame him. You're pretty cute. And
Sometime you'll say that when you've finished the case, darling. Now, look at him.
I am.
Well, did you recognize him or can't you focus properly?
Well, sure. I can... Hey, yeah, that's the big lug that tried to get the idol away from us last night.
Certainly. And apparently he's still trying.
Yeah, but he only started things. 2 other people have used pretty strong methods to try and get something from me.
2 other people?
Yeah, sure. Well, you wouldn't understand. You weren't around last night. But they were working for themselves. The person who hired this guy is willing to pay plenty.
It's all very clear now, George.
Hey, look. There's something about that idol that makes several people want it, and I don't think it's just the value of the thing.
So?
So here's what we're going to do. You sneak down that back fire escape the same way Joan went out last night.
Joan! George, what do you mean?
I'll tell you about that later, Angel. Now, you go on the back alley, get a taxi, and go on to the Union Station.
And get the idol, I suppose.
Sure, only don't bring it here. Take it to the office. Here. Hey, here's the key to the locker.
Well, thanks for the assignment, Chief. Now, what about you?
I'm going to lead that character across the street on a wild goose chase and lose him. Then I'm going to call on a guy by the name of Radnick.
Well, the art dealer who wanted to buy the idol?
That's right. Meet you back at the office in an hour.
Now, Mr. Valentine, that is your name?
Valentine, that's right.
So, sit down, sir. What can I do for you?
Well, you understand Oriental art, I suppose.
Yes. Very well. Very well.
Mm-hmm. Well, I have something I'd like to sell. It's a sort of an idol. North Korean, Mongolian, I don't quite know.
Oh, yes. I am interested in that type of thing. Please, may I see it?
Well, I don't have it with me, naturally. It's pretty heavy to carry around, you see.
Yes. And where is it?
Well, Mr. Radnick, I'd better tell you the truth. You see, I don't really own this piece. I'm the middleman, shall we say. Yeah, I'm representing Mr. Cornelius Latham.
Cornelius Latham?
That's right.
Mr. Valentine, you are an imposter.
I am?
Certainly. You read the papers, I hope?
Oh, occasionally.
Then you must know that Mr. Cornelius Latham was killed, murdered in his own home last night.
Oh, really? Then I guess I don't have any client.
Mr. Valentine, let us leave out the pretense. I know who you are. Last night you visited Mr. Latham. You left with the idol.
Uh-huh. You learned that after your stooge came out of a long, deep sleep on a sidewalk.
I choose to ignore that remark. The fact remains that no matter how you got it, you are now in possession of something that I wish to buy.
Well, now that's nice. But you wouldn't want it, old boy. You yourself told Mr. Latham that it was smuggled. You might get in a lot of trouble with customs.
Let me be the one to worry about that. Where do you have the idol?
Oh, frankly, Radnick, right at this moment, I don't know where it is.
All right. Perhaps at this moment you don't, but you can find out. Mr. Valentine, I think you will sell the idol to me. I am prepared to pay you $25,000.
Wow, now that's a pretty good offer. But maybe not good enough. Say $50,000.
You are a very difficult man to deal with, Mr. Valentine.
You flatter me.
Very well, 50,000.
Well, that sounds more like it. Be at my office in half an hour. We'll make it a deal.
Your office? Where is that?
Ask your strong boy. He'll tell you. So long, Mr. Radnick. Brooksy. Hey, Brooksy, did you get... Oh.
Hello, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, yeah. Let me see now. Miss Joan Bartlett, that right?
That's right.
Uh-huh. Where's Miss Brooks?
Who's Miss Brooks?
Oh, that's right. She wasn't around when you paid me a little call last night, was she?
I'm sorry about the way I acted, Mr. Valentine.
Mm-hmm. But not sorry enough to leave your gun home this time, I suppose.
I did. I'm not carrying it.
Oh? Well, listen, Miss Bartlett, are you quite sure there wasn't anyone here in the office when you came in?
Nobody. The door was locked, so I decided I'd sit down and wait for you.
Oh, that's real sociable. Well, I'm glad you came anyway. Might liven up the bidding a little.
Bidding? What do you mean by that?
Well, obviously you're still trying to get the idol.
Obviously.
I'm expecting another person who wants it. He ought to be here in a few minutes now.
Mr. Valentine, you can't let anyone else get that idol.
As a matter of fact, this gentleman has already offered $50,000 for it.
It isn't a matter of money.
Oh, no? Matter of sentiment, I suppose.
A matter of human life. Mr. Valentine, my brother was with the OSS in Korea and Red China.
Go on.
His job was to track down Red War secrets and supply dispositions. He knew he'd be taken prisoner himself eventually, so he found a way to keep his documents safe and get them back here.
Inside the idol, sure. But how do you know it's the same idol?
He arranged to have it brought back and delivered to Mr. Latham. He even described it to me. George!
Yeah, Brooks.
Oh, this thing's too heavy.
That's all right, Angel. This is the Joan I told you about.
Oh, it is?
Yeah. Now let's have a look at this thing fast before my friend Radnick gets here.
But that's the one, Mr. Valentine. That's the way my brother described the idol exactly.
Okay, must be some way to get into the bottom of this thing. Find a knife or something.
Here, George. This letter opener.
Oh, yeah, that ought to do it good. I'll give it a try.
I still don't see what this is all about, George.
Neither do I, yet. There, that's got it.
It is hollow, you see?
Uh-huh. But just how your brother could get enough information into it to... No, just one piece of paper.
Just one?
Yeah, and it says, the former chief of Red Activities has gone to the United States as an enemy agent. He will stop at nothing to get the enclosed documents. He is a man of Slavic extraction who may use the name Kinov, short and dark, with a large brown birthmark on his right wrist. See that he does not get these documents at any cost.
George, where are the documents? Nothing else inside this thing.
Oh, that's strange. Maybe somebody else beat us to it. Let's see.
But if somebody got it first, why would they leave that note?
Well, Mr. Valentine, I see you have the idol all ready to deliver. That is very good.
Well, not quite, Radnick. There are a few little details to settle first.
I think not. Yes, indeed. This is just the piece I have been wanting.
Like to look at it a little more closely, Radnick?
Well, certainly. Let me have it.
There you are.
Thank you.
What are you doing? Why are you holding my wrist?
Yeah, I might have guessed it.
George.
Yeah, look at that, Brooks. See, large brown birthmark on right wrist. That makes pretty good identification, doesn't it, Kinnoff?
You stupid pig.
I don't think you'll argue the point when you're looking at a gun, will you, Kinnoff?
Perhaps I will.
You are not very smart, Valentine.
George, stop
Hey,
it.
you leave her alone.
No, my friend. The young lady makes a very fine shield. In order to shoot me, you would have to shoot her too. Now, just drop the gun on the floor.
All right, Kinnoff, you win.
Mr. Valentine, he'll get the idol. You can't let
Of
him...
course I will get the idol, and all that is in it. I am quite capable of using your gun, Valentine.
Ling!
You will not reach for that gun, please.
Hey, Ling,
Why,
what are you gonna...
You foolish little Oriental, what are you...
He's gonna get it, George!
No, he has not. That should calm the gentleman for a while.
Yeah, I'll say. And it should get us right out of the frying pan into the fire.
Ling, it was wonderful you came just in time. He's the man.
Hey, wait a minute, will you please? You know this Ling character?
Of course. It was his family that owned the idol. He was helping me to get it.
Well, I'll be darned. Well, it sort of washes up the whole thing, doesn't it?
No, except one thing, George.
Yeah, what's that, Angel?
You still haven't got the documents that were supposed to be in that thing.
I think we have, Brooksy.
Well, then where are they?
Give me a few seconds and a good strong magnifying glass, and I'll show you.
Despite the number of cars with automatic transmissions, more and more motorists every day are shifting to the gas with all 8. For Chevron Supreme gasoline gives you not 1, not 2, but all 8 high-performance qualities in the proper balance. Starting, warm-up, acceleration, anti-knock, vapor lock prevention, mileage, power, and area blending. For top all-around performance, try a tank full in your car. Shift to Chevron Supreme at standard stations or independent Chevron gas stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car.
George, you mean all the information Jones' brother sent back is on that little roll of film?
Yeah, sure, Angel. Microfilm. They'll enlarge the stuff and have the complete story.
But how did you ever find it inside the idol? We all saw there was nothing else there, just the note.
It was rolled very tightly and stuffed way up at the top. It fell out when I banged the thing on the desk. I really should have let Kinnoff take the idol after that.
Oh, yeah, except that you would have been able to get away.
Yeah. The FBI boys seemed quite happy to have him in custody. Say, Brooksy.
Yes, George?
You know, I think we ought to keep this idol as a souvenir. It doesn't look nearly as ugly as I thought.
Oh, that would be nice, darling. I think we should.
I think so.
It looks very nice.
Mm-hmm.
In a little house. And we'll put it over a big fireplace.
Yeah, Angel, I think I see what you mean.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It was written by Lloyd London and directed by Kenneth Webb. Ken Christie was heard as Lieutenant Johnson, Jane Whitman as Latham, Charlotte Lawrence as Joan, Peter Leeds as Radnick, and Byron Kane as Ling. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. Let George Do It is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California invites you to Let George Do It. Before we begin tonight's adventure of George Valentine, here's an important safety reminder. Driving in wet, rainy weather can be dangerous if your windshield wipers aren't doing their job right. So don't wait until the rains. Play safe now. Car Savers will inspect your windshield wiper blades and arms and make replacements if necessary. Drive in now and ask Car Savers for a windshield wiper checkup at any standard station or independent Chevron gas station where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now, tonight's story, A Matter of Honor, another adventure of George Valentine.
Mr. Medford, please calm down. I can't even make out what you're trying to say.
I'm trying to say that I need help right away, please.
Well, that much I got, but listen on the extension, will you, Brooksy?
Yes, George.
My head, it's so painful. Somebody hit me from behind, and my room, it's practically torn apart.
Well, it's a matter for the police, I'd say.
No, it isn't only that. There's more to it than robbery. There's something mysterious going on, sinister.
Such as?
something awful is going to happen. And on the last day, too.
The last day of what?
The annual convention of the Magicians Club at the Beach Plaza.
The Magicians Club? Oh, look, Mr. Medford, I'm sure this looks very momentous to you,
At
but...
the banquet tonight, we're going to present a new illusion, Mr. Valentine. And at the last moment, Princess Elsa, who invented it, has asked us to change its name.
Well, women have been known to change their minds about more important things.
Change it from the usual way these things are known, the Elsa illusion, to the Deadly Avenger.
Thanks for getting here so quickly, Mr. Valentine.
I'm afraid I'm a sucker for mystery and magicians.
This is Mrs. Medford.
Hello.
Oh, hello. This is Miss Brooks, my assistant.
Hi.
I see your room really was going over with a right good will.
Well, I keep telling Robert it must have been just a hotel parlor.
Eileen, please. Mr. Valentine, I'm chairman of the entertainment committee. Third year state, it's great honor. I'm one of the few amateur magicians in the club.
If you folks will excuse me, I've heard this before.
But Eileen...
See you later, everybody.
You have a very lovely wife, Mr. Medford.
Yes, I'm a very lucky man. In everything. I'm in the wholesale grocery business, you know. Quite successful. But magic is my real love. And this affair tonight must come off without a hitch.
Or you'll never be asked to be chairman of the entertainment committee again.
That's right.
Well, tell me, just what happened here in this room?
Well, about an hour ago, I guess it was, I came up here. You see, it's a two-room suite. Most of us have two-room suites. That's one of the reasons we chose the Beach Plaza, you know.
Yes, go on.
Yes, well, I saw what happened to all the things here on the desk in the closet, but before I could do anything, someone sneaked up behind me. He must have been in the bedroom and hit me hard. See?
Done by somebody who obviously loved his work.
But really, Mr. Medford, just because the name of a new magic illusion has changed, and this could be the work of a petty thief,
but nothing was stolen. Not a thing of value. I do have some pretty valuable things around, and they weren't touched. Oh, excuse me. Hello? Yes, of course, it's Medford. Now, Geach, I ask you to behave yourself. You what? Oh. No, you stay where you are. I'll be right there. That was Charlie Geach, another member of the club. He's just found his room torn apart, too.
No, nothing of value has been taken. That's not what they were looking for. No, sir.
Have you any idea what they were looking for, Mr. Geach?
That's not going to help me. No, sir. You'll see tonight. You'll see.
Now, Charlie, please, don't make things any more difficult for us than they are. And I ask you to go easy at the bar.
I always go easy, but I also get it steady, too, old boy. I've got things to forget. I'm still a pretty good magician. Nothing in my hands. Right, my dear young lady?
Right.
With my sincere admiration for your loveliness, a bouquet of roses.
Oh, well, thank you.
That's very good, Mr. Geach. But to come back again to the mysterious they you're talking about.
Talking? Talk too much. I won't talk anymore.
Mr. Geach, I looked for you.
Oh, what has happened here?
Come in, Princess. We have company. Charming company. This is Princess Elsa. Mr. Valentine, Miss Brooks, very good friends of mine.
Hello.
Well, everything ready for the big moment tonight, Princess? The Deadly Avenger?
Yes, I'm very nervous, too. But this room, all the things on the floor.
I'm just a very untidy person, Princess. And a very tired one.
You will take care of yourself, won't you, Mr. Geach?
Yes, I will.
I think perhaps we must better leave. I want you to come and help me, Mr. Geach.
Well, it'll be my pleasure. And an honor. Excuse us, everybody.
Goodbye.
A whole hotel full of magicians, and she picks one who can hardly stand up straight. Why is he babbling of honor, and why does she insist on changing that confounded name for tonight, the Deadly Avenger? I tell you, Valentine, that...
Mr. Medford, where are you?
Oh, no. Mr. Plimmer. That's Langford Plimmer, our president.
Langford Plimmer. Sounds like something out of Dickens.
We're in here, Mr. Plimmer.
Mr. Medford, what is going on in this hotel?
Well, Mr. Plimmer...
I just walked into my room, and you'll never guess what I saw.
The room was turned upside down, but nothing was taken.
Why, George, darling, you're wonderful.
Well, Brooksy, we're rid of Medford for a while anyway.
He was beginning to give me the jitters with his fluttering around.
Let me see that list. Suite 618, Dennis the Amazing.
Joe the Great. Mo the Incomparable. Oh, so many modest people.
Just in the great tradition, Angel.
Anyway, that seemed to be as far as the mysterious prowler went. All the other rooms were undisturbed.
The rum pot of the convention, the chairman of the entertainment committee, and the president of this whole mystic crew. Now, why were those particular rooms gone over with a fine-tooth comb?
Room 624 around the corner. That's the one Princess Elsa has. Shall I check there?
Yeah, fine. I'll take Dennis the Amazing, and then we'll be through.
Check. I'll see you.
Okay.
Yes?
Mr. Dennis?
Yes, I'm Dennis.
Well, my name is George Valentine. I'm gathering some material for an article on the Magicians Club. And, I was wondering if I couldn't go inside with you and we might be able to discuss some
Stick
questions.
over, I'll bash your head in.
Look, friend, all I wanted to do
I
was...
told you to beat it, didn't I?
So you're looking for a game of ping pong, eh, Uncle Jim?
That's right.
Okay, I serve first.
I'll kill you.
What do I have to do to make you sit down? Ooh. Well, now I know. What was all that fireworks about? Just let me move you away from the door, Buster. Oh, no one here. Not a thing touched. I'd swear he was trying to tip off someone in here. So that's it. A cigarette, and still burning. A cigarette with lipstick on it.
So our friend Dennis the Bachelor had a visitor.
Yeah, and I have some sore knuckles to prove it. What about Princess Elsa?
Not in. But her door wasn't locked. I took the liberty of peeking.
Why, Percy?
The room apparently wasn't touched. George, I don't want you to think I'm one of those girls who doesn't catch on quick. But I don't catch on at all.
Oh, you and me both. I guess we'll just have to be a couple of curious guests at the banquet tonight. Cream turkey, peas, chocolate parfait.
I guess even magicians can't do anything to change a banquet menu.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please.
Here, the president.
I thank you. Fellow magicians, I want to welcome you to the final session of this highly successful convention. And I want to welcome you in the name of our honored profession, which is as old as man itself. And in the names of those immortal masters who during their lives have mystified and beguiled millions upon millions of people all over the world. Comus and Porini, Robert Houdin and Alexander Herman, Harry Keller, the great Thurston. This is a proud moment.
And the right moment for me to address the club.
Please, Mr.
On a matter of honor. We're all interested in honor.
Now, Mr. Geach, Charlie, just sit down like a good fellow.
Aren't we interested in honor?
There's a good fellow, Geach. You just sit right down.
Now we can go right on, everybody.
Now, as I was saying, this is a proud moment, ladies and gentlemen, because one of our members, a charming and talented young lady, is going to introduce a new illusion. And an illusion, my friends, is the proudest achievement of our craft. A triumph of perseverance and genius. Thurston sawing a girl in half. Keller's The Vanishing Horse.
Timmer's Fantasia.
Oh, thank you. Yes, and my own Fantasia, which has been the cornerstone of my career during the last 8 years. Well, anyway, here is Princess Elsa.
My dear colleagues, in a few seconds, this room will be darkened to allow me to make the final preparations. I shall then endeavor to make vanish from a platform 10 feet in the air A giant statue more than 8 feet tall. A statue which represents the conscience that is within all of us. The conscience that I have decided will give title to my illusion. The Deadly Avenger.
Well, that sounds like fun.
So, out with the lights.
Lights, please.
Thank you. And if I may have your complete silence. Music, please.
The Deadly Avenger.
The princess must be all right to try and stump the experts.
The Deadly Avenger. A matter of honor.
Darling, please stop mumbling. Oh, George!
Geach! Charlie! Geach!
He slumped from his chair right at my feet.
Please, everybody, don't crowd around.
He just Oh, George. Oh, I'm beginning to feel so slightly feminine.
Yeah, but see, whoever decided he had to shut up Charlie Geach with that letter open took no chances. No chances at all. Charlie is dead.
In just a moment, we'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Did you know that the gasoline in your car performs differently depending on the temperature, the humidity, and the altitude? Did you also know that you can buy a gasoline that is designed for winter driving? One of Chevron Supreme's all 8 high-performance qualities is area blending, which means that Chevron Supreme is specially blended for every climate and area. The Chevron Supreme you buy in Los Angeles, for instance, is refined differently from that which you buy in the Salt Lake area or San Francisco Bay region. For Chevron Supreme gasoline is always right for the kind of driving you do, where you do it. And that's just one of the all 8 necessary high-performance qualities in every gallon. In addition, you get mileage, power, anti-knock, vapor lock prevention, starting, warm-up, and acceleration. So for top all-round driving pleasure, wherever you drive in the West, just remember to fill her up with the gasoline that gives you all 8 Chevron Supreme gasoline at standard stations or independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. A convention of famous magicians and a thrilling climax to top it off. Yes, you're invited to the promised debut of a new illusion to be called the Deadly Avenger. But then, in the darkness, a woman screams in horror, and Charlie Geach, a little man who kept mumbling about a manner of honor, is found dead, murdered. If your name is George Valentine, you call Lieutenant Johnson of homicide, but you go to work even before he arrives.
Tell me something, Medford.
Yeah?
What do you know about Geach's background? He seems to be a kind of big question mark as far as everyone's concerned.
Well, he dropped out of the club for many years. As I remember, when the war broke out, he was working in Europe someplace. Wasn't that it, Plimmer, around the same time you were?
Oh, yes, I believe so.
Yes, well, he came back only recently, a completely changed man. I'm afraid he's been drinking pretty heavily all through the last few days, so I don't suppose anyone has been able to find out too much about him.
Princess Elsa seems to have been pretty friendly with him. She's out there now, just sitting and staring into space with the deadest, most frightened look in her eyes. George, is there anything we can do now?
No. Just keep adding a matter of honor plus how did the killer work in split seconds in complete darkness? And see if it equals the Deadly Avenger.
Valentine, I envy you. On the color of a sham.
Okay, Johnson, hurry up. Let's have the punchline.
All I ever get to do is walk in on murders, cut people down from chandeliers, hang around the morgue. Dull, routine stuff.
Oh, Johnson, you know you love every minute of it.
No one ever asked me to come down and see a whole slew of magicians do all sorts of things, including homicide.
Now, Johnson, will you stop being cute and tell me what kind of tattoo the doc found on Keith's arm?
That makes about as little sense as anything in this cockeyed case. 81-42-W.
That's all?
Yeah, that's all, Miss Brooks.
Uh-huh.
Now, about these rooms being broken into. Sergeant, I told you I didn't want to be disturbed. Oh, it's you, Medford. Be with you in a minute.
I must see you, Lieutenant.
In a minute. As I was saying, Valentine, those ramsacked rooms.
But that's why I'm here. I know what was stolen.
You know?
Yes.
Well, why didn't you say so?
What are you talking about, Medford?
Well, Valentine, it's what you said before. How could the killer work so quickly in the dark in a matter of seconds?
Well?
He could if he knew the seating plan. Memorized in advance where Geach would be sitting.
You mean someone stole such a seating plan?
From you?
Not the original. But I remembered I left the carbon up in my room, and that's where I was now, and it's missing. Must have been missing ever since this afternoon.
Oh, now you tell us about a seating plan.
They never occurred to
Oh,
me.
this is a great help. Now we know that someone in this whole mob of magicians stole the seating plans. But who?
My name is Elsa, Princess Elsa. I was born in Austria, but I am an American citizen.
You said that before.
I don't know who killed Mr. Geach. I never met him until a few days ago. That's all I know.
But after
That's all I know. Please, please believe me.
Mr. Medford isn't here, Mr. Valentine.
I know. That's why I came up.
Really? Well, I hope you'll pardon the negligee. I wasn't expecting company.
Oh, it's nothing at all. I mean, practically. Well, you made quite an impression on me, Mrs. Medford.
Arlene.
Arlene? Oh, your cigarette.
Oh, ashtray's right there.
Oh, here we are. Uh-huh. Thank you very much. Same cigarette, same lipstick.
What are you doing?
Comparing it with the cigarette I found in Dennis's room.
Give it back to me, you...
But I'll make you a little promise. I'll keep this a secret just between us as long as I can.
George.
Yeah, Brooksy? Any luck?
I think real luck.
Where's this Dennis?
He should be up in his room by now. I think he'll just about make it.
You didn't have to encourage him to drink up the whole bar?
He kept telling me how beautiful I was and punctuating it with old fashions. But he kept talking about a matter of honor, too.
Yeah? What'd he say?
That Charlie Geach was his oldest friend and he wasn't going to fail him.
Uh-huh.
That Charlie Geach gave him all the proof he needs. And he has it right on him. Tomorrow he would attend to it himself.
You don't know what it is. You didn't get a look at it, huh?
He said he would discuss the matter with me if I went in for a nightcap.
Uh-huh.
I thought it would be better if we joined him for a nightcap. Don't you, darling?
Dennis is dead.
Another letter opener, just like before.
With all his pockets turned inside out like that, there's no use looking for any proof he might have had. Oh, well, let's get that out of here, Brooksy. There's somebody else I want to have see this. We hated to do this, Elsa, but you left us no choice. We had to show you what we're up against.
Yes, Princess.
I was afraid to say anything, Lieutenant Johnson. I saw Mr. Geach killed, and I was afraid.
When did you meet this Mr. Geach?
Only a few days ago, that's the truth. He told me that he was a good friend of my father. Studied with him in Europe.
Was your father also a magician, Elsa?
One of the finest. He called himself Professor Heinrich. He died in a Nazi concentration camp almost 10 years ago.
Uh-huh.
when Mr. Geach saw me, he kept asking me all sorts of questions about my work, my lack of fame and fortune. He seemed puzzled and angry. He talked to Dennis, who was his only friend at a convention here, and then he asked me to change the name of my illusion to the Deadly Avenger.
Mr. Geach was the one who asked you to do that?
Yes, but I knew he was a friend. I felt it. He wanted to do something for me. And he was murdered. And now Dennis wanted to help me, and he's dead, too.
Elsa, your father was mostly a teacher, a magician's magician.
Yes.
An inventor of illusions, huh?
Yes.
All right. Let's talk some more about your father. I hate to bother you at this time of the night, Mr. Plimmer, but I have to clear up a point.
Oh, it's quite all right. Excuse my shaving. I always do it at night. A habit of years. Then you get a good early start in the morning.
Yeah, that's right. The convention is over, isn't it?
Yes.
And all magicians go back to their jobs of mystifying and beguiling people. Isn't that the way you put it?
Oh, I'm afraid I am a little pompous when it comes to magic, young man.
Nothing wrong with being enthusiastic about your work. Oh, here, you're getting your fancy bathrobe wet.
Oh, clumsy.
Mr. Plimmer, what do you know about a magician named Professor Heinrich?
Oh, he's a fine man. Fine magician. Austrian, I believe.
Well, not a showman, I understand, as much as an inventor. Almost a genius.
Yes. Oh, yes, he is.
He was. He died in a German concentration camp years ago.
Professor Heinrich? Dead? Are you sure, Valentine? Of course, I lost track of him, but I never thought...
He was famous for creating those things you call illusions, wasn't he?
Well,
and many people in the magic business studied with him before the war, including you.
Well, yes, but a long, long time ago, long before the war.
Mr. Plimmer, I'm going to ask you a question, and I want you to tell me the truth, no matter whom it hurts. Stealing an illusion from another magician would certainly be considered a breach of honor, wouldn't it?
Stealing?
I've done some checking around, Mr. Plimmer. You've never invented anything before Plimmer's Fantasia or since, have you?
Well, no.
Professor Heinrich worked with many young men. He loved to encourage them. Now, one of those young men stole his greatest illusion, and after the professor died, he kept it for himself, instead of giving it to the professor's daughter, Elsa.
Now, please, Mr. Valentine, you don't understand.
That's the matter of honor that Charlie Geach was talking about. That he was going to expose before he was killed.
I didn't steal the illusion.
That would be kind of difficult to prove with Professor Heinrich
But
dead.
I bought it from the real thief.
From whom? Remember, there have been 2 murders.
But you can't understand why I did it. With it, Valentine, I could have power, fame. When I got it, I felt like a kid with a chemistry set who suddenly found out he discovered the atom bomb.
Who sold you Professor Heinrich's illusion?
Yes. Medford, Robert Medford. And I don't know how he got hold of it. I think in his youth he was in Europe, too. But you see, he had to kill Geach. And then he was glad to kill Dennis, because he found out that Mrs.
Nice try, Plimmer, nice try, but it won't work. You're the thief and the murderer.
What?
I had to play on your fear to get a confession that you didn't invent Plimmer's Fantasia. But it never could be Medford. He'd rather sell his right arm than miss a chance of being a magician. Even being chairman of the entertainment committee is a big deal for him.
Man, you're wrong. You're wrong.
Besides, Medford already had the seating plan, so he wouldn't have to search for one. But you needed it, and couldn't just ask for it.
But proof? You had no proof.
Your room was ransacked. Why? There's only one possible reason. You had to try and cover up your tracks.
No.
You thought Geach would keep whatever evidence he had in his room. But he'd already given it to Dennis. So you had to kill Dennis, too.
You'll never even connect me with Professor Heinrich.
I was wondering why you're getting your fancy satin robe all wet. You, a methodical, careful little man. Why don't you take it off while you're shaving?
Stay away from me.
Yes. Because you were studying with Professor Heinrich and Geach just before the war. And you ended up in the same concentration camp, see? 8142W.
You'll never live to tell that to anybody else.
Now, wait a minute, you put that razor down.
Cut my way right through you. You never could shave like this before.
You never got anything like this before. And I'll take this before you hurt yourself. Well, no use lying in the bathtub without water. Okay, Plimmer, keep cool while I polish off the rough edges of this matter of honor.
Over a year ago, on this same program, we announced new RPM motor oil, the oil for which we promised doubles engine life, the time between major overhauls due to lubrication. Now, users confirm that fact. One cab company, operating in the tough grind all cabs go through, found new RPM added 100% to engine life. Get new RPM motor oil at any independent Chevron gas station or standard station where they say and mean, we take better care of your car.
I'll never be able to get poor Mr. Geach and Dennis out of my nightmares.
You will, Elsa. Time is the greatest magician of all. Look at the changes it can make in all of us.
See you later. Goodbye, Elsa.
Goodbye.
I hope she never does forget what those two men did for her. I know she won't, and I'm glad.
Brooksy, you're a dyed-in-the-wool sentimentalist. I bet you still have your first doll and your first dance program stashed away somewhere.
Yes, along with some other sentimental relics I've collected since I met you.
Oh? For instance?
Oh, for instance, a blackjack, an old faded poison pen letter, and one sawed-off shotgun.
Touche, Angel, touche.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It was written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Kenneth Webb. Ted Christie was heard as Lieutenant Johnson, Ted Osborne as Medford, Larry Dobkin as Plimmer, George Neese as Geach, Gladys Holland as the Princess, and Lee Patrick as Arlene. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. Let George Do It is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you've got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California invites you to Let George Do It. In just a moment, we'll begin tonight's adventure of George Valentine. If you're a regular listener, you know that new RPM motor oil doubles engine life, the time between major overhauls due to lubrication. Now, actual case histories prove this fact. Even a cab company operating in the tough grind all cabs go through found new RPM reduced engine wear 71%. So for top protection, get new RPM motor oil for your car at any standard station or independent Chevron gas station where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now, tonight's story, Surprise, Surprise, another adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, surprise, surprise. Come to me and you're in for a lovely surprise. If you receive this note from a member of your family, your uncle, you'd probably look forward to the surprise. To me, these words are frightening. They make me shudder. And yet I have to find out what's behind them. So you must help me. You must come along with me. Please, please do not fail me. Sincerely, Lenore Matson.
So your uncle's a bad boy and a practical joker from way back. There are many like him.
That's right, Lenore. You may want to strangle some of them, but they're usually pretty harmless.
Uncle Glenn's always been vicious, cruel. The family hasn't seen him in years.
Family?
Yes, my mother, before she died. She was his only sister. But I think Uncle Glenn's always hated her. I understand he hasn't seen his brother, Uncle Jason, for years either.
He's a nice, friendly chap.
Uncle Glenn's made a lot of money, but he's never offered any of us a cent. We needed it when Dad was killed in an accident. Now he has a lovely surprise for me. I can imagine.
Well, he might feel sorry for what he's done, and being older and maybe a little wiser, he might want to make up.
The age of miracles is over, Mr. Valentine.
How long ago did you get this message?
Oh, a week. I don't even know where he got my address. I couldn't make up my mind what to do.
Did you get in touch with your other uncle, Uncle Jason?
I don't even know where he's been for the last few years. Oh, we're a fine, close family, we are.
Uh-huh. Well, just what did you have in mind for me to do, Lenore?
Well, I thought you and Miss Brooks might come with me as my friends. It's not too far from here. Point Summit, a few hours away.
Well, it seems a little silly.
I assure you of one thing, Mr. Valentine. Nothing Uncle Glenn has ever done has been trivial or silly. Mean and vicious, yes, but nothing small. Miss Brooks, you can understand how one can feel things without any real reason.
Oh, I've overworked my feminine intuition many a time. Usually not too successfully. Still, George, we might try.
Okay. I'll let you in on a little secret. I haven't been able to resist a surprise ever since I was 5.
What?
Yeah. And you know, the first jack in the box I ever saw, it hit me square in the nose.
Mr. Jester sure has an impressive-looking house.
Brooksy, anything this size has earned the name mansion. Whatever your Uncle Glenn has made his money in, Lenore, he's made lots of it.
I don't see any lights.
George?
Yeah, he's in the garden there somewhere.
Oh, it's such a sad sound.
Wonder if anybody's at home.
Down the street, see? There's a man out on the porch. He might know.
Oh, yeah. Dog probably just can't get out because of the high fence.
Uncle Glenn wrote that he's always home. I should come any time for my lovely surprise.
Well, we'll find out.
Oh, excuse me, sir.
Huh? What's that?
Oh, Mr. Juster over there. Do you happen to know if he's away for any length of time? Dog is howling, and we thought
That's Biff. With Juster all the time. Real love.
Well, there are no lights, so,
The lights in the back. Gotta be. In the bedroom.
What do you mean, gotta be?
Mr. Juster's just got to be home, young man. He had an awful accident 2 days ago.
What?
Got his car smacked up. He's expected to pass away any hour.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's horrible.
Yeah. Surprise, surprise.
That dog. And a casket in the library.
Mr. Juster had us order it yesterday. Said it was a dying man's whim. I realize how you feel, Miss Matson, but you and your friend simply can't see Mr. Juster right now.
But I must see him.
Dr. Hammer is with him. Mr. Juster regains consciousness once in a while, and when he does, Dr. Hammer will let you go in.
Tell me, Miss Schlegel, this unfortunate accident, just what was it?
It's a miracle of sorts that Mr. Juster's still holding on. There was a lot of fog on Thursday night, a bad turn. The car turned over and over several times.
Oh, how awful.
He was driving all alone, so there was nobody to help him until motorists passed by and saw him. Wait, I'll shut the door to the garden. The poor animal seems to feel that something is wrong with its master.
Well, isn't anybody else here at the house? Doesn't Mr. Juster have any other friends?
I hate to say this, but I'm not a hypocrite, and
Yes?
Mr. Juster is, well, a rather difficult man. I've been his secretary and sort of housekeeper for several years.
Frankly, I wouldn't have stayed a week if he didn't pay me very well, and if I didn't need the money. Doesn't the doctor hold out any hope for Uncle Glenn? I'm afraid not. And Dr. Hammer is as close to a friend as Mr. Juster has made here in Point Summit.
Lenore, I guess all we can do is wait.
As you can see, this is a big house. I'll show you all to your rooms. This may take hours.
Before we go in there, Miss Matson, I just want to warn you that your uncle is very weak.
Yes, Dr. Hammer.
Oh, Miss Brooks and I'll wait for you out here.
No, Mr. Valentine. You and your friend, please come in, too.
What?
It would be a favor to a dying man.
What do you mean?
Miss Slager's in there already. It seems Mr. Juster has... Well, he's never made out a will, and he would like to dictate one.
Oh, but we
Quite a sizable fortune is involved. I think it would be best to have as many disinterested witnesses as we can.
Oh, I see.
Frankly, Miss Matson, I wasn't aware of the fact that Mr. Juster had any family at all. He never mentioned a brother or a niece, and I was with Mr. Juster a great deal of the time. I'm not a practicing physician now.
But you say he was glad now? When you mentioned to him that I was here?
Yes, he was. And it's a great blessing that you've come now, while you can still bring him a little comfort. We go right through here.
He's closed his eyes again, Doctor.
Uncle Glenn?
Come here, my dear, where he can see you when he opens his eyes.
Oh, he looks so tired. I remember him when I was a young girl.
He asked me to get my notebook, Doctor.
Yes, I know. Glenn? Glenn, she's here. Your niece.
Oh, hello, Lenore.
Oh, Uncle.
Let's have no fake emotions. I mean nothing to you.
But
I don't know how you happen to be here.
But you wrote to me and...
What? What did
Doctor.
That's the way it is.
Will. The will.
Yes, Glenn, we're ready.
Been mean. And not sorry. But want to make up a little. Julia.
Yes, Mr. Juster.
These people.
George Valentine.
I'm Claire Brooks.
Friends of your niece's, Glenn.
Oh. I can't.
No, don't try to sit up. Just tell us what you want.
To you, Lenore, I want to leave $5,000. I never knew you, really. But I've hurt you less than the others. So you get the smallest share.
I didn't expect anything, Uncle.
Have you got that, Julia?
Yes, Mr. Juster.
The rest of my estate I want to divide between the people I have hurt. You, Fred. I want to leave you $25,000.
That's very generous of you, Glenn.
The same amount to you, Julie.
Yes, Mr. Juster.
And my brother, Jason, whom I hurt most of all. Have him located, and let him have the rest of my money, and this house with all that's in it, and everything in my safe deposit box.
What?
Any objections, Doctor?
But...
Am I going too fast for you, Julia?
No, sir.
I'll buy my way into heaven. Sign. I want to sign.
Mr. Valentine, please help me with it.
Sure.
Heaven.
Here.
Can't.
Just lay down, Glenn. It's all right. These people will sign as witnesses, and it'll be all right. Just as good.
That's right, Mr. Juster.
Just let him alone. Please.
Please.
Heaven, let them sign. And then when I go, don't prolong the farce, Fred.
Mr. Valentine, Miss Brooks.
Yes.
Yes, certainly.
There. Thank you. Tired. So very tired.
I think all of you would better wait outside.
Yeah,
of course. Casket. My beautiful casket. Joke. Life is a big joke. Big joke. With me.
Poor lonely man.
Just laugh in it.
That's about all we can do. Well, I'll fix some coffee.
Thanks. Good idea.
I suppose you'll want to stay till the end, Miss Matson.
Oh, yes, of course. You will stay, too. Please, Mr. Valentine. Please.
Yeah. Yeah, Lenore. We'll stay. Brooksy, you aren't asleep yet, are you?
No, George, wait a minute. What's the matter, darling?
Everybody seems to be retired.
Well?
Even Dr. Hammer. I saw him walk down the hall into his room.
Well, he can leave Mr. Jester for a while, I guess.
Maybe. But something bothers me about this whole setup.
What are you talking about?
I'll be darned if I really know.
You know, it's a shame, but Lenore should get to know her uncle when it's too late.
Yeah. Come on.
Where?
I want you to be sort of lookout.
Look out.
Outside Mr. Jester's room. I'd like to talk to him for a moment if I have the chance.
Oh, stop being so mysterious.
Well, it's just a hunch. But I can't help feeling that Jester didn't know about any note to Lenore. Any note that asked her to come out for a surprise.
George, he's a dying man. He just didn't remember.
Maybe.
Besides, what can be wrong?
I told you, I don't know.
Ooh, that dog gives me the willies.
Man's best friend. There's something very touching about such loyalty.
It's that door over there, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
Well, I'll wait for you out here. I don't know what you're going to say to Mr. Jester, even if he's able to hear you.
I'll think of something.
If I hear anybody, even starting down the stairs, I'll cough. Nice and loud.
Okay, good. What the?
What's the matter, George?
You don't have to whisper, Angel. There's nobody in Mr. Jester's room. The dying man has disappeared.
In just a moment, we'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. At a party the other evening, someone asked a friend of mine why he bought a particular brand of gasoline. My friend didn't have any real reasons to offer, and it started me thinking that maybe there are other motorists like him. The facts are, there are plenty of good reasons for buying Chevron Supreme gasoline. To begin with, it's a balanced gasoline that combines all 8 high-performance qualities. After all, a gasoline can be made to stress one performance feature at the expense of others. However, Chevron Supreme gives you not 1, not 2, but all 8 qualities in the correct balance for all-around top performance. Power, mileage, starting, warm-up, acceleration, anti-knock, vapor lock prevention, and area blending. And for the kind of driving you do, your engine needs each and every one of these qualities. You'll feel the difference from the very first tankful of Chevron Supreme. So shift to the gas with all 8 for top performance all around. Drive in soon and fill your tank with all 8 qualities you get in every gallon of Chevron Supreme gasoline at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Surprise, a lovely surprise. That's what a badly upset young girl keeps babbling to you because that's what her uncle has promised her. An uncle who has never done anything good for her in his entire life. Well, you go with her to the uncle, Glenn Juster, only to find him, surprise, on his deathbed. And, surprise, a changed man of goodwill who has made out a very generous will. And surprise again, missing from his deathbed right after that. Even if your name is George Valentine, you find that a few surprises too many.
I want to talk to the good doctor.
You bet.
No time for ceremony.
Not here. Julia Slager's room is down here.
Yeah.
Wait. No need to bother opening that door. It's open.
And she's gone.
Lenore's among the absent, too.
Uh-huh.
Somehow I expected that. I guess even surprise is coming through.
Hey, wait.
Yeah, what is it?
Down there, the other wing. I see lights.
That's right. The living room and library, they're this way.
Yeah.
George, listen.
Hey, come on. Well, surprise. No, I won't say it.
All who are missing shall be found.
Come in, please.
Oh, the coffin.
Mr. Juster has passed away.
Oh,
we're sorry.
Dr. Hammer just called me.
As you may have gathered, Mr. Juster always wanted things carried out in a certain way, even things like this. So, why not? I've called the funeral parlor in the city. They'll be here in the morning.
The mystery's been solved.
Did you say something, Miss Brooks?
Oh, nothing important.
Well, I don't suppose there's anything else any of us can do until the morning.
I don't mind staying up with you all night, George, but I don't even know what you're trying to think through.
Any more cigarettes, Angel?
Well, here, take mine. That's the last. I'll tell you one thing. I'll be glad to get out of here in the morning.
Yeah. Lenore can come down here for the funeral later.
Yes.
I don't know what smells phony about this whole case, but something sure does.
Maybe you're just being stubborn, darling.
Maybe. Oh, good. Here it is. Hello? Yeah. Sheriff's office, yeah. Yeah, I'm waiting. Uh-huh, I see. No question about the accident. Nothing wrong with the car mechanically. Bad turn. No, nothing particular, mind. Yeah, thanks a lot.
I told you were grabbing at straws, darling, checking up on the accident.
I guess you're right. But something else bothered me about that call.
What do you mean?
Somebody was very sure not to miss a word of the conversation. I heard a click.
Eavesdropper.
It's no longer a secret that I'm more than just a casual friend of Miss Matson's.
All right, so what? There's still nothing you can look for, George. There's nothing to hang the slightest suspicion on.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I'll turn in and let you get a few hours rest. Maybe this comes under the head of snooping. But I'm sure the late Mr. Juster wouldn't mind. Now, what do we hear? Active Investigations Incorporated. Dear Mr. Juster, we are happy to report that our operatives have been successful in completing your assignment by locating your niece, Miss Lenore Matson. Her residence is 2463 Ridgeway Avenue.
Get away from me! Get away from me!
Something is breaking at last. Dead. The dog is dead.
He jumped at me. Like a mad dog, he jumped at me. I had to do it.
All right, Dr. Hammer, please calm down. Uncle Glenn and the only living thing he really loved.
Yes, it's been quite a night.
I'm sorry, so sorry. I only meant to drive him off. I grabbed the nearest thing to me, the shovel.
Tell me, Doctor, what were you doing out in the garden at this hour of the night?
What? Oh, I reminded myself that I left something in my car, the blanks for death certificates. I wanted to have it ready where I could fill it out. I couldn't sleep very well anyway.
I make a motion we all go inside before we catch our deaths of cold.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea.
Take Lenore in, will you, Angel? And make a pot of coffee for everybody, too.
I sure will. Come on, then.
Tomorrow I'll bury the poor creature somewhere here in the garden. Glenn would want it that way.
Glenn. The man left us some money, all right. I'm grateful. And I know we should speak kindly of the dead, but I can't be that two-faced.
Why, Julia.
Oh, look, Dr. Hammer. There's some scratches on your hand. Yeah. You better go inside, put something on it.
Yes, Julie. Maybe I should. Coming in, Valentine?
In a few minutes. I'd like to have a few words with Julia, if I may.
Why, certainly.
Well, I'll see you later.
Yeah. Julia, you seem to be a sensible, practical gal, and I need help.
Help? What kind of help?
Oh, well, I'm afraid I've been masquerading in this house under, well, let's say, slightly false pretenses.
What?
I'm not just a friend of Lenore Manson's. She hired me as a sort of private investigator because she feared what her uncle might consider a surprise.
I knew as much.
You did?
Yes, I listened in on your conversation with the sheriff's office.
You did?
I'm a snoop at heart, Mr. Valentine. Still, for the life of me, I can't imagine why you think there's anything wrong about what happened here tonight.
Well, a few questions in my mind don't seem to have answers.
You think I have them?
Maybe.
All right.
All right. I realize that Mr. Juster was pretty far gone tonight. But still, I can't quite make myself believe he couldn't summon enough strength to sign his signature to that will.
Well, he tried. I saw him try, really try. But what difference does anything like that make anyway? The will is just as valid without his signature, as long as we had two reliable witnesses like you and Miss Brooks.
Well, I told you I just had some questions. The answers aren't anywhere as clear.
I think you're trying a little too hard, Mr. Valentine. I honestly do.
The dog. The poor murdered dog.
Oh, surely the doctor had the right to defend himself.
The snoopy neighbor down the road said the dog was always with Mr. Juster. Always.
Well...
The door to the house was open. The dog wasn't chained. Why wasn't Biff with Mr. Juster? Why didn't Mr. Juster ask for it?
The thought never occurred to me.
And more interesting, why did the devoted dog stay in the garden all the time? Never moved out of the garden.
Mr. Valentine, your flashlight, my eyes, it bothers me.
Oh, sorry. You like the darkness better?
Much better.
Uh-huh. Could it be that the dog was already near its master because he was buried somewhere here in the garden? Dead for a day or two as a result of a perfectly legitimate automobile accident?
You're crazy.
Could it be that the man upstairs wasn't Glenn Juster at all, but an imposter?
No, I know you're crazy.
The only man who could look enough like him to his niece who hasn't seen him in years? His brother, Jason?
Mr. Valentine, people tell me I'm an attractive woman. I'm going to be a very rich woman. I could be very grateful. Very.
You could?
I could make a deal. Any kind of a deal.
Like the deal you made with Jason? He's in that nice, expensive coffin now, remember? No, I'm afraid I'm not interested, Julia.
You fool! Fool!
You don't need any more partners, Julia.
What?
I wouldn't move an inch if I were you, young man. I wouldn't like to use this gun, but I will if I have to.
Fred, he knows.
So I heard.
I really did have only a bunch of questions with no answers until you killed that dog, Doctor. Killed it deliberately in cold blood.
Keep your voice down and stand still.
After Julia eavesdropped on the phone, you knew I'd be snooping around. And you had to have a legitimate excuse for some newly dug earth in the garden.
Make him stop talking, Fred.
There's where Glenn Juster is buried now, isn't it?
Please make him stop, Fred.
That's where you'll put his brother Jason's body instead when you're ready to send the coffin to the mortuary with Glenn Juster in it.
Shut up. When Glenn died, we found out he didn't leave us a cent. Not me and not Julie. After all, we had to take from him, too. He loved his ironic joke, so we got in touch with his brother. A detective agency had already located him for Glenn.
Stop it. Why are you telling him all this? Stop it.
Why? He has to die anyway. Let him have some of those precious answers.
But Jason saw the wonderful opportunity. And he really made the most of it, didn't he? Took the lion's share for himself in the will. So you killed him.
With him never found, we'll strip the house and the deposit box of everything.
The perfect crime. Because the body in the coffin will be that of Glenn Juster, who died a perfectly innocent death.
And we have a perfectly legal will.
While Jason's body will lie under that of the dog in the garden.
There'll be two bodies in that grave, Valentine. Start walking.
Now you listen, Hammer.
I said start walking.
But first I need some light, don't I? Full in your eyes, Buster.
Julia, where is he? I can't see.
Here I am, Buster. This gun is safer with me.
I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
You're going to help me find another surprise for my client.
Comes the weekend, and many motorists will pack their cars and head for fun in the snow country. But believe me, it's no fun when roads are slippery and cold weather freezes up your radiator. For safety's sake, be sure you get cold weather protection, antifreeze in your radiator, and tire change, too, before you take a trip into the snow. Get cold weather protective service at independent Chevron gas stations or standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car.
So Uncle Glenn did have a surprise for me. A lovely surprise.
Yeah, the real will of Glenn Juster, leaving practically all of his money to the only innocent victim of his foul nature.
What does that business of the signature mean, George? The act Jason put on about not being able to sign his name.
Well, that was the last piece of protection they gave themselves, Angel. Nobody would question the will because we could all testify that we saw Glenn Juster dictate it. But a signature, well, that's something they couldn't duplicate. With us as witnesses, they didn't need it.
It's funny. I always thought of Uncle Jason as the poor, imposed upon man. And Uncle Glenn is the greatest villain that was ever born.
Now, strangely enough, they've almost reversed themselves.
Yes.
Glenn Juster promised you a surprise. He didn't realize how much of a surprise it was going to be.
George?
Easy, Brooksy. It's just some neighbor's dog. Let's get out of here.
Tonight's adventure, George Valentine, has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It was written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Kenneth Webb. Virginia Eiler was heard as Lenore, Griff Barnett as Hammer, Lee Patrick as Julia, Fred Howard as Juster, and Earl Keane as Biff. The music was composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter, your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. Let George Do It is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Stranger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you've got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full detail.
Standard Oil Company of California invites you to Let George Do It. In just a moment, we'll begin tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Right now, let's talk about a spring tonic for that car of yours. Heavy-duty RPM motor oil, the oil that we said would double engine life between major overhauls due to lubrication. Heavy-duty RPM was developed through a series of grueling laboratory and road tests, which even utilized atomic energy. Now, here's added evidence of heavy-duty RPM's superiority. A cab company, operating in the tough grind all cabs go through, found heavy-duty RPM actually reduced engine wear 71%, more than doubling engine life. So why take chances with your car when you can get the protection of heavy-duty RPM motor oil at any independent Chevron gas station or standard station where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. The Greystone Ghost, another adventure of George Valentine.
Oh, who's that? What is it? I'll be right. Oh, no. No, Garrett, it isn't you out there. It can't be. You're dead. I must be breathing, Garrett. I must be. I'll open the window. Where are you, Garrett? You were there just a moment ago, but you weren't there, were you? You're dead, aren't you, Garrett? You couldn't. You just couldn't.
George, this is the strangest letter I've ever read.
Well, sure, we get some strange ones. What's it say?
Dear Mr. Valentine, will you please be my guest at Greystone for a few days? I'm prepared to pay whatever you ask for your services. Your work will be to rid me of a ghost that I'm sure isn't a ghost at all.
Oh.
When you arrive, please call from the telephone at the gatekeeper's lodge, as you won't be able to get across the moat until I lower the drawbridge. Signed, Amanda Gray.
Hey, how about that? Down comes the drawbridge. Now, excites the imagination.
Personally, I think I can't see it.
Oh, you have no imagination. The bridge over the moat is down. We enter the palace.
It certainly looks like one.
Mr. Valentine?
Yes, Mrs. Gray. Coming right in.
George,
Okay, listen.
suppose she fills the bridge back up. How do we get out of here?
We'll face that problem when we come to it. Oh, Mrs. Gray, this is Miss Brooks, my assistant.
Oh, how do you do, my dear? I'm happy to have you both here. Yes, Dwight.
Amanda, I think we've finished all of our business for today, so... Oh, you have guests.
Yes, of course, Dwight. I want you to meet Mr. Valentine and Miss Brooks. Mr. Dwight Owen, my attorney.
How do you do?
How do you
Hello.
do? Pleasure.
He's come out to help me, Dwight. He's going to help find out about these things.
Oh, yes. Well, I certainly hope you can, Valentine. Amanda is pretty upset about the whole thing.
I hope I can too, Mr. Owen. I just don't happen to know what my job is yet.
Oh, well, of course you don't. If you'll excuse me. Goodbye, Amanda. I'll see you.
Yes, Dwight. Now, if you two step in a little farther. That's it. Come in the study, please. We can talk better there. I expect you think I'm completely crazy, don't you?
Why, no, Mrs.
I
Gray.
wouldn't blame you if you did. Woman living in a house with a moat around it in this day and age.
Well, there must be a reason for that.
Of course there is. Sit down, won't you?
Oh,
Thank
sure.
you. My husband was an architect. His name was Garrett Gray.
Oh, yes, I've heard of him.
He was an authority on old English architecture. He loved it. That's why he built this house. It was a showplace.
I can see that it was.
The bridge over the moat was seldom raised before his death. But since then, things have happened that made it quite necessary.
I see. Would you tell us exactly what has happened, Mrs. Gray?
Certainly. My husband died a month ago. Just 2 weeks ago, I was awakened to see his face in my bedroom window.
You did?
Of course I didn't. I told you my husband is dead. I saw him buried.
Well, then how do you account for the...
Seeing his face? It's quite simple. Some years ago, a sculptor friend of Garrett's did a bust of him.
Yes?
The next morning, after my apparition, I found the bust on the ground outside my bedroom window.
Oh, some practical joker, I suppose. They seldom have any regard for personal feelings.
I know, but my practical joker must have had extraordinary powers, Mr. Valentine. The house was completely locked. The bust was in this room.
Oh, I see. Well, who lives here besides yourself, Mrs. Gray?
Oh, just my niece and nephew, Ronald and Sylvia Gray. They're really my husband's niece and nephew. Of course, there's Stevens. He's the butler.
Mrs. Gray, is that when you began raising that bridge over the moat?
No. Not until after the second thing happened.
What was that?
A large portrait of my husband disappeared over the mantel in the living room one night. I searched everywhere for it.
Did you tell your niece and nephew about it?
Of course, and Stevens, too. They were all as amazed as I. The next day, it was in place again.
Yeah. Well, Mrs. Gray, I still think so.
Blood stains on it.
Oh. And there were no signs that any of your household had been hurt?
None at all.
Mm-hmm.
Well, one thing seems certain, Mrs. Gray. Somebody's trying to get you to move.
Oh, George, what was that?
I don't know. It sounded like an explosion of some kind. Stay here with Mrs. Gray, Brooksy. I want to see what this is all about. Hello.
Well, who are you and what do you want?
I just happen to be a guest of Mrs. Gray. Valentine's the name. I imagine you're Stevens.
Why, yes, sir.
Well, what happened back there?
I was just going to tell Mrs. Gray about it. There was an explosion in the kitchen.
Well, come on back. We'll have a look.
Yes, but I must tell Mrs. Gray.
She knows. Come on. Where's the kitchen?
Right through this door, sir.
Good. Oh, well, yeah. Messed up that corner pretty well, didn't it?
Yes, sir. I was in my room, the first one down the hall, and it practically threw me out of my chair.
Dynamite, I'd say, with the smell of it. And a burned-out fuse. The wire running right out here. Come on, Stevens. Let's follow this wire out the back door and see where it goes.
Very well. But I feel very uncomfortable about this whole business, sir. Things have been happening.
Well, that's why I'm here.
I think there is a ghost around here, Mr. Valentine.
I think there's a live ghost around here, Stevens. A pretty clever live ghost, too. Here, take a look at this.
What? Why, that is my alarm clock. It disappeared yesterday, very mysteriously,
And it's all rigged up to spark that fuse at exactly this hour. The job was a little amateurish, but it worked. Didn't it, Stevens?
Yes, sir. It did. But what I want to know is who could have done it.
That's what I want to know, too. So come on, let's find out.
You mean you have a way of knowing?
Not sure. I just don't like all these things happening to my friend, Mrs. Gray.
Well, naturally. Neither do I, sir.
All right, then do something for me.
What, sir?
Get the niece and nephew, Sylvia and Ronald, and come to the den with them as soon as possible. I'd like to have a little conference.
Aunt Amanda?
Yes, Sylvia.
Well, Stephen says there's a man here who wants to see us.
That's right, my dear. Come in.
All the three of us, Aunt Amanda?
Certainly. Mr. Valentine, this is my niece Sylvia, my nephew Ronald. And you've met Stephen.
Yes, that's right. How do you
do?
And Miss Brooks.
How do you do?
How do you do?
We're here as your aunt's guests, but we're also here to help her get rid of a live ghost.
Mr. Valentine, I don't like to say this, but isn't it possible that... Forgive me, Aunt Amanda. I don't want to hurt you.
That's all right, my dear. You mean that perhaps I've been imagining things.
That's possible, isn't it? I feel just as Sylvia does.
Neither one of you, or Stevens here, saw the face in the window, of course. But you knew about the portrait being missing.
I must make a confession about the portrait, Mr. Valentine.
Oh?
After Mrs. Gray told me about it, I made a thorough search of the house. I found it in a storeroom and put it back where it belonged.
With the bloodstains on it?
I expect I shall lose my position anyway, so I may as well say it. Did you notice the bandage on Mrs. Gray's finger?
Well, no, I guess I didn't. But we've got another thing to think about. Ronald, Sylvia, didn't you hear the explosion a few minutes ago?
Well, I didn't. I was asleep.
I heard it, of course. It sounded like a car backfiring to me.
Okay, then. Just want to ask you one thing. Don't you all think Mrs. Gray should move out of this house?
I do. If she doesn't, something really bad might happen to her.
Well, I don't. If somebody is trying to make her move for some reason, you can find out who it is. Can't you, Mr. Valentine?
Yes, Sylvia. I think he can.
How about you, Stevens?
I happen to have one theory, Mr. Valentine. I don't agree with what I'm sure you are thinking, if I may say so. I don't think this is an inside job.
Oh, you don't, huh?
And for one, I am happy to have you here. I just hope nothing bad happens to you, too.
Very nicely spoken, Stevens. All right, if you'll show Miss Brooks and me to our rooms, we'll freshen up for dinner. And tomorrow? Well, tomorrow we'll see what happens.
Who is it? Who's that? What do you want in my room? I can see you moving. I warn you, I have a gun. Go away or I'll shoot. Leave this room. Don't come any closer, I've killed it. Mr. Valentine! Mr. Valentine!
Gray, I heard a shot. What was it? What happened?
Mr. Valentine's in my room, on the floor. I think I killed somebody.
In just a moment, we'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Take that moment, if you will, to think back over the past year. How many times in the last 12 months have you had battery trouble? Did you know that American motorists have to call for emergency service because of battery failures more than 10 million times a year? Yet most of these failures need never happen. Don't wait for trouble to come to you. Have your battery checked. If it's just plain tired out, plan now to get a new Atlas heavy-duty battery. Atlas is the battery that's packed with power to give you good, fast starting and also supply power for your radio, heater, or other accessories. Remember that you're probably going to be doing a lot of driving during the warm weather ahead. That's one good reason for having the secure feeling of a rugged, dependable Atlas battery under the hood. Atlas batteries are backed by a written warranty that's honored by more than 38,000 Atlas dealers from coast to coast, and in Canada, too. So you know that no matter where you drive, your Atlas battery will be well taken care of. And if a replacement should be necessary, any one of those 38,000 dealers is authorized to honor your warranty. Yes, you can help to avoid being among those motorists who will have to call for battery service 10 million times this year. Just drive in soon and ask to see the new Atlas battery. Budget terms are available, and you can also use your Chevron National Credit Card to make your purchase at any independent Chevron gas station or standard station where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. You're sent for by the widow of a well-known architect to help her dispose of a ghost that isn't a ghost. You can see nothing supernatural in the face of the window, the disappearing portrait, or the crude bomb. Someone is obviously trying to frighten your client out of this strange house that is surrounded by a moat. If your name is George Valentine, you suspect that Amanda Gray has solved the case herself by shooting a nocturnal prowler in her room. And as you hurry with her along the hallway...
It was a figure, Mr. Valentine, all in white like a ghost. It opened the door and came into my room. I shot, and it fell on the floor.
All right, now, we'll find out. Down the hall here, Brooksy. This is your room, isn't it?
Yes.
Right, now, where's the light switch?
It's right here.
Good. Now, where did you see this? Oh.
But there was someone. I know it. Are you all right, Mrs. Gray? Yes, but...
Your ghost left its white sheet all right, Mrs. Gray. But I'm afraid your aim wasn't so good. He or she has climbed out of the shroud and left.
But I shot right at it and it fell on the floor.
Wait a minute. Let's see your gun.
Yes, it's here on my table.
Something sounds pretty phony about this. Yeah, here's the answer, all right. You're sure this gun was properly loaded, Mrs. Gray?
Oh, yes, the man loaded it for me in the store.
Uh-huh. Well, I'm afraid something has happened in the meantime.
George, what do you mean?
Mrs. Gray didn't kill anybody, Brooksy. She couldn't. Because this gun is loaded with blank cartridges.
With blanks? But that couldn't be, Mr. Valentine. I saw him put in the real bullet.
Oh, I'm sure he did. But someone else decided it would be safer this way.
Somebody in this house, George?
Well, it's pretty obvious. Anyone coming in from outside would have to swim across the moat. I don't see any signs of water around here. The sheet is perfectly dry.
Mrs. Gray, I heard a commotion. Is anything wrong?
Well, Stevens, you're quite well dressed for the middle of the night.
I came as quickly as I could, and if you're trying to accuse me of something...
Here comes Sylvia, George.
Yeah, gathering the clan. Just one more party to be heard from now.
Why, what's the matter? Why are you all here in Aunt Amanda's room?
Your aunt just shot a ghost, Sylvia.
She what?
Yeah. What's that you said, Valentine?
You heard me, Ronald. Pretty frightful experience for your aunt. For all of you, in fact. Imagine, a ghost in the house.
But that's nonsense. There's no such thing.
As a real live ghost? I think there is. I wonder if any of you would like to try on this sheet, just for size.
Oh, Mr. Valentine, I realize you're trying to help me, but now you're casting suspicions on Sylvia and Ronald and Stevens. They wouldn't do anything like this.
No, I suppose not. All right, we've had our little excitement for tonight. Suppose you all go back to your rooms, huh? I'd like to ask a few questions of Mrs. Gray.
What are you thinking, George?
Oh, I was just trying to go along with Stevens' theory for a moment. You know that this isn't an inside job, as he so quaintly puts it.
But that isn't possible, is it?
No, I don't know. Mrs. Gray, your husband left a will, I suppose.
Why, of course.
Well, then tell me, was there any provision that someone else would get the house if you moved out of it?
Oh, no, nothing like that. He left everything to me outright, just with a provision that I take care of his niece and nephew, see that they had a home.
Uh-huh. Well, that blasts another theory.
My husband left a holographic will, wrote it himself, you know. No one had ever seen it. It was sealed and in the safe at our attorney's.
But a holographic will isn't unusual, is it, George?
That part wasn't unusual, no. Just one paragraph in it. I've never found out what it meant.
Well, what was it?
It said something like, "My beloved Amanda, there is more fortune that I leave you. It is in Greystone, and you alone will know the key to finding it. Just remember how well we loved Pennsylvania, and remember my work. This treasure is for you and you only."
Well, what did it mean?
I haven't the least idea. I've never been able to figure it out.
May I see the will?
Well, certainly, but not tonight. Our attorney, Dwight Owen, you met him this afternoon. He has it.
I remember, yes. Well, tell me, how many people know about this?
Just the people to whom he left something. Sylvia and Ronald, Stevens, his secretary, Mr. Carver, and myself. Dwight had us all together when he read it.
The same people keep cropping up, don't they, George?
Yeah, with one exception. Well, what about the secretary Carver? Where is he now?
He's living in town. Works for another architect, I believe.
Uh-huh. Got his address?
Yes, I'll get it for you.
Good. And I'd like to see the exact wording of that clause in the will. Do you suppose you could have Mr. Owen bring it out here tomorrow morning?
Of course, but I think I quoted it almost word for word.
I'm sure you have. But sometimes just one little word makes a difference.
Very well. I'll call Dwight first thing in the morning.
Here, Angel, in the study.
Oh, George, something else has happened.
Yeah, what?
Mrs. Gray and I just went in the morning room together.
So?
And the place is a mess, darling. An old Hutch cabinet has just been pried apart. An early American chair. The cushion was ripped to bits.
Can it be, Mr. Valentine? I can't understand.
Well, I think I can, Mrs. Gray. It's probably our fault. Because we're here, I mean. Those early American pieces might be from Pennsylvania, I suppose.
I suppose so.
Well, at least it's a good try. They might be.
Well, what are you talking about, George?
Well, just that with us in the house to check up on what's going on, somebody's getting frantic to find the answer first.
Well, here's the will, Amanda, as you asked. I don't quite understand, though. We've been over it many times.
Yes, Dwight, I know. I wanted Mr. Valentine to see it.
Oh, that's it. Here you are, Valentine.
Okay, thanks. I suppose we could save a little time here. I'm just interested in one clause.
Oh, the Pennsylvania thing.
That's right.
So that's why you got these people out here, Matt.
No, Dwight. Actually, it isn't.
Let me show you. Let's see. It's, here we are. Right here.
Well, my beloved Amanda, there is more fortune that I leave you. It is in Greystone, and you alone will know the key to finding it. Just remember how well we love the state of Pennsylvania and what it symbolizes. And remember what I did about it in my work. This treasure is for you and you only.
Now, Valentine, I must tell you, and I hope you'll forgive me, Amanda, that Garrett Gray was a little eccentric about things.
And also a pretty good architect.
Oh, one of the best.
Uh-huh. By the way, Mr. Owen, did you know Mr. Gray's secretary, Carver, quite well?
Why, yes, he's a nice sort of fellow. Any reason for your asking that?
Oh, no, none at all. I'm just interested in everybody Mr. Gray mentioned in his will.
Yes, of course I see.
Mrs. Gray.
Yes, Mr. Valentine.
I'm going to look up Miss Brooks, and then would you mind lowering the bridge over the moat for us?
You're not going to be here for lunch. It's almost ready.
No, I'm sorry. I have some business of my own to take care of in town. We'll be back later, though.
I see. You'll stay, won't you, Dwight?
Oh, certainly, Amanda. I'd love to.
I hope you will come back, Mr. Valentine, in spite of everything that's happened.
Mrs. Gray, you don't have to worry about that. And when I get back, we'll have an answer to this thing.
George, I'm sure you know what you're doing.
I think so, Brooksy.
Well, I don't.
Well, you see, we're up against a paradox. Nobody inside Greystone seemed to be guilty of those stunts, and nobody from outside could get in.
That's a paradox, all right.
One fact or the other had to be wrong, and I figured it must be the second.
You mean that somebody could get in somewhere?
Sure. Then I remembered seeing a pile of planks outside the house on the far side of the moat.
The ones you looked at when you came out?
Yeah, that's right. That's when I knew I was right. After dark, it wouldn't be hard to throw one of those planks across the moat and get in the house.
You'd have a hard time proving that, wouldn't you?
I don't think so. One of the planks had quite a lot of dried blood on it. Somebody'd hurt himself on a rough edge.
So?
So, don't forget, there was also blood on that portrait that disappeared and then showed up again.
Oh, yes, that's right. Well, where are we going now?
Make a call in town. With just a little more evidence, we can tell Mrs. Gray who's trying to run her out of her house.
There doesn't seem to be anyone in the apartment, George.
Well, now, that's fine. Much easier to find what I'm looking for.
But suppose he comes in and finds us here. He could have us arrested.
Gotta take that chance, Angel. We're gonna like this thing. Yeah, that one's got it. Go on in, Angel. But stay right there by the door. Call out if anyone comes.
Yes, all right, darling. But please be careful.
No. Why would anybody be liable to... Well, let's try this. No soap there. Desk, maybe. Yeah. Yeah, I thought so.
Please hurry, George. I'm frightened.
Be right with you, Angel. I struck pay dirt.
You found something?
Sure, take a look at this.
Those are cartridges.
That's right. A box partly full of blanks, plus some real shells. Angel, it looks as though we have this deal pretty well pinned down.
Well, what's next? After we get out of this place, I mean.
A fast telephone call to our client, and then a little later we'll go back out to Greystone and start some fireworks. All right, Mrs. Gray, you've got everybody in the study there?
All except Mr. Carver. I called several numbers after I talked to you on the phone, but couldn't find him.
Oh, well, that's too bad. I'd like to have had him here. Well, let's get on with it anyway. Come on in, Brooksy.
Yes, I'm coming, George.
You really found something, Mr. Valentine.
I'm sure of it, Mrs. Gray. Well, hello there.
Yes, it's about time I should think.
Well, I wanted you all here so I could put your minds at rest about the strange happenings out here.
You mean you found out?
Yes, I believe we have, sir.
Well, then what is it? Come on, Valentine, tell us.
You sure you want me to, Owen?
I don't know what you mean.
You see, when we first met yesterday, I didn't notice that your left hand is bandaged. The one that you heard on those boards across the moat.
You're making an accusation.
That's right. It would have been the same night the portrait of Mr. Gray reappeared with blood on it.
Mr. Valentine, you can't be saying...
I'm afraid I am, Mrs. Gray. You see, Owen, I took the liberty of looking around your apartment this afternoon, and I came across these.
Oh, you meddling young fool.
They're bullets.
Bullets that were taken out of your aunt's gun. The rest are blanks, just like the ones that replaced them.
Dwight, I can't believe it. You, of all people.
I don't know what you can do to him, of course. Get him for prowling, I suppose. Maybe for trying to frighten you to death so he could have time to search the house for more treasure. Possibly we can have him disbarred. At least I'm sure he won't be your attorney any longer.
But, George, you still haven't found what's hidden here in the house.
Oh, we'll find it now, all right. Mrs. Gray, if you'll call in a couple of stonemasons as soon as possible, I think we can remove this temptation.
If you're missing something in driving pleasure, if a sputtering motor has you hugging the side of the road, here's a suggestion. Before you spend any money for engine repairs, try a tank full of Chevron Supreme, the balanced gasoline. Chevron Supreme gives you all 8 high-performance qualities. Quick starting, fast warm-up, smooth acceleration, vapor lock prevention, anti-knock, full power, economy mileage, and area blending. Get top all-around performances from your car. Drive in and fill her up with Chevron Supreme gasoline at any standard station or independent Chevron gas station where they say and mean, we take better care of your car.
George,
Yeah, Angel?
why are you having those men tear down that stone arch over the front door?
Yes, Mr. Valentine, I'm willing to do what you say.
Well, I finally figured out that clause in your husband's will, Mrs. Gray.
Oh?
The state of Pennsylvania and his work. Now, how did they fit together? Simple. His work was architecture. Pennsylvania is the Keystone State.
George, you figured that out.
And the Keystone is one of the important parts of architecture. There's only one in this house.
Why, I should have thought of that.
Probably Owen would have liked to also. Well, there, it looks like they've got into it. It was apparently hollow, all right.
Aunt Amanda.
Yes, Ronald, what is it?
That keystone was hollow, just as Valentine thought it would be.
But is there anything?
Of course, it's packed with currency. Big bills. Come on, come and see.
Yes, I'm coming, Ronald.
Well, Angel, I guess we've got rid of Mrs. Gray's ghost for her. Nothing more for him to look for.
George, do you know what I'd like?
No, what?
A house just like this one.
Oh?
With a moat around it. And you could hide something in the Keystone for me.
Oh, no, wait a minute, Angel. I'm still alive, you know.
Oh? Prove it.
Yeah. Come on, Brooksy, let's go eat.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It was written by Lloyd London and directed by Kenneth Webb. Gene Bates was heard as Amanda, Larry Dobkin as Owen, Carly Bear as Stevens, Jack Lloyd as Ronald, and Gene Tatum as Sylvia. The music was composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. Let George Do It is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Dangerous my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you've got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California invites you to Let George Do It. Before we begin tonight's adventure, here's a word about gasoline. If habit has you buying a gas that stresses one feature at the expense of others, shift to Chevron Supreme, the gasoline that's a correct balance of all 8 high-performance qualities. Quick starting, fast warm-up, smooth acceleration, economy mileage, full power, vapor lock prevention, anti-knock, and area blending. Try a tankful in your car of the gas with all 8. Fill up with Chevron Supreme gasoline at any standard station or independent Chevron gas station where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Transcribed. And now, tonight's story, The Forgotten Murder, a transcribed adventure of George Valentine.
George Valentine, Esquire. My dear sir, I would do you a great favor if you came for tea this afternoon at 3:30. I've been led to believe that you're the kind of man who would interest himself, for a stipend, of course, in problems such as mine. A murder which is not even considered as such. A murder which has
long since been forgotten by everyone except yours very truly, Miss Felicity Graham.
That's quite a letter. Equal parts of gentility and murder.
I had a maid Aunt once who used to write letters that sounded like this, even if she was only asking the milkman to leave an extra bottle of cream.
Here, let me see. 45 Barrington Terrace. I know that neighborhood. Ancestral brownstones, with every room like a set out of arsenic and old lace.
And every closet with a family skeleton. I know what you mean.
Well, Brooksy, I don't know about you, but I find myself rather impatient to have tea with anyone named Felicity.
Any more tea for anyone?
No, thanks.
Please excuse us, Paul. I'd like to speak to Miss Brooks and Mr. Valentine in private.
I thought you trusted me completely, Felicity. With everything.
Please, Paul. You've been so sweet and patient all these years. Bear with me a little longer.
But I don't think Oh, whatever you say, whatever you wish.
My best friend. My only faithful suitor.
Your letter referred to a murder, Miss Graham.
Yes. A murder which took place some 15 years ago. Until it's solved, I'm afraid I can't find any peace and happiness in my own life.
Miss Graham, I think you'd better give Mr. Valentine all the facts from the beginning.
Well, there was only one person who was close to me in the whole world. My cousin Laura. We became orphans about the same time, and for years we were inseparable. And then she got married, and the scoundrel murdered her, and he's off somewhere grinning about it right now.
Well, Miss Graham, if what you say is true, this sounds like a case for the police.
Oh, the police. They consider me their personal cross to bear. They've been listening to my story for the past 15 years. The kinder ones simply say I'm touched in the head.
But if they feel there's nothing can be done, I don't know how much help I can give you.
But I tell you, Laura was murdered. I refuse to believe that she and her husband entered into a suicide pact. It's ridiculous.
Suicide pact? But I thought her husband was the murderer. If he's dead, too...
Well, according to the police files, Laura and her husband, James Cartwright, committed suicide together. Drove their car off a lonely pier into the ocean.
How awful.
Their bodies were never found on account of the tides. The only things that were found along the shore were one of Laura's shoes and her handbag.
Was there a suicide note?
Yes. It was found on Laura's night table. It said that she and Cartwright ran through all the money her parents had left her. They couldn't stand the prospect of just grubbing along.
Uh-huh. Well, frankly, Miss Graham, I don't see how I fit into all this.
Look. There, on the financial page, this yesterday's journal.
No. Same person. Juan Palos, South American millionaire.
Now, this is supposed to be Juan Palos, executive vice president of the Los Altos gold mine. He's here in the States for a directors' meeting.
Well, what about it, Miss Graham?
I believe this man to be James Cartwright.
You do?
I met Laura's husband only once in my life, and that was quite enough. But I still say this could be Cartwright.
Well, now, isn't that taking a lot for granted, Miss Graham? It's been 15 years. So many men look alike.
It was the name Los Altos that caught my attention. You see, Mr. Valentine, all during those few months they were married, Cartwright somehow arranged to send most of Laura's money out of the country to a town named Los Altos in South America. Some legal hocus-pocus with a shyster lawyer.
How do you know all this?
Well, I checked with a private detective. That's where the trail ended 15 years ago.
As I get it, you feel James Cartwright married your cousin for her money, then somehow, very skillfully, he stripped her of it.
Oh, it was all very neat. Laura's signature was on every withdrawal, no doubt about that.
And then you feel he killed her in what was supposed to be a suicide pact.
Cartwright loved himself too much to commit suicide. He was too handsome, too arrogant. And he knew they didn't run out of money. He just had it planted where he could pick it up.
Well, I just can't go up to this Mr. Palos and ask him to bare his life to me.
I know. And that's why I'm willing to pay you. I don't even have a picture of Cartwright. And there isn't a set of his fingerprints anywhere. We saw to that.
Well, then,
I just want you to meet this Mr. Palos. see if he doesn't make the one little slip that'll prove I'm right about it.
What do you mean?
If this man is James Cartwright, he won't be able to resist anything that has to do with cards. Cards? Not only was he a gambler, but he prided himself on the tricks he could do with cards. All sorts of sleight of hand.
Charming fellow to play cards with.
Oh, I know if you go about it right, Mr. Valentine. You'll be able to make him give himself away.
Appeal to the card sharp in him, huh? Well, we could give it a try.
I must be sure. For this one last time. I can't find any peace in my heart. I can't pick up my own life unless I'm sure I haven't failed Laura. I loved her very much. Of course, James Cartwright was a beast. He made life a nightmare for Laura, deliberately, cruelly. How do you mean? He got a perverse pleasure out of hurting her. She was a high-strung, sensitive girl. She was afraid of the dark, for instance. When we were little girls, if we were left in the dark, she'd run out of the room, screaming. Cartwright would pull cute little tricks, like putting all the lights out. All sorts of things like that.
Well, Miss Graham, it's a long shot. But if it'll make you feel any better, I'll see what I can do. I don't put much stock in all this, Angel.
But if it will put her mind at rest, it's surely worth a try.
Yeah, I guess so.
Valentine, wait.
Oh, Paul Henridge, isn't it?
Yes. I want you to start checking into this business with Mr. Paulos.
Well, now, I was under the impression Miss Graham wanted that to be a private matter.
I was eavesdropping. Not ashamed to admit it.
Well, you certainly should be.
Here, Valentine, take this check.
Oh, that's a pretty check. What am I supposed to do to earn it?
Tell Felicity that Paulos isn't Cartwright.
Well, now, look, he probably isn't, friend, but at least I'm going to try and make sure.
Valentine, I want to marry Felicity. If she's convinced Laura and her husband did commit suicide, I think she'll finally say yes to me. I don't want to take even the smallest chance of Paulos being Cartwright.
I understand how you feel, Henrich, but I do have an obligation to my client.
You'll be a sorry man, Valentine, if you don't listen to me.
I guess it's just a chance I'll have to take. Yeah, I hear you, Johnson. She's been bothering you before, year after year. And the answer's still suicide, huh? No doubt about the handwriting on the suicide note. Okay, thanks a lot.
George, the cablegram from that detective agency in Buenos Aires is here.
Oh, good. Read it.
The Palaces are respectable members of South American society. Senora Palace struck it rich at the Los Altos gold mine about 15 years ago. Married a lady from the States.
Struck it rich about 15 years ago. Uh-huh. Oh, but it is such a shame. We are friends of Senor and Senora Palos. And now we miss them, eh?
That's right, sir. They checked out this morning.
Darling, giving us young man $10 for being so helpful and telling us where the Palaces went.
But, madam, I didn't.
Women, eh, my young friend?
Yes, women. They went up to the mountaintop ski lodge to rest up from doing nothing.
Take a card, Bruce.
Stop with that accent.
All right. Take a card.
No, not again.
Again.
It's bad enough I have to do all the driving.
But I have to do a little practicing on card tricks.
Yeah, I know.
Go on. Go. Take a card.
Okay.
3 of diamonds.
Close. Queen of spades.
Well, it's still a few miles to the ski lodge. I'll probably learn.
Mr. and Mrs. Palos are at the table by the window.
Thanks, waiter. Here you are. Buy yourself an annuity.
Thank you, sir.
George, people are looking.
Well, I gotta get into the role of Georgie Valentine, boy life of the party. Come on.
Okay, Georgie.
Well, honey, look at these two people sitting here by themselves. I bet they're as lonely as we are.
I beg your pardon.
I bet they'd like company, too.
Really?
Oh, just a minute, my dear. Let's see what the gentleman wants.
Well, when me and the wife here walked in, we said right off, I bet you these two people are just like us. Hate to eat alone.
That's just what my husband said. How interesting.
So we decided to come over and rescue you. Sit down, Claire. Oh, yeah, I want you to meet my wife, Mr.
Palos. Juan Palos and Mrs. Palos.
Hello.
Oh, yeah. Valentine is the name. I travel in women's dresses.
You...
Yes. Always gets a salesman. I sell women's dresses, yes. What's your line?
Gold.
Just gold?
Gold.
How nice for you. Juan, it's really getting quite late.
Oh, we have time, Doris.
Well, Mr. Palace, I'm glad to meet another businessman who knows how to take things easy, how to relax. I bet anything you have a hobby, too.
Why, yes. Skiing, of course. Mountain climbing.
Oh, yeah. Well, fine. But I have a hobby I carry around with me. Makes me life of the party wherever I go.
I'm sure you don't need a hobby like to do that, Mr. Valentine. You're right, dearie.
Yeah, but a hobby sure helps. Here, you see these cards? Go on now, pick a card.
Well,
no, go ahead. Go on.
All right.
All right. Don't show me now.
No.
5 of hearts.
I'm afraid not. King of clubs.
But looky here, I take the whole deck of cards, and by flipping them up in the air like that, I shuffle the whole deck.
Oh, Georgie, they all fell.
Here, let me.
Oh, sure. Go ahead, Mr. Palace. If you want to show me how it should be done.
I? Show you? Oh, senor, when it comes to things like this, I am, all thumbs. I would be no help at all.
Oh.
I merely wanted to help you pick up the cards.
Poor Georgie and his card trick. I don't know about you, Juan, but I've had enough of this. I'm going upstairs.
Very well, Doris. It's been very nice meeting you, Mr. Valentine. It's too bad about your trick. So sorry I could not help you to make it come out right.
Oh, that's okay.
You know, perhaps you tried too hard. That's a common failing with so many amateurs. Good night.
Not even a little nibble, senor.
Yeah, that was certainly bad enough.
Well, he's either the wrong man or he's very clever.
Oh, it isn't a question of brains, Brooksy. I counted on instinct. If he were James Cartwright, demon card trickster, I was sure he couldn't resist showing me how the trick should have been done.
Well, what now?
Oh, I don't know. Hey, wait, Brooksy. Suppose I tell Palace who I am and what I'm here for.
Oh, fine. You'll fess up just like that.
Oh, it isn't as silly as it sounds. It may turn into a very neat little trap.
But if he is Cartwright, that'll give him all the warning he needs.
You know, Brooksy, they haven't invented a trap yet that'll work without bait. And I'm sure of one thing. I'll make a better piece of cheese than I am a card sharp.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Maybe you've noticed when you drive into a standard station or independent Chevron gas station that your car saver had a brand new tire set up in front of the station or in the window. It's the safer, longer mileage Atlas tire. Atlas tires have wide, flat treads that put more rubber on the road and give you better traction. They're thick treads with good, deep grooves and hundreds of tough, anti-skid edges. And mighty important is the written warranty that you get when you buy an Atlas tire. 12 months protection against tire damage from any road hazard. A warranty that's honored by more than 38,000 Atlas dealers from coast to coast and in Canada. You can buy Atlas tires on convenient budget terms, charge them if you have a Chevron National Credit Card, and get a liberal trade-in on your present tires, too. An inspection will show whether or not your present tires are safe. Drive in soon and ask your car saver to give you all the facts on the many safety features of the Atlas tire. Then you'll know why he's proud to put such a tire out front in his station. And you'll know why Atlas tires are out front with motorists all over the West. Remember, the men to see for safe, sure Atlas tires are the car savers at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. You're hired by a determined little spinster lady, Miss Felicity Graham, to try and solve a murder mystery more than 15 years old. Your specific assignment is to prove to your own satisfaction whether a South American millionaire, Juan Palos, is or is not James Cartwright. Yes, the same James Cartwright who presumably died in a suicide pact with Felicity's cousin Laura. Up to now, you've gotten nowhere. So if your name is George Valentine, you decide on the most direct approach possible. You're going to walk right up and tell Senor Palos your suspicions.
Before we go in to see the Palaces, George, you've got to tell me what you want with my compact.
I just wanted to make a nice, noticeable bulge in the pocket of my jacket.
You could tell me why.
I got time.
Yes? Oh, Senor Valentine, the card tricks man.
Yeah, well, that's what I came over to explain, Mr. Palos. That is, if we may come in.
Well, of course. Has your husband been practicing, Mr. Valentine?
Well, he's been cooking up something.
Juan, who's at the door? Oh. Juan, darling, we must be dressed for dinner, and I'm sure that these people...
Please, Mrs. Palos, this won't take long. The truth is, I'm not a traveling salesman. This is my secretary, Miss Brooks. And the reason I'm up here at the lodge is to find out if you're a murderer, Mr. Palos.
What?
Juan, call the manager at once. This man is a raving lunatic.
Think fast, oh mighty brother of Dick Tracy.
Well, the suspected murderer, Mr. Palos, was supposed to have practically had an obsession about card tricks. So if he had been you, he would have given himself away when I did that card trick so badly.
Must we listen to any more of this fantastic story?
No, but I find this rather intriguing, my dear. Just why did you suspect me, Mr. Valentine?
The trail of the murderer led to South America. To Los Altos, to be exact. It was lost there.
Oh, my dear fellow. There are more than 1,000 people in Los Altos. Fully more than half of them work for my company, as a matter of fact.
Well, I came to apologize. It was a bad hunch, poorly played.
You should apologize. Forcing yourself on us in the dining room, lying to us.
Yeah, I know, especially when it was also unnecessary.
I'm glad to see I've been exonerated.
Well, that's not exactly what I meant.
What is that?
I mean, I now have a concrete way to solve this case. In my pocket, I have the lovely heart-shaped compact that was found in the dead lady's handbag.
Really?
Yeah, strange how everybody overlooks such a glaring piece of evidence at the time. But sometimes it happens.
What in the world are you talking about?
Well, as soon as I get back to town, I'm going to have an expert check on this compact. And I think I can prove it was murder.
Oh, well, good luck, Valentine. And be sure to let me know about the solution when you find it. I shall be most interested.
Yeah, I'll do that. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. George, I haven't the slightest idea what you're trying to...
Hey, you!
That man! That Paul Henry!
Yeah, you, Henrich, wait! Don't you know it's impolite not to answer when somebody's talking to you?
Let go of me, Valentine.
Not until you answer a couple of questions.
I warned you not to interfere.
Well, Mr. Henry, welcome to Mountaintop Lodge.
So you've been eavesdropping again, eh, friend?
Yes, and again, I don't apologize for it. I'll kill you if you don't stop meddling.
It's not fair, Buster. You didn't say put him up and fight like a man.
I'm not going to let Felicity find out. I don't care if this Juan Palos did kill him.
Okay, if you must play rough.
Ow!
Come on, Angel, let's get out of here. Now go on up to your room, Brooksy, and get dolled up for dinner.
But if Paulus is Cartwright, he'll move heaven and earth to get this silly compact.
Well, it's just a long shot, but at least I'll feel we did what we could for Miss Graham. Now go on, scoot.
Oh, okay, darling. I'll see you later. Be careful.
Yeah, I'll keep my back to the wall and the lights on. If there are any fireworks, I want to see who sets them off. I might as well share. Hey, who's that?
Oh!
I didn't get a chance to put the light on. And the wall. It must have fallen right on my head.
Please, darling, sit still.
And I don't have an enemy in the world, huh?
Maybe it was a dear friend who did this.
All I know is it was a he. I heard his footsteps. And the way he hit me, I know it was. Oh, sure. I see the compact is gone.
And we found out what we wanted. He is Cartwright.
Yeah, the long-lost Cartwright.
Aren't you going to tell the police so they can really dig into Senor Palos' past?
Yeah. But first we're going down to the dining room and intrude on the palace's privacy once more.
But why?
Furthermore, we're going to make believe this little accident up here never happened.
I'm certainly not going to break bread with a man who nearly broke your head.
I know it doesn't make much sense, Angel, but that's what we have to do. hearty appetite, folks.
Ah, well, Mr. Valentine and Miss Brooks.
I thought you said you were leaving.
Well, Mrs. Pallas, I was out for a little while, but I'm back again, big as life.
Mr. Henry to get at that table.
Everybody's here. May we join you, folks?
Really, don't you think
Thank you, Mrs. Pallas. We will sit down.
Please do.
And since this is our last meeting, I insist on trying one more card trick. Oh, waiter, you'll be ready to help out, won't you?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, indeed.
Good. Ah, thanks, ladies and gentlemen, for your kind applause. And thank you very much, gentlemen of Yorkster. Your timing was superb.
Juan, people are staring at us.
Well, no, Mr. Valentine, I really must agree with
Thank
my
you,
wife.
Juan. It's about time.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to show you a very spectacular card trick, which will have special meaning to one particular person in here. Since it depends entirely on the element of surprise, I will now ask that the room be plunged into total darkness. Okay, waiter. That's fine.
Doris, wait, everything is all right.
What made her do it, George? That was horrible.
Come on, Brooksy, let's get up to the Palace's suite.
Doris, please let me in, darling. There is nothing to be frightened about.
Well, perhaps she'd let me come in and help her.
What are you two doing here? Haven't you done enough?
I know how you feel, but if
Why did you have to do that?
Well, that's what I must explain.
I don't care about your explanation. I don't want to hear them. Just, please help me. We must get in there. Help me, Valentine.
Okay.
Doris!
Not here.
Doris, where are you? Please, Doris. Oh, Doris. No, she is gone. The back door is open and she is gone. All I can find is this note.
Read it, then.
Lie I've been living is over. And in a way, I am glad. I don't know how you guessed my secret, Valentine. But this to you, Valentine. What does this mean?
You'd better finish it.
I am Laura Cartwright, and I killed my husband 15 years ago. What is that?
George.
He drove me to it, and I planned it so carefully. Sending the money out of the country, planting the evidence, and then going to Los Altos to live. I found real happiness there with you, Juan. But this would have been the end for us anyway. So goodbye. Doris. Doris killed a man? The man you were looking for? No, this is all so mixed up. I don't...
Mr. Valentine. Mr. Valentine, may I see you a minute, please?
Oh, yeah, sure. Excuse me.
Mrs. Palazzo, it's terrible. I saw her.
In the dining room, I know.
Huh? No, outside. She was trying to drive away in her husband's car in such a hurry.
Yeah.
She lost control and went over the side of the mountain. Oh, it's horrible.
Yeah, it is horrible.
Well, the manager wanted to know if you would break the news to Mr. Paulus.
Yeah, I guess so. And then there's still something to be done to help the living.
To ensure the best performance of modern automobile engines, our scientists subjected hundreds of motor oils to grueling laboratory and road tests. Even atomic energy was used. Atomically treated piston rings in test cars showed engine wear as it occurred. The result was heavy-duty RPM, a motor oil that, compared to premium-type oils, as designated by the American Petroleum Institute, doubles engine life between major overhauls due to lubrication. So if you're not already using this oil, switch over now to heavy-duty RPM and get top protection for your car. Ask for heavy-duty RPM motor oil at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car.
Well, darling, what did Lieutenant Johnson say?
You know, he's a nice guy, Brooksy. If there's a way of keeping the truth about Laura from Felicity, Graham, he'll find it.
Oh, yes, it's much better that way. She can now find some happiness with Paul Henry.
I should be sore at Paul for slugging me and taking away that worthless compact. But I guess people in love deserve some consideration.
George, how did you ever suspect Mrs. Palace at all? We were so definitely looking for a man.
Well, because it was a man who knocked me out.
Huh?
Yeah, not a woman. And only the murderer knew for sure that the compact didn't mean anything. So why do anything about getting it from me?
But that's only a small thing.
But I started to think. Looking at it objectively, it was much easier for Doris than her husband to send that money out of the country. And it was her shoe and handbag that were found. And the note about the suicide pact. That was in her handwriting, remember?
And she was an American who came to Los Altos and married Palos some 15 years ago.
Uh-huh. Still, I had to make sure. And I remembered what Felicity said about Doris's fear of the dark.
Like I always said, George, you don't miss anything.
Uh-huh. So what time is it anyway?
I wonder. Of course, that great big round object over our head might help.
Huh?
No police headquarters is complete without it.
Well, at least you can't say the clock was right under my nose.
No, darling. It was just over your head.
Tonight's transcribed adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It was written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Kenneth Webb. Lorene Tuttle was heard as Felicity, Larry Dobkin as Palos, Lee Patrick as Mrs. Palos, Bill Boucher as Paul, and Victor Rodman as the waiter. The music was composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. You can do something about cancer. Strike back at this dread disease by joining the Cancer Crusade of the American Cancer Society. Help support its vital scientific research program, education program, and service to the cancer patient. Cancer strikes 1 in 5. Give generously to the American Cancer Society. Mail your contribution today to Cancer, care of Postmaster. Let George Do It is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Listen to this. Think my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California invites you to Let George Do It. In a moment, we'll begin tonight's adventure of George Valentine. I'm sure that as a motorist, you know how important chassis lubrication is to the life of your car. That's why I know you'll be interested in the advantages you get from guaranteed Car Saver lube service. It's no hit-or-miss job with Car Savers. They use charts specifically designed for your car according to the manufacturer's specifications. No wonder they stand behind every grease job and guarantee them against squeaks for 1,000 miles. Stop in soon for complete Car Saver lubrication service at any Standard station or independent Chevron gas station where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now, tonight's story, War Maneuver, a transcribed adventure of George Valentine.
P-A-L-C-H-E-K, Palchek. Yeah, I have the name, Mrs.
He's
Fenton,
the
but...
nicest, sweetest man, and they have him in jail, Mr. Valentine. That's all I know.
Yeah, well, I'm having Miss Brooks checking on the other form, so just calm down, Miss
The
Fenton.
nicest boarder I have, and he wouldn't do anything wrong if his life depended on it. He's gentle, and he never takes a drink.
Yeah. Hold on a minute, will you, Mrs. Fenton? What did you find out, Brooksy?
They have a Simon Palchek in jail, all right.
Uh-huh. What's he charged with?
Killing a young woman. He ran her down with his car. He was very drunk.
What? Mrs. Fenton.
Yes. What is it, Mr. Valentine?
I'll get down there and look into it. I'll get back to you later.
Simon Palchik, age 48, still in the cell, sleeping it off.
Open and shut case, huh, Sergeant?
As far as I can tell, smelled like a brewery when he was brought in. The car is pretty badly smashed, and the poor girl was hit.
Where did the accident take place?
In a pretty deserted section of town, Miss Brooks, near the toy factory where this Palchik works. Thornton Toys. Boys picked him up just sitting there slumped over the wheel.
I see.
Was anything wrong, Mr. Valentine?
Well, just a slight discrepancy about a man's character. Probably just shows that gentle, sweet ladies like Mrs. Fenton are bad judges of character.
I don't get it.
But on the other hand, maybe this is worth dragging Johnson away from supper. Yeah, it might be worthwhile.
Oh, I don't know anything, Lieutenant Johnson. My head hurts.
Valentine, I don't know how you managed to get in the middle of things like this.
Well, the doctor's report is clear and to the point. This man hasn't been drinking. He was slugged.
I don't remember either.
Slugged and then liquor was poured over him.
So that he would be thrown in jail and no questions asked.
Questions would be asked in due time, Miss Brooks. Enough so that we'd find out everything we have to know.
But there's no reason why we shouldn't take a look at Palchik's car, is there?
Oh, come on.
No question now, is there?
No. Dents in the front of that car were put there by someone, probably smashed in with a heavy monkey wrench.
They weren't the result of hitting that poor girl at all.
No. She was probably killed by someone first, then thrown onto Palchik's car. Pretty clumsy frame-up by somebody who was desperate and needed time for a getaway.
Yeah. Well, I guess my job is over, such as it was.
What's that?
Well, Mr. Palchik can go back to Mrs. Fenton. She'll make him some nice chicken soup, and I can...
You're staying here. You don't come in and get things started and then waltz out. Girl's handbag was nowhere around. No means of identification.
Well, what do you need me for?
There were some laundry marks on her clothes. We're checking those. You're sticking around.
Laura Gillespie? No, I never heard of her, Lieutenant.
And you don't remember seeing her before?
No. I came out of the plant that's Thornton's Toys, and I was going to start driving my car, and I guess somebody hit me that must have been hiding in the back of the car. And that's all I remember.
Well, you probably just happen to be the handiest guy around, Mr. Palchik.
You're pretty lucky to get out of it. They might have killed you.
Oh, they couldn't they?
Mrs. Fenton is still pacing outside like a nervous mother hen, Lieutenant.
Oh, nice lady. She's very nice.
Yes, I guess you can go, Palchik. We'll be around to ask some more questions another time.
Anything I can do, Lieutenant, anything.
Let the gentleman out, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Well, might as well see what we can find out at the address you have for Laura Gillespie.
Laura, dead. Dead. I can't get it through my head. Why?
I'm afraid that's something we don't know yet, Mr. Gillespie. We're trying to find out.
Well, perhaps you can give us some idea as to why your wife was down on Manson Street, Mr. Gillespie.
I don't know.
It's a little out of the way, but was Mrs. Gillespie out shopping this afternoon or visiting some friends?
She was out working. Because I was never a good enough man to provide her with the things she deserved. Writer. Where'd I ever get the idea that I could ever write anything in my life? All I could do was to write this trash, drink more than I should. So, I don't know what I can do to help you, Lieutenant. What difference does it make anyway? It won't bring Laura back.
We understand how you feel, Mr. Gillespie, but believe me, these questions are necessary. Where did Mrs. Gillespie work?
Sorry. Lasovsky Import and Export Company. They're down on 5th Street. Laura was very smart. Got to be a lieutenant in the waves during the war. She was Mr. Lasovsky's good right arm.
Anything about the job that might have led to what happened?
No, Mr. Valentine. As far as I know, it was a pretty humdrum, orderly job. With maybe just a little wolf and Mr. Lasovsky.
Go on.
You say Laura's handbag was gone. Then this must have been a robbery. Well, that's the most logical explanation, isn't it? Isn't it, miss?
Yes, I suppose so.
About this afternoon, I suppose you were here.
Oh, that's right. An alibi. I should account for my whereabouts. That's another one of the things you must ask me. Oh, I have a beaut of an alibi. I was in my usual hangout, Mike's Bar and Grill, all afternoon. Well, I should have been trying to work. At least a dozen people saw me. Now, please leave me alone.
If you work with a girl for over 2 years, Mr. Lasovsky, you should get to know her pretty well.
Oh, I did. She was a lovely lady. Smart, brilliant. Terrible tragedy.
Did Mrs. Gillespie have the afternoon off?
Oh, it wasn't anything as formal as that. In this office, she came and went without having to account to anyone.
As a matter of fact, Mr. Lasovsky, we were curious as to whether you might know of any enemies Mrs. Gillespie might have had.
Enemies? No.
Oh, that was kind of a reluctant no. Is it supposed to mean anything?
No.
I'm sure you understand that if you have anything that might possibly help us, you should...
The husband, Mr. Gillespie, is a very jealous man and a very weak one. Of course, I don't mean to imply anything.
I see. Thank you very much. I presume you were here all afternoon, Mr. Lasovsky?
Oh, yes, with 3 customers, very fine people.
Alibi number 2. This export and import business, Mr. Lasovsky.
Yes.
Is it of a general nature?
Oh, yes, mostly to Europe, mostly Eastern Europe. Of course, the business isn't as good as it was once.
That's tough.
We import some fine lace, Bohemian glass. We send them some machinery, even toys.
Toys?
Yes. You know the toy firm down at Manson? They're very fine clients of ours. What's the matter? Did I say something?
Thornton Toys for good girls and boys. That's been the slogan of our firm since my grandfather started it in 1884. That's very interesting, Mr. Thornton, but we were very interested in whether Mrs. Gillespie came down to see you this afternoon here at your plant. Well, no, as a matter of fact, she didn't. Oh, what's the matter? Why are you all looking at me that way?
Well, if she did come down here, she'd see you, wouldn't she, Mr. Thornton?
Yes, of course. She placed the order with me.
And she didn't see you today?
I'm not in the habit of lying, Miss Brooks.
Well, it's just that we felt we established a good reason for Mrs. Gillespie to be down here. We thought you might give us some further help in tracking down the man who killed her.
I see. The Lasovsky firm buys only a moderate amount of toys. Well, here, dolls like this. Some dolls that sing their own lullabies. Some handmade toy soldiers. Mr. Palchek has been making toy soldiers for us for almost 20 years. Oh, yes, and some cowboy dolls. So your relationship with Mrs. Gillespie was rather casual and purely business. Exactly. Oh, but wait. I couldn't have seen Mrs. Gillespie at all this afternoon, even if she did come.
What do you mean?
Slipped my mind. I was uptown in our designer's office most of the afternoon, going through the new line of stuffed animals. Perkins, that's the designer, can back me up.
No doubt. A perfect score and alibi.
But really, Miss... Never mind. Good day. Oh, Valentine. Gillespie phoned down here while we were out.
Good. Phone him back so I can pick up Brooksy and take her out for dinner.
He wants to get in touch with you right away.
Me?
Must have liked your frank baby blue eyes.
Exactly what did he say?
Want you to call him at this number. Go on, use his phone.
Wonder what's on his one.
Search me.
Hello?
Oh, this is Valentine, Gillespie.
Oh, yeah.
Uh-huh. What did you want me to call you about?
Come on over right away. There's something I have to tell you. I was afraid and ashamed, but I'm not anymore. I'm not.
Well, sure, but can't you...
There are some things that even a no-good failure like me can't take. Things like dishonor. I was in the Pacific for 3 years. Did you know that? Did you?
I'll be over as soon as I can.
Well, come on, before my courage gives out.
door's open.
Wide open.
Funny, he isn't here.
Maybe his courage left him again. What was the name of that barn?
No, wait.
What?
What sound? In the bedroom.
Sounds like the window shade or a blind banging against the wall.
Come on. Holy mackerel.
Poor guy.
Couldn't wait.
Hello, Hennessy. This is Johnson. Send a crew down to 418 Harrow Street. Gillespie just hung himself.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. I'm sure that you're all aware of the fact that nothing is as tough on a motor as stop-and-go driving. And yet taxi cabs must operate under these difficult conditions at all times. So when the manager of a taxi fleet writes that heavy-duty RPM motor oil has doubled the time between overhauls, that's real evidence that heavy-duty RPM can do the same for your car. It took months and months testing hundreds of oils before we were able to develop this new motor oil. Laboratory tests, road tests, even atomic energy was used. Atomically treated piston rings in test cars enabled us to measure engine wear as it took place. The result of all this testing was heavy-duty RPM motor oil that, compared to premium-type oils as designated by the American Petroleum Institute, doubles engine life between major overhauls due to lubrication. And now, motorists throughout the West have found the advantages of using heavy-duty RPM. Case history after case history proves that here is the motor oil that's years ahead of its time. A car fleet, a cab company, people like you and me, report that heavy-duty RPM gives top protection to engines under all driving conditions. So buy what's best for your car. Get heavy-duty RPM motor oil at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. You helped clear a meek little toy maker, Simon Palchek, from a framed hit-and-run murder of a young woman. The three men who could be suspects for her death, her ne'er-do-well husband, her employer, and the head of Thornton Toys, near whose plant the murder took place, all have perfect alibis. So you seem to be at a dead end when suddenly the husband calls you up and tells you that there's something he must get off his chest. But even if your name is George Valentine, you'll never find out what that is. Because by the time you get there, the husband is dead. A suicide.
Note's still in the typewriter just as he left it.
Yeah. To whom it may concern. I thought I could stand up to it, but I know now that I can't. Laura was no good. Or I should say she was no better than I deserved. She was faithless, and I could not accept that. I killed her, and I framed the funny little man who works in the toy plant. Sorry, but this is the only fitting way to end a life which has been nothing but a comedy of errors.
Boys will be here pretty soon. Go through the formalities.
Yeah, I guess we'll just...
What's the matter?
I can't quite make the two things fit.
Huh?
The words Gillespie used when he called me, it seemed so important for him to tell me he was a soldier, a good soldier who served in the Pacific.
Man likes to hold on to whatever he thinks has been worthwhile in his life.
Well, the words he used and the fear of facing us.
I've seen too many suicides to try and figure out why they would do anything.
Hey, wait, Johnson.
What are you doing?
Look. The fibers on the rope.
What are you talking about?
They're pointing up toward the ceiling.
Hey, that's right.
Yeah. He was killed and then his body was hauled up. That's the only explanation.
Murder. Another murder.
As vicious as the first.
Which leads us exactly nowhere. Especially since we know that all the three alibis are foolproof.
We'll have to go back and talk to Lasowski and Thornton. They're our only possibilities.
Yeah, I guess so.
But why kill Gillespie? What did he know?
You try and guess. Oh, come on.
Okay. But may I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
Let's keep up the myth that this was suicide. It's always easier to make a slip if you feel you're safe.
Poor man. Poor man.
Yeah, I guess that washes up the case, all right. Tragedy. Wonder who the man was that Mrs. Gillespie was seeing.
Well, I wouldn't know. Honestly, I wouldn't.
Okay, Mr. Wasowski, relax. Hey, did you find anything, Brooksy?
There is nothing in Mrs. Gillespie's desk that can help anyone in that respect. I am sure, Mr. Valentine.
We were just looking around. I hope you don't mind.
Mind? No. Why should I?
There are all the usual things, George. Pencils, some tissues, a few letters to be filed.
So I see, Brooksy.
Mr. Wasowski, just as a matter of curiosity, I'd like to check up on your whereabouts since I spoke to you last.
Well, that is something I am becoming used to, but I am perfectly willing to cooperate, of course.
George.
What is it, Angel?
This book is one of those file folders. Plain cover.
Oh, let me see. Oh, that's funny.
What is? I can use a laugh.
This book is written in some foreign language. It belonged to you, Mr. Wasowski?
Me? No. That is strange.
Yeah. Pictures of soldiers, battles. What does it say?
It isn't Polish.
Polish? Laura was an American, wasn't she?
Yes. That is what I cannot understand.
Published in Europe. Pretty good pictures. Diagrams to show just how troops should be set up in different military maneuvers.
What connection is there between the two murders and a book she couldn't even read?
That's the big question, Johnson. I'll see you later.
Yeah. Where you going?
War maneuvers.
This way, Mr. Valentine. Oh, wait. I'll put on the light. There. Polchak works over in that part of the plant. Of course, during the day, there may be 50 or 60 people working here.
Uh-huh.
And in the fall, when we get ready for the Christmas rush, we have more than 100.
But Polchak is the one who's responsible for the making of toy soldiers, isn't he?
That's right. Oh, he's a craftsman, Mr. Valentine. He has the most beautiful toy soldiers. Casts them, paints their bright uniforms. Excellent.
Sure. There are sure enough of them here.
Yes, all ranks, all kinds. Foreign soldiers, grenadiers, cavalrymen.
The soldiers that are exported, how are they usually packed, Mr. Thornton?
Oh, say a gross to the box and in an assortment.
I see.
Oh, here. Here's a box already packed. There, you see?
Oh, yeah. All pretty well mixed up. Soldier's pointing a bayonet. Here's one raising his arm to call charge. Another one reaching for his sword. Just a big mad jumble.
What? Oh, well, of course, they're not works of art, you know, just toy soldiers.
No offense, Mr. Thornton.
Oh, wonderful toys, little lead soldiers. I remember I used to play with them. Children don't play with them as much as they used to. I wonder why.
Here's one raising a trumpet to his lips. Uh-huh. Of course, most of them are plain ordinary foot soldiers, all alike.
I was very glad when these orders came a couple of years ago. Pretty steady orders.
Oh, that's fine. Well, I guess you'll be wanting to close up and go home now, Mr. Thornton.
Yes, indeed. But anything else I can do to cooperate?
No, thanks. There's somebody else I have to see now.
Oh, yes, I feel much better, Mr. Valentine, and thank you. Thank you so for everything.
I did very little, Mr. Polchak.
That young woman, that unfortunate young woman, the police found out yet who killed her?
They're working on it. They usually do a good job.
Shame, terrible shame.
Yeah. Mr. Polchak, when did you notice that the book was stolen?
What? The book?
The one in Polish, the one about soldiers and battle maneuvers, troop formations?
Oh, when I soldati, yes, of course. How did you know?
I didn't, for sure.
I had it for a long time. You can't buy it in this country, you know. And I kept it down at the plant. Oh, I copied many uniforms from it for foreign soldiers.
When was it stolen, Mr. Polchak?
Well, a few months ago I found out it was gone. Well, why do you say stolen? I thought just someone threw it out. A cleaning woman, maybe.
No, I think it was stolen. And for a very good reason.
But stolen by whom? Why?
I have an idea, but I'm not sure. Mr. Polchak, do you feel strong enough to come down to the plant with me?
But no, it's closed.
You have a key, haven't you? I understand you've often worked late, and you're one of the oldest employees.
Yes,
believe me, it's important. It's sort of setting a trap for someone. What do you say?
Well, of course, Mr. Valentine. I will just get dressed.
These mama dolls sure are cute.
How much longer are we going to wait, Mr. Valentine?
Oh, not much.
Who are we waiting for?
That I don't really know.
But now you know how I make the little lead soldiers.
Yeah. Molten lead. Bubble, toil, and trouble.
No. I wouldn't come too near, Mr. Valentine.
And little forms to cast the soldiers from.
Yes, that's right.
I thought this box of soldiers was all ready for export.
You, what?
Well, any reason why you melted down some of the soldiers from it?
Oh, you must be mistaken.
All the plain foot soldiers are here, it seems. But the ones with the drawn bayonet and the trumpet and the arms raised to signal charge, where are they?
Oh, yeah, they were not quite perfect, some of them. And while I was melting some lead down, any way I can make them better.
You know, I was wondering all along, how come that lead soldiers are shipped to Europe from here? You know, usually they should be imported here from other countries, say Japan or Czechoslovakia, where the labor is cheaper.
I would not know about that, Mr. Valentine. Mr. Thornton makes the deals with Mr. Lazowski. I just make the soldiers.
Yeah, I know.
Well, I think we are waiting for nothing.
So the late Mr. Gillespie, Mr. Wasowski, Mr. Thornton, they all had perfect alibis for the time that Mrs. Gillespie was killed. How about you, Mr. Palchek?
Me? Well, I was in the car. The murderer tried to frame me.
And no one would suspect a frame man.
What?
You're a very smart man, Mr. Palchek. You killed Laura Gillespie and then framed yourself on a hit-and-run charge as you knew very well was to stand
I
up.
would stand just where you are, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, you're really smart, Buster. Completely equipped with a gun.
Which I can use.
You know, I suspected you, Palchek, ever since I found that book. But I knew you were smart enough so that you'd have to tip your hand yourself. That's why I got you down here. That's why I watched you melt down those particular soldiers.
I will take you out in my car and kill you, Mr. Valentine, and then I shall disappear. I have friends, many friends. They will see I get out of this country.
I know. And you get lost somewhere behind the Iron Curtain.
Don't move. Yes, of course I killed the Gillespies. First the woman and then him. He began to think of honor.
Mrs. Gillespie, he was blackmailing you, wasn't she? She was smart, too. She realized that the little lead soldiers were semaphoring. The position of the arms standing for letters of the alphabet. Signaling just like sailors do from ship to ship.
She should not have meddled. I warned her.
Then she found the book and saw how the gimmick really worked. The people you send the jumbled box of soldiers to have the book also. They know the diagram you mean. Sort the soldiers out so they correspond to the diagram and then read the message clear as a bell.
Now stop moving. Now march. What?
Just a doll. Don't you start moving, Buster. Lead shower.
Don't look out!
You get. One chance is all you get. Here. A little war maneuver I learned in the Army. Playing with real soldiers.
What's it like behind the wheel of your car? Do you feel the surge of power under your foot? Do you sail along smoothly and effortlessly? Or has a one-feature gasoline got your car coughing and sputtering and hugging the side of the road? Remember, the feel behind the wheel depends a lot on what's in the tank. So if your driving pleasure isn't all it should be, shift over now to Chevron Supreme, the gasoline that gives you all 8 high-performance qualities. Full power, quick starting, anti-knock, vapor lock prevention, fast warm-up, smooth acceleration, area blending, and economy mileage. Put spring in your driving with a full tank of Chevron Supreme gasoline at standard stations or independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car.
How many messages were the FBI men able to decipher, George?
None, without Palchek's cooperation. He cooperated, all right. Once he started to sing, he sounded like a full-grown choir.
The deadliest sabotage of all. That's what Palchek's friends were planning.
Deadliest sabotage?
Yeah, Brooksy. He was sending out the names of people in different fields whose death would hurt the United States most.
And I guess there'd be other Palcheks to see that the sabotage was carried out, no matter what would happen to them.
A war maneuver.
Yeah, and a war where no holes are barred.
Mr. Thornton and Mr. Lasowski are outside. They're still shaking over the way they've been used as dupes by Palchik.
Better go out and talk to him.
Hey, what's it? Oh.
The mama doll. Present from Mr. Thornton.
Uh-huh.
You know, Thornton toys for good girls and boys. He seems to have an idea we might find some use for it someday.
Okay.
You see, darling, there are war maneuvers and war maneuvers. All's fair in love and war.
Tonight's transcribed adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Robert Daly is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It was written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Kenneth Webb. Ken Christie was heard as Lieutenant Johnson, Larry Dobkin as Palchik, Jonathan Hole as Jerry, Ted DeCorsia as Lasowski, and Bill Boucher as Thornton. The music was composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Last year, more than 70,000 Americans were cured of cancer. Each year, this number will increase. But we must take much greater strides against this terrible disease. It still strikes 1 in 5. Strike back. Join the cancer crusade of the American Cancer Society. Give generously. Mail your contribution today to Cancer, care of Postmaster. Let George Do It is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.